Better stats? He had them. More skills? He had those too. The land of origin felt like heaven for a moment as Michael struggled to contain his excitement. Looking at his updated stats, he was confident he could beat the hell out of his pre-advancement self. Of course, that was if his strength as a necromancer wasn't factored in. Also, Michael felt there was something much more about his rank advancement. Advancing to rank 1 had done more than just grant him better stats and new skills. It felt like something fundamental within him had changed. Perhaps because he was still relatively weak, Michael couldn't fully grasp the deeper transformations that had occurred, those that weren't explicitly reflected in his panel. But one thing he did notice. His senses had become sharper. His perception improves alongside his agility stat, but the enhancement now felt like more than just an increase in numbers. For one, he could now detect something in the air that had been imperceptible before. Mana. It clung to him, so close it felt almost intimate. Michael couldn't help but wonder if advancing a few more times might allow him to actually see mana. Was that even possible? He had no idea. Michael turned his attention back to his newly updated status. Name, Michael Norman. Class, Adept Necromancer. Level, 15. EXP, 0 out of 17,718. Strength, 30.4. Agility, 41.1. Constitution, 31.7. Intelligence, 110.1. Attribute points, 30. Skills, Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, Share Senses, Spearmanship, Acid Shot, Bone Spear, Slow Curse, Bone Armor, Corpse Explosion. Talent, Infinite Evolution. Class Skill, Contract Slot, 20 out of 40. Gift, Mark of Origin. The name of his class had changed. It wasn't that his class itself had changed but rather his rank among those considered necromancers. Just like how, as a cultivator, you were only considered a supernatural being upon reaching rank 1. Even though you might already be twice as strong as an ordinary human before awakening your life seed. Awakeners followed a similar pattern. However, the latter was much more extreme. Even in the unranked stage, they wielded great power, but the current Michael was a prime example of the stark difference between ranks. Just the stats increase enough was overwhelming. From the beginning, stats weren't just simple arithmetic like 1 plus 1 is equal to 2, they were more like 1 plus 1 is equal to 3. The stronger one became, the more exaggerated the difference. Sometimes, 1 plus 1 could even equal 10. Every increase in stats represented a qualitative change, both physically and magically. Michael, for instance, had 30 points in his strength stat, which made him 30 times stronger than the average man. Yet, despite his enhanced physical capabilities, he didn't appear to be a bulky hulk. His physique was more muscular and defined than before his awakening, but his body hadn't swollen unnaturally. This was because the increase in strength changed his internal structure. It transformed the properties of his blood and flesh, made his bones denser, and toughened his skin. On paper, it seemed like his power was only 30 times that of an average human, but in reality, it was much greater due to these internal enhancements. The same applied to his intelligence stat. Beyond the changes it may have brought to his brain, the improvements to his mana pool were not about sheer size or volume. Instead, his mana had undergone a transformation, becoming denser, purer, and more efficient. This was why Awakener's skills often scaled naturally with their progression, rarely falling behind despite their mastery level. Purer and denser mana enhanced the potency and efficiency of their abilities. In contrast, cultivator mages had to actively study and create tiers of magic to wield stronger spells. A labor-intensive process that Awakeners could bypass entirely if they wished. This disparity often felt unfair to the cultivators, but it was the reality of their differing paths to power. Michael only took a glance at his stats, only pausing at his intelligence stat, and went to what interested him next on his panel. His skills. Skills: Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, share senses, spearmanship, acid shot, bone spear, slow curse, bone armor, corpse explosion. Ignoring the skills he was already familiar with, Michael started checking out the new ones. Acid shot, basic mastery, proficiency, 0.07%. Acid shot allows the user to launch a corrosive projectile that melts through materials and deals continuous damage. Range, can be launched up to 5 meters. After reading the description of the skill, Michael's eyes twitched slightly. The skill reminded him of a particular type of monster he loathed, acid slimes. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Acid slimes were annoying creatures, and this skill seemed strikingly similar to the abilities they possessed. However, Michael was confident that his version would be far superior due to his strength. Still, it needed to be tested. Since this is at basic mastery, the next one should be the skill that likely came from advancing, he muttered to himself. And Michael was right. Bone spear, intermediate mastery, proficiency, 15.2%. Bone spear summons a sharp, ethereal spear made of bone to pierce through enemies. Travels up to 10 meters. Finally, an actual necromancer attack skill. Michael exclaimed inwardly, a smile spreading across his face. Compared to the acid shot, which he was still grateful to have, this one sounded far more effective. Even its mastery level was higher. But, as always, he'd need to test them all to gauge their true effectiveness. Still riding the wave of excitement, Michael turned his attention to the other skills he had received as rewards for his perfect quest rating. Slow curse, basic mastery, proficiency, 0.5%. Slow curse reduces the target's movement and reaction speed, weakening their ability to evade attacks. Decreases target speed by 20%. Duration lasts for 8 seconds. Bone armor, basic mastery, proficiency, 0.3%. Bone armor forms a protective layer of bone over the user, absorbing damage from physical attacks. Corpse explosion, basic mastery, proficiency, 0.7%. Corpse explosion detonates the remains of a defeated enemy, causing a devastating area attack. Explosion radius, 4 meters. All three skills were diverse and useful in their own ways. At least compared to acid shot, Michael felt no oddness or hesitation about them. His personal favorites were the Bone series skills, Bone Spear, and Bone Armor. One provided protection, while the other offered a long-range attack. They were perfect for someone like Michael, who wanted some action but didn't want to be the action. "I'll have to test these skills out when I can," he muttered to himself. Though he could test them immediately, since they required mana and he had plenty of that now, his current priority lay elsewhere. Controlling his strength. If the current him returned to the real world, destroying a building would be the least of his concerns. Killing someone by accident wasn't out of the realm of possibility. And then there's also that. Michael's eyes shifted to his talent section. Talent, infinite evolution. Evolution points, 165. It's still a lot. Though he had expected to retain some evolution points after upgrading all his undead to rare rank creatures, it was reassuring to confirm it. This should be enough to evolve both Lucky and Prince. Now that he had reached rank 1, he no longer feared his undead advancing to rank 2 ahead of him. Currently, Lucky was at level 18, with Prince just a level behind. Evolving them would undoubtedly boost their prowess, but to what extent was still a mystery. Either way, after their evolution, dealing with the gargoyle outside was more than possible. The thought filled Michael with excitement. Though it had only been a few days, he felt like he'd been living in a cage in the land of origin. Hopefully, today would be the day he finally left it behind. First, I need to get better control over my strength. If every move he made sent him crashing into walls and breaking his surroundings, he wouldn't need to worry about whether Lucky and Prince could defeat the gargoyle. Instead, his biggest concern would be accidentally delivering himself straight into the monster's jaws. Michael slowly turned himself to the ground and began a series of push-ups, deliberately moving at a snail's pace to avoid launching himself off the floor. Each repetition was measured, allowing him to acclimate to his newfound strength. After several minutes of finding a steady rhythm, he transitioned to other exercises, focusing on full body control. Eventually, he brought out his spear, intending to hone his balance and control further. Training with the weapon would not only improve his coordination but also increase his proficiency in spearmanship. 2 hours passed like this, and the once dim surroundings had brightened considerably. Michael's body dripped with sweat, but unlike before his awakening, he felt a renewed connection with his movements. His control over his body had returned. Oh, why was someone as strong as him still sweating? Well, even gods would perspire under enough pressure. Ha! Michael panted, returning his almost broken spear to his storage space. He'd done his best to restrain his strength and avoid damaging the weapon, but it had been a losing battle. The spear, made from ordinary materials, had held up admirably but was clearly reaching its limit. No wonder it's advised that an awakener should retreat after advancement, he muttered. If this is what being rank 1 feels like, then what about rank 2 awakeners? And above that? How the hell do cultivators later manage to match them? Do they go through heavenly tribulations or something? Random thoughts flitted through Michael's mind as he cooled down. Once he steadied his breath, his gaze sharpened. Lucky. It was time. His undead companion appeared before him, tilting its head in puzzlement. Michael studied his strongest undead closely. It had only been a few days, but the bond they shared was undeniable. It hadn't yet developed into emotional attachment, but Lucky was a creature he could trust to guard his back. Michael wasn't naive. He might not have lived long on Earth or amassed much experience in life, but he wasn't foolish. On Earth, death could come in countless ways, so in a magical world, the dangers were surely magnified. Companions here had even more reasons to betray one another. But not his undead. They lived to serve him. These silly, loyal creatures were ones he could trust implicitly. Undead Redthorn Wolf Level 18. Rank, Rare. Evolved to Extraordinary for 125 evolution points. Yes. The familiar blinding light erupted once more, this time so intense that Michael had to keep his eyes tightly shut. Even so, his senses picked up on the changes happening around him. Lucky's aura became violent, surging with power as it grew stronger by the second. So did his size. That familiar feeling of oppressive strength washed over Michael again, but instead of fear, it brought him joy. His undead was definitely getting stronger. However, the situation took a turn when Michael sensed Lucky's body expanding so much that it began to press against the ceiling of the dorm room, which stood nearly 6 meters high. Dust and debris fell from above, creating a cloud of smoke that signaled the completion of Lucky's transformation. A few moments later, as the dust settled, Michael could finally get a clear view of his undead's new form. Lucky now towered at an imposing 5 meters, his massive frame radiating raw power and menace. His once green-tinted fur had transformed into a grayish, stone-like texture with subtle streaks of vibrant green running through it. The thick mane of thorned vines around his neck had grown even more fearsome, writhing as if alive, each thorn dripping with toxic sap. The vines now extended across his back and legs, forming a living, venomous cloak that moved with eerie fluidity. Lucky's claws had elongated, becoming razor-sharp and gleaming with a poisonous sheen. The first thought that crossed Michael's mind was, yeah, Lucky's a walking poison factory now. And the second? There's no way I'm ever riding you. He stared at the massive creature in awe, a grin tugging at the corner of his lips. What a beast. Your rare undead Redthorn Wolf has evolved to extraordinary undead Venomthorn Ravager. Your undead Venomthorn Ravager, plant control, skill has advanced to Advanced Mastery. Your undead Venomthorn Ravager, poison, skill has advanced to Advanced Mastery. Your undead Venomthorn Ravager has gained the skill, Viral Growth. Your undead Venomthorn Ravager has gained the skill, toxic resurgence. Advanced mastery. Michael wondered what kind of power it held. To be honest, a part of him felt like he was gaining strength too quickly as a necromancer. Aside from the gargoyle, there hadn't been anything else in the past few days capable of challenging him if he marked them as an opponent. But Michael loved this kind of progress. Though the ratio of effort to reward seemed skewed due to his talent, he believed he had worked hard for it too. And that wasn't entirely wrong. He was a drug addict now because of everything. While instructing his dangerous-looking undead to remain still, Michael pulled up Lucky's status panel. Venom Thorn Ravager level 25, max. Name, Lucky. EXP, 798,789 out of 1,021,752. Rank, Extraordinary. Skills, Bite, Plant Control, Advanced Mastery, Poison, Advanced Mastery, Viral Growth, Basic Mastery, New, Toxic Resurgence, Basic Mastery, New. Master, Michael Norman. Just like its master, Lucky's status panel was beginning to look luxurious. Michael's eyes immediately went to Lucky's level. Seeing level 25 written in bold brought a grin to his face. The peak of rank 1, he muttered. This was Lucky's strength on paper, but Michael firmly believed his undead was stronger than most rank 2 monsters. Otherwise, the concept of ranks would be a joke. How strong exactly? Michael had no clue. Neither he nor his undead had been pushed far enough to go all out, leaving his sense of power levels somewhat distorted. What he did know, however, was simple. That gargoyle is so screwed. At this point, Michael wasn't worried about facing the gargoyle anymore. Instead, he began to wonder what challenges might await him after defeating it. Unfortunately, evolving Lucky hadn't pushed him to rank 2, but he was close. The gap between rank 1 and rank 2 was massive, and the sheer amount of experience points required made that clear. Thinking about how much grinding he'd need to do in the future to ascend to rank 2 almost ruined his mood. However, when his eyes shifted to Lucky's skill section, his excitement returned. Skills, Bite, Plant Control, Advanced Mastery, Poison, Advanced Mastery, Viral Growth, Basic Mastery, New, Toxic Resurgence, Basic Mastery, New. Lucky's 2 previous skills had directly advanced to Advanced Mastery, and 2 new skills had been unlocked. Michael didn't yet know how powerful these new or upgraded skills were, but their appearance alone brought him joy. After all, the more skills, the better, right? Without wasting time, Michael eagerly began inspecting each skill, starting with the new ones. He moved quickly, though, as there was still another undead he was eager to evolve, Prince, to test if his theory was correct. Viral Growth, Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 0.5%. Viral growth enables the summoning of venomous plants to serve as environmental hazards. Current effects at Basic Mastery. Summon Radius, plants emerge within a 20-meter radius of the user. Spore Effect, summoned plants release toxic spores into the air, dealing damage over time to enemies within range. Toxic Resurgence, Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 0.8%. Toxic Resurgence activates when the user is injured, releasing venomous spores to harm enemies and enhance the user's regeneration. Current effects at Basic Mastery. Spore Burst Radius, 10 meters around the user. Regeneration Boost, regenerates minor wounds more quickly while the ability is active. Then the previous skills that advanced in mastery level. Poison, Advanced Mastery, Proficiency, 26.2%. At Advanced Mastery, poison becomes significantly more potent, enhancing both offensive and debilitating capabilities. Current effects at Advanced Mastery. Potency Increase, toxin deals moderate damage per second and heavily weakens the target's physical abilities, strength, agility, and mobility reduced by up to 30%, depending on the target's strength. Effect Duration, persists as long as the toxin is active. Potency increases over time as more poison accumulates in the target system. Fatal Potential, can outright kill weaker opponents or severely cripple stronger ones if left unchecked. Plant Control, Advanced Mastery, Proficiency, 42.5%. At Advanced Mastery, Plant Control evolves into a highly versatile ability, granting enhanced range, precision, and manipulation. Current effects at Advanced Mastery. Extended Range, the ability's range increases to 300 meters, enabling control over plant life across a much larger area. Growth Acceleration, plants can grow to full maturity within seconds, allowing the user to summon massive vines, trees, or thorny barricades for combat or defense. Complex Manipulation, allows for intricate movements such as forming weapons, e.g., vine whips or spear-like branches, or creating traps, e.g., snaring enemies with roots. Life Force Drain, certain controlled plants can drain the vitality of enemies, restoring a small portion of the user's mana or stamina with each successful attack. Lucky's skill set was becoming ridiculously strong. Michael could only mutter, as expected of an extraordinary rank creature. Looking at Lucky, Michael realized he didn't want to see another in the same rank anytime soon. The power that came from evolving Lucky made Michael crave more evolution points, though. However, his mind soon cleared. If evolving Lucky again required 5 times the previous amount, he would need 625 evolution points. With his current daily rate, it would take about a month to save up enough for Lucky's next evolution, not considering his other undead, especially not Prince. Though high combat prowess was tempting, having multiple strong undead was even more attractive to a necromancer like him, if not most, if they could afford it. For now, there's no need to evolve Lucky, Michael decided. His experience points are close to advancing to rank 2, so we can accumulate them slowly. Michael's priority now was to strengthen his undead and increase his level. Of course, there was still another undead to evolve before the others could compete for a piece of the cake. With that in mind, Michael dismissed Lucky to the netherworld and summoned Prince, whom he had put away during the commotion of Lucky's evolution. Evolving Prince didn't cause as much commotion as Lucky, but the increase in power was still significant. I was right, Michael mused. Being stronger before evolution results in a stronger form afterward. However, it seems that's all it is, a stronger self, not a more advanced evolution. Michael smiled as he examined the transformed Prince. Gaining a deeper understanding of the rules surrounding his talents always brought him a sense of satisfaction. Undead Redthorn level 25, max. Name, Prince. EXP, 235,789 out of 1,021,752. Rank, Rare. Skills, Bite, Plant Control, Intermediate Mastery, Poison, Basic Mastery, New. Master, Michael Norman. Prince's skill set was less impressive than Lucky's, but it was only a matter of time before he caught up. Of course, compared to Lucky's rapid ascension, Prince's progress would take longer since Michael planned to focus on his other undead as well. As Michael glanced at the poison skill on Prince's panel, an odd expression flickered across his face. It all began with this evolution. During the first and second evolutions, Michael had assumed that the entire evolution route for forest wolves would revolve around nature. And while it still did to some extent, it wasn't in the way he had initially expected. The once nature-bound forest wolves had now turned into poison sacs, and judging by the direction of their evolution, it was only going to become more extreme. Though the irony was amusing, Michael didn't mind having such undead in his arsenal. The only real concern was ensuring he didn't accidentally succumb to their poison himself. Now that all the undead requiring evolution were taken care of, Michael took one last look at his talent before heading out. It was finally time to see what the ruin and the land of origin had to offer. Talent, Infinite Evolution. Evolution points, 15. Michael tried not to feel disheartened as his evolution points dropped from 3 digits to 2. However, thinking about how much strength these points had brought him, he couldn't help but feel that all his sacrifices so far were worth it. In the end, he could always regain the points he spent. The real issue was his own impatience. Michael retraced his steps to the exit of the abandoned building, where the gargoyle he had encountered a few days ago awaited. Prince stood at the ready in front of him. The sky was brightly lit now, making it the perfect time to battle a strong monster while keeping an eye on his unfamiliar surroundings. For an inexperienced explorer like Michael, it was far better to venture out during the day than at night. As for why he was already thinking about exploring when he hadn't even dealt with the gargoyle yet, Michael considered his victory a given. He didn't believe Prince would struggle to handle the gargoyle in a one-on-one fight under normal circumstances. Not only was there a 4-level difference between them, but their ranks were also the same. There was no scenario where the gargoyle could punch above its level, even if its species was high-ranked among 3-star rare monsters. The only real annoyance might be breaking through its stony body. It did look extremely sturdy. After some time walking through the corridors, Michael finally came face to face with the monster that had hindered his progress in the land of origin for days. Well, not exactly face to face, it had its back turned to him, standing eerily still like a statue. If Michael didn't have a detect, even he might have been deceived. Gargoyle level 20. Rank, rare. An old gargoyle, weakened after years of neglect. Oh, it's even dropped a level. Michael thought, surprised. He recalled the words of a senior on the forum, who had mentioned that it took an incredibly long time for artificial creatures like gargoyles to degrade. According to the post, such creatures wouldn't even lose a level after 50 years. Based on this and how Michael had described the abandoned dorm, the senior had estimated this ruin to be at least 200 years old. That was plenty of time for valuable things to be destroyed. However, with his growing understanding of ruins from the forum, Michael knew one thing: the older the ruin, the more extraordinary any treasure within it would be if it was still intact and usable. Of course, finding something was another matter entirely, but if he did, it would be an absolute treasure. The thought of exploration and treasure hunting filled Michael with anticipation. He mentally commanded Prince to advance while stepping back and summoning his rank 1 undead, a verdant wolf, to guard him. Once ready, Michael gave the command to attack. Prince vanished in an instant. Despite moving faster than he had in the level 2 dimension crack at the ape region, there was no violent gust of wind accompanying his speed. This oddity barely registered with Michael, as his attention was quickly diverted. The moment Prince disappeared, a loud sound echoed, the clash of two heavy objects colliding, followed by another crash. Something had slammed into the ground. Michael quickly activated Share Senses on Prince to grasp what was happening. He had no chance of keeping up with a battle fought at such terrifying speeds with his own eyes. Luckily, Prince was within 100 meters, so the skill worked perfectly. Michael's vision shifted to the familiar black and white world of Share Senses. He saw that Prince standing a few meters away from the gargoyle, which had been sent crashing into the ground and created a shallow pit. Strangely, Prince didn't approach the downed creature. Michael didn't need to ask why. A short distance beyond the fallen gargoyle stood a tall, tower-like structure. But what made Michael's heart race wasn't the tower itself, it was the two massive statues guarding the entrance. Each statue stood about 4 meters tall and bore an uncanny resemblance to the gargoyle in the pit, with one glaring difference: they had wings. And those wings were spreading. Through Prince's vision, Michael didn't need to activate Detect to recognize the danger in front of him. The two massive gargoyles looked like the bigger, stronger siblings of the one Prince had just ambushed. It was safe to assume they were much more powerful than the one that had just shrugged off Prince's attack. Michael's instincts kicked in immediately. Stretching out his hand, he activated Undead Summoning to call forth his strongest undead. Lucky. The area near the exit of the abandoned dormitory was spacious, so there was no risk of Lucky being cramped upon summoning. A towering, hulking figure appeared, immediately scanning the surroundings. Though Lucky didn't know what he was up against, he could sense his master's urgency through their bond and prepared to act. Lucky. Go help Prince. Michael commanded sharply. Lucky didn't hesitate. With a burst of speed, he barreled toward the exit. The entrance itself was too narrow for his massive frame, so he tore through it, demolishing the structure as his bulk forced its way outside. Michael maintained share senses, with Prince observing the situation through his eyes. The two gargoyles had already taken to the skies, hovering about 7 meters above the ground. Their flapping wings created powerful gusts of wind that swirled violently. Michael didn't bother questioning how creatures made of stone could fly. This was a magical world where anything was possible. Prince, on the other hand, wasn't concerned at all. It wasn't out of indifference, his limited intelligence simply didn't allow for such thoughts. All Prince knew was that his master had ordered him to kill the smaller gargoyle, and now these two larger ones were interfering. That made them enemies. With a loud howl, Prince activated plant control. Thick, powerful vines erupted from the ground, growing rapidly and surging toward the two airborne gargoyles. As for the original gargoyle his master had ordered him to kill, Prince had momentarily shifted focus. It wasn't that he had forgotten, but his limited intelligence only allowed him to focus on one task at a time. To Prince, the two new, stronger enemies were the immediate threat. His goal was clear. Destroy them first, then deal with the original target afterward. Just because Prince didn't know how to handle the situation and was acting on his limited intelligence didn't mean there wasn't someone who could do it for him. The moment Michael sent Lucky out, he immediately took control of Prince's actions. Though he didn't know exactly how powerful the two gargoyles were, the pressure radiating from them was undeniable. Even from where he stood, Michael could sense they were leagues above Prince. Something within the gargoyle seemed to be awakening. Even in Prince's black and white vision, the colors around them darkened ominously. Not wanting to lose his undead after so much investment, Michael acted quickly. Just as Prince summoned vines from the ground, the area erupted with thicker, larger vines that grew even faster. They shot toward the air, aiming to entangle their targets. Lucky had arrived. Prince's movements came to a halt mid-action as Michael asserted full control. The vines paused in the air for a brief moment before adjusting their trajectory. Everything was happening so fast, yet Michael felt his brain working overtime to keep up. While his eyes couldn't track the rapid movements of the monsters and his undead, his enhanced intelligence allowed his mind to calculate and adapt in real time. For the first time since his awakening, Michael felt like he was truly fighting as a necromancer, leveraging the speed and processing power that came with his improved intelligence stat. He issued 2 quick orders. One for Lucky to deal with the 2 flying gargoyles in the air and another for Prince to finish off the injured level 20 gargoyle before it could recover and complicate the battle. The undead sprang into action immediately. Prince's vines, which had initially targeted the air, redirected toward the grounded gargoyle. The creature's body was covered in cracks, but Michael noticed through Prince's vision that they were slowly mending. Is it regenerating? What kind of monster is this? Is that even stone? While Prince charged toward his designated target, Michael shifted his focus to Lucky. With his current mastery of the share senses skill, he could only link his vision to 2 undead at a time, but in this scenario, it was enough. Lucky's mastery of his abilities was far superior to Prince's. His vines were not only faster but also thicker, longer, and more durable. They moved like a living forest, chasing the 2 airborne gargoyles as they darted through the sky at incredible speed. Despite Lucky's overwhelming power, the flying gargoyles skillfully avoided the writhing mass of vines, weaving through the air like predators teasing their prey. The once clear sky was now filled with an intricate web of Lucky's vines, twisting and turning under his control. Michael was in awe. This was the true power of a creature that could contend with a rank 2 beast. The display was breathtaking, and for the first time, Michael fully understood the power of his undead. If a being like Lucky ever appeared on Earth, it would be no exaggeration to call it a god. For a while, the gargoyles did nothing but circle in the air, skillfully staying out of Lucky's range. However, through Lucky's eyes, Michael noticed the colors around the creatures darkening further. He didn't know what it signified, but it didn't feel like good news. Fortunately, Prince had managed to finish off the level 20 gargoyle. Michael quickly ordered him to move closer to Lucky and assist in any way possible. There was no time to check whatever notification panel had popped up or savor the satisfaction of overcoming a major obstacle. Just as Michael was starting to believe the airborne gargoyles wouldn't make an immediate move, they acted. In an instant, several magic circles of varying sizes appeared in the sky around the two gargoyles. The sight sent a shiver down Michael's spine. He didn't know what the circles were for, but he didn't need Lucky's enhanced senses to understand they weren't good news. Even from within the dorm, the overwhelming mana emanating from the magic circles was palpable. Is this why they didn't retaliate earlier? Michael clenched his fists, uncertainty gripping his mind. These creatures, seemingly made of stone, weren't mindless. They could think, strategize, and now, apparently, wield magic. He had no idea what concept governed their existence, but it was far beyond what he had anticipated. Acting quickly, Michael used his connection with the verdant wolf beside him, commanding it to create a dome of thick vines around them for protection. At the same time, he sent a mental order to his other undead within the building to brace themselves. Even though the magic circles were clearly aimed at Lucky and Prince, there was no guarantee they wouldn't be caught in the crossfire. The moment Michael issued his command, the purpose of the magic circles became clear. Stone spears materialized within the circles and, without warning, shot toward Lucky and Prince at incredible speeds. Fortunately, Michael had already commanded Lucky to protect them, and a dome of thick vines surrounded the two undead. However, the spears came in overwhelming quantities to strike the dome from all angles, slowly chipping away at it. But it would take more than this to bring Lucky down. As sections of the dome weakened or broke apart, Lucky immediately replaced them with more vines, maintaining the barrier. For a while, this exchange repeated, stone spears breaking through, only for new vines to grow in their place. Inside the dome, Michael was surrounded by darkness, unable to see what was happening outside. The vibrations and tremors, however, were unmistakable. Just as he had suspected, his side had indeed been caught in the crossfire. The vibrations weren't just from the ongoing attacks but from the abandoned building collapsing around them. At least, for now, they were safe. Neither Lucky nor Prince appeared to be in immediate danger. Then, the vibrations stopped. Before issuing any further commands, Michael activated another one of his skills. Bone armor. Immediately, skeletal bone structures began forming around his body, wrapping him in a protective shell. The armor wasn't comprehensive, covering only key areas such as his head, chest, arms, and legs, but the sturdy bone plating gave him some reassurance. Satisfied with his protection, Michael turned his attention back to Lucky. "Clear the dome and remove the debris," he ordered. The verdant wolf responded immediately, vines pulling away to reveal the aftermath of the attack. Dust and rubble shifted and fell as the dome opened, the debris on top of it pushed aside. Michael reconnected his vision with Lucky, ready to assess the situation and give the next set of commands. Name, Michael Norman. Class, Adept Necromancer. Level, 15. EXP, 0 out of 17,718. Strength, 30.42. Agility, 41.16. Constitution, 31.72. Intelligence, 110.1. Attribute points, 30. Skills, Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, Share Senses, Spearmanship, Acid Shot, Bone Spear, Slow Curse, Bone Armor, Corpse Explosion. Talent, Infinite Evolution. Class Skill, Contract Slot, 20 out of 40. Gift, Mark of Origin. Though it was not the appropriate situation to be feeling happy, Michael was grateful he had not decided to take action when Lucky had become a 3-star rare rank undead and was at level 18. The Lucky of then would have had a tough battle against the level 20 gargoyle, but there was still a chance to win. After years of neglect, the gargoyle's prowess should be weaker than what its level even suggested. However, had Michael been impulsive back then because of his newly upgraded strength and went after the gargoyle, just to awaken these two strong gargoyles that were surprisingly very close by, he would have tasted his first death on the land of origin. Thankfully, he had waited long enough to significantly grow to a stage where he could contend with them. However, the current situation still wasn't looking good. A good monster was always one that was dead. With the dome released, Michael was now exposed to the scene outside. Lucky and Prince were still hidden with the vine dome Lucky had made, but seeing as several vines still sharply tried to get the gargoyle in the air when they attempted getting closer, it showed Lucky didn't need its eye to attack. Its vines could act as eyes for it. Though the sun was shining bright, the atmosphere around Michael was dim due to Lucky's vines that covered the sky. The sight immediately brought a thought to Michael. It strangely seemed like a domain. To be honest, Lucky wasn't fully going all out since it didn't use its poison abilities. From Lucky's race name alone, it was obvious what its strong point was. However, Michael didn't have Lucky activate anything poison-related. For one, he was close by, and wasn't stupid to think that being Lucky's master made him immune to the poison it had. 2. The gargoyles were not flesh and blood monsters. Michael figured using such a skill was purely a waste of time. Also, those two had to be closer to Lucky for the skill to work, but it was obvious they weren't going to throw their advantage away. For a moment, both sides were in a stalemate. Michael thought hard about how to go about the situation when something caught his eyes. A tower. The tower those two gargoyles had been initially guarding caught Michael's attention. The sight was quite impressive. It was huge and pitch black and reached an impressive height of 10 meters. It also seemed suspiciously sturdy for a building that should have been abandoned for centuries. Michael also noticed that the area around the building didn't seem to have been spared from Lucky's rampage with plant control. Michael was just about to take it as a coincidence when he found out that somehow it also seemed to be the only area around Lucky that didn't get bombarded with the stone spears from earlier. Michael noticed this and inspected a bit more. It's deliberate, Michael could see it clearly. They're protecting the tower. Michael figured. Their initial location had been guarding the entrance of the tower, so if it was a creature whose purpose was to guard the tower, it would make sense they wouldn't try to destroy it themselves. Them leaving the area of the tower might have much to do with not wanting to get caught in vines. The behavior brought an idea to Michael, and he mentally sent a command to Lucky. A moment later, Lucky suddenly released the dome around it and also withdrew the vines that scattered around in the sky, letting the sun above finally shine its grace better on the surroundings. However, the gargoyle didn't come closer on top of all this and continued flying in the sky. Michael had already expected this, so it wasn't surprising. I want to see if you'd still stay up there, Michael thought to himself. Of course, Lucky only withdrew his vines a little back to the ground and did not cover the sky like it did before. It didn't mean it dismissed the skill. While mentally commanding the undead verdant wolf beside him to guard him, Michael gave his command to his undead to act. If protecting the tower was their purpose, then Michael did not believe the gargoyles would watch as it got destroyed. But since he was trying to bait them into coming down, he had to make his intention to attack the tower very obvious rather than actually destroying it and turning these monsters berserk if they had that mode. The tower was a restriction on that part, and Michael figured that even if he couldn't defeat these monsters, he should have no problem leaving since the gargoyle won't follow him too far if guarding the tower was their purpose and first priority. Suddenly, Prince, who had been inactive for a while, activated his skill and spread out thick, long vines that hurtled towards the tower. It looked fast, but in the midst was unnecessary movement or rather fancy ones that actually slowed the speed. However, this was enough. And as planned. Just as Michael had guessed, the gargoyles were meant to defend the tower. The moment they saw Prince's target, they charged forward at him immediately in a blink. As this was something Michael had already anticipated, he had already given an order to Lucky, who had his vines spread out, that the moment the gargoyle came within range, he should use his vines to create a dome cage, trapping them all in it and battling it out. Of course, Michael wasn't going to throw away the lives, well, his undead, just for a chance to kill the gargoyle if the possibility wasn't big, and such possibility also had to be with his undead coming out safe and complete. If the plan succeeds and Lucky can trap them, Michael would connect their vision with his and plan based on the moment. Just as Lucky and Prince were making moves, Michael was also having the other undead in the bottom more ruined building move too. Michael once again felt the inconvenience of not having all of his undead inside the netherworld, where he could summon and dismiss them at will. Right now, if he didn't want to accidentally lose one of them in the crossfire between Lucky, Prince, and the two flying gargoyles, it would be better if they weren't even outside in the first place. Even he wasn't safe outside, but he had no choice but to take everything head-on. Fortunately, the gargoyles' sights were never on him. However, this didn't mean that just because they didn't have their sight on him, they couldn't kill him. After all, those stone spears earlier seemed like magical rockets with the destruction they laid down. If one was to accidentally touch him, he knew he'd die. At that point, the only undead he'd be able to use were the ones he had in the netherworld, since he could just tug at their connection with the netherworld to summon them back to him, even if they were far away in another world. The mana would be something scary though. However, for the ones he couldn't summon into the netherworld before and died while reviving in another part of the land of origin, it was best to forget about them. The land of origin was very vast. Michael had seen a post on the forum once from someone who shared his experience of being best friends with another awakener in the real world. Despite this, they didn't meet again in the land of origin until they both advanced to rank 3, 10 years later. For all Michael knew, if he died now, he could be 7 big continents distant away from here. If they were any ordinary undead, Michael wouldn't care much, but his undead just happened to be special. Regardless of whether his talent could always make more, just like how a rich man could make $10,000 a day didn't mean he'd feel normal throwing $5,000 away. Okay, maybe it was that Michael was selfish as he was greedy. But it certainly wouldn't feel great to die and, on top of that, lose access to his undead and be forced to break the soul contract he shared with them, while taking a backlash multiple times due to this as well. There was also the part that his daily points would reduce, and 10% of his stats, the current Michael was extremely unwilling to lose. All in all, he wasn't trying to die in this fight but win it, and if he couldn't, come back another day when he's stronger, which wouldn't take long. All these thoughts flashed through Michael's mind. Using the share senses skill, he saw what was happening in the dome in front of him through the eyes of Lucky and Prince. In the vine dome, the two gargoyles had little place to fly. Around them were numerous vines trying to entangle them. Also, the dome seemed to be getting smaller, further cornering them. They also tried to cast spells in haste, getting hit every single time they were interrupted by vines. Even if they successfully cast a skill, it did little damage to the vines in a place where there were more than enough. All this was Lucky acting against the gargoyle, with Prince occasionally harassing at the side. From what Michael could see, it seemed that if one could reduce the gargoyle's advantage of flight, they weren't so scary anymore. Of course, this was only possible because they held a weakness against the gargoyle. If the gargoyles had nothing to be concerned about except for attacking, Michael could foresee a long, drawn-out, difficult battle. Fortunately, it seemed things were finally going to his advantage. Moments passed like this, and the vine dome grew smaller and smaller until finally, Lucky was able to entangle the two gargoyles. They struggled hard, but was Michael going to let them go after so much effort? Tear them to pieces, Michael ordered in a cold tone, and Lucky obeyed without hesitation. Surrounded by vines, Lucky pulled and pulled until finally, like stones, the gargoyles were separated into pieces. Your undead, Lucky, has killed a level 25, level 39, winged gargoyle and gained 3654 EXP. You've received feedback from your undead, Lucky, and gained 448 EXP. Your undead, Lucky, has killed a level 25, level 37, winged gargoyle and gained 3547 EXP. You've received feedback from your undead, Lucky, and gained 389 EXP. Michael then went down to a notification he had ignored before. Your undead, Prince, has killed a level 20, level 27, gargoyle and gained 2888 EXP. You've received feedback from your undead, Prince, and gain 257 EXP. Knowing that experience points would only ever come from the dead, Michael's troubled heart was finally at ease. Mentally commanding Lucky to remove the dome, he turned to check both his and his undead's progress. Venomthorn Ravager level 25, max. Name, Lucky. EXP, 805,990 out of 1,021,752. Rank, Extraordinary. Skills, Bite, Plant Control, Advanced Mastery, Poison, Advanced Mastery, Viral Growth, Basic Mastery, Toxic Resurgence, Basic Mastery. Master, Michael Norman. Undead Redthorn level 25, max. Name, Prince. EXP, 238,677 out of 1,021,752. Rank, Rare. Skills, Bite, Plant Control, Intermediate Mastery, Poison, Basic Mastery. Master, Michael Norman. The experience points gained from killing the gargoyles were not insignificant. It brought Lucky and Prince closer to rank 2, especially the former. Right now, Lucky only needed about 200,000 more experience points to advance. Basically, about 100 more gargoyles and Lucky would be able to advance, Michael thought, shaking his head. Though it seemed difficult, at least Lucky was closer to ranking up than he was. Status. Name, Michael Norman. Class, Adept Necromancer. Level, 15. EXP, 1,094 out of 17,718. Strength, 30.42. Agility, 41.16. Constitution, 31.72. Intelligence, 110.1. Attribute points, 30. Skills, Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, Share Senses, Spearmanship, Acid Shot, Bone Spear, Slow Curse, Bone Armor, Corpse Explosion. Talent, Infinite Evolution. Class Skill, Contract Slot, 20 out of 40. Gift, Mark of Origin. Looking at how his experience points to level up had almost filled by 1/10, Michael deduced that, just as Lucky would require about 100 gargoyles to advance, he himself would likely level up alongside his undead's advancement based on the experience points feedback alone. Dismissing the panels in front of him, Michael hopped onto the back of the undead verdant wolf at his side and mentally commanded it to head toward Lucky's position, not sparing a single thought for how the undead beneath him might feel. Unnamed Undead, Frustrated Face. As Michael made his way toward Lucky and Prince's position near the remains of the gargoyle, rather than summoning them to come to him, he took the opportunity to observe his surroundings. With the undead having withdrawn their vines, his view of the land of origin was no longer obstructed. What greeted him was a desolate expanse of ruins, much of it newly devastated by his undead skills and the gargoyle's barrage of stone spears. Behind him lay the remnants of a wide building, something he had taken note of after spending so much time in the abandoned dormitory. However, as he scanned the area further, it became clear that only two structures still bore any semblance of their former glory. The now ruined dormitory behind him and the shiny black tower looming ahead. Every other building had long since collapsed, with their remains further reduced to rubble by the rampage of the undead wolves and the gargoyles. The ruins appeared to be situated within a forest, as beyond its crumbling premises lay a wide expanse of dense greenery. While Michael was curious about whether civilization lay beyond the forest, exploring it was far from his current priority. If he was going to investigate anything, it would be these ruins. You all should spread out and bring me anything that's not stone or sand. Don't break anything, and you there, gather the remains of those gargoyles, Michael commanded the 7 undead standing behind him. For the task of collecting the gargoyle remains, he assigned it to the humanoid undead with functional hands. He didn't trust Lucky or Prince with such a task. The ruins themselves seemed largely devoid of anything noteworthy, except for the shiny black tower in the distance. Even then, there was no guarantee that it would yield any rewards. The remains of the gargoyles, however, were a different matter entirely. Despite their stone-like appearance, Michael suspected their bodies contained special materials. Given the gargoyles' rank and strength, he was convinced their remains might be worth a significant amount. Michael had no concrete understanding of the power level of a rank 3 creature, but he estimated the gargoyles his undead had defeated were at least on par with that level of cultivation. His commands were also deliberately simple to avoid confusion. If he had told the undead to bring back anything valuable, it would have depended entirely on their limited understanding of value. One might think a random stone was precious and present it proudly. Still, Michael didn't harbor much hope. The ruins looked desolate, and even if there were valuable items hidden within, his basic undead would likely overlook them. In the end, this was just the first round of screening. If nothing else, it served the secondary purpose of cleaning up the space and making the search later easier. It wasn't until the remains of all the gargoyles were brought together and placed in front of Michael that he used Detect on them. Gargoyle level 20. Rank, Rare. This was the one that had blocked his entrance for days. Finally, after the battle, Michael felt the satisfaction of overcoming such an obstacle. It would have been easier had it not been for the 2 additional gargoyles, but fortunately, everything had ended well. Next, Michael checked the 2 other gargoyles he was curious about. Winged Gargoyle level 25. Rank, Rare. Winged Gargoyle level 25. Rank, Rare. Just 3-star rare creatures. Michael muttered, a bit surprised. He had suspected that having wings might imply a higher rank, possibly the same as Lucky's, but that wasn't the case. In fact, they were at the same level as the wingless gargoyle. Michael wasn't shocked by the revelation, though. He already knew that even within the same rank, there could be variations. A normal slime was a 1-star common rank, just like a goblin, but the goblin is generally more versatile in many aspects. If they were extraordinary ranked creatures, even if Lucky's race happened to be ranked higher, it would have been a 2 versus 1 fight with a very high chance of losing, Michael mused. Fortunately, that wasn't the case. Unfortunately, the gargoyles dropped no loot like spirit crystals or anything. Is it because they were artificially made? Michael wondered, uncertain, but feeling that might be the reason. Regardless, it wasn't like he hadn't gained something of value from the gargoyles. After dismantling the bodies and using Detect on each part individually, Michael discovered the following loot. Obsidian Forge Alloy. A blend of dark metals and obsidian-like minerals, offering a stone-like texture combined with flexibility and high durability. Commonly used for constructing durable constructs or golems. Vein Shard. A lightweight yet durable fragment with blue-green veins, often used to craft mana-conductive tools. Feather Plate. Flexible, metallic plates as light as feathers, ideal for creating aerodynamic constructs. Core Stone. Dense, black material prized for its ability to store and stabilize mana. Crystal Sphere. A smooth, patterned stone utilized in crafting energy detectors and amplifiers. Ether Stone. A pale, translucent stone with anti-gravitational properties, frequently used in levitation devices. Runed Core. An irregular core marked by glowing runes, functioning as a power source for advanced machinery. Somehow, reading the description of everything felt like looking at a technological invention. Seems like the gargoyle is referred to as a golem. This made Michael recall Mira and her class, Alchemist. With his knowledge of fantasy from Earth, this felt like a magical scientist version, but he could be wrong. However, if he was right, Michael briefly wondered if Mira could one day create something like this. If she can, then Alchemist is probably a strong, rare class, assuming it's even a rare class. Looking at the nature of his loot, Michael wore a thoughtful expression. His gaze shifted to the towering black structure in the distance. Was this place some sort of research site in the past? The intricate design and functionality of the gargoyle's internal mechanisms amazed him. Even after years of abandonment, it still functioned, albeit at a diminished rank. This alone was a testament to the skill and ingenuity of its creators. However, the strength of the gargoyle also gave him pause. The ruins had clearly been abandoned for many years, yet the signs of decay were natural, not the aftermath of a violent conflict. So, where did all the people who once lived here go? Michael frowned, considering the possibilities. Did they evacuate, taking everything valuable with them? However, what could make people with such resources evacuate? Michael wasn't the best at analyzing such things, and after some fruitless speculation, he gave up. Whatever happened here is long in the past. The place is abandoned now, but I should still be cautious. Who knows what kind of inventions might still remain? Michael's expectations weren't high. This wasn't a place destroyed suddenly, but one that seemed systematically evacuated. Anything of real value would have been taken long ago, and whatever wasn't would have likely deteriorated into dust by now. Still, he clung to the hope of finding something worthwhile to sell and make some money. Unbeknownst to Michael, his sense of value was slowly being warped. Compared to the evolution points his talent provided, everything else seemed trivial. Where others might feel disappointed at the likely lack of treasure, Michael simply shrugged and continued with the flow, focusing on potential sales. With such a skewed mindset, only time would tell what Michael might consider valuable. Michael stopped dwelling on the possible history of the ruins and stored all the remains of the gargoyles in his storage space. It's a pity they're non-flesh monsters, so I can't use undead revival on them, he muttered. The thought frustrated him. After witnessing the gargoyle's prowess and flight capabilities, his wish to add a flying undead to his arsenal increased. Unfortunately, it seemed that wish would not be easily fulfilled. If only I could evolve normal animals like eagles. Michael abruptly paused, his expression shifting as he clenched his teeth. Did I seriously only think of this now? As long as it was a living creature with flesh, it could be turned into an undead. Eagles, or even something as mundane as fish, fit the criteria perfectly. The thought struck him as both simple and ingenious. Most necromancers wouldn't bother with ordinary animals, seeing it as a waste of a valuable contract slot. But Michael, with his unique ability to acquire high-rank undead without much difficulty, could afford to think differently. An ordinary animal is probably, at best, a one-star common-rank creature. But after becoming an undead, surely I could use my evolution points on it, right? The moment the idea took hold, Michael couldn't shake it. His mind spun with possibilities. Ants. Bees. Countless other creatures with fascinating traits. What would happen if he evolved them? The thought filled him with a newfound curiosity and excitement for experimentation. However, knowing he had tasks to focus on, Michael forced himself to calm down. Once he settled his thoughts, Michael shifted his gaze toward the Black Tower. Taking a deep breath, he mentally commanded Lucky and Prince to follow him, positioning them in front as he approached the entrance of the imposing structure. The entrance was a black, metal double door that appeared heavy and formidable at first glance. But Michael wasn't particularly concerned. Whether metal or stone, enough brute force would bring it down eventually. Scanning his surroundings briefly, he called over one of the orcs nearest to him, interrupting its search for items. "Break it down," Michael ordered, pointing directly at the doors. The orc, without hesitation, followed the command. It reeled back its fist and delivered a powerful punch to the door. Boom! A loud impact echoed, but the door remained undamaged. Instead, intricate magic circles glowed faintly on its surface, absorbing the force of the attack. Magic circles? And they're still functional? Michael murmured, a mix of surprise and intrigue in his tone. Despite the apparent obstacle, Michael remained unfazed. "Continue. Don't stop." The orc obeyed, hammering the door with relentless punches. Bang! 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 The once quiet ruins, briefly tranquil after the battle with the gargoyles, were now alive with noise again. Michael observed silently as the orc's attacks persisted. Gradually, he noticed the light from the magic circles dimming with each strike. Not surprising, Michael thought. After so many years, they shouldn't be at their peak. It's only a matter of time. The orc, being undead with infinite stamina, can keep this up for days if necessary. The fact that the magic circles were still operational gave Michael hope. If the tower's defenses had lasted this long without maintenance, there was a good chance valuable treasures might still lie within. As the orc continued its relentless assault, Michael briefly considered scouting other parts of the ruins. However, he quickly dismissed the thought when he noticed faint mist seeping from the orc's body. The body of the orc also increased slightly, but it was visible. Curious, Michael tugged at his connection with the orc and realized it had become frustrated with its lack of progress. In its irritation, the orc had instinctively activated one of its skills. Bang! Bang! The strikes became harder, faster, and more forceful. The magic circle's light dimmed at a noticeably quicker pace. Momentarily shifting his focus from the door, Michael checked the details of the skill the orc had activated. It was one he hadn't checked before, despite all the time spent evolving his undead. Berserk, Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 0.7%. Berserk temporarily increases the user's physical strength and agility by 25% each, at the cost of reducing defense by 10% and significantly increasing aggression. Stamina is rapidly drained when skill is active. The Berserk skill was powerful. Observing the heightened ferocity of the orc, Michael decided to join in the attack. At the moment, he had only one skill suitable for this situation, and it was from the same spell series as Bone Armor, the Bone Spear skill. Bone Spear, Intermediate Mastery, Proficiency, 15.2%. Bone Spear summons a sharp, ethereal spear made of bone to pierce through enemies. Travels up to 10 meters. This was the skill he had gained upon advancing to rank 1, starting at Intermediate Mastery, a level Michael could rely on even in combat. Bone Spear. Michael activated the skill, and 5 magic circles materialized behind him in midair. From these circles, white bone spears emerged, sharp and menacing. Without hesitation, Michael launched them at the metal door. Boom! Bang! The spears struck the door with immense force, complementing the orc's relentless punches. Michael observed the magic circles on the door's surface shake violently under the assault. It's working, he noted, feeling a surge of motivation. Spurred by this progress, Michael channeled more mana and began to repeatedly fire bone spears at the door. While he considered involving Lucky and Prince, he refrained, concerned that their raw power might risk damaging anything valuable inside the tower. The tower structure itself was unusual. Aside from the entrance, the tower had no visible openings. Out of curiosity, Michael had used Detect on the walls. Blackstone. A highly durable material and an excellent conductor of mana. Ideal for creating defensive tools. Even the walls were formidable, akin to a tortoise shell. The entire tower was designed like a fortress. For the same reason he didn't have Lucky or Prince attack the entrance, Michael refrained from targeting the walls. However, a thought lingered in his mind. If this building doesn't yield anything useful, I'll lay the whole thing bare just to collect some blackstone. He didn't know if this material existed in abundance outside the land of origin, but its impressive properties suggested it would fetch a high price. That was all that mattered to him. Money. He was way too broke. A few minutes later, just as Michael's mana pool had been reduced to about half its total, the last remnants of energy in the magic circles on the metal door finally faded away. The orc, still under the effects of Berserk, a skill that consumed mostly stamina, which it has more than enough of as an undead, delivered another punch. This time, without the magic circles to absorb the impact, a massive dent appeared on the door. Michael's eyebrows raised slightly at the sight. Even the material used to make the door is special. I guess that's expected if it was capable of holding magic circles for years. He was genuinely delighted by the discovery. At this point, it felt like the entire tower itself might be the real reward of this ruin. With the magic circles destroyed, it only took a few more punches and a hard pull for the orc to completely dislodge the door, leaving the entrance wide open. As he stored the fragments of the black metal door in his storage space, Michael activated Detect to learn more about it. Void Steel. A rare, durable black metal that retains magical energy for extended periods. Resistant to physical damage and mana corrosion, it seamlessly integrates with enchantments. Yet another fancy material. The discoveries Michael had made so far only highlighted the grandeur of this ruin at its peak. Though he couldn't pinpoint the exact value of the materials he had gathered, their descriptions made it clear they were extremely valuable. He speculated their worth might rival that of spirit crystals. However, determining the rank was another matter. Spirit crystals from unranked creatures were classified as unranked, while those from rank 1 monsters held significantly more energy, earning them the rank 1 designation. A single rank 1 spirit crystal was priced at $100,000 in the Supers Association store, 5 times the price of an unranked crystal. Michael doubted the materials he had looted from the gargoyles, along with what he intended to gather from this tower building itself, were worth any less. Still, to determine their true value, he would have to wait until he returned to the real world. In the end, Michael concluded that his current haul should be enough to finally provide for his family: clothes to cover themselves, armor for protection in battle, and weapons to fully utilize their strength. All of this would undoubtedly require a significant amount of money. "The stronger I get, the more I earn, the poorer I feel," Michael muttered, feeling there were no truer words to describe his predicament. After finishing the task of storing the metal door in his storage space, Michael's eyes finally rested at the open entrance of the tower. Just beyond the entrance lay nothing but darkness. It made sense, there was no opening to let sunlight into the building. However, Michael wasn't discouraged. He had the perfect thing to light up the way. Undead summoning. A greenish-black magic circle appeared beside him, and from it emerged a female orc, an orc shaman, to be precise. This particular shaman wasn't Lily, as Michael had long decided to avoid summoning her bearing the same name as his cousin until she was dressed. It felt far too awkward. In hindsight, naming his first orc shaman Lily had been a mistake. It was better to use other undead in the meantime. That didn't mean Michael had gotten completely used to the sight of naked undead bodies, but he had learned to look past it and endure the discomfort. The summoned orc shaman possessed the fire manipulation skill, much like Lily. Interestingly, not all orc shamans shared the same elemental affinity. Among Michael's 15 orcs, only 5 were female shamans. Of those, 2 had fire affinity, while the others wielded wind, water, and earth. Michael could foresee that, with more evolutions, it was likely he'd encounter some truly unique and rare elemental affinities among his orc shamans in the future. "Light a fire," Michael commanded his undead orc shaman. She obeyed instantly, raising her hand to conjure a small ball of fire. The flames appeared harmless at first glance, but Michael's senses told him otherwise. He could feel the raw potential radiating from them. It was clear this was no ordinary fire. Shifting his focus back to the tower's entrance, Michael took a deep breath, activating his bone armor once more. The familiar sensation of skeletal plates forming over his body brought a sense of security. With the orc shaman at his side, Lucky taking point, and Prince guarding the rear, Michael dismissed the orc that had smashed open the door. He didn't know what to expect beyond the entrance and didn't need an overwhelming number of undead complicating the situation if something did come up. If numbers became necessary, he could always rely on undead summoning to pull reinforcements from the netherworld. Still, Michael hoped that, if he did summon more, it would be to haul loot rather than fight for his life. The moment he stepped inside, a damp, icy cold enveloped him. With the shaman's fire casting flickering light around the space, the hall ahead came into view, a wide, empty expanse lined with open rooms. The air was thick with the scent of mildew. The flickering light of the orc shaman's fire illuminated the crumbling walls. "Seems like only the outer walls are made with special materials," Michael noticed. He also felt it made sense. Regardless of the organization, there had to be a level of luxury they couldn't afford. "Stay alert," Michael muttered, his voice low but firm. Lucky, the towering undead wolf, growled softly in response. The open rooms lining the walls were eerily still. Michael approached the nearest one, gesturing for the shaman to illuminate the space. As the light spilled into the room, he saw broken furniture scattered across the floor, tables splintered into pieces, shelves overturned, and glass shards glinting like tiny stars. Unfortunately, though the space outside the room was wide enough for Lucky and Prince to turn around, as long as they didn't stand side by side, passing through the door was impossible. Prince could barely squeeze himself into the room, but it was impossible for Lucky, with his towering physique. Michael had the two wolves stay outside while entering the room cautiously with the orc shaman. The room was exactly as he had expected: disarrayed furniture, a few looking like they'd turned to dust with a touch, and glass scattered across the floor, but something was different this time. The destruction didn't have the frantic urgency of an evacuation. It was as if the room had just been left. Michael's senses were on high alert as he stepped deeper into the room, his eyes scanning every corner. As he moved further in, his gaze fell upon the walls, which were adorned with faded diagrams and blueprints. They detailed not only the structure of the gargoyles but also machinery that seemed designed to enhance and augment them: metal plates, wires, and strange runes, all fused together in bizarre patterns. "Was this a gargoyle production factory or something?" he muttered, looking at the designs. The orc shaman's fire flickered, casting dancing shadows across a rusted workbench that looked like it had not been in use for a very long time, but its placement seemed to tell a story. Tools were scattered around, metal parts half-finished, as though someone had been in the middle of crafting something when everything was abandoned. Among the debris, Michael spotted more sketches, this time showing partial figures, stone-like, armored beings with jagged limbs and sharp features. Gargoyles. "These aren't finished," Michael mused aloud. They were still building them. He stepped back and motioned for his undead to follow him. The deeper into the tower they went, the more the pieces of the puzzle seemed to fit together. This place was a factory, each room designed to craft different parts for gargoyles, each piece a component of some larger, terrifying machine. As they made their way through the first floor, the pattern was clear. Every room seemed dedicated to a different stage in the creation of the gargoyles. Michael could almost hear the clang of hammers and the hum of energy filling the air as the work had been in progress. "There's no way this was just some research outpost," he muttered. "This was a weapons factory. This entire place, it looks like it was meant for war." Michael couldn't help but wonder what location in the land of origin he had ended up in. "Hopefully it's not some war-torn continent or something," Michael muttered under his breath. Unfortunately, location wasn't something that could be controlled unless they killed themselves to change locations, and even then, the location was still random. His thoughts were interrupted as they reached the staircase leading up to the second floor. The space was too narrow and could only accommodate Michael and the shaman. So far, they hadn't encountered any issues, but Michael still didn't feel completely safe until he was out of the tower. However, he had little choice in this situation. In the end, he dismissed Lucky and Prince into the netherworld while summoning 3 male orcs with undead summoning to guard him. After ascending the stairs to the second floor, the space finally opened up again, and Michael immediately summoned Lucky and Prince back, dismissing the orcs aside from the orc shaman. Only when Lucky and Prince were by his side again did Michael feel safer and more confident. He took a moment to observe his surroundings, and the sight before him took his breath away. While the first floor had been about creation, this level seemed focused on assembly. The room they entered was filled with large stone slabs, some cracked and others still intact. On these slabs lay gargoyle bodies, half-formed, with limbs missing, their stone surfaces glistening faintly under the shaman's fire. Each piece was incomplete. Some of the gargoyles had their heads, but others were missing limbs. "They didn't complete them," Michael whispered, his voice tinged with realization. "They were assembling, but something interrupted the process, or someone." Michael felt a chill at the thought and couldn't help but glance nervously at his surroundings. However, just like before, it was silent. The only noises came from him and his undead companions. Something still doesn't make sense, Michael muttered. Looking at the dorm I came from, it's clear this ruin had plenty of residents in the past. So how could they leave such a valuable tower untouched? Unless... His voice trailed off, and a sinking feeling gripped him. Unless they never left. Michael's heart thudded heavily in his chest. Am I just scaring myself? Michael tried to push the thought away, but suddenly, a sound broke the silence. At first, it was faint, almost imperceptible. But it grew louder. Food. I smell food. The voice was unnerving, belonging to no specific gender or age, and distorted as though multiple people were speaking in unison. Each word was out of sync, creating a disjointed and eerie resonance. The unsettling impression of the voice sent shivers down Michael's spine, but before he could react, a sharp, excruciating pain tore through his head. He screamed, clutching his head as the pain overwhelmed him. His undead immediately froze, their alert postures revealing their readiness to defend him. But Michael realized something. They couldn't hear anything. The voice continued, its words clawing at his sanity. See come, see come. With each repetition, the pain in Michael's head worsened. It felt like jagged knives slicing through his mind. His vision blurred, and his knees buckled as he fought to remain conscious. If I pass out, something bad will happen. Very bad. His instincts screamed that giving in wasn't an option. As if to confirm his fears, a familiar system panel flashed before his eyes, its usual blue glow replaced by an ominous, blood-red hue. Despite the pain, Michael managed to make out the messages. Chosen One is in danger. Chosen One is in danger. Danger detected to be capable of causing real death. Danger detected to be capable of causing real death. Chosen mental fortitude isn't strong enough to resist influence. It is advised to commit suicide by your own hands. It is advised to commit suicide by your own hands. For the first time since his awakening, the system's panels showed something beyond their usual. An unmistakable warning of true death. Death. The word echoed in his mind, cold and final. Through his connection with his undead, Michael sensed their unease. Their confusion was evident. They gathered around him protectively. But no, this wasn't what they should be doing. Protecting him wasn't enough. He needed to escape. He needed to get out of here. Michael gritted his teeth, summoning every ounce of strength he had left. With his mind teetering on the edge of oblivion, Michael forced his lips to move. And with a trembling voice, he managed to utter a single word. Kill. He wanted to say more, kill me, to free himself from the excruciating torment, but the last word refused to come out as his strength failed. His vision dimmed, and the pain threatened to pull him under completely. But fate seemed to intervene. The moment his voice faltered, Michael's blurry gaze caught movement from above. A jet-black tentacle snaked its way down rapidly from the third floor, its inky presence exuding malice. It moved with an otherworldly swiftness, and its target was clear. Him. But it had chosen the wrong moment. Kill. Michael's voice dropped as the tentacle lunged closer. To his undead, the word was absolute, a command etched into their very cores. And with no further clarification, there was only one logical target. The tentacle. It had to be what their master meant. Kill. The command echoed in their souls, resonating with a shaky, otherworldly vibration. It carried something not of theirs. Pain. Not their own pain, but their master's. Madness gripped them, not their own but his. And most disturbingly, the oppressive shadow of death filled them, one that was entirely foreign. It was a feeling that none of them could comprehend fully, but it overwhelmed their growing intelligence and rationality. They went berserk. Suddenly, a loud howl pierced the air, one so deep and soul-shaking it seemed to reverberate through the very essence of a person. The entire tower trembled violently, the ground cracking beneath their feet. Thick, twisted vines erupted from the second floor, lashing out like serpents toward the black tentacle. The two forces collided with a tremendous force, entangling in a fierce, unrelenting struggle. The tentacle was powerful, but it was only one. Lucky, on the other hand, had numerous. Thick vines spiraled around the tentacle, pulling with immense strength. A horrifying scream echoed from the second floor. A sound filled with raw pain, twisting in the air like a dying animal. Kill. I'll kill you. The voices, sounded as deranged as ever, their tones split and discordant. Clearly, the tentacle felt the full force of the vines, its form writhing in agony. And it was this pain that triggered a sudden shift. Chosen is no longer under influence. Chosen is temporarily safe. Chosen is no longer under influence. Chosen is temporarily safe. Michael's mind cleared. The blinding pain that had consumed his mind faded away, leaving only a dull, throbbing headache. His thoughts were no longer clouded, but he knew this reprieve was fleeting. He didn't need the system panel to tell him. The danger wasn't over. Michael took a quick glance. Fuck. He witnessed something that chilled him to his core. Without hesitation, he barked a command to the orc shaman beside him. Stop that damn huge fireball above your head. We need to get out of here. Now. With the order given, he swiftly leaped onto the back of the orc shaman, who had already started to cancel the fireball she'd intended to hurl at the tentacle. She was confused, but she obeyed her master's command. Strength surged through her legs as she bolted toward the stairs leading to the first floor, disappearing in an instant. A second later, they were outside the tower. Michael's heart raced as he screamed. What are you stopping for? Turning quickly, he issued a command to the other undead, all of them, except Lucky and Prince. Drop whatever you're holding and follow me. Pointing to a direction in the dense forest beyond the ruins, Michael urged the orc shaman forward. The pair, along with the other undead, took off in a blur, racing into the safety of the woods. The moment they fled, thick vines erupted from the ground, surrounding the black tower in a frenzy. Michael didn't dare look back. But he couldn't forget what he had seen when he'd used his skill on the tentacle after regaining his senses. Corrupted unknown. Rank, extraordinary. Never treat the land of origin like a game. It was a phrase Michael had seen countless times on the forums. It was also a mantra he'd repeated to himself after nearly losing his life to an acid slime just a few days ago. Never treat the land of origin like a game. But only now was Michael beginning to grasp its true meaning. The land of origin, at the end of the day, wasn't just a game or a simulation. It was real as the world he had come from. I almost died. Michael murmured, the words heavy on his lips. The thought still felt surreal. The reality of it lingered in his mind like a stubborn shadow, filling him with a deep, gnawing insecurity he had never felt before. Yet as much as that realization rattled him, Michael knew there were more immediate concerns to address. Undead summoning. Michael stretched out both his hands, and two greenish magic circles appeared before him. From them emerged his two most powerful undead, Lucky and Prince. However, both were in terrible condition. Lucky's left eye had been blinded, and dark green, corrosive blood dripped to the ground, eating away at the soil. Its entire body was covered in deep scars, each leaking the same blood. Prince, though in better shape, had lost its tail and bore several less severe wounds. It was clear that Lucky had taken the brunt of the battle. Thankfully, neither had perished, but they were in no condition to be used effectively in combat until they healed. Unfortunately, this presented a significant problem. Unlike living creatures, undead didn't heal naturally, even if they retained certain traits from their past lives. Some undead could heal, but only to a limited extent. For example, Lucky and Prince's bleeding would eventually stop, but that was as far as natural recovery due to still having flesh would take them. If they were skeletal undead, healing that type would be more complicated. Certain types of undead could also consume flesh to convert it into energy for regeneration. There were also necromancer spells specifically designed to aid in their recovery. But for now, the only option Michael had to help his injured undead was to provide them with fresh flesh to consume. Michael felt a pang of guilt for leaving Lucky and Prince behind to stall for time. But it had been a choice of survival, either he escaped, or all of them would perish. At least by retreating, he could summon them back before it was too late. As for them defeating that creature, it was impossible. The creature was a 3-star extraordinary rank, 2 stars above Lucky and an entire major rank above Prince. It was also at least 20 levels beyond Michael, evident from his inability to glean substantial information about it. Such a being could obliterate them all in a single strike. Michael suspected the only reason they were still alive was because the creature appeared weakened, likely having just awakened. From its behavior, directly targeting him and calling him food, Michael realized that had he been caught, he'd have been used as a supplement for its recovery. It wouldn't have been a simple matter of nourishment either. Based on the panel reaction, his death would have been certain. As for why it ignored his undead, the answer was probably simple. The only part of an undead that could be considered alive was their souls, and even those were abstract. "I think I'm starting to piece this together," Michael muttered. The ruin's eerie silence, coupled with the complete absence of people, made him suspect that the creature was responsible for the devastation. The tower, with its intricate design and focus on advanced weapon research and creation, suggested that its former inhabitants were likely the ones who created the monster. Recalling the creature's chilling, multi-layered voice, Michael felt his suspicions solidify. The extravagance of the tower, its advanced constructs like the gargoyles made from precious materials, all pointed to the immense capabilities of its creators. But perhaps they had overreached, creating something far beyond their control. It seemed they had paid the ultimate price. "It's still not safe here. We need to move," Michael said firmly. Though his body ached from the creature's mental assault and the strain of using a massive amount of mana to summon Lucky and Prince over such a great distance, he couldn't let himself rest. Michael wanted to put as much distance as possible between himself and the ruins, even though he had already fled a significant way. Every instinct told him he needed to keep going. Michael dismissed Lucky and Prince back to the netherworld, their battered forms vanishing into greenish smoke. In their place, he summoned the verdant wolf he had dismissed before entering the tower. Climbing onto its back, he signaled his remaining undead to follow, and together they continued their journey through the dense woods. As their figures flashed through the trees in a blur, Michael's mind burned with a mix of fury and determination. His lips pressed into a thin line as he swore silently. "Sooner or later, just you wait. I'll kill you." After running for a while, the tall, oppressive trees began to thin, gradually giving way to open grasslands. When Michael finally emerged from the forest, he spotted something in the distance that brought a small smile to his face. A massive wall standing proud a few hundred meters away, with people passing through its gates. Civilization, finally. However, Michael didn't rush toward the wall. He hesitated, glancing at himself and his undead. They were far from presentable. His clothes were tattered, his body showed signs of exhaustion, and his undead companions looked anything but welcoming. Even if he were alone, he wouldn't dare approach the gates in such a state. With a contemplative frown, he turned back toward the forest. "It's not the right time to head there. I need to prepare first. Besides, it's probably past noon in the real world by now. I should return and check on things." As Michael and his undead retreated into the cover of the trees, his thoughts drifted to the materials stored in his spatial storage. In the end, the only thing Michael had been able to take from the ruin was the remains of the gargoyles he had killed. While it wasn't a small amount, compared to the materials he had seen before the appearance of that thing, it felt painfully inadequate. Michael knew the materials in his possession were likely worth a fortune, possibly rivaling his highest earnings yet, but the more, the merrier, right? Despite the missed opportunities, he was just grateful to be alive. Part of the reason he had managed to react under the creature's mental influence was his vigilance. If he had let greed cloud his judgment, he might have died before Lucky and Prince could even respond. The system messages had been clear, staying under the creature's influence would have killed him. The tentacle was only a topping. I can only hope that thing doesn't leave its location, Michael muttered, a gnawing sense of guilt creeping into his thoughts. It felt as though he had unleashed some kind of abomination that could soon bring destruction. The very idea weighed heavily on his conscience. The ruined situation can't be left unchecked for too long, he reasoned. That monster shouldn't be rank 3, otherwise, I'd have died instantly. It's probably still rank 2, which aligns perfectly with my current goals. The thought gave Michael a new sense of urgency. He needed to grow stronger, and fast. That resolve, however, wasn't entirely selfless. Michael still had his eyes on the tower itself and its content. Now that his panic had subsided, the treasures within the tower had once again captured his imagination. After wandering through the forest for some time, Michael came across a secluded area with a cave that appeared untouched for years. Deciding it was a good spot for a temporary base, he settled there for the time being. Feeling uneasy about leaving Lucky and Prince in the netherworld given their injuries, and perhaps succumbing to paranoia, Michael decided to keep them with his body. Lucky, too large to rest inside the cave, stayed outside with the other undead that couldn't enter the netherworld. As for whether he'd need them in the real world, Michael decided to take a calculated risk. In any case, he was about to receive another 20 evolution points, which, combined with his current 15, would be more than enough to create another level 18 undead at 3-star rare rank. Leaving behind the corpses he had originally planned to sell for Lucky and Prince to consume, Michael returned his consciousness to his original body. A moment later, Michael opened his eyes to the slightly familiar ceiling of his hotel room. He didn't get up immediately and instead continued lying on the bed. I should visit home soon. I miss Aunt Mia, he muttered. Lily too. The word slipped out before he even realized it. On the surface, he seemed fine, but his mind was still shaken by his near-death experience. In that moment of fear, the faces of the two people closest to him had surfaced in his thoughts. Much of his current composure, which allowed him to stay put instead of rushing to be with them, was because most of those feelings stemmed from the original owner of this body rather than the transmigrator, Michael. Though the two were now one entity, their integration was more of a harmonized balance than perfect unity. Slowly but surely, however, Michael was becoming whole. After a while, he finally sat up on the bed. As he moved, he noticed the sheets beneath him were damp with dried sweat, leaving behind a mess that hinted at just how much he had perspired. The room was cold, which made it clear that even in this controlled environment, his body had reacted to the experience in the land of origin. A dimension away, and yet my body here felt it too, the feeling of death, he murmured, a wary smile tugging at his lips. He stood still for a moment, collecting himself, before walking over to the table to grab his phone. 12:23 p.m. Due to advancing to rank 1, this recent visit was the longest he had ever spent in the land of origin. And with civilization now within reach there, Michael realized his time in the real world might soon begin to dwindle. Of course, if the land of origin couldn't provide the experience points he needed, he would have to shift his focus back to the real world, no matter how much the other dimension tempted him. At the very least, if he gained stable access to dimensional cracks, he might still make it in time for the academy exams. He recalled reading on the forums that Awakener academies typically held their entrance exams around the same time as cultivation academies, though the venues were different. It was said that, a week after the awakening ceremony, Awakeners and third-year students would be summoned and informed about the supernatural academies. It was Sunday now, which meant Michael should expect the summon from his school soon. Subconsciously, he realized 4 days had already passed since his awakening. Dropping his phone, Michael moved to get dressed for the day. Aside from checking the value of the materials he had brought back from the ruins, he also needed to buy clothes for his humanoid undead to cover their nakedness. However, his first priority was the Supers Association. It didn't take Michael long to get ready. Much to his satisfaction, he hadn't destroyed anything in the hotel, a clear sign that his control over his body was back. However, he couldn't ignore the subtle behavior of the people around him. They seemed reluctant to stand close to him for long. At first, he dismissed it as coincidence, but the pattern became more apparent as he made his way through the city. When he checked himself in the hotel bathroom mirror earlier, he hadn't noticed anything unusual, aside from his physique looking slightly more muscular and defined. It wasn't until he arrived at the Supers Association and stood in front of Grace, his usual receptionist, that he finally understood what was going on. "I need to suppress my aura." Michael repeated the words Grace had said the moment she saw him. Though confused, he could roughly understand what she meant by aura. It was probably his power leaking out unconsciously. But the real question was how. How was he supposed to suppress something he couldn't even see? "It seems you've just advanced," Grace began, her voice calm yet carrying a subtle undertone of curiosity. "Your mana is quite impressive," she added. What Grace didn't mention, however, was just how impressive. Michael's mana was strong enough that she, a mid-stage rank 3 cultivator, had to take him extremely seriously. The mana she could sense radiating from Michael was just that impressive. While she had encountered newly advanced rank 1 awakeners with immense mana levels before, Michael's rapid progression was notable. Reaching rank 1 just 4 days after awakening was rare, even for the most gifted. "My mana?" Michael muttered, confused. "Is it my mana I have to suppress?" "Yes," Grace confirmed before elaborating. "Your mana seems to have increased by a very significant amount. Though you think you have it under control, to supernaturals like us, it's almost like you're announcing your presence. Your control is still impressive, though. Ordinary people mostly feel uncomfortable around you rather than outright fainting." Michael nodded, slowly piecing things together. He remembered reading that at a certain point, mana could start influencing the surroundings even without any intentional effort from the caster. Of course, he wasn't anywhere near that level yet. Right now, his mana was simply leaking slightly, enough to make ordinary humans uncomfortable due to their lack of exposure to such a high concentration. Knowing the root of the problem made things a bit clearer for Michael, but as a novice in magic, actually fixing the issue was easier said than done. Still, it was a relief to know his condition wasn't considered a major issue within the Supers Association. He could take his time to work on it. Soon, Michael shifted focus to the reason for his visit. "Were you able to secure any entries into cracks for me, Miss Grace?" he asked. "Name, Michael Norman. Class, Adept Necromancer. Level, 15. EXP, 1094 out of 17,718. Strength, 30.4. Agility, 41.1. Constitution, 31.7. Intelligence, 110.1. Attribute points, 30. Skills, Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, Share Senses, Spearmanship, Acid Shot, Bone Spear, Slow Curse, Bone Armor, Corpse Explosion. Talent, Infinite Evolution. Class Skill, Contract Slot, 20 out of 40. Gift, Mark of Origin. Venom Thorn Ravager Level 25, Max. Name, Lucky. EXP, 805,990 out of 1,021,752. Rank, Extraordinary. Skills, Bite, Plant Control, Advanced Mastery, Poison, Advanced Mastery, Viral Growth, Basic Mastery, Toxic Resurgence, Basic Mastery. Master, Michael Norman. Undead Red Thorn Level 25, Max. Name, Prince. EXP, 238,677 out of 1,021,752. Rank, Rare. Skills, Bite, Plant Control, Intermediate Mastery, Poison, Basic Mastery. Master, Michael Norman. The day before, Michael had requested Grace to apply for entries into the dimensional cracks in Woodstone City. This time, his requirement was straightforward: he wanted to enter the cracks solo. The association had no restrictions against supernaturals applying to cracks within their membership access, regardless of the applicant's registered strength. The only stipulation was that an individual could not apply for multiple entries into the same crack in one day to avoid causing complications that could increase the difficulty for the next cleanup team. However, special cracks, such as those inhabited by other civilizations, came with stricter requirements and regulations. Michael had no business with such specialized cracks at the moment. Corrupted-type cracks still held more value to him than anything else. "I did manage to secure you access to a few entries," Grace said, her fingers moving swiftly over her keyboard. "However, since you requested solo applications, which is basically the same as an entire team applying, the entries are rather spaced out." Michael nodded at her explanation. As for the spaced-out entries, he didn't mind as long as he had them. "What days are they?" he asked. "Give me a moment," Grace replied, her focus on her system. Michael assumed she was pulling up his file, and sure enough, it didn't take long for her to respond. "Your application was approved for all three-dimensional cracks in Woodstone City, the Level 1 Goblin World crack, the Level 1 Forest Domain crack, and the Level 2 Ape Region crack," Grace explained before pausing for a moment. A second later, she continued, "Unfortunately, you don't have any entries today. Your first one is tomorrow at noon in the Forest Domain crack. After that, you have 6 more entries spaced out over the next 2 weeks. An email with the full schedule will be sent to you after we confirm your intention to proceed with these cracks." Michael wanted to ask why the duration was limited to 2 weeks but held himself back, forming his own conclusions. "It's probably to prevent monopolies. If anyone could just reserve cracks indefinitely, there'd be plenty of ways to exploit the system." Given how quickly cracks regenerated, Michael doubted there was a shortage of entries. A Level 1 crack could be cleared at least 3 times daily. Over 2 weeks, that amounted to 42 entries per crack. Considering Woodstone City had 2 Level 1 cracks, that was nearly 100 available slots over the same period. However, Michael wasn't the only supernatural in the city, so it made sense that access wouldn't be unlimited. The more he thought about it, the more he realized that 7 entries in 2 weeks was quite generous. If he cleared only Level 1 cracks, he was looking at a guaranteed $700,000. For the current Michael, that was still a significant amount. Factoring in if he had access to the Level 2 Ape Region crack, he estimated he could make over $2 million in the next 2 weeks. This estimation was confirmed after Michael and Grace finalized a few details back and forth. "Are we okay with this, Mr. Norman?" Grace asked for confirmation. "Yes," Michael replied with a smile. He wasn't sure if he was just lucky or if Grace had gone out of her way to help, but among the 7 entries he secured, 2 were for the Level 2 Ape Region dimensional crack. Based on his previous experience in that crack, earning at least $1 million per entry was practically guaranteed. 2 entries meant $2 million at the very least, and when combined with the profits from the other 5 Level 1 cracks, Michael was looking at a potential income of $3 million or more. This was a substantial amount and would allow him to do a lot of things. For one, he could finally afford proper clothing for his undead, no more nakedness, and even equip them with high-quality gear. He could also get himself better equipment while still having plenty left over for other needs. "Maybe I can check the trade center for something that guarantees evolution points, regardless of star rating," Michael mused as he left Grace's counter. "If I can find something like that and buy in bulk, it'd save me a lot of trouble. It'd be even better if it's available in the forum store, it'd make things so much more convenient." Lost in thought, Michael began daydreaming about his plans as he headed toward the trade center. Now that his entries into dimensional cracks were settled, it was time to address his other business for the day. Selling off the materials he looted from the gargoyles. Compared to the guaranteed profits from the cracks, Michael was even more excited about this venture. Something told him he was about to make a major profit. If the materials could earn him at least as much as his future dimensional crack entries, Michael would have more flexibility in how he spent his money. This was especially true since his undead numbers would increase after using the corpses he'd obtained from the cracks. As these thoughts ran through his mind, Michael arrived at the trade center. However, instead of encountering Brian, the familiar face he expected, he saw the same middle-aged substitute from before. Though slightly surprised, Michael wasn't particularly bothered about conducting business with this man. Since he wasn't purchasing something like Source Liquid, where the star rating determined whether he'd earn evolution points, there was little difference in dealing with the substitute or Brian. Of course, a familiar face was always more reassuring. "Good afternoon," Michael greeted as he approached the counter, initiating the conversation. "Good afternoon. What can I do for you today?" The cheerful stand-in for Brian responded with a friendly smile. "I'd like to sell something," Michael got straight to the point. "What are you selling?" "Some materials." "Materials? What kind of materials?" Michael paused for a moment, recalling the names of the materials he had looted from the gargoyles. He began listing them one by one, but as he continued, he noticed something odd. The more he spoke, the deeper the look of confusion grew on the middle-aged man's face. "Is something the matter?" Michael couldn't help but ask as he finished listing the names of the materials he had. The middle-aged man behind the counter chuckled awkwardly. "No, nothing's wrong. It's just, I don't recognize any of the names you just mentioned." Michael's face fell, and a flicker of anxiety surged through him. "Does this mean I won't be able to sell these materials here?" he thought nervously. He wasn't worried about their value. How could materials used to construct monsters capable of going head-to-head with extraordinary ranked creatures be worthless? That was impossible. But the thought of not being able to sell them in this city was troubling. It makes sense, though, Michael reasoned. The Super Association branch here wasn't exactly a hub of resources. From his daily browsing on the forums, though he hadn't had time to check his phone today, Michael knew Woodstone City was relatively backward compared to other cities even in the supernatural realm. Its resources and infrastructure lagged behind. This was reflected in the city's lack of dimensional cracks, only 3, all low-leveled. It didn't compare to cities with larger populations or more valuable cracks, even if those cracks were fewer in number. After all, 2 level 2 corrupted type cracks could easily outweigh 5 level 1 corrupted type cracks in terms of resource potential. Will I have to travel to another city to sell these materials? Michael's thoughts began to spiral. But before his concerns could grow further, the middle-aged man spoke again, and his next words brought a wave of relief. "Though I don't recognize the materials you mentioned, it doesn't mean we don't have someone here who will. So, don't worry about not being able to sell anything," the middle-aged man reassured him with a smile. Michael muttered, "Oh," feeling a little embarrassed. He realized he had likely worn his thoughts on his face. The man continued speaking, his tone light and professional. "Based on what you said, I assume these materials are quite a lot and probably unique, right?" Michael nodded in confirmation. "All right then, please follow me through this door," the man said, pointing to an entrance Michael had taken several times to meet with Brian. He had also taken this path with the middle-aged man before too when he brought monster corpses the last time. However, from the man's tone, it didn't feel like he was giving directions to a stranger or newcomer, but rather following procedure out of habit. Michael didn't think too deeply about it and followed the middle-aged man. They walked through a familiar corridor lined with doors until they reached a location Michael was familiar with. It was the underground storage space where he had made his first $100,000 from dimensional monster materials. "Please wait here for a while," the man instructed. "I'll bring someone who can likely identify what you want to sell. In the meantime, you can use this time to bring out the materials." This wasn't their first trade, so the middle-aged man knew Michael's status as an awakener and his storage space. After saying what he has to say, with that, the man left. Since Michael was already familiar with the space, he felt no discomfort staying there alone. After a quick glance around the wide area, he began pulling out the remains of the gargoyles one by one, carefully arranging them according to their material type. As he worked, Michael also made sure to keep his mana from leaking, just as he'd been doing since leaving Grace's counter. Unfortunately, the middle-aged man earlier hadn't shown any reaction regarding his aura, so Michael still wasn't sure if he was doing it correctly. While arranging the gargoyle remains, he used detect on them again to confirm their information. Obsidian forge alloy. A blend of dark metals and obsidian-like minerals, offering a stone-like texture combined with flexibility and high durability. Commonly used for constructing durable constructs or golems. Vein shard. A lightweight yet durable fragment with blue-green veins, often used to craft mana-conductive tools. Feather plate. Flexible, metallic plates as light as feathers, ideal for creating aerodynamic constructs. Core stone. Dense, black material prized for its ability to store and stabilize mana. Crystal sphere. A smooth, patterned stone utilized in crafting energy detectors and amplifiers. Ether stone. A pale, translucent stone with anti-gravitational properties, frequently used in levitation devices. Runed core. An irregular core marked by glowing runes, functioning as a power source for advanced machinery. They should be worth a lot, right? Michael thought, feeling a mix of anxiety and anticipation. A few minutes later, the middle-aged man returned, this time accompanied by a middle-aged woman wearing glasses and dressed in blue robes. Robes weren't a popular style, even in this world, making her stand out even more. And then there were the glasses. Can supernaturals have bad eyesight? Michael thought, finding it slightly ironic. He didn't have much time to dwell on the idea, though, as the woman suddenly appeared in front of him, or rather, in front of the materials he had laid out. "Is this obsidian forge alloy?" a soft voice echoed. The woman spoke calmly but with undeniable authority. "Huh? Yes." Michael stammered, caught off guard by her sudden question and presence. He answered absent-mindedly, still processing her unexpected movements. However, it didn't seem like she was paying attention to him, though. Instead, her focus remained entirely on the scattered materials in front of her as she began to speak. "This is quite a rare material, and it was created exceptionally well. However, it doesn't seem to have been made using the Federation method, yet it retains, if not surpasses, the same level of quality. It's uniquely crafted." Michael was stunned by her observations. How much can she infer in such a short time? He wondered, impressed though he understood only a part of what she said. Noticing his confusion, the middle-aged man who had gotten closer leaned in slightly and whispered, "Miss Priscilla is a magic crafter and an exceptionally knowledgeable expert in magic in general." Though Michael had already suspected that the woman was a cultivator, her quick recognition of the materials almost made him think she might be an awakener for a moment. Her insight seemed uncanny. The man's explanation prompted another thought. Michael glanced at her again, this time more curious. "She's a mage." Among the two cultivation systems in Aurora, Michael was far more familiar with the knight system than the mage system. In fact, this was the case for most locals, to the extent that the term cultivator almost felt exclusively associated with knights. This might be due to the fact that the majority of people practiced the knight cultivation system. According to Michael's knowledge, a mage was someone who possessed the talent to be an excellent knight, a prodigy even. In a way, one could say every apprentice mage had the potential to be an exceptional knight. However, this was a threshold few could ever hope to reach. The original Michael, for example, would have been lucky to successfully light up a life seed before his death, a level of talent that wasn't particularly rare in the general population. Only individuals like Brian had the exceptional ability to become mages, which was ironic considering he somehow awakened the two most popular professions in Aurora. This highlighted how rare mages truly were. The rarity extended into the awakening system as well. The knight class was common grade while any mage-related class was considered at least rare. Awakeners could also cultivate, and it wasn't that Michael didn't want to try his hand at cultivation now that he was an awakener. It was just that he lacked the time for such slow and steady progress. Miss Priscilla was the first mage Michael had ever seen, and he was understandably curious about her. However, his curiosity was fleeting. Her significance to him didn't come close to the value of the money his materials could fetch. She had said they were valuable, and that alone made Michael all the more expectant. Michael watched as Priscilla examined the rest of the materials, correctly identifying each one. He was both impressed and anxious, waiting patiently as she worked. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, she turned her attention to him. "These materials of yours are quite valuable, but due to how you handled them, their price will have to be adjusted downward slightly," Priscilla explained. Michael listened in silence, understanding her reasoning. There was little he could do about the state of the materials. Killing the gargoyles cleanly wasn't an option. Unlike the goblins or black apes, overpowering them outright had been impossible. The wingless gargoyle was okay, but when he fought the other two, preserving their bodies had been the last thing on his mind. Priscilla, too, seemed to understand this. She knew that perfectly preserving monster corpses was a skill for the powerful, and the quality of these materials indicated the young man in front of her was no pushover. The remnants of the gargoyles alone, combined with the quality of the materials and faint traces of technology, suggested that the creatures had been formidable golems. All of this left her with a high impression of Michael, despite knowing he was an awakener, information she had gleaned from the middle-aged man beside her. What she didn't realize, however, was just how extraordinary Michael truly was. He wasn't an old awakener like she subconsciously assumed, but a mere 4-day-old necromancer with the equivalent power of an early-stage rank 4 cultivator. After addressing the state of the materials, Priscilla got straight to business. "I'll start by stating the price I'm offering for your materials. First off, let's start with the lowest, which are the ether stone and the runed core," she said. Michael's ears perked up at that, and he began listening attentively. She said the lowest first. From those prices, Michael could gauge how big the sale would be by the end. The runed core is partially damaged and will most likely be used as a research item that gets repurposed. As for the ether stone, though rare, there are alternatives that serve the same function, even if they're not as durable. For the runed core, I'll offer you $450,000. Had it been in better condition, it could have fetched around $600,000. As for the ether stone, I'll offer $700,000 each. Since there are two, that totals $1.4 million. Together, everything comes to $1,850,000. Do you have any objections? Priscilla's calm tone made it clear she was prepared for Michael to raise concerns about the price. Was he going to? No. With a neutral expression, Michael responded, "No, no problem." Though his tone was calm, his insides were anything but. "Almost 2 million, almost 2 million, almost 2 million, Michael wanted to scream but managed to hold it in, keeping a poker face. Although he had anticipated that the gargoyle remains would be valuable, Michael was still surprised, thrilled, even, and his excitement grew as he thought about the next items. The next material Priscilla moved on to was the vein shards, which resembled short wires about the thickness of a baby's finger. As she counted the shards, Michael did the same. In the end, they counted 33 pieces. Priscilla spoke again, her tone steady and professional. "Once again, we're dealing with technology different from ours. However, these shards can be repurposed easily without much processing while also serving as valuable research items." The way she spoke gave Michael the impression that she was an honest woman, which made him trust her just a little more. It definitely wasn't because she was throwing out big numbers. "For the shards, I'll offer $65,000 each. What do you think?" Michael wasn't thinking, at least not about negotiating. No, he was thinking. Thinking about $65,000 times 33. The current Michael had no choice but to be a trusting customer. A small part of him regretted not checking the forums to get an estimate of the prices, but even now, the urge to grab his phone and look things up didn't surface. For some reason, his brush with death had made him want to be more in tune with life, at least for a little while. That, and he didn't believe an association staff member would scam him too heavily. At most, they might take slight advantage of him. Of course, if they did, Michael could only chalk it up to experience. However, he promised himself that after this, he would always come prepared, just like Mira had when she sold the black ape corpses, ensuring she wasn't taken advantage of by the old female supervisor. Michael stared at his account balance in a daze as he slowly made his way out of the trade center. Your account balance is $16,803,543. $16 million. That was the total amount he'd earned from selling the remains of the gargoyles. How did Michael feel? Scared. The sheer amount of money momentarily frightened him. But after the fear came a short burst of greed. Greed for what? It was simple, the Black Tower. Michael couldn't even count how many gargoyle remains he'd seen back in that place, especially on the second floor. And that wasn't even including the tower itself, which was likely worth an astronomical amount to be able to withstand the violent clashes between monsters as strong as Lucky. If just a small part of it earned him this much, how much could the entire structure and its contents be worth? Before, Michael had been cautious, almost reluctant, about returning to the ruins. Now, he was eager to claim them as his own. However, realization left him a little frustrated. To attend an academy, he needed strength. To evolve his undead continuously, and ensure he didn't lose control as they grew stronger, he needed strength. And now, to claim a treasure as valuable as the Black Tower, he also needed strength. This one was especially frustrating since, without sufficient power, it wasn't just failure he risked, it was death. Strength. It was the one thing Michael didn't have enough of. Strength and money. Ugh, Michael groaned as his excitement began to wane, bringing him back to reality. Though he would have loved to leave the money untouched in his account for a while longer, nothing in this cursed world ever went according to plan. But there's no way 16 million can finish that fast, right? Now that I have this much, even if I buy better equipment for my undead as they grow stronger, there should still be a lot left, right? When it came to his own growth, Michael couldn't be selfish. But that didn't mean he didn't enjoy the vanity of knowing he had millions in his account. There's no way my talent will lead me to the path of being infinitely broke, right? Michael was unsure, but a part of him whispered that it might. Maybe not now, but definitely later. Remembering he needed to get equipment for his orcs, Michael retraced his steps back to the trade center. You want to buy some weapons? The middle-aged man at the counter, surprised by Michael's return, asked to confirm. Yes. And you want them big and heavy? The man couldn't help but glance at Michael's slender frame as he said this, his gaze filled with slight doubt. Big and heavy for supernaturals like them was like a mountain for ordinary humans. It definitely wasn't going to be simple. Michael's eye twitched when he noticed. The man didn't need to speak for Michael to guess what he was thinking. The weapons aren't for me, Michael clarified, though he immediately felt he might have said too much. Wasn't he just confirming he wasn't as strong as he looked? Oh, the middle-aged man said, thankfully not commenting further on Michael's choice of purchase. Soon, Michael was led to yet another door. Along the way, he was tempted to ask how big the association really was. From the outside, it already looked massive, but inside, it seemed even larger. It was honestly bigger than it looked. The equipment room was spacious, though not as vast as the underground areas he'd seen earlier. It housed several compartments filled with categorized weapons. However, Michael couldn't help but feel that if he wanted to arm all of his undead, the equipment in the room might not suffice. Still, he didn't comment on this. He assumed the association had its own ways of managing inventory. Though unsure about the exact number of supernaturals in Woodstone City, Michael guessed it must be substantial. Even with another Supers Association branch in the city, the demand for weapons had to be significant. Still, Michael kept his thoughts to himself. If the time ever came when he needed to buy equipment in bulk, he'd learn how the association handled such supplies. The association's forum store also sold weapons, ranging from mundane to special, but purchasing in bulk was tricky. This was one reason Michael hadn't considered using it to arm his undead. After allowing Michael a moment to take in the equipment room, the middle-aged man from the trade center finally spoke. "So, what type of weapon are you looking for?" "Swords, spears, halberds, hammers, and so on." "Name them, and if we have them, I'll take you to see the models." Michael caught a keyword. Models. However, now wasn't the time to dwell on it. He turned his attention to deciding which weapons would suit his undead. Among his humanoid undead, Michael decided he didn't need to arm the female orcs or the wolves. The former were mages who didn't rely on physical weapons, though a wand or staff might suit them. The latter, the wolves, didn't seem to require any equipment at the moment. With 5 female orcs and 3 undead wolves out of the equation, Michael was left with 12 undead to equip. 10 male orcs and 2 blue apes. All of them were strength-based creatures. Michael deliberated for a few seconds before coming to a decision. Broadswords, axes, and hammers. All of them should be large and heavy, he stated firmly. The middle-aged man nodded, though he was curious about Michael's insistence on such oversized weapons. He could sense that Michael wasn't weak and could likely wield heavy weapons himself. However, size mattered. Too large a weapon could hinder combat ability, especially if the wielder wasn't adept at using it. Still, it wasn't the man's place to question. The boy had also stated the weapons were for someone else to use too. What his customers bought weren't his business most of the time. "Please follow me," the man said after confirming Michael's choice. Michael was led to a section of the room dedicated to hammer-like weapons. He noticed a variety of them, differing in size and appearance, some large, some small, some shiny, others dull. At first glance, what stood out was the expensive aura that seemed to radiate from their very cores. Michael quickly bypassed the smaller hammers, his focus narrowing on the massive ones. As he observed them, he began to understand why the middle-aged man had referred to them as models. Though these hammers were clearly the real deal, it seemed that they were more for display than for sale in this particular room. After scanning the options, Michael's eyes eventually settled on 3 of the largest hammers, the only 3 gigantic ones in the compartment. Titan's Wrath. Rank, Rare. Type, Heavy Warhammer. Creates a powerful shockwave upon impact, stunning enemies and shattering defenses. Ideal for breaking through fortified armor and barriers. Frostcaller's Maul. Rank, Rare. Type, Ice Hammer. Releases a chilling blast with each strike, slowing enemies and weakening their defenses. Particularly effective against fast or evasive opponents. Bonebreaker. Rank, Rare. Type, Reinforced Warhammer. Delivers devastating physical blows, with a chance to temporarily cripple an enemy's movement or attack power. Highly effective against larger, brute-type foes. From the brief descriptions alone, it was clear that these weapons were far superior to common rank ones like Michael's broken spear. Comparing the two felt almost insulting. Michael's spear, built with just better synthetic metals, paled in comparison. The craftsmanship and appearance of the 3 hammers were also leagues ahead. Titan's Wrath was a massive blackened steel warhammer with jagged edges and a crimson gemstone embedded at its center. It was 6 feet long, with a hammerhead nearly 2 feet wide. The weapon looked more like a siege tool than something wielded in battle, suggesting it required immense strength to handle. Its handle was wrapped in dark leather, and faint red runes pulsed with power along its head. The rare materials used in its construction were obvious. Michael imagined hitting another version of himself with this hammer and knew it would hurt, very, very badly. The thought of his undead male orcs, who had the same strength as him, if not more, especially if they used a berserk, wielding a weapon like this made Michael determined to get a good weapon. He imagined that, when they evolved into 1-star extraordinary rank creatures, the weapon might start to hold them back, but at that early stage of the next rank, this hammer would likely still be useful. Then there was Frostcaller's Maul, a frosty blue hammer with a translucent, ice-like head that constantly emitted a chilling mist. It was 5 feet in length, with a hammerhead roughly the size of a small barrel. The grip was made of silver metal, etched with snowflake patterns, and its head glowed softly in dim light. Michael imagined this hammer would look particularly fitting for his blue apes, at least if one were judging by appearance alone. Lastly, Bonebreaker, a rugged warhammer with a solid, bone-colored head that appeared to be carved from some ancient fossil. It was 5.5 feet long, with a hammerhead shaped like a boulder, nearly 1.5 feet in diameter. The handle was reinforced with dark iron bands, and its surface bore cracks that glowed faintly with an earthy hue. Michael wasn't too sure about buying the Bonebreaker. It seemed particularly lackluster compared to the others, but it did have its merit. It was the true blunt-type weapon among the three, just what one would expect from a hammer. After seeing the hammers, Michael felt no desire to continue looking for more. These hammers seemed perfectly suited for his undead, and he figured they'd probably prefer smashing things rather than slicing them up. How much are the three? After making the decision to buy the three types of weapons, Michael turned to the middle-aged man from the trade center. The Titan's Wrath is priced at $230,000 each, the Frostcaller's Maul is $265,000 each, and the Bonebreaker is $175,000 each. Are you planning to buy them, and if so, how many? Hearing the prices, Michael silently drew in a sharp breath. The equipment was just as expensive as he'd imagined, but he could still manage it. Even if he bought more in advance, it didn't seem like his 16 million would run out anytime soon. If rare rank weapons are this expensive, extraordinary rank and above must be in the millions, if they're even accessible with money. Whatever. At least it's not that expensive for now. I need to use this money to effectively boost my strength. Evolution points are the fastest way, but I also need to level up to keep up. Unfortunately, money doesn't seem to help with that. At least it can get me equipment and monster corpses to fill my open slots. A disorganized stream of thoughts flashed through Michael's mind as he replied to the middle-aged man, who was straightforward when it came to business. Do you have any goblin and forest wolf corpses here? Michael asked, choosing to inquire instead of answering the middle-aged man's previous question directly. Though the middle-aged man from the trade center was confused, he still gave a response. Yes, we have those corpses here. You can only buy up to 20 of each, though. What about black apes? The first time he had bought corpses, Brian, who had attended to him then, told him they had black ape corpses, but at the time, Michael had known they would be well outside his budget, so he hadn't given it much thought. Now that he had money. Currently, Michael had 20 open slots, and he planned to fill 5 with goblins, 5 with forest wolves, and 5 with black apes. As for the remaining 5, Michael intended to use them for an experiment. He wanted to see how his undead would react to an ordinary animal or insect. The unique properties of some animals made Michael very willing to experiment, even with the risk of the pain from severing the connection with any undead he didn't like or if something went wrong. As for asking about the corpses the association could offer, Michael wanted to buy more equipment in advance and make sure he handled everything all at once. Of course, he could have just bought the equipment without asking, but he figured it was better to know what they were doing next after leaving the door. After confirming that he could buy even black apes from the association, Michael placed his order for the equipment he wanted. He finally understood why the man from the trade center referred to the weapons as models. Thanks to the middle-aged man's explanation, it became clear. Starting from rare rank, or in cultivation system terms, level 2, items were only semi-stocked. It was like bullets, which could be produced in large quantities because their materials were common, and they had many uses. However, rare rank equipment required unique, high-quality materials, specialized craftsmanship, and often had specific functions. As a result, these items couldn't be mass-produced in the same way. Instead, models were displayed to showcase what was available, and orders were made based on demand. They were called semi-stocked products because only a limited number were produced periodically, preventing the waste of valuable materials. If the stock finished, then one would have to commission directly from the creators. Michael, planning ahead for the time when he'd reach level 25, the maximum level for rank 1, which he aimed to achieve in Woodstone City, decided to order 8 sets of each hammer for the time being. After some contemplation, he included the Bonebreaker, not because it was his favorite, but because its lack of strong magical presence made it the easiest to repair. Well, according to the middle-aged man from the trade center that was trying to make more sales. A total of 24 hammers brought the cost to a hefty $5,360,000, cutting his remaining funds by a third. Though he felt a pang of pain, Michael knew it was a worthwhile investment. The hammers would last him a long time, and if he ever upgraded, he could resell them, albeit at a lower price, standard for second-hand goods. He knew this because he'd asked the middle-aged man from the trade center, who had responded with a suspicious gaze but explained patiently. After placing the order, the man informed Michael that the association currently had only 4 of each hammer in stock. He assured him that he'd contact the branch in Woodstone City to transfer any remaining stock and, if necessary, place an order from outside the city. As for the models, they were kept on display even when stock ran out, allowing potential buyers to place special orders so they weren't sellable items. Michael was instructed to return tomorrow afternoon for an update. He didn't mind the wait, especially since there were no delivery fees involved. With the hammer issue settled, Michael and the man from the trade center didn't leave the equipment section just yet. After all, what good were weapons without armor? Though his undead were technically dead, they could still die when destroyed. The corpse acted as a container for their souls, which was what kept them alive. If the vessel perished, the soul it housed would also die. Michael wasn't just focused on making them hit harder, he wanted them to be much harder to kill. Unlike the varied types of warhammers he ordered, he opted for the most practical and durable armor he could find. Just like with the previous purchases, Michael also bought 24 sets of armor. Though he was satisfied with his acquisitions, the large sum he had spent in such a short time briefly made him question whether he was making the right choice. However, that doubt was fleeting, as he reminded himself that he was not only keeping his daily evolution point providers safe but also strengthening them. Speaking of evolution points, Michael had checked his talent section and noticed his points had refreshed and increased to 36. That was enough to upgrade at least 5 1-star common rank undead to 1-star rare rank creatures. Titan's Aegis. Rank, rare. Type, heavy defensive armor. Adapts to fit the wearer, providing unparalleled physical defense. Grants moderate regeneration, restoring health gradually over time. The Titan's Aegis was a full set of dark, matte black armor designed for maximum protection and mobility, priced at $320,000. The chestplate was smooth yet heavily reinforced, with raised sections over critical areas such as the chest and abdomen. The pauldrons were angular and compact, offering shoulder protection without limiting arm movement. The gauntlets were sturdy, featuring reinforced knuckles and streamlined forearm guards for both offense and defense. The greaves were equally robust, with overlapping plates shielding the shins and knees while still allowing flexibility for rapid movement. This armor was intended for his male orcs, with one set for himself, as it had size adjustment properties. Michael felt that, the blue apes, with their unique limb structure, would be better off without armor. Currently, Michael had 10 male orcs, and fully equipping them would take 10 sets of weapons and armor, leaving 14 sets. These would be divided between his other orcs and blue apes, with only hammers for the latter. To be fair, the equipment he had bought wouldn't be enough to fully equip all his undead, especially since he didn't plan on missing out on acquiring more humanoid undead once he reached max level in rank 1, but for now, it would suffice. The land origin was rumored to be a heaven for leveling up, and Michael had felt that potential at the start. He would have felt it again, had the gargoyles not been such tricky monsters. Now that he had found civilization, he hoped it would be easier to find a hotbed for monsters, making his investments worthwhile. After securing the armor, Michael also purchased a new spear. Venom Fang Spear. Rank, rare. Type, poison spear. Inflicts a potent poison on the target, dealing continuous damage over time and weakening their defenses. The Venom Fang Spear featured a sleek, dark green shaft made of reinforced alloy, with veins of glowing emerald running along its length. The spearhead was long and serrated, resembling a fang. Despite its deadly appearance, the spear was lightweight and perfectly balanced as Michael gave it a feel, making it highly effective for both thrusting and throwing. This spear cost Michael another $226,000. Together with the armor and hammers, Michael had spent up to $13 million in just a short time, leaving him with barely $2.5 million remaining. He was close to being broke again, and this time, it wasn't due to his talents but simply the mounting expenses. At least there's some sort of improvement. With the purchase of the spear complete, there was nothing else Michael needed from the equipment store, so he followed the middle-aged man from the trade center through yet another door. Another basement? Is the association really that large? This time, Michael couldn't stop himself from blurting it out. Surprisingly, the middle-aged man actually answered. Almost everything around the association building belongs to us, so yes, it's much larger than it appears. But it's nothing compared to the headquarters, the man said with a chuckle before falling silent again. Michael wanted to ask a few more questions, but he didn't get the chance. They had already reached their destination. As Michael suspected, the association had a much larger collection of corpses than what was displayed outside. It wasn't because they were hiding them but because access to this section required larger purchases or special requests, such as buying a black ape corpse. These couldn't be stored with the goblins or forest wolves due to their size. Additionally, anything outside of sales, most of what was stored here was reserved for the association's internal use. This basement was by far the coldest one Michael had been in since entering the association. It's probably because of the corpses, Michael figured. Compared to the previous storage room Brian had led him to, this area was better organized and equipped with more features. Still, Michael wasn't here to admire the place, he was here for the corpses. So, 20 of each corpse, yes, the middle-aged man asked, smiling. He couldn't help but grin. With everything Michael had bought, as the one in charge of providing the service, he would get a commission. One might assume that just because someone was a supernatural, they were automatically wealthy. That was true for some, but maintaining one's cultivation was expensive, especially if one wanted to keep advancing without stagnating. Most cultivators were broke, or at least broke by supernatural standards. Knowing he'd earn a nice commission from Michael's purchase made the man far more enthusiastic and welcoming. The cut he would get from the millions Michael had just spent would buy him enough resources to cultivate for a while. In the supernatural world, people like Michael weren't typical examples of how money was earned or spent. To be honest, the middle-aged man was starting to think Michael was the son of some senior figure, given how casually he spent without hesitation. Michael, on the other hand, wasn't wasting time. He bought the maximum allowed, 20 corpses of each type. The process took some time, as Michael had to use the land of origin as a storage space again. Fortunately, the area he had marked before leaving the ruins was ideal for setting up a temporary base. The goblins and forest wolves cost $1,000 and $4,000 each, respectively, but the price of the black apes made Michael's eyes twitch. $8,800. Somehow, it feels like the association marks up prices by at least 100% of what they paid for these corpses, Michael thought bitterly. Still, he bought them without complaint, though he silently cursed the association. The goblins cost him $20,000 in total, the forest wolves $80,000, and the black apes $176,000, bringing the total to $276,000. Once again, Michael's remaining balance dropped, nearing the $2 million mark. However, the corpses weren't exactly a loss. He could always resell the ones he didn't want later. It was already approaching evening, but Michael planned to quickly fill his contract slots before returning to sell the leftover corpses before it got too dark. Of course, he planned to buy some ordinary creatures on Aurora for experimentation first. After finishing with the corpses, he was led to another room where his purchased equipment was waiting. What happens if another customer comes while you're away? Michael asked, curious. Despite being satisfied with the service, he couldn't help but wonder. Brian had acted the same way, both of them leaving the trade center unattended with no one to replace them. How did they keep business running like this? It's not that serious. If someone comes, I'll know, the man said, pointing at a sleek watch on his wrist. Old customers know what buttons to press outside. Michael wanted to ask more, what buttons? And what about new customers, but decided against it. With one more envious glance from the middle-aged man, Michael used his storage space to transport the equipment he had bought from the association. Oh, I've been meaning to ask, do you have any alternatives to source liquid here? As long as it's just as effective or stronger, I'll take it. Michael finally remembered to ask, hoping he'd get lucky. Unfortunately. No, we don't. But you could try your luck on the forum. Just be careful, the descriptions there can be vague or unclear, so you might end up with something different from what you expect. Ah, I see. Thank you. You're welcome. As for checking the forum, Michael figured he could at a shot, but he wasn't too hopeful. Too many things could go wrong with online purchases, so he preferred buying things in person. At least that way, he could test the product on the spot and decide whether to buy more if it proved useful, unlike online purchases, where things were often a gamble. Sure, he could buy some spirit crystals, but that wasn't the most efficient way to spend his money. It made far more sense to focus on leveling up and increasing the number of his undead, which would grant him more daily evolution points. Perhaps because he understood that after reaching the extraordinary rank, speeding up his progress would require a staggering amount of resources, Michael had learned to be patient and make the best of what he had. And honestly, what he had wasn't bad at all, just slow. It wasn't a bad deal considering that if he could fill all 40 of his contract slots right now, he'd be earning enough daily evolution points to evolve a 1-star extraordinary rank undead every 4 days. That meant an undead at level 25 at the very least. On top of that, Michael was starting to think beyond simply evolving his creatures, thanks to his experiment with Prince. Lucky was now a 1-star extraordinary rank creature, but when Prince evolved to that same rank, he would immediately advance strongly into rank 2 due to his already superior strength before evolution. It was becoming clear that the strength gained from evolving had its limits. Creatures with a higher base strength before evolution would always turn out stronger after it. After collecting the equipment he bought, Michael was finally done with all the buying and selling he had to do at the association. Soon, he made his way out of the building. However, I feel like I'm forgetting something, Michael muttered aloud. Ever since he left Miss Grace's counter, he'd had this nagging feeling that something was missing. However, after thinking hard about what it could be with no progress, he gave up. Michael ordered a ride to the public marketplace in Woodstone City. Sitting in the car with nothing to do, Michael, who was finally feeling the urge to use his phone again, pulled it out, intending to browse the Supers forum. Just as he was about to start, a call came in from an unknown number. Curious, Michael picked up, and a familiar voice greeted him. Is this Mr. Norman? Miss Grace? Yes, it's me. I apologize if I'm disturbing you, but I wanted to inquire about something, if that's okay. Please, go ahead. You're not disturbing me. Michael was a little surprised, he hadn't been expecting any calls from the association. While curious about what this was about, he also felt slightly nervous, wondering if something had gone wrong. Okay, sir. Well, I forgot to ask you when you were here if you'd like me to register your new rank. Since you're still a new supernatural, you're eligible for the benefits program for the gifted, which lasts for 3 years after your initial registration. I'm not sure if you remember, but even if you do, allow me to repeat the information. As a rank 1, if you manage to reach this level within 6 months of your awakening, your monthly benefit will increase. The same applies if you advance to rank 2 of your system within a year. Additionally, though the information increase won't be as significant as becoming a level 2 member, certain things will be more accessible to you on the Supers Association forum. Of course, it's your choice whether you want to register now. If you give me permission, I can complete the registration here without requiring your physical presence. After hearing what Grace had to say, Michael wanted to smack himself on the head. He finally understood what had been bothering him, he hadn't updated his rank. Now that he knew it wasn't anything serious, he relaxed. Without overthinking, he gave her his answer. "Please help me register." "Thank you." "You're welcome, Mr. Norman." With that, the call ended. "I should have asked how much my monthly benefit would increase," Michael muttered to himself. Just because he had some money now didn't mean he was going to disdain free money. A broke man like him had no such right. Just as Michael had expected, the store offered plenty of alternatives for source liquids if he needed one. However, this was only on the surface. Michael couldn't find any that shared the same unique properties as the source liquid, particularly its incorporation of spirit crystal components. Without this crucial material, he couldn't be certain the alternatives would actually boost his evolution points. There might have been items containing spirit crystal powder, similar to the source liquid, but since such details weren't listed in their descriptions, probably deemed unnecessary by the publishers, Michael could only overlook them. This was yet another reason why buying in person was better, though even that had its own drawbacks. "Whatever," Michael muttered. "I'll just rely on my daily evolution points and save money. Right now, I'm strong, not strong enough, but at least strong enough not to be desperate for evolution points. What I need is experience points. Hopefully, the land of origin will finally live up to its reputation." Several thoughts and plans flashed through Michael's mind. If luck was on his side, he started to believe that reaching rank 2 might not be as difficult as he'd initially thought. Of course, that was a big if. "We're here," a voice echoed in front of Michael, pulling him out of his thoughts. It was the cab driver. "Thanks for the ride," Michael said as he stepped out of the car. "You're welcome." Michael had already paid en route, so there was no further business with the driver. He also noticed that the cab driver didn't seem particularly uncomfortable around him, which meant he'd successfully controlled his aura, at least to a degree. Before Michael's feet even hit the ground, the lively clamor of the city market reached his ears. Bayonne Market. It wasn't the largest in Woodstone City, but it was well known, often referred to as a city market by those from outside the area. The market offered a little of everything, from household AI assistants to fresh groceries. Michael wasn't unfamiliar with Bayonne Market, he'd visited a few times with Aunt Mia, so he knew his way around. With a clear goal in mind and plans to pursue afterward, Michael didn't waste time wandering. He went straight for his objective, acquiring ordinary creatures to turn into undead and test his talent on. In Aurora, animals hadn't changed much since the initial calamity. While it was true that some animals had once mutated into monsters, that era had passed. Now, in the living territories, animals appeared much the same as they had 2 centuries ago. Michael spent little time in the market. He avoided unnecessary complications and headed straight to the first stall he saw that sold insects as pets. Without a specific target in mind, he simply purchased what was available, a jar of ghost ants, another containing praying mantises, and jars of crickets, blue morpho butterflies, and caterpillars. These choices weren't deliberate, just what the stall owner had on hand. For now, anything would do. Michael only wanted to test how his talent affected ordinary creatures and whether it could expand beyond the typical range undead necromancers relied on. "It'd be great if I could get my hands on the corpse of a lion or something," Michael muttered to himself. Wishful thinking, of course. It was getting darker, close to 4 p.m. in the real world. In just a few hours, Michael aimed to fill his contract slots and return to the association to sell the ones he couldn't use. His storage space was limited, and even if he could keep the corpses, they became worthless to him if Undead Revival failed. There was no point in holding on to something that had no further use. Even after the increase in storage space from his advancement, it still wasn't large enough to accommodate excess corpses. His original plan was to hunt creatures himself to fill future slots, but current circumstances didn't allow for that. At least not until noon the next day, and by then, he wouldn't even be able to fill more than 20 open slots before his daily points refreshed. Michael also wasn't rushing because of the state of the monsters if they stayed out of the freezer too long. Instead, He was determined not to let them become the obstacle that prevented him from entering civilization in the land of origin when it was now so close to him. Before leaving Bayonne Market and heading back to his hotel, Michael made sure to buy plenty of clothes for himself and his humanoid undead. He chose outfits that leaned toward a medieval style, leathers, coats, and the like, based on the impression he'd gotten from the people he saw passing through the gates in the land of origin. Though he worried that, despite his efforts, their appearance would still stand out, there wasn't much else he could do. Since he planned to move at night, he hoped the darkness would provide some cover. After buying clothes, and ignoring the suspicious looks he received while purchasing a suspicious number of women's undergarments, Michael returned to his hotel. At the reception desk, he also booked a week-long reservation after some consideration. Though he missed home, Michael found himself enjoying the freedom to go wherever he wanted, whenever he wanted, without needing to explain or worry his family. He'd return home eventually, but for now, he had goals to achieve. Back in his room, Michael took a quick bath. When he was done, he didn't forget to send a reassuring voice note to Aunt Mia via one of their shared social apps while promising to send money soon. He followed through immediately, transferring $50,000 after sending the voice note. Michael knew how she'd react upon seeing that amount and hoped she'd remember to breathe before calling him. Just as he was about to set his phone aside, 2 notifications popped up. One from his email app and the other a message from a familiar contact. I should probably reply now, right? Mira, hi, it's Mira. I'm sending this message, again. Michael thought for a moment, deciding it would be rude to leave her hanging for so now. Michael, hi. That's fine, right? He muttered. He thought about it for a few seconds. Yeah, it's fine. Michael then turned his attention to the email, already guessing its contents. When he opened it, his suspicion was confirmed. Congratulations on your advancement, Awakener Michael Norman. As a genius and a favored individual of the Federation, we wish to show our support in any way we can. We wish you success on your journey, and as always, may the will of Aurora endure for 1,000,000 years. Beneath this message was a series of details, but the one that caught Michael's attention most was the increase in his monthly benefits. It went up by this much. $100,000. It was a pleasant surprise. For the next 11 months, he'd receive this amount each month, essentially $1,000,000 in total. Not bad at all when he thought of it that way. If it's this much, I wonder how much it would be when I advance to rank 2. Michael didn't doubt his eventual advancement to rank 2. What he wasn't sure of was when. It could happen tomorrow if luck was on his side, or it might take 100 times longer, but he was certain it would happen eventually. The monthly benefit increase felt satisfying, and before Michael could even put his phone aside, he received an alert. $100,000 had just been deposited into his account. Apparently, it didn't matter when he advanced. Even if he collected his $15,000 monthly benefit as an unranked Awakener today and registered as rank 1 tomorrow, he'd still receive the full benefits for both stages without any reductions. As expected, the Federation had money to spare. Michael had already decided how he'd use his increased benefits once he advanced again. But everything hinged on that advancement. If he didn't reach rank 2 within a year, he could forget about receiving anything further. Finally done with his phone, Michael connected it to a charger and set it aside. He then grabbed the sack containing the jars of insects. The sack wasn't large, as he'd only bought 1 jar of each type. Soon, Michael carefully placed the jars on the desk in his room. Now he faced a dilemma. How do I take them into the land of origin? Living creatures couldn't enter his storage space, even if placed in a jar. They had to be dead. Given how tiny and delicate the insects were, crushing them could easily ruin their bodies, even if he tried to be careful. He was just that storage for such a delicate task. Michael pondered this for a moment, wondering if he should have bought insecticide or something similar. Then, an idea struck him: his mana. Though Michael still wasn't well versed in magic, he wasn't a complete novice anymore. As one's mana capacity increased, so did its applications beyond just casting spells. For example, it could be used for intimidation, something Michael had subconsciously done before Grace called him out, or, in its extreme form, to kill with mana alone. Michael stared at the jars with a contemplative expression. A few moments later, he gathered the jars together and placed his hand above them. Slowly, a greenish-dark aura of mana began to seep from his outstretched hand, the energy growing denser as it enveloped the jars. Inside, the insects started to panic, their movements becoming erratic. But Michael's expression remained cold, as if what he was doing was of no consequence. He continued increasing the mana output, focusing on the image of pressure in his mind. Only when the glass jars began to tremble did he slightly reduce the intensity, fine-tuning his control. A few seconds later. You killed a common level 1 ghost ant. You killed a common level 1 ghost ant. You killed a common level 1 cricket. You killed a common level 1 praying mantis. So weak. Michael wasn't concerned about the lives he had just taken, something the pre-awakening him would have hesitated over, even if they were just insects. Instead, his attention was fixed on the experience points, or lack thereof, he'd gained from the insects. Nothing. They were so weak they didn't even provide a single experience point, despite being rated 1 star in the common rank. Michael felt the rating might only exist because there was no lower category than common. Even if there were, he doubted these insects would qualify. Or maybe it's not that they're too weak, but that I'm too strong to gain any experience from them, he muttered, suspicion creeping in. He hadn't come across this in the forums, nor had any post explicitly addressed it, aside from the fact that leveling up required fighting stronger or similar leveled monsters. Weaker monsters supposedly offered no benefits at a certain level. Could it be that just as fighting higher-leveled monsters grants more experience, fighting significantly weaker ones results in less to none? Michael wasn't sure, as he had no first-hand experience to confirm this. No, it's probably just the natural weakness of these insects, they're not even worth a single point. He recalled his first knowledge about the existence of demonic supernaturals a few days ago. Much of their power came from sacrificing human lives, with stronger demonic cultivators requiring larger sacrifices. This implied that human life still held significant value. But in his current situation, Michael doubted sacrificing even 1,000,000 of these insects would make a difference. Whatever. At least now I can take them into the land of origin. Excitement crept in as Michael considered the possibilities. He was far more intrigued by the thought of raising these insects as undead and testing his talent on them. Ants that could carry dozens of something the weight as them, if such a trait could be kept even after evolution, wasn't that a terrifying potential? Michael was also excited about the prospects of the other insects. Placing the jars of now-dead creatures into his mark of origin, Michael went to his bed and lay down, preparing to enter the land of origin. What Michael didn't know was that as he began connecting his consciousness to his other body, the hotel was no longer calm. While summoning his mana earlier, his novice control, though commendable for his level, wasn't perfect. With mana over 100 times that of an average human, the disturbance it caused wasn't minor. For nearly a minute, everyone in the building felt the suffocating pressure. The air grew simultaneously stiflingly hot and chillingly cold. Though it wasn't unbearable, the discomfort was undeniable. Then, as suddenly as it came, the sensation vanished without a trace, leaving behind confusion and unease. Though no one could explain what had happened, murmurs and noise slowly started appearing throughout the hotel. In a room near Michael, 2 middle-aged men with rough, weathered faces sat in tense silence. If Michael had been closer to them, even as a novice necromancer, he would have sensed the faint aura of death and necromantic energy lingering around their bodies, something he was gradually becoming familiar with. "What was that?" one of the men asked, his face grave. The room these two occupied just happened to be in the direction where Michael had outstretched his hand earlier, causing them to bear the brunt of the pressure. "I don't know, but the aura felt a lot like the man the higher-ups assigned to us." "Do you think it's him?" the other man replied, his tone laced with anxiety. "I'm not sure," the first man muttered. But seeing as no one has come for us, it could very well be him. Maybe he's signaling us to hurry up. You're right, but damn it, the higher-ups are treating us like cannon fodder. We're literally neighbors with a branch of the Supers Association. That's because that's exactly what we are, the first man snapped. Stop complaining. We're the last node in the grand plan. If we succeed, we'll get enough resources to finally advance to rank 3. His serious tone seemed to steady his companion, who nodded, their shared resolve reflected in their hardened expressions. After a brief pause, the first man continued, let's finish everything by tomorrow morning. Last night's work, with help from our brothers at the other nodes, brought us much closer to our goal. Then, a twisted grin spread across his face as excitement bubbled within him. In a place like Woodstone City, there aren't many strong people. This is the day the world will finally recognize us, the superior beings. We were never equal. Never. His voice dripped with madness, his eyes gleaming with unrestrained ambition. Meanwhile, Michael remained oblivious to the danger brewing around him. To him, the hotel was no longer of any concern. He was back in the land of origin. Unlike the real world, where night had begun to fall, the land of origin remained bright, the sun still high in the sky. The air here really does feel fresher. Or maybe it's just because I've been in the forest for days now, Michael mused aloud, taking in his surroundings. Nearby, his undead stood silently, while the organized bodies of monster corpses lay ready to serve as material for creating more undead to fill his remaining contract slots. Status. Name, Michael Norman. Class, Adept Necromancer. Level, 15. EXP, 1094 out of 17,718. Strength, 30.42. Agility, 41.16. Constitution, 31.72. Intelligence, 110.1. Attribute points, 30. Skills, Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, Share Senses, Spearmanship, Acid Shot, Bone Spear, Slow Curse, Bone Armor, Corpse Explosion. Talent, Infinite Evolution. Class Skill, Contract Slot, 20 out of 40. Gift, Mark of Origin. Indeed, compared to a few days ago, the Michael of now had grown stronger, and he would only continue to grow. Michael took a quick glance at his intelligence stat, knowing he'd soon need to spend a significant amount of mana again. 110, he muttered, a satisfied smile forming. Gone were the days when his agility stat could compete for the top spot. Now even agility trailed far behind. Still, Michael felt conflicted about his highest stat. Over 100 points in intelligence, yet he'd only gained 2 skills from it. Share Senses, and Acid Shot. All his other magical skills, Bone Spear, Slow Curse, Bone Armor, and Corpse Explosion, came as quest rewards or through advancement. Skills like Basic Shot and Spearmanship were obtained through actions. Bone Spear had been granted upon his advancement to rank 1. It was common knowledge that acquiring a skill for every 20-point increase in a main stat was more of a rare bonus than a guarantee. Knowing this didn't make it any less frustrating, but it softened the blow. Michael shifted his focus away from his status panel. Since he hadn't yet begun the undead revival process, there was no need to allocate his attribute points just yet. With the sheer quantity and purity of his mana now, he doubted he'd run into issues reviving monsters similar to those from before. The only exception might be when using that scam of a skill, Undead Summoning, on his rank 1 undead again. After a quick glance at his surroundings, Michael prepared to get to work. As for scouting, he didn't need to bother. Michael could simply use Share Senses with the undead scattered within a 100-meter radius. The ones closest to his location were Lucky and Prince, who he'd checked on multiple times while storing items in the land of origin. The two had stopped bleeding and looked a bit better, at least on the surface. They were fit for combat again, though they'd still perform below their peak until fully healed. Michael suspected full recovery would come either from digesting something valuable or through evolution, which he theorized restored creatures to their prime. If he opted for evolution, Prince would be the first to recover. Prince's evolution required 125 evolution points, while Lucky's needed a staggering 625. That was a lot of points. It was clear Lucky would have to wait a long time before fully healing. After assessing the state of his undead through their shared connection, Michael focused on the task at hand. He retrieved the jars of dead insects from his storage space, placing them on the ground in front of him. "Which one should I start with?" he murmured, excitement evident in his voice. There were 5 types. Ghost ants, praying mantises, crickets, blue morpho butterflies, and caterpillars. Though Michael wasn't well versed in these insects, the store owner had provided brief explanations about them as pets. Ghost ants were tiny, measuring about 1.3 to 1.5 millimeters in length. They were known for their speed and adaptability. Their pale bodies and dark heads made them appear almost translucent. Praying mantises were something Michael was a little familiar with. Praying mantis ranged from 4 to 10 centimeters in length and were skilled predators with powerful front limbs for grabbing and holding prey. They were known for their precision and ambush tactics, often blending into their surroundings to surprise their targets. Crickets were commonly known insects, even in another world like Aurora. They measured between 2 to 5 centimeters and were recognized for their powerful hind legs, which allowed them to jump great distances relative to their size. Blue morpho butterflies had a wingspan of 12 to 15 centimeters and were known for their striking, iridescent blue wings. Michael had to admit these butterflies were quite beautiful, but even as he thought this, the emotion in his eyes as he looked at them didn't change. The caterpillars Michael brought were also quite interesting. It was the spicebush swallowtail caterpillar. This fascinating caterpillar had a unique appearance and intriguing behavior. According to the stall eye, as a juvenile, it resembled a bird dropping to avoid predators. In its later stages, it mimicked a small snake, with large, false-eye spots on its body to scare off birds and other threats. It was a strangely beautiful creature, and Michael took a little time to appreciate it. All in all, each of these insects had interesting traits about them. Perhaps this was how most of the entire insect kingdom was. Michael couldn't help but wonder how things would change if he could evolve them. In the end, Michael decided to start with the ghost ant. After carefully pulling one of the bodies out of the jar without crushing it, he placed it on the floor in front of him and immediately used Undead Revival. As the skill took effect, Michael couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. While he didn't foresee any issue with the revival failing due to it being an ant, the fact that he was trying to revive an ant, something so small and seemingly insignificant, felt odd. However, much to Michael's surprise, the revival process was not only successful, but surprisingly easy. Undead Ghost Ant Level 1. Rank, Common. It had been much easier than expected. But whether this was because of the strength difference between them, or some other reason, Michael didn't dwell on it for long. Instead. Talent, Infinite Evolution. Evolution Points, 36. Evolvable. Undead Ghost Ant Level 1, Sufficient Evolution Points, can be evolved. Seeing the 36 evolution points, Michael didn't hesitate for long before making his decision. Evolution points, show me your limits. As soon as Michael spoke, the same glowing light from his previous evolution experience enveloped the ghost ant's body. However, this time, there were no screams. Perhaps it was because the ant didn't have vocal cords. It simply thrashed about slightly. It didn't take long. The light around the ghost ant intensified, and slowly, its body began to grow, becoming taller and more imposing. And within moments, it had reached a meter in height. Clearly, it was no longer the ghost ant it once was. No. It had a new name now. Undead Spectral Ant Level 2. Rank, Common. And that wasn't all. Your undead spectral ant has gained the skill, Ghostly Camouflage. Your undead spectral ant has gained the skill, Ghostly Charge. Spectral Ant. Somehow, just seeing the name made Michael feel like this wasn't a completely new race. If his assumption was correct, then it wasn't that his talent evolved his undead in random ways, it evolved them along a pre-structured path, whether they were connected to the root of that path or not. This didn't disappoint Michael. If anything, he felt excited. If the evolution of an ordinary creature could yield something exceptional, what would happen when he evolved animals like lizards or snakes? Creatures that were often said to possess draconic bloodlines or to be linked to dragon-like myths. Was there a chance he could achieve something extraordinary from such ordinary creatures? Michael's imagination ran wild for a while before he hit himself lightly on the head, forcing himself to focus. It gained 2 new skills, Michael muttered, staring at the panel in front of him. Judging by their names, they seem like racial abilities. Whether they were or not didn't matter, he immediately pulled up the details for the 2 skills. Ghostly Camouflage, Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 2.324%. The spectral ant can blend into its surroundings, becoming semi-transparent and significantly harder to detect visually. At Basic Mastery, it becomes almost invisible in dim or shaded environments for up to 15 seconds. However, the effect does not prevent detection by enemies with heightened senses or those trained to detect supernatural creatures. There is a 30-second cooldown after use. Ghostly Charge, Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 3.03%. The spectral ant increases its speed by 40% for 8 seconds, allowing it to move in a sudden burst toward a target. After the charge, it suffers a 4-second slowdown, but the skill can be used again after a 20-second cooldown. This race seems to be one of the stronger ones among its rank and star rating, and it's not just ordinary strong. This was the impression Michael got about the spectral ant after reading the description of its 2 skills. But there was something else Michael was curious about. Not everything was written in the status panel. Just because the race of the ghost ant had changed didn't mean Michael forgot what it originally was. An ant. And what are ants known for? Their strength. The ability to lift objects dozens of times their weight. Michael didn't dare think too far ahead, but if this trait carried through its evolutions, the physically strongest undead wouldn't be his humanoid ones like the male orcs. It would be the evolved ghost ants instead. At the same level, the difference in strength would be too vast to compare. Michael turned his gaze to the undead spectral ant in front of him, observing its appearance. For one, it was a massive ant. The spectral ant was an imposing creature, standing nearly waist-high on Michael. Its sleek, obsidian-black exoskeleton shimmered faintly under the light that entered the cave, as though coated in a thin, ghostly mist. Its legs were thick and segmented, ending in sharp, hook-like claws that dug easily into the ground. The ant's mandibles were long and serrated, and looked like they were capable of crushing bones with ease, while its 6 gray eyes gave off an eerie, otherworldly aura. Along its back, faint spectral patterns pulsed rhythmically, as if alive. Its sheer size and the aura it emitted made it look like a creature born from nightmares, an ant that had transcended its natural limits and stepped into something far more dangerous. For a common rank creature, the spectral ant appeared far beyond its classification. In fact, it looked closer to a rare rank creature than some of Michael's other undead. The ant's appearance stirred another thought in Michael's mind. Ants were social creatures, queens, kings, soldiers, workers, they had a structured hierarchy. The spectral ant didn't seem like an ordinary common rank being. If it belonged to a colony with such a system, then maybe. Nah, I'm overthinking this. I don't even have an epic grade undead yet. Pointless to dwell on it, Michael muttered, shaking his head. Refocusing, he decided to test the ant's strength. To avoid damaging the cave, which he planned to reuse, Michael stepped outside. What he discovered left him speechless. Did a random experiment of mine just land me some royal monster bloodline or something? He murmured in disbelief. Why was he shocked? 2 tons of strength at level 2. That's at least 7 times the strength of an average human. If this had come from a rare rank creature, Michael wouldn't have been surprised. But this was a common rank undead. A level 2 common rank creature rivaling and even surpassing an Awakener's strength was unheard of. At least to Michael. If he had doubts before, now Michael was certain. With another evolution, this creature might contend with the likes of Lucky and Prince. While surpassing them might be a stretch, securing third place wasn't out of the question. And the best part of it all was that, just like his other undead, Michael could have multiple creatures of the same type under his command. Since you're the first of your kind under me, if I successfully place you in the netherworld, your name will be Ghost, Michael said in a semi-promising tone. However, Ghost didn't react, its intelligence was still lacking. Michael didn't mind and didn't put much thought into it. After verifying the undead strength, Michael wanted to test its skills, but he was on a tight schedule. Without hesitation, he returned to the cave and resumed reviving more creatures to evolve. The next creatures Michael had to use his undead revival skill on next were the crickets, blue morpho butterflies, praying mantises, and caterpillars. Or more accurately, he only had to use the skill once for each, and it worked once. For Michael, who was already accustomed to occasional failures when creating undead, the back-to-back successes left him both surprised and a bit uneasy. Still, he couldn't deny he enjoyed the efficiency. If only all his attempts were this smooth. Soon, he had successfully revived one of each insect into an undead. Undead praying mantis level 1. Rank, common. Undead blue morpho butterfly level 1. Rank, common. Undead spicebush swallowtail caterpillar level 1. Rank, common. Undead cricket level 1. Rank, common. With these new additions, Michael had now used 5 of the 20 open contract slots available to him. He still had 15 more, and if he wanted, he could create more spectral ants since he had plenty of ghost ant corpses as materials. However, Michael didn't dwell on the idea. Though he saw great potential in the spectral ants, he knew focusing solely on them wouldn't be wise. With his talent, he didn't need to obsess over the raw potential of a particular creature. If an undead wasn't strong enough, he could simply evolve it. Michael valued the versatility of his growing army and intended to maintain that diversity. Even if he stumbled upon a nest of dragon corpses, he wouldn't abandon this approach. After all, who could say if his undead wouldn't surpass dragons in the future? What mattered to Michael wasn't just the initial potential of his creations but their usefulness and how much he liked them. For instance, while the spectral ants could overpower male orcs in physical strength at the same rank, their bodies made them less flexible in battle. They also couldn't replace the female orcs as they couldn't cast magic. Each undead had its pros and cons, and Michael's goal was to be a jack of all trades. And if possible, master of all as well. He wanted undead for the land, skies, and even the seas. A single outstanding undead type wouldn't change that plan. After all, he wasn't a specialist necromancer, and he preferred it that way. Michael's attention remained fixed on his new undead. Though he could evolve them all at the same time to save effort, he decided to take his time and evolve each one individually to better understand their unique evolutions. Since there were 4 undead to evolve, Michael chose one at random to start. Undead praying mantis level 1. Rank, common. Evolve to common for 1 evolution point. Yes. The familiar scene of his undead emitting light appeared again. Michael observed carefully and watched as changes started to manifest on his undead praying mantis. Just like the spectral ant, its body grew significantly, but it wasn't until the light emanating from its body faded that Michael fully realized the extent of the transformation. Another race change. A part of Michael would have been disappointed if it hadn't occurred, but the change was expected, and it was exactly what he needed. Undead Shadow Mantis Level 2. Rank, common. Yet again, another creature that seemed to have something to do with darkness. Michael observed the appearance of his newly evolved undead. The Shadow Mantis seemed like it would stand at an imposing height of nearly 1.6 meters if fully upright. It had a sleek, dark exoskeleton that shimmered faintly under dim light, a mix of deep black and smoky gray that seemed to absorb the surrounding shadows. Its elongated forelimbs, each over a meter long, were razor-sharp with serrated edges. It had sturdy, powerful-looking yet slender hind legs that appeared capable of launching it into swift, silent leaps, adding to its deadly appearance. By its sides were translucent wings, and when Michael had it stretched them, they extended to a span of 1.2 meters. The wings shimmered like a shadowy mirage as it moved. It moved silently, almost eerily quiet, though it was uncertain if the wings could actually allow it to glide in midair. An assassin. That was Michael's first thought after observing the appearance of the shadow mantis. Even in the insect kingdom, praying mantises were known as silent killers, and this evolution only seemed to reinforce that. Michael grew even more convinced of his theory when he checked the skills the praying mantis gained after evolving. Your common undead praying mantis has evolved to common undead shadow mantis. Your undead shadow mantis has gained the skill, Shadow Cloak. Shadow Cloak, Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 5.2%. The shadow mantis wraps itself in a thin veil of darkness, blending seamlessly into its surroundings. At Basic Mastery, the skill makes it nearly invisible in low-light environments. Michael was satisfied with the overall evolution of the praying mantis. At least on the surface, it didn't look worse than the spectral ant. However, like the previous one, it also needed a field to showcase how useful it was. Michael had the shadow mantis leave the cave and watched in awe as it silently seemed to disappear away from him. What was impressive was that, though he could see the shadow mantis, if not for their shared connection, even with his senses as a rank 1 awakener, it would have been hard to pick up its presence at all. Yet another odd evolution. Or are all insect monsters this powerful? Michael couldn't help but think. At common rank, these creatures already showed great potential, and Michael couldn't help but wonder how they'd fare when he evolved them again soon. If there's ever a class that controls insects, like some insect master that opposes me, I'm going all out from the start. The world was a big place, and the magical world was even bigger. It was safe to say there was a possibility that some class like that existed. Michael briefly imagined a swarm of spectral ants charging at him, and he couldn't help but shiver. With the praying mantis out of the way, Michael went for another of his new undead. Undead Cricket Level 1. Rank, Common. Evolved to Common for 1 evolution point. Yes. Soon, a new form appeared in front of Michael. Undead Armored Cricket Level 2. Rank, Common. The undead armored cricket stood at a modest height of around 35 centimeters, but its appearance was anything but modest. The exoskeleton was a deep, weathered brown with streaks of black and green, providing a natural camouflage in darker environments. The armor was thicker around its back and legs, giving it a bulky, protective appearance. Its long hind legs were powerful-looking and seemed perfectly built for leaping, with sharp, jagged spikes protruding from the sides, almost like spiked shields. The forelegs were shorter but thickly muscled, ending in pincers that gave it a predatory look. A pair of translucent wings were folded against its back, and when Michael had it extend them, when extended, the wings spanned about 50 centimeters. Michael didn't waste time and then went on to check its new skill. Your common undead cricket has evolved to common undead armored cricket. Your undead armored cricket has gained the skill, Echoing Chirp. Echoing Chirp, Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 5.2%. The armored cricket emits a high-pitched, resonating sound that creates a disorienting echo in the surrounding area. At Basic Mastery, this sound lowers enemy accuracy by 15% within a 20-meter radius, making it harder for enemies to land successful attacks. Additionally, physical attacks have a 20% higher chance of landing on disoriented targets. Good skill. Though Michael wasn't a battle genius, he knew the value of a skill like this if used correctly. After admiring the undead armored cricket for a bit longer, Michael had it move outside the cave and went on to evolve another undead. Undead Blue Morpho Butterfly Level 1. Rank, Common. Evolved to Common for 1 evolution point. Yes. A little while later. Undead Phantom Morpho Level 2. Rank, Common. Tisk, quite a sight. Michael couldn't help but feel that his undead army was a little odd. He had terrifying creatures, yet they also possessed a strange beauty, something not often associated with a necromancer. At the beginning of his awakening, he had imagined his days would be spent with skeletal companions. However, although that wasn't the case, his undead still had some ferocity to them. At least until this phantom morpho appeared. It was undeniably beautiful. The undead phantom morpho was an ethereal creature with transparent wings that shimmer in pale blue hues, resting delicately at its sides. Its sleek, black exoskeleton, with glowing blue accents, contrasts with its dormant form, exuding an eerie beauty. Though bizarre, and undeniably pretty, perhaps only someone like Michael, whose sense of reality was slowly warping, would sincerely call it beautiful. It was like looking at a black mamba snake in the eye and calling it cute. The skills of the undead phantom morpho were quite interesting in Michael's opinion. The undead phantom had gained 2 with its evolution. The first skill. Illusory Mirage, Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 6.3%. Creates multiple shimmering duplicates of itself to confuse enemies. At Basic Mastery, the illusions move erratically but fade upon contact, making it harder for foes to pinpoint the real creature. A doppelganger skill? Michael mused. He refrained from calling it a clone skill, as the ability seemed incapable of physical attacks, at least at its current mastery. Use Illusory Mirage, Michael commanded the undead phantom morpho. The previously motionless undead began to stir, its large wings fluttering gently as a thick mist enveloped the area. The surroundings grew distorted, giving an eerie, surreal atmosphere. Suddenly, Michael saw the morpho's body dissolve into mist before him and disappeared. However, his senses told a different story. The undead phantom morpho hadn't moved at all. It's probably weak because I'm much stronger, but even new official cultivators might struggle against this, Michael murmured, impressed. The evolution of insects in the magical world mirrored their vast potential in reality. Yet, their deviousness caught Michael's attention. Though he still had the spicebush swallowtail caterpillar to evolve, he doubted it would be any less cunning than the others. Perhaps it was because living dead creatures seemed to have an affinity for darkness, adapting to it remarkably well. Michael liked their sinister evolution, though. In his opinion, it created more flexibility. However, though he liked the evolution of the insects quite much, he was a necromancer, not an insect master, if such a class even existed. For now, Michael refrained from pushing the morpho's mirage abilities to their limits. Its current rank and mana purity made its illusions ineffective against someone like him. It would shine at higher ranks with a higher level. With that, Michael moved on to inspect the second skill the morpho had gained. Shifting Form, Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 6.8%. The undead phantom morpho can alter its size, amplifying the range and power of certain skills through expansion. This was yet another skill that caught Michael's interest. In truth, all the skills he had observed over the past few minutes intrigued him, and this one was no exception. Without dwelling on the potential size of the undead phantom, he gave a simple command. Shrink to the smallest possible size. As the surrounding mist dissipated, Michael felt the undead phantom morpho's presence diminish through his senses. When the mist fully cleared, he could see its new form, a beautiful, normal-sized version of itself. Hovering gracefully mid-air, it looked like one of the most stunning creatures Michael had ever seen. Yet, it gave an unsettling impression, as though it would vanish the moment one looked away. Michael commanded the now tiny morpho to rest on his shoulder. With a sidelong glance, he remarked, "Even if I can't get you into the netherworld, you're probably the easiest undead to transport between realms like this." After a brief pause, he added, "Since that's the case, I might as well give you a name. Your wings are blue, and you're as beautiful as the color blue, I'll call you Blue." What Michael didn't mention was that Blue was a conveniently unisex name, just in case his undead developed some sort of obvious gender after future evolutions. With Blue's evolution complete, only the caterpillar remained. Seeing as it was the largest of his insect undead, Michael decided it would be better to evolve it outside, just in case something unexpected happened. Heading to an open area in the forest, Michael immediately used Undead Revival on the spicebush swallowtail caterpillar. As he partly expected, it succeeded on the first try. Without hesitation, he initiated its evolution. A while later, the process was complete, though the result wasn't what Michael had envisioned. "A moth?" he muttered, surprised. Then again, given that it had started as a caterpillar, it made a certain kind of sense. Undead Spicebush Swallowtail Moth Level 2. Rank, Common. The undead Spicebush Swallowtail Moth also had quite a huge appearance. The undead Spicebush Swallowtail Caterpillar had evolved into a large, elegant moth with striking wings resembling the intricate patterns of the Spicebush Swallowtail butterfly. Its wings now shimmer with dark, iridescent blues and purples that resemble shadowy, fragmented glass. The body of the moth is long and sleek, with a shadowy, almost ethereal quality to it. Its abdomen is armored with faint, skeletal plating, and its antennae are sharp, flicking with an unsettling motion. Its size was 1.5 meters wingspan when stretched. The undead Spicebush Swallowtail Moth also had its own set of interesting skills. Elusive Flight, Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 12%. The undead Spicebush Swallowtail Moth can create a deceptive illusion of multiple moths during flight, capable of causing mass confusion. Venomous Dust, Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 9%. The undead Spicebush Swallowtail Moth can release a cloud of toxic dust from its wings that lingers in the air for a short period. At Basic Mastery, the poison is relatively weak but still capable of numbing limbs and disorienting enemies who inhale it. Prolonged exposure can result in mild paralysis and dizziness. Shifting Form, Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 6.8%. The undead Spicebush Swallowtail Moth can alter its size, amplifying the range and power of certain skills through expansion. The undead Spicebush Swallowtail Moth was clearly another illusory-type creature, similar to the undead Phantomorpho, with little to no direct combat power. I wonder if using them together could create some unexpected synergy. Michael mused. With the evolution of the Spicebush Swallowtail Caterpillar complete, he was finally done filling his experimental contract slots. Now, it was time to focus on other tasks, such as filling his remaining contract slots and, perhaps, dressing up his naked orcs. The undead Spicebush Swallowtail Moth was named Purple by Michael, following a similar thought process to when he named Blue. With these two included, Michael now had 7 named undead and a total of 25 undead under his control. This also meant that his next daily evolution points would amount to 26 points, provided he didn't continue reviving more corpses and turning them into evolution point generators. Of course, this wasn't possible. With the insect-related matters out of the way, Michael moved to the place where he had stored the monster corpses he bought from the association and began using Undead Revival on them. As for why he didn't evolve his insect undead immediately, it wasn't because he didn't want to, it was because he preferred to do so only after successfully testing undead summoning on them. Just because Michael had become stronger didn't mean the skill was any less of a gamble. Its success had little to do with his personal growth. The only real benefit of advancing was that he now had more mana to try more attempts, which in turn steadily increased the mastery proficiency of undead summoning. Moreover, while repeated failures made it harder for an undead to enter the netherworld, ironically, the sheer number of attempts increased his chances of eventually succeeding. However, this improvement only applied to weaker monsters. When it came to monsters of a similar level or those at high ranks, Michael's odds were no better than they had been back when he was still unranked. This was why he had felt somewhat reluctant when he evolved his undead into rare rank creatures, which automatically advanced them to rank 1 without first being sent to the netherworld for his advancement quest. However, he had done what he could at the time, which was why he now had 13 undead residing in the netherworld that he could summon and dismiss at will. All of this contributed to Michael's reluctance to rush into evolving his undead into rare rank creatures, as doing so would automatically push them into rank 1, thereby making them harder to send to the netherworld. For now, he preferred that they serve as reliable evolution point providers before they either succeeded in entering the netherworld or met some other criteria that warranted their evolution. After resolving the issues regarding his undead insects, Michael resumed using Undead Revival, this time on creatures that weren't insects. However, after failing twice in a row, he felt a mix of mild frustration and unexpected relief. He really needed that dose of humility. Thanks to his constant success with the insect undead, his mindset had been shifting in an unbalanced direction. Truly, failure is a necessary part of success, Michael muttered, having this strange yet grounding thought. Despite the minor setbacks, he didn't stop using Undead Revival, and after a few hours of effort, he finally managed to fill all his contract slots. Status: Name: Michael Norman. Class: Adept Necromancer. Level: 15. EXP: 1094 out of 17,718. Strength: 30.42. Agility: 41.16. Constitution: 31.72. Intelligence: 110.1. Attribute points: 30. Skills: Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, Share Senses, Spearmanship, Acid Shot, Bone Spear, Slow Curse, Bone Armor, Corpse Explosion. Talent: Infinite Evolution. Class Skill, Contract Slot, 40 out of 40. Gift: Mark of Origin. Even now, Michael only felt mildly exhausted, with a relatively drained mana pool. Yet, despite all this, he still had enough mana to continue if he wanted. All of that without needing to touch his attribute points. Evidently, his intelligence stat, now over 100, was showing its merits. Now, I just need to use Undead Summoning on some of the undead, get more of them into the netherworld, and then start evolving them. The plan ahead wasn't too complicated, but it wasn't something for now. First, it's time to head back to the real world and sell off these corpses. Since his storage space wasn't vast enough to keep everything, nor was he planning to camp out in the wilderness like a cave dweller just to guard corpses when he had civilization so close to him. Besides, the wilderness wasn't exactly a freezer or corpse preservation zone. Sooner or later, even monster bodies would start to rot, which, in Michael's eyes, was practically throwing money away. They needed to go back to where they belonged, the association. It wasn't always about the money. Yes, definitely not always about the money. Before heading back, however, there was something Michael wanted to do first: equip his undead like a proper boss would. Using the connection he shared with them, Michael summoned all his undead within a 100-meter radius, excluding the wolves, to an open area in the forest. He then summoned his other orcs from the netherworld. The sight that greeted him almost blinded him. With naked bodies gathered around him, and certain parts blatantly exposed, it looked like some questionable activity was taking place in the middle of the forest. Though it didn't seem entirely necessary, Michael had the orcs wipe themselves down using body wipes he had bought at Bayonne Market before dressing and equipping them. Once they were somewhat cleaner, he divided the clothes he had bought among his undead, distributing them based on their genders. Unfortunately, to prevent the clothes from being torn apart and to ensure they wore them properly, he had to personally supervise the process. Thankfully, none of them completely destroyed their outfits. Looking at his orcs, who resembled humans aside from a few obvious non-human features, Michael found himself fascinated for a moment. After dressing up the orcs, he set the female ones aside and focused on equipping the male orcs with the armor he had purchased from the association. During this time, he also took a moment to clean himself with a body wipe in the land of origin and changed into a fresh set of clothes. By the time he was done, the male orcs had finished equipping themselves with their new armor. In an instant, not only did their appearance points shoot up, but they also exuded a fierce and commanding aura. Titan's Aegis. Rank: Rare. Type: Heavy Defensive Armor. Adapts to fit the wearer, providing unparalleled physical defense. Grants moderate regeneration, restoring health gradually over time. The description made the armor seem like a mythical rank item rather than a rare rank one. Michael had to admit, though, it looked incredibly sturdy. Also, it looked cool. And most importantly, it covers the entire body. As long as they're not asked any questions or take off the armor, they won't be recognized, right? The Titan Aegis was a full set of armor. While it lacked a helmet, it came with a robe-like hood and a nose mask that concealed half the face. With the armor perfectly adjusting to the orcs' humanoid bodies, Michael believed that by covering the rest of their faces, their race would remain undetectable even up close. Already, it was difficult to distinguish the orcs from unusually tall humans when their hoods were pulled low. Compared to the intimidating male orcs, the female orcs looked almost maiden-like in their human-style dresses. Michael had tried to match their sizes based on his impressions, opting for a classic fashion sense, which may or may not have turned out well. It's ironic, but the ladies might have to stay as cave dwellers for a while. No way I'm taking them to civilization like this, Michael muttered. Unless, of course, he equipped them with armor too, which, fortunately, he still had plenty of. However, this was a problem for his future self, one that he'd address after returning to the real world. Then, he'd attempt another round of undead summoning, followed by evolving whatever undead he summoned and dismissing them to the netherworld. Thinking of his plans, Michael glanced at the talent section of his panel. Talent, Infinite Evolution. Evolution points, 31. 31 points. A decent stock, easily replenished tomorrow thanks to his full 40 contract slots. With these points, Michael could evolve several rare rank 1 undead. The thought pleased him, though it lacked the thrill he once felt when he first unlocked his talent. Back then, evolving to even 3 common rank undead had been exciting. Now, advancing to rank 1 only brought satisfaction, not elation. Michael doubted evolving his undead to rank 1 now would impact his stats at this stage. Only key undead like Lucky and Prince would offer substantial growth now. The feedback system had its nuances. For necromancers, the stronger an undead, the greater the feedback, so long as the vessel receiving it could handle the overflow. It was like pouring water into a cup, a small vessel overflowed quickly, limiting growth, while a larger one could absorb more before spilling. Similarly, Michael's vassal, himself, had grown stronger, a larger cup requiring greater feedback to see significant growth. After taking one last look around to ensure he hadn't missed anything and dismissing the undead he could back into the netherworld, Michael reconnected his consciousness to his body in the real world. Soon, a pair of green eyes opened in a well-lit room. When Michael had left the land of origin, it was already getting quite dark. Naturally, in the real world, it would only be darker, and this was confirmed when he grabbed his phone and saw that it was a few minutes past 11 p.m. It was very late, but since the association operated 24/7, Michael could still head out, and that was exactly what he planned to do. After washing his face, he grabbed his phone and stepped out of his hotel room, only to find the door of the room directly opposite his opening at the same time. A middle-aged man emerged, and their eyes met immediately. Michael frowned slightly. There was something familiar about the man's aura, it felt strangely intimate. Additionally, Michael's senses picked up traces of elemental energy subtly converging around him. A supernatural? Michael immediately suspected. Unfortunately, before he could say anything, the man simply nodded at him and went back inside his room. Weird. His aura feels so familiar. Michael was puzzled. The man's mana signature gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity, even though it was faint. Whatever. Anyone who can give me this kind of feeling is probably a supernatural. I've been running into so many of them these past few days that seeing one in a random hotel isn't even surprising anymore. Michael shook off the thought. He closed his hotel room door, went down to the reception, returned the room key, and headed toward the Supers Association branch. With the city shrouded in darkness, Michael felt slightly more unrestrained. Taking a shortcut through a dim alley, he glanced around to ensure no one was nearby. After confirming he wasn't being watched, he vanished. A few seconds later, he reappeared in another dark alley just a few meters away from the Supers Association branch building. That felt great. For the first time since his awakening, Michael had fully utilized his stats like a proper supernatural, and the feeling was exhilarating. However, while he was still thrilled, he couldn't ignore the slight fear lingering in the back of his mind. Moving at such high speeds had been both exciting and unnerving. Everything around him felt too slow, as if time had paused, while he himself moved at an incredible pace. The sheer control he had to maintain to avoid smashing into people, which would surely kill them, or colliding with buildings made his heart race. Even so, Michael loved the experience. Not only did it feel incredible, but something that would have taken 20 minutes at a normal walking pace had taken him mere seconds. Emerging from the alley into the bright streets as if nothing had happened, Michael calmly made his way toward the association building. Upon reaching it, he stepped through its open doors without hesitation. The interior of the association was brightly lit, but noticeably emptier than it would have been during the day. Though Michael only interacted with a few staff members, his frequent visits had made some faces familiar to him, yet none of those familiar faces were present now. Clearly, even in the supernatural world, there was such a thing as shift rotations. Not bothering to dwell on it, Michael headed straight for the trade center, where he was greeted by yet another unfamiliar face behind the counter. If there was one thing Michael liked about dealing with unfamiliar people in places he wandered into to handle business, it was how quickly they got to the point. On the flip side, what he hated was the difficulty of effective negotiation with strangers in such settings. There were pros and cons, but in the association, it hardly mattered now, he was here to sell, not buy. If he had wanted to purchase something, he'd have preferred to deal with Brian, or worse, the middle-aged man who had attended to him earlier in the afternoon. As he liked, the trade center staff quickly got to the point. After nearly an hour of trade, Michael sold the corpses he'd brought earlier in the day. Though the sale didn't significantly boost his account balance, which still hovered around 2 million, it was a nice profit for something he had picked up and returned. With his business at the association concluded, Michael headed back to his hotel, taking the same route he'd used to get to the Supers Association branch. Dark alleys. Moments later, Michael arrived at the hotel entrance, only to encounter a familiar face, or at least, somewhat familiar. It was a stretch to call it that since he'd only seen the man once about an hour ago. It was the man who happened to be staying in the room opposite his. As their eyes met, the man frowned, though he quickly masked it with a polite smile. Michael, however, had already noticed the initial reaction. What puzzled him more was the faint hostility he sensed, not from the middle-aged man but from his companion beside him. Even more intriguing was the familiar aura emanating from the other person. 2 supernaturals. Michael murmured to himself. He wasn't surprised to learn he shared the hotel with at least 2 other supernaturals. Supernaturals were still human, after all, just more adept at hiding themselves from the average society while continuing to live their lives. It wasn't unusual to see supernaturals in public, though Michael rarely encountered them. Before his advancement to rank 1, he wouldn't have even noticed if a supernatural passed him, unless he used detect, which he had stopped doing after his unnerving experience with Brian. Now, however, with his advancement, everything about him had improved, including aspects not shown on the status panel. Michael no longer needed detect to recognize a supernatural being, as long as they weren't far stronger than him and had excellent control over their mana and aura. At the moment, though, none of this mattered. What puzzled Michael was the faint hostility he'd sensed earlier from the companion of the man he'd met an hour ago. It didn't make any sense. The hostility had disappeared as quickly as it appeared, but Michael trusted his instincts. His senses weren't playing tricks on him. Despite his confusion, Michael didn't linger. After returning a polite nod to the man from earlier and briefly greeting the companion, who, for some reason, greeted him first, Michael continued on his way. At least, that's how it appeared on the surface. The moment Michael reached a secluded corner, he leaned his back against the wall and exhaled slowly. Without hesitation, he connected his consciousness to the land of origin. When he opened his eyes in the other world, he was seated cross-legged, exactly as he had been before returning to the real world. Wasting no time, Michael turned to the two undead perched on his shoulders. On his right was the undead phantom Morpho, the only one of its kind under his command, which he had named Blue. On his left sat the undead spicebush swallowtail moth, another unique undead. Purple. With a quick glance at both, Michael stored them in his mark of origin. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes again and reconnected with the real world. Barely a few seconds had passed. Nothing appeared to have changed. Michael scanned his surroundings, confirming no one was paying attention. Discreetly, he stretched out his palms, summoning the two undead he had just stored. They hovered silently above his hands. What was Michael doing? Initially, he had planned to mind his own business, but something about those two men felt off, deeply suspicious. Yet even that wouldn't have been enough for him to act. It wasn't until he passed them earlier that he realized why their auras felt so familiar. It was a sensation Michael knew intimately, ever since his first Undead. The energy of death. While Michael wasn't one to equate death energy with evil, he himself wielded it. However, something about the death energy surrounding those two was deeply unsettling. It felt ominous. Resentful. Also, it was like the moment he finally recognized the energy seemed to call out to him. Michael wasn't sure, but a part of him knew he had heard several voices called out to him in an instant. Die. For the first time since his awakening, Michael felt the true workings of his class, the abilities not listed on his status panel. Idiot. Were you trying to alert him? The older of the two men snapped angrily as soon as they stepped outside the hotel. He clearly seemed to be the leader. Sorry, the second man replied meekly, his head lowered. I couldn't help myself. We're finally so close to our goal, and seeing a variable like that made me lose my composure for a moment. The older man's scowl deepened, his breathing heavy with restrained frustration. He took a moment to compose himself before speaking. That boy is not any weaker than us, he said firmly. I was surprised, too, when I encountered him outside our rooms. He's the one responsible for that earlier disturbance. I don't know why his mana signature is so similar to the man the higher-ups assigned us, nor why he doesn't bother fully suppressing his mana. But listen to me, he's a strong variable. Didn't I tell you to be cautious around him? I'm sorry, the other man murmured again, guilt evident in his tone. Just be careful. I know how excited you are about advancing in your hatred for these so-called modern cultivators who choose to be controlled like lambs instead of reigning as kings, but tonight is critical. We can't afford any mistakes. Understand? I understand, the second man said quietly. But still, that boy. He looked so young yet so powerful. Do you think he's an awakener? I doubt it. He seems too old. If he were an awakener, someone his age would be able to crush us effortlessly. I wouldn't have even sensed his mana unless he wanted me to. It's better not to dwell on it, he's likely just some prodigy from a powerful force. More like a drug-enhanced prodigy, the other man muttered under his breath. Whatever he is, he's none of our business, the leader replied coldly. Besides, he'll be dead soon enough. The two men didn't even consider the possibility that Michael was one of the rare new awakeners who had recently passed their ceremony. Unlike Grace, who worked within the Supers Association, these men were clueless. But even Grace had thought of Michael's progress to be extremely fast. To the two duo, however, Michael was simply a strong youth with a vaguely familiar aura. Death was often associated with evil, treated as though it were inherently bad. But it wasn't. To put it simply, it was just another part of life. All things eventually came to an end. Even immortality was a fallacy. Unless, of course, one was a true god. Of course, such lofty philosophy was far from Michael's current understanding. Even as a necromancer, he still viewed death as a bad thing. A true practitioner of death would embrace it fully. Then again, that was a true practitioner. Anyone could practice something and excel at it, but grasping its true essence was rare. Without systematic training or mentorship, almost everything Michael knew about the supernatural was self-taught. Even now, he wasn't certain if death energy was the correct term, but sensing the familiar aura between him and those two men made it feel appropriate. Michael had read on forums that the panel only awakeners could see served more as a summary of one's abilities than a comprehensive list. Now, he fully understood a part of it. Because, nowhere on the forum did it mention that an awakener necromancer could hear voices from something as ethereal as energy. Why does their energy feel so evil? In truth, Michael already had an inkling of why that might be the case. He simply didn't want to accept it. Both Michaels, the one from Earth and the one from this world, though the former was more experienced in life, hadn't encountered truly dark forces. Almost all supernaturals had blood on their hands, partly from slaying monsters, which meant nearly all of them carried a trace of death energy. This imbued them with a unique presence that other supernaturals could sense. However, as a necromancer, Michael was more attuned to certain energies than even those stronger than him. Which was the reason this time the energy surrounding those two supernaturals stood out way more to him, as it was different. Despite his inner tremors, Michael proceeded with his plan. Undead Phantom Morpho Level 2. Rank, Common. Undead Spicebush Swallowtail Moth Level 2. Rank, Common. Just as the panel didn't reveal the full capabilities of an awakener, it often fell short when assessing monsters. Take Michael's spectral ant, for example. One would be in serious trouble if they approached it assuming the panel showed all it was capable of, only to be met with its 2-ton strength. The same applied to his Undead Phantom Morpho and Undead Spicebush Swallowtail Moth. Both were illusionary creatures that seemed like illusions themselves even without using their skills. Of course, with their current strength, it was relatively easy for a powerful supernatural to detect them despite their racial abilities. However, the key was whether that supernatural cared enough to pay attention. In this scenario, the weakness of the two undead became Michael's strength, or rather, his perfect tools for spying on the suspicious ones. The small size of the Undead Phantom Morpho and the Undead Spicebush Swallowtail Moth was also a significant advantage. Go! Michael commanded the two undead, and they flew away from him towards the hotel building's exit, which also served as the entrance. Strangely, although the two flying undead were small in size, much like butterflies, when they passed in front of someone, it seemed as if they couldn't be seen, creating an eerie situation. The moment the two undead left him, Michael activated his skill, Share Senses, without hesitation. At its basic mastery, the skill allowed him to link to the senses of two undead within a 100-meter radius, which suited him perfectly. His current abilities only let him control undead within a 300-meter range, and the farther they were, the weaker his control became. For now, 100 meters was the sweet spot, assuming the targets remained within range. Those two are strong, Michael thought as his senses flared. However, he didn't feel an overwhelming threat. He estimated that he could handle either one individually, but taking them both down at once would be a challenge. Not that it mattered. Michael was never the type to fight solo. He was a necromancer, an exceptional one at that. The Undead Phantom Morpho and Undead Spicebush Swallowtail Moth flitted out of the hotel, with Michael trailing behind them. Relying on his enhanced senses to navigate, he moved as though he could see everything clearly. His previous runs to and from the Supers Association branch had taught him how much he could trust his senses. His sensory perception was sharpest within a 20-meter radius, and for day-to-day use, this was more than enough. Although this was his first time using his senses in such a scenario, he wielded the ability as naturally as if he'd been born with it. By moving in sync with his undead, Michael ensured he stayed within the optimal range where Share Senses worked seamlessly. It had been more than 200 years since the Dark Age, when monsters reigned and demonic supernaturals ran rampant. Now, 2 centuries later, the world was far more at peace and had even surpassed its pre-Dark Age state in terms of technological and societal advancement, or so most people in Aurora believed. However, only a select few knew the truth. The dangers of the past hadn't disappeared. If anything, they had grown stronger. Most ordinary citizens didn't even know what a demonic cultivator was. This ignorance was largely due to the Federation's efforts to keep such matters under wraps, often attributing incidents involving demonic cultivators to sudden cracks or crack outbreaks, much to the frustration of the demonic faction. Even after 200 years, Aurora remained divided into three main factions: the righteous faction, the demonic faction, and the neutral faction. However, in reality, traces of each faction could be found within the others. The Federation was the public representative of the righteous faction. Though primarily focused on protecting the innocent and maintaining order, some members secretly engaged in practices considered morally gray. The demonic faction, despite its foundation in chaos and the pursuit of power through darker means, had individuals who adopted more moderate methods. Some even harbored twisted yet righteous tendencies. The neutral faction, dedicated to maintaining balance, often housed individuals with personal ties to both the righteous and demonic factions. These crossovers made the political landscape of Aurora complex and fraught with hidden agendas. All of this was far removed from Michael's current concerns. His future remained unpredictable, but tonight would mark the first time he dabbled in the deep waters of his new world. If there was one thing demonic cultivators sought, it was power, and the freedom to wield it and get it without restraint. They saw themselves as superior beings, destined to rule, submitting only to the stronger fist. Yet, they lived worse than the weak they so despised. Since their emergence, demonic supernaturals had been suppressed repeatedly, their struggle resembling that of hyenas against lions. However, after years of suppression and enduring defeat, they were finally ready to return in force. It took Michael some time to adjust to the vision of his undead phantom morpho and spicebush swallowtail moth. Though still limited to a monochrome world, connecting to their sight felt like viewing the world in 360 degrees through countless cameras. The dual connection made it even more disorienting. Fortunately, Michael's high intelligence provided him with the computational power to handle it. After a while, he managed to make sense of the dual vision filled with multiple angles. Fortunately, it seemed the suspicious duo's activities were confined to the hotel's surroundings, not far away. If they truly intended to leave, Michael knew there was little he could do to stop them. Following the duo, Michael studied their movements to try and discern what they planned to do. He quickly noticed something odd. Almost every few meters, the two dropped an odd-looking object on the floor in a specific pattern. When Michael first saw it, he quickly used detect on the oddly shaped item that looked like a stone. Demon remains. A remnant of the flesh of a low-level demon. Demon remains. The two items together didn't seem like a good thing. What was worse was that in his hesitation to find out whether he should pick up whatever it was in front of him, the remains of the demon seemed to dissolve into the ground and disappeared. It didn't only happen once. As Michael continued to trail after the two suspicious individuals, the same experience he had with the first one made Michael feel a little scared yet very apprehensive towards touching the demon remains. It didn't really seem like a bright idea to touch them, but it also didn't seem like a good idea to let those two continue, as it didn't seem like they were up to good things. At least, he didn't see anything good from their actions. Throwing some sort of monster remains was enough suspicion that these two were definitely not doing community service. However, stopping them in public, even at night when there were still quite a number of people on the road, and even without this, a larger number of people residing in the buildings around them, might lead to a fight that would cause public destruction, which was something Michael didn't want. For a moment, he was conflicted. Mid-thought, an idea suddenly struck Michael, no, a realization. What am I even doing? Isn't the association responsible for handling supernatural affairs? For a moment, Michael felt stupid. It was clear that even with enhanced cognitive abilities, high mental processing power didn't equate to perfect intelligence. Then again, smart was a subjective term. Not everyone could have handled the current situation as well as Michael did, even if they had better resources. After the realization hit him that he was concerning himself with matters far outside his paycheck, something he didn't even have, Michael immediately pulled out his phone. He had a new plan: to inform the association. The Supers Association had its own hotline, with each branch maintaining specific numbers. However, like most regular people, Michael hadn't memorized it. If it wasn't the police hotline, it wasn't exactly common knowledge. Okay, that wasn't entirely true. Michael could have easily searched for the number online, but instead, he scrolled through his contacts for one person who'd reached out to him earlier that day. Grace. She had called him about his advancement, and since they weren't familiar enough for personal calls, she must have used one of the association's official lines. Besides, it was easy to distinguish between regular contacts and those that weren't. Trailing behind the suspicious duo through dark alleyways, Michael did his best to suppress his presence, sweat trickling down his back. He located the contact and dialed it. Ring. Ring. The call connected almost instantly. A calm yet serious male voice came through the line. Hello, this is the Supers Association. Who am I speaking with, and how can I help you today? Good morning. I'm Michael Norman, and I have something to report, Michael said in a low, measured tone. Please, go ahead. There are 2 men staying at the hotel I'm lodged in. I wasn't trying to meddle in anyone's business, but something about them seemed off. When I followed them, I found them handling what looked like demon remains. The remains dissolved into the ground and they continued this in a structured pattern. I didn't know what else to do, so I called. Wait, demon remains? Yes. And how do you know that? The voice grew skeptical but also more serious. I'm an awakener. It's one of my skills. I see. And you say the remains are dissolving into the ground? Yes. This sounds beyond my jurisdiction. Please hold for a moment, I'll be right back. The man's voice became hurried, and Michael could hear rapid movement in the background. Before he could respond, the line went quiet. Michael sighed. The reaction only confirmed what he already suspected: this wasn't a simple matter. Demons? His tone changed as soon as I mentioned it. What's really going on here? He muttered. Before he could think further, a different voice came through the phone, one he instantly recognized. Speak. Repeat what you just said. Teacher Brian. Michael was taken aback. It was indeed the voice of Brian from the trade center. You. Brian sounded equally surprised but quickly returned to his usual businesslike tone. Where are you? Michael described the hotel and its surroundings, providing as much detail as possible. Although the suspicious duo had moved away, the hotel remained the most recognizable landmark. Once Michael finished, the call abruptly ended, leaving him stunned. What now? He muttered, unsure of his next move. He was about to link his vision back to his undead when a voice suddenly spoke beside him. This is quite a good hiding spot. Michael's heart jumped, and his body reacted instinctively. He swung his hand toward the source of the voice, but it was caught effortlessly with a force that nullified any power it had. Good instincts, the voice said calmly, but poor form and terrible strength distribution, probably due to having so much. Michael's eyelid twitched as he turned to see who it was. You're fast, Teacher Brian. Brian nodded slightly, releasing his grip on Michael's wrist. Aha. Brian turned his head slightly, scanning the area like he was searching for something specific. Michael noticed him fixating on the direction where the 2 suspicious men had headed, the same direction where his undead were trailing them. No wonder we couldn't locate them for long. They're using advanced aura suppression arts. You'd have to get quite close to detect the subtle differences, Brian muttered aloud. Michael listened intently. He knew what arts were in the cultivation world, techniques that utilized one's mana to produce various effects. From Brian's words, Michael understood that the 2 men were likely bad people, given their actions and reliance on aura hiding techniques. How did you manage to find them when our men couldn't? Brian asked, his tone curious. Michael hesitated, confused about why they weren't pursuing the suspects immediately. Their aura. It felt very ominous. Ominous? In what way? It felt resentful. The death energy around them didn't seem like something you'd get just from killing monsters. Brian narrowed his eyes. That depends. After all, not every monster comes from a crack. Huh? Michael blinked, puzzled by the cryptic response. Just continue, Brian urged, his tone brisk. Michael adjusted his thoughts before speaking. The death energy around them, he began, pausing under Brian's intense, unreadable gaze. It spoke, and for some reason, I knew it didn't come from monsters. It came from humans. Yes. Then they're demonic cultivators. Michael's eyes widened in shock. He'd suspected something dark about the duo but didn't dare to conclude. Now, learning they were part of a group responsible for nationwide crises and mass sacrifices 2 centuries ago left him shaken. Brian didn't give him time to dwell on the revelation. Interesting method you've got there. But don't be too quick to assume someone's guilty just because of what you sense. As an awakener, I'm guessing your class allows you to detect certain things others can't, but it still depends on you to discern what is actually as it seems. Michael frowned. But you just said they're demonic cultivators. Isn't it possible you're wrong? Oh, I'm not wrong. Brian raised his hand toward the sky, and Michael, puzzled, followed his gaze. What he saw made his breath catch. The sky was riddled with cracks. Familiar cracks Michael couldn't be any more familiar with. They were dimensional cracks. And looking at their appearance, they were corrupted type cracks. Worse, their corrupted edges tinged with a faint red glow. A clear sign of an impending crack break. To think, even after all our efforts, they'd still succeed. Those damned demons, Brian muttered bitterly. Can't we stop it? As long as nothing comes out, there's still a chance, right? Michael asked, his voice tinged with urgency. He wasn't naive. He didn't know why cracks would suddenly appear in the sky, but he understood the stakes. If those cracks broke, half the city, if not the entire city, would fall. The chaotic energy in the sky intensified, growing from a faint hum to levels surpassing what Michael had felt even near a level 2 crack. Michael hastily linked his senses to his undead phantom, Morpho, and his undead spicebush swallowtail moth. His heart sank as he saw what they had discovered. The 2 men had activated a magic circle in a secluded alley while Michael was distracted, speaking with the association. It was obvious everything had been planned in advance and Michael hadn't been able to stop it. No wonder Brian hadn't bothered chasing them, it was already too late. There's nothing you can do to stop a dimensional crack from opening, except. Michael interjected sharply, desperation evident in his voice. Brian wasn't offended. Instead, for the first time, Michael saw a clear expression on the man's face, one of yearning. Except if you were a god, Brian said quietly. Stopping a crack. It's a natural disaster. To go against nature, you'd need to be as strong as it. Michael fell silent, his mind racing. If there were a god in Woodstone City, they would have already stopped this. He also didn't ask why Brian was so calm in the face of catastrophe. Michael had his own guilt and worries to bear. Guilt for not acting sooner and fear for his family. The cracks in the sky stretched so much he could tell they were already dangerously close to the area where his aunt and cousin lived. For a moment, Michael felt paralyzed by the weight of it all. Then Brian's voice broke through his thoughts. You might feel guilty for not acting sooner, but your actions wouldn't have changed much. Even if you'd stopped those 2, you'd have only delayed a few cracks or prevented a handful of stronger monsters from appearing. The outcome would still be the same. Brian's eyes narrowed, his tone sharp. If you want to blame someone, blame the Federation. As the 2 conversed, the streets gradually filled with people. The sight in the sky was impossible to miss. The previously dark streets lit up as residents emerged from their homes, drawn by the ominous spectacle above. Phones were whipped out, their cameras capturing the cracks spreading across the heavens. Michael watched it all unfold, a sinking feeling settling in his chest. He partly understood something then. This city was halfway doomed. When Brian mentioned blaming the Federation, he was specifically referring to their failure to stop and apprehend the culprits before the situation escalated to this point. Being a man of few words, he didn't bother explaining further, leaving Michael to interpret his meaning on his own. On Michael's side, his emotions grew more tangled as he observed the growing crowd on the streets. What frustrated him most was how, despite the evident panic, people seemed more focused on recording the spectacle and posting it online. These people clearly had no grasp of the imminent danger they faced, having been so heavily sheltered by the Federation. Their survival instincts were practically non-existent, worse than those of a chicken, Michael thought grimly. Not long ago, he had been just like them. Only after becoming a supernatural did he finally see a crack with his own eyes. Ironically, despite cracks being such a significant part in history of the world, their dangers were never truly emphasized, not even in textbooks. Monsters were only depicted in textbooks, and even then, the images were neither detailed nor terrifying. They were often presented as simple black and white diagrams, used as mere examples rather than true representations of the horrors they posed. Had these people understood the horrors that lurked behind the cracks, perhaps they'd be rushing to evacuate rather than creating what would likely be their last memories in this world. Michael had his own worries to focus on. His family. Brian's voice came back again and broke through his thoughts. The cracks won't fully open for another 20 minutes or so. That's just enough time to appreciate being alive. Prepare yourself, boy. This will be your first major trial as a warrior of the Federation. Michael noticed the yearning in Brian's voice vanish, replaced by his usual composed tone. And don't worry about those two. I'll handle them. Knowing their type, they'll definitely try something to make the chaos worse. Do your best to survive. You could run, but if you do, you'll be branded a traitor to the Federation, someone who abandoned their responsibilities. Trust me, you won't like the consequences. Brian paused for a moment, then added with a strange finality, seems like a new era is about to begin. With that, Brian vanished, leaving Michael to his spiraling thoughts. Shaking off his daze, Michael quickly connected his vision to that of his undead, wanting to see the suspicious duo tied to this madness. However, what he saw was a fading magic circle. There was no sign of the culprits. Teacher Brian must have taken them, Michael realized. And he'd done so effortlessly. Michael stopped bothering about that matter. Without wasting another second, Michael left the alley and reappeared near the duo's last known location. He then swiftly retrieved his undead into his storage space. With nothing else to do at this place and the looming threat of the cracks breaking in the sky, Michael had only one thing left to do. Go to his family. He never thought he'd be rushing home because of something like this. Just as he turned to leave, his phone vibrated in his pocket. The constant buzzing made it clear it wasn't just a text. Michael felt a flash of impatience, tempted to ignore the call, but in the end, he pulled out his phone. The caller ID surprised him. It was his aunt. Michael's hand trembled as he answered immediately. Aunt Mia. Michael? Are you okay? Can you come home now? It's not safe outside, Michael. Please, come home. He could hear the desperation in her voice, a tone that pierced his heart. Aunt Mia wasn't just his aunt, she was the only maternal figure he had ever known. After spending more than a decade together, from childhood to now, she was more like a mother. And Lily, her daughter, was a sister figure to him. Their bond had deepened over years of being a family of three. It was obvious his worry about them wasn't one-sided. Don't worry, Aunt Mia. I'm on my way. Just wait for me, Michael said softly, his voice steady as he tried to calm her down. Okay, but hurry, okay? she pleaded. I will, Michael reassured her before the call ended. Hearing her voice eased his tension and renewed his resolve. Just as he was about to put the phone back in his pocket, another call came in. This time, the name on the screen made his breath hitch. It was another familiar person. Mira. Michael hesitated briefly, his gaze fixed on the cracks in the sky. The ominous red glow around them intensified, slowly painting the heavens crimson. With a deep breath, he answered the call. Are you seeing this too? Mira's sharp voice cut straight to the point. I'm right under it, Michael replied, his tone grim. Do you know what's going on? She pressed, though her tone made it clear she wasn't expecting much of an answer. Unexpectedly, she got one. Yeah, it's demonic cultivators, Michael said bluntly, dropping the bomb without further explanation. Stay safe. It's about to get messy. We'll talk later if things go well. I need to be with my family. Without waiting for a response, Michael ended the call. At any other time, this would have been considered rude, even disrespectful, but right now, he couldn't care less. With a deep breath and a face devoid of emotion, Michael disappeared from the spot. A while later. Knock. Knock. Who's there? A cautious voice called from behind the door. It's me, Aunt Mia. It's Michael. He could hear hurried footsteps approaching, and soon the door swung open, revealing Aunt Mia's tired face. Behind her, Lily peeked out, curiosity and worry written all over her young features. I'm back, Michael said, forcing a smile. On Myra's side, her face twitched as the call with Michael abruptly ended. That guy, she thought bitterly. Her hands clenched at her sides as she resisted the urge to curse out loud. Still, she couldn't ignore what Michael had said before cutting her off. His family. Mira turned to glance at her mother, who was staring out the window, her eyes fixed on the ominous cracks in the sky. Mira couldn't quite put it into words, but ever since her awakening, she had noticed subtle changes in her mother. She seemed to be regaining the cheerfulness she had lost after Myra's father's death, as if awakening had brought hope back into their lives. Mira didn't want that to stop. A determined expression settled on her face as she picked up her phone and dialed a number. The call connected immediately. Lillian. After talking with Aunt Mia for a while, Michael realized she had sent him a message earlier. Unfortunately, it was around the time he had been busy in the land of origin, so there was no way he could have seen it. He hadn't even bothered to check for any missed calls or messages after returning to the real world, heading straight to the association to sell the corpses he had collected. When Michael finally looked at the message, he saw it was about the money he had sent her. As expected, Aunt Mia had overreacted, or rather, reacted appropriately, to him suddenly transferring such a large amount at once. Checking his call log, Michael saw he also had a couple of missed calls from her before she had decided to send the message instead. Michael felt a twinge of guilt, but there was nothing he could do about the past. It wasn't that he had intentionally ignored her, he had simply been too occupied at the time. The content of the message was exactly what one would expect from a worried guardian. How did you get the money? Are you safe? Are you in trouble? Call me when you see this. Why did you send so much money? She had essentially rephrased the same concerns several times. However, unlike what Michael expected, that Aunt Mia would calm down after seeing him and start asking various questions, she didn't. Instead, her first question was about what was going on. In her mind, she didn't expect much of an answer from Michael. After all, he had only been an awakener for barely 5 days. That was hardly enough time to make significant connections or understand the intricacies of supernatural events, let alone something as monumental as this. This was her thought process, which wasn't illogical. Even someone as ordinary as Aunt Mia could tell that the situation with the sky wasn't normal and had to be significant. But despite recognizing this, she wasn't particularly worried. In her mind, she believed the Federation would handle everything. Like most people, she thought the same way. If the sky falls, there's always someone taller to hold it up. And she wasn't entirely wrong. The Federation was strong, more than capable of handling a myriad of crises. However, even a strong man could be caught off guard by a sudden blow. The Federation oversaw the entire Aurora realm. There was bound to be loopholes in their concentration. Michael didn't think the current issue would be too much for the Association to handle. But from Brian's words, he knew everything had escalated far too quickly. Still, he held on to the hope that the Federation would be able to resolve the impending doom. It shouldn't take someone strong long to reach here, but the demonic cultivators must know that too. There was no way they would orchestrate something like this and allow the Federation to resolve it so easily. For a group that had managed to fight a behemoth like the Federation for over 2 centuries, they had to have their own means. Even someone as strong as Teacher Brian had spoken with such grave seriousness about the current situation, his words implying that the Federation might not intervene in time. Michael knew he had to prepare himself to face the crisis. If someone as powerful as Brian had little room for relaxation, there was no reason for someone as weak as Michael to feel at ease. But that was his burden to bear. His family didn't need to worry about such things. His duty was to protect them in any way he could. "I don't know what's going on, Aunt Mia, but don't move too far from me. The Federation should be able to handle this." Aunt Mia nodded. Michael's response was exactly what she had expected. As for the part about staying close to him, she saw no issue with it. It had been her plan all along. Michael simply reiterating it only reinforced her resolve. Though she doubted Michael had become extraordinarily strong in such a short time, he was still a supernatural, and it made sense to stay by his side. With that, the family gathered in the sitting room. Aunt Mia turned on the television, switching channels to find any news covering the current situation, while Michael stood by the window, observing the sky. The chaotic mixture of energies above hadn't changed much. Michael could now distinguish energy levels comparable to the level 1 crack he had been to, the Goblin world, and others like the level 2 crack he had ventured into, the Ape region. However, these were smaller and closer to the ground compared to the massive cracks in the sky. Judging by the frequency of their chaotic energy, Michael could sense they'd be the first to break, releasing monsters. And it wouldn't take long. "Can't I just run away with Aunt Mia and Lily?" Michael thought. "With my undead, it shouldn't be too hard to escape before the cracks fully break." The thought left a slight bitter taste in his mouth. It felt a little cruel to him to discard everyone else even as he had the power to help a little. Yet, he couldn't deny he wasn't entirely against the idea. Michael only felt a twinge of guilt, not true remorse for leaving others behind. Another thing the pre-awakening him would feel different about. However, Brian's parting words still lingered in his mind. If he fled, he would be branded a fugitive alongside his family. As much as he wanted to be selfish, his actions would have consequences for his loved ones, and that alone kept him from acting on the thought. That, and the possibility his family wouldn't even agree to leave. Though he'd only recently begun learning the truth about the world, Michael didn't need much time to understand the situation of the humans living in Aurora. Even now, with cracks forming in the sky, people were still out on the streets, laughing, taking photos, and treating the disaster like a spectacle. Michael could already predict the outcome. The dawn of the Dark Age. It said that on an otherwise ordinary afternoon, cracks of various sizes suddenly appeared in the sky, causing mass panic worldwide. These cracks weren't just anomalies, they became portals from which monsters poured out, wreaking havoc and destruction. Michael knew the historical accounts well, both from school and from forum discussions. But the current situation felt different. For one, he believed people back then had sharper survival instincts, reacting swiftly to the unknown anomaly. Secondly, according to records, the highest level cracks during the dawn of the Dark Age were only level 2, and even those were rare. It wasn't until much later that stronger cracks began to appear. Now, as Michael assessed the chaotic energy radiating from the sky, he could sense at least 2 level 2 cracks in his vicinity, along with multiple level 1s. He wasn't overly concerned about the level 1 or 2 cracks. He might not be able to protect the entire neighborhood, but he could certainly shield his family. At this point Michael had stopped feeling guilt about the issue with the suspicious duo earlier. Looking at how it seemed like the entire city was covered in this cracks, there was really nothing he could do except make the final result slightly better. What worried him were the cracks above level 2, the ones farther from the ground. Though Michael's understanding of power levels among awakeners and cultivators was still shaky, he doubted he could handle a level 4 crack on his own. He figured that, with Lucky and Prince by his side, a level 3 might be manageable, but even that wasn't guaranteed. Crack monsters were different from regular monsters, with their overwhelming numbers being their most dangerous trait. Yet, those cracks weren't his primary concern. The Federation and the Association were tasked with handling such large-scale threats. As Michael watched the cracks near the ground turn a deeper red, the people outside finally began to sense the danger and grew visibly uneasy. His thoughts raced. Isn't it said that aside from the initial cracks at the start of the apocalypse, cracks naturally form due to negative energy? But all these cracks were caused by demonic cultivators. Or is it one of those natural disasters triggered by human actions? More pressing was whether he could boost his strength at the last minute. The only viable method was to use his evolution points. Unfortunately, Michael wasn't in a position to leave the original world for the land of origin. Closing his eyes for even a second could result in waking up to a monster inside his apartment. More importantly, leaving would endanger not only his family but also himself, as his body would remain defenseless while he was in the land of origin, a glaring weakness for awakeners at his level. It was said that this vulnerability diminished at higher ranks, but such knowledge was far beyond Michael's reach. Thankfully, before leaving the land of origin earlier, Michael had summoned all the undead he could dismiss back into the netherworld. The only ones left behind were either newly revived, unevolved, or unable to be summoned yet. At least this happened after I equipped my undead. That thought gave Michael some solace, though he knew it was the least of his concerns. Still, a part of him was relieved that he wouldn't have to summon a bunch of naked corpses in front of his aunt and cousin. Just as that faintly amusing thought crossed his mind, Michael's phone vibrated. In a daze, he pulled it out and saw a notification. It was a message from the Association. Urgent. Monsters are emerging from cracks in the city. Every supernatural is mandated to protect the public. Non-compliance will result in severe punishment. Repeat, all Federation-affiliated supernaturals in Woodstone City must safeguard the public from immediate threats. Free use of ability in public is permitted. May the will of Aurora live for 1,000,000 years. As Michael finished reading the message, a sudden shout echoed from outside the apartment, drawing his attention, and that of his aunt and cousin. Look! Something's coming out of that crack. Michael cursed under his breath. The sight of a crack alone should have been enough to keep anyone inside. Even without knowing about monster-infested cracks, as one wouldn't know what it looked like until one saw it, a knowledge reserved for supernaturals, basic survival instincts should have kicked in. Michael turned toward the direction of the shout. A couple stood outside, the woman pointing at a specific crack in the sky. Michael followed her gesture, his eyes narrowing. Then he froze. Emerging slowly from the crack were small, green figures. The couple, hindered by the dim light, couldn't make out the details, but Michael could. His sharp eyes caught the unmistakable sight of green hands clawing their way out of the rift. What's that? Michael heard Lily's voice beside him as she tried to squeeze past him for a better view. Michael wasn't about to let that happen. With a firm grip, he pulled her back and spoke in a calm but commanding tone. His cold green eyes sent a chill down Lily's spine, the first time her cousin had ever unsettled her like this. Stay here and don't move. You too, Aunt Mia. His voice was soft yet authoritative, leaving both of them in a daze. They nodded instinctively. Michael turned his attention back outside. By now, it had finally dawned on the crowd that staying outside was a terrible idea, and people began rushing indoors. But it was too late. The full appearance of the green figures came into view as they plummeted from the sky. Some crashed into the ground, breaking limbs and leaving pools of blood. Others landed directly on fleeing civilians, crushing them on impact. The chaos escalated. Some of the green creatures survived with broken limbs, others were cushioned by their companions, emerging in better shape. Hundreds of these figures rained down, filling the surroundings with screams and carnage. It felt as though hell had descended on Aurora. Hell had truly descended. Even for Aunt Mia and Lily, who weren't part of the chaos outside. They had just turned to head toward the sitting room, following Michael's instructions, when the horrifying scene stopped them dead in their tracks. Monsters, blood, they're dead, they're dead. Lily's voice faltered as she stumbled backward, her broken sentences growing shriller with each word. She stepped away from the window in panic but lost her footing and fell hard to the floor, her cries cutting off abruptly. Shit! Michael cursed under his breath, momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected the damage that would be caused by the creatures emerging from the cracks to be easy to resolve, but what he hadn't foreseen was the sudden appearance and the sheer number that followed. Not only had multiple cracks opened simultaneously, but the monsters poured out rapidly. Level 1 cracks most times had at least 200 from each crack. Even if they emerged 10 at a time, it was overwhelming. In the brief moment of shock, Michael had already seen several people die, their bodies crushed or torn apart before they could even react. He clenched his fists. He couldn't let this continue. Though he found himself growing more detached emotionally, he wasn't completely numb. Watching so many die right in front of him stirred something within, a mix of frustration and anger. But his family came first. Always. Lily lay on the floor, grimacing in pain, her ankle twisted at a slightly odd angle. She'd badly sprained it during her fall. Aunt Mia knelt beside her, trembling but trying to comfort her daughter. Michael, close the window, we need to lock the doors, the windows, everything. Aunt Mia struggled to speak, her voice trembling as if she might burst into tears at any moment. Yet, despite her fear, she clung to a facade of strength. Her body trembled as she tried to pull Michael away from the window to lock it herself. But even if Michael hadn't awakened, moving him would have been a tall order, and now? It was impossible. Michael stood firm, unmoving, his gaze fixed outside. Why aren't you, Sniff, moving? She whimpered, her voice cracking. Those things, they might find us. The dam broke. Aunt Mia's tears streamed down her face, and she began to sob quietly. Lily, lying on the floor, wasn't faring much better. Tears streaked her cheeks, but the pain in her leg and the instinct to stay silent stifled her cries. The horrifying sight of monsters and humans being crushed to death had clearly left a heavy mark on them. Michael's heart ached at the sight of his family in such despair, but he had no time to console them. While Aunt Mia focused on locking up the house, Michael's sharp gaze remained on the chaos outside. Now, he could see some people attempting to fight back against the monsters that poured from the cracks. Some of them were ordinary humans or old knight apprentices who had failed to ignite their life seeds yet had pushed their bodies to the human limit. Others moved with blinding speed, clearly strong supernaturals. But it was a losing battle. The sheer number of monsters far outstripped the handful of defenders, and the chaos only continued to grow. If things were going to improve, Michael knew he had to act. Initially, Michael had only intended to intervene because he couldn't just sit by and watch people die. He wasn't so cold as to ignore the situation entirely. Sending out one of his undead would have also been enough to fulfill the Supernaturals Association's mandatory participation request. But as he watched other supernaturals slaying the monsters, a new thought crossed his mind. Experience points. He hadn't considered this before, too focused on the chaos unfolding. Now, with the chaos fully unleashed, his mind shifted. Even if he didn't care about the people, he could do it for the sake of gaining more experience. In the end, his actions would still save lives. At this moment, thoughts of the academy were the last thing on Michael's mind. Like many other awakeners, he was consumed by the pursuit of power. Or more like the obsession of leveling up. Stay here, Aunt Mia. It's not safe outside, Michael said firmly. Lock everything, like you just mentioned, and don't let anyone in, no matter who they are. Mia opened her mouth to protest, but the words caught in her throat as Michael stretched out his hand. A large figure clad in black armor, wielding an oversized hammer, materialized before her, its imposing form nearly touching the ceiling. Though its face was hidden, the sheer presence of the figure felt like a beast staring her down. Mia stood frozen, her mind a flurry of questions. What was happening outside was terrifying enough, but now she wanted answers about the strange, witchcraft-like magic circle that had appeared in her home, summoning this monstrous figure. Beginning, Michael commanded the undead. Protect her and her. Remember, protect them both. Nothing, absolutely nothing, must happen to them. He kept the instructions simple. Terms like aunt or cousin might complicate the command, so he avoided them altogether. Satisfied, Michael turned back and drew a weapon he hadn't touched since his awakening, one of his first purchases. A dagger. When Michael first awakened, the initial weapons he bought before entering the land of origin were 3. A gun, a spear, and a dagger. Of the 3, only the dagger remained relatively unused. Occasionally, in moments of idle thought, Michael had considered selling or discarding it. But now, here it was, about to be handed to his aunt. It was one of the worst weapons for supernaturals, but for an ordinary person, it was far better than a kitchen knife. Aunt Mia, please take this, Michael said, pressing the dagger into her hand. You probably won't need it with my undead here, but just in case. I'll be back soon. Don't leave unless absolutely necessary. He didn't give her a chance to refuse, placing the weapon firmly in her grasp before turning to Lily, who had stopped crying. Her gaze shifted between Beginning's massive form and her injured leg, a mix of surprise and pain etched on her face. Be careful, okay? Michael said softly, crouching beside her. Don't move too much because of your leg. Listen to Aunt Mia and stay close to this big guy. He'll keep you both safe. Lily nodded, and Michael gave her a reassuring smile. Michael, Aunt Mia began, but before she could finish, Michael had already leaped out of the window. There was no dramatic, ground-shattering landing. How could there be when Michael had only jumped from his second-floor apartment? If it had been a skyscraper, perhaps such theatrics would have been justified. A cracked ground would have signaled that Michael had put too much force into the landing, an overzealous use of strength or pure vanity. But in a situation where a massacre was unfolding, who was there to impress? Monsters? The dying? Corpses? Michael didn't want to waste even a moment. The instant his feet hit the ground, he summoned his weapon from the storage space. In a fluid motion, effortlessly decapitated 3 green-skinned creatures charging toward him. The green figures weren't unfamiliar to Michael. Hobgoblins and goblins, with the latter appearing in greater numbers. The goblins, he had hunted himself in the level 1 crack, the goblin world, and brought from the association from the real world. The hobgoblins, however, were creatures he hadn't seen in the real world or in the land of origin, but thanks to the evolution of his talent, he had been able to evolve his 1-star undead goblin to 3-star common rank hobgoblin, making him quite familiar with them. Their presence only confirmed his earlier theory: there existed an evolutionary path for the monsters in nature. Unfortunately, the monsters now were all high-leveled. Hobgoblin level 11. Rank, common. Goblin level 6. Rank, common. Goblin level 5. Rank, common. For weaker supernaturals, these creatures would be deadly. But to Michael, they were nothing more than experience points that were waiting to be harvested by his spear. Venom Fang Spear. Rank, rare. Type, poison spear. Inflicts a potent poison on the target, dealing continuous damage over time and weakening their defenses. The spear's razor-sharp edge was as deadly as its venomous bite. Michael wasn't planning to idly stand by while these experience points, monsters, continued their rampage. Drawing on his mana reserves, he activated his summoning skill. Greenish-black circles appeared around him, and moments later, towering figures emerged from the void. Michael could summon a total of 12 undead from the netherworld. 3 wolves, 1 ape, and 8 orcs. With beginning, the first goblin he had evolved, guarding his family, Michael called forth 9 more. His summoned army consisted of a verdant wolf, 5 male orcs, 3 female orcs, and a blue-furred ape. Each one of them was a 1-star rare-ranked creature, their power rivaling that of a peak elite cultivator, rank 2, at least. Michael didn't summon Lucky or Prince for now. Without hesitation, Michael issued a cold, unwavering command. Kill every monster in sight. The moment his voice echoed, his undead army, along with Michael as the lead, vanished into the chaos. It didn't take long for the people in the surrounding area to notice the sudden shift in the battlefield. After all, how could they not? 10 humanoid figures, each radiating immense power, tore through the hordes with ruthless efficiency, relentlessly killing everything that came in their path. Michael's spear had become an extension of his will, its venom claiming one goblin life after the other. In fact, he had lost count of how many times he had swung his spear, yet despite his relentless effort, the decrease in monsters he had anticipated never came. The good thing was that thanks to his efforts, his undead, and the other supernaturals in the area, they had managed to immediately stop the carnage, even allowing some ordinary citizens to seek shelter in the still-standing buildings nearby. However, even those buildings weren't entirely safe. From time to time, agonizing screams echoed from within, piercing the air. Not all the level 1 cracks that unleashed monsters appeared directly above ground. Some had erupted on rooftops. The monsters emerging from those cracks were at an advantage, as they didn't fall far. They could find multiple ways to infiltrate the buildings, and when faced with even weak monsters like goblins, ordinary people didn't stand a chance. Fortunately, Michael didn't have to worry about his family. By frequently circling the vicinity of his apartment building and checking his connection with beginning, he was reassured that his family remained safe and there were no breaches around them. His aunt, though naturally kind-hearted, understood the severity of the situation and refrained from causing unnecessary trouble. And although Michael hadn't noticed any sign of monsters breaking into his apartment building since no screams had erupted so far, he didn't want to take any chances. He stationed 1 undead to actively patrol and clear the area around the building while another stood guard for potential emergencies. He also hadn't forgotten Brian's warning about the possibility of demonic supernaturals sowing more chaos. But after remaining vigilant for so long and finding no signs of their presence, Michael concluded 2 possibilities: they were either hiding and biding their time, or they were targeting more significant locations than the old estate, where Michael lived. Minutes passed as Michael mulled over his thoughts, issued commands to his undead and continued to fight the monsters raining from the crack tirelessly. Eventually, the immediate area was cleared. However, no one celebrated. Corpses, both human and monster, were strewn across the ground, painting a grim scene of devastation. It resembled the aftermath of an apocalypse. Among the supernaturals, only a handful now remained standing, and even then, just barely. The ones who had reacted to the chaos appeared far older than Michael, a clear sign they had awakened their powers much later in their lives. The only thing distinguishing them from ordinary citizens was the life seed embedded within. But what truly gripped the crowd with dread was the sight above. The cracks in the sky had thinned, but their ominous presence remained. There were fewer of them now, not because they were closing, but because their density had dispersed, revealing a sprawling, interconnected network. Will the next cracks to break be level 2s? Michael muttered, his expression souring at the thought. He wasn't worried about the monsters themselves. Against those from level 1 cracks, he hadn't even bothered using his skills, just his raw physical stats and spear. He doubted much would change with the next wave. At most, his killing speed might slow down slightly. But what truly concerned him was the sheer volume of monsters and the escalating pattern of the cracks. The first wave had unleashed level 1 cracks. If this second wave were to bring level 2 monsters, what would follow? Level 3S. Level 4S. Michael doubted he was overthinking. Some cracks that were high in the sky and distant from his immediate vicinity radiated with a chilling, oppressive aura. Even now, they sent chills down his spine. Yet, amidst the growing dread, Michael couldn't ignore a part of himself that was relishing this unfolding chaos, a realization that left him feeling a pang of guilt. Status. Name, Michael Norman. Class, Adept Necromancer. Level, 15. EXP, 16,644 out of 17,718. Michael felt conflicted. But knowing that he was just minutes away from leveling up made him wonder what kind of heaven in hell he had stumbled into. Heaven in hell, it seemed the perfect way to describe the scene around him. The once peaceful estate he had known for years was now drenched in blood. The fleeting sense of satisfaction Michael felt instantly vanished the moment his gaze swept over the carnage. He turned his gaze toward his apartment building, or, more specifically, the window he had leapt from. Aunt Mia stood there, peeking through the window. Her body trembled, but she forced herself to watch, not the carnage, but at him. Michael frowned. He hated what Aunt Mia was doing to herself. This was nothing short of mental torture. Yet, there were things he couldn't control, her freedom to be one of them. Strangely, while the bloody massacre before him was horrific, it stirred little more than mild discomfort. Perhaps it was because he had spent the past few days knee-deep in corpses, battling monsters, and narrowly escaping death. This kind of horror barely fazed him anymore. What he did feel, however, was anger. It wasn't a righteous fury or some heroic urge to save the world, this was personal. It was about his family. Michael had inherited this body's feelings and memories. While he still recalled his past life on Earth, those memories felt distant, like fragments of a dream. This world, though more perilous, had given him something his old life never did, a healthy body and extraordinary power. He had an incredible undead army and a unique talent. Even if someday most of it was stripped away, the healthy body alone was enough for Michael to embrace this new life fully. And now, a group of lunatics called demonic supernaturals wanted to ruin that. Michael's anger ignited, burning hot and fierce. What would have happened if he hadn't awakened? This plan had clearly been in motion far longer than Michael could fathom, its reach engulfing an entire city like Woodstone. Without his powers, his family, and he himself, would have perished. To some degree, Michael could understand the mindset of the demonic supernaturals. Growth often reshapes perspective. The rich cannot truly understand the struggles of the poor, just as the poor can't comprehend the life of the rich. Mortals can't fathom the thoughts of gods. But understanding did not mean forgiveness. If one aspired to live like a king, or at least experience a life different from the constraints of an ordinary life, then the battle should be against those in power, not those who didn't have any of it. In Michael's opinion, doing the opposite of this felt both flawed and twisted. As a human, he understood what he was capable of thinking. If he, one day, as a rank 4 awakener, were ever forced to stand in a long queue with ordinary humans and be treated the same, he knew he'd lose his mind. Though he didn't think this was likely to happen in real life, considering how supernaturals had little societal influence despite their overwhelming power, who knew if something like this had happened before or not? Perhaps, at some point in his 18 years in this realm, someone with godlike abilities had been forced to behave like an ordinary human, waiting in line like everyone else alongside him. Michael could understand where the bitterness stemmed from, but that didn't excuse poor behavior. "Thank you so much for your help." Michael, who was still lost in thought as he stared at the red, gloomy sky with a frown, was pulled back to reality by a voice. He turned his head and saw an elderly man standing beside him. Though the man's face seemed vaguely familiar, Michael didn't know him personally. "It's no problem. This is what I should be doing," Michael replied politely. The old man opened his mouth to speak more, but a sudden scream cut through the air, interrupting him. Following the scream, 2 hands grabbed Michael's shirt. "You killed my father. You killed my father." A young man, roughly Michael's age, stood before him. His hair was dyed in 3 colors and tattoos covered his face. Though Michael wasn't one to judge by appearances, it was clear what kind of person was clutching his shirt now. Unfortunately, not only did Michael not know this person, but he also couldn't understand the sudden hostility. Worse still, his patience was already running thin. He had just slain over 200 monsters, his bloodlust was still simmering, and the thrill of battle was pulsing in his veins. It was a miracle he hadn't slapped the man outright. "Get your hands off me." Michael's voice was calm, but it carried a chill that sent shivers down everyone's spine who heard it. Even the surviving ordinary people, mourning over their lost loved ones or their own injuries, fell silent and stared at him. Despite the warning, the young man didn't let go. Sweat dripped down his forehead as he glared at Michael with defiance. "Oh. And what will you do? Do you think that just because you have some fancy powers, you can do whatever you want?" The youth spat, jealousy and rage flashing in his eyes. Michael's gaze turned icy. He debated whether to handle this lightly or use some force, but before he could decide how to act, a fist flew from nowhere, slamming the young man square in the face. The blow sent the youth flying 5 meters away, leaving the crowd stunned. The one who delivered the punch was someone Michael recognized, his neighbor from the apartment building. The man was one of the strongest supernaturals who had fought alongside him during the chaos. Brats these days. They don't know their limits, or when to show gratitude, the man muttered, turning to Michael, who watched him curiously. "My apologies for my nephew's behavior," the man said with a sigh. "He's just grieving my brother's death." Some people, blinded by their upbringing, believe everyone is equal. They simply refuse to accept the truth of the world. The man's words carried a terrace of double meaning. It made sense, only a supernatural could truly understand another supernatural. Michael's neighbor, who happened to be a peak mid-stage knight, seemed to embody this notion. But what surprised Michael more was how casually the man had spoken about his brother's death. For a moment, his words made Michael suspect the two might have had a strained relationship, perhaps even worse. Maybe the man had left his brother to die, unwilling to save him from the claws of the monsters. Though Michael's expression remained neutral, his wariness grew. He was already considering adding this neighbor to his blacklist when the man continued speaking. "I'm sorry for my nephew's rude behavior. The death of my brother must have been too much for him to handle." The man's voice faltered, choking on the words, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Michael's sharp eyes noticed the man's clenched fists, trembling slightly as though he was restraining himself. "He's pretending to be strong," Michael thought, a faint trace of respect flickered within him. "What happened to him?" Michael asked, glancing around the area. The monsters were gone, and his undead stood motionless, their commands fulfilled. "Well, most of them anyway." Lily and another female orc with water-manipulating abilities were fussing over a third female orc who shared Lily's fire affinity. The third female orc, however, seemed more intent on scrubbing the blood off herself than paying attention to them. A clean freak orc? Michael mused, intrigued. The intelligence and unique quirks of his rare-rank creatures never ceased to fascinate him. Lucky, the gluttonous wolf with boundless potential, was a stark contrast to Prince, whose calm and responsible demeanor made him seem like the true elder brother of the army. They feel so alive despite being undead. Michael's thoughts were interrupted by the trembling voice of the youth from earlier. Blood dripped from the boy's mouth as he spat bitterly, "You have so much power. My father didn't die immediately when the monsters appeared. We were holding on, until a stronger one came. But where were you? You were busy killing monsters that hadn't even attacked anyone yet." Michael's eyes narrowed as realization dawned. So that's what this is about. If there was something Michael could acknowledge was wrong about him, it was that he was too understanding. The fact that he could reason with even a sliver of the demonic supernatural's mindset was proof of this, despite how evil their actions were. Though he didn't want to dwell on it, Michael couldn't help but imagine, if he had been powerless right now, and something had happened to his family while he survived, his grief might have driven him to blame someone, no matter if it was fair or not. But accusing others rudely was outright wrong, especially if he were the one on the receiving end of such disrespect. Michael wasn't going to lie, he was quite concerned about gaining experience points. Even so, the first monsters he cleared were the ones that were closest to people and would pose an immediate threat to them before going after others to gain points. There was no way he would let someone get killed when he had the power to stop it, no matter how tempting experience points were, those wouldn't make him flinch in such a situation. Yet, here he was, not only Michael accused, but disrespected to his face, by someone who had just witnessed his capabilities. It seemed that in this world, only the adults possessed a proper sense of reality, sensibility, and survival instincts. At least, neither Michael, from Earth, nor the original soul inhabiting this body would dare to grip someone's shirt after seeing them move at blurring speed. This scene made Michael remember a certain phrase he had often encountered as a novelist back on Earth, the phrase that would sometimes leave him cringing if used too many times in one sitting. And yet, in the current situation, the saying seemed to fit perfectly. This guy was courting death. The rude youth's body trembled as he stood and approached Michael, his voice laced with self-righteousness. I know all supernaturals are required to register with the Supers Association and protect the citizens. With your power, you're obviously someone who should carry the most responsibility, but you're nothing more than useless. If it was my uncle. Michael had no patience for the nonsense anymore. Without a word, he immediately cast a skill on him. Slow Curse. Though the skill was at basic mastery and offered limited effects on an evenly matched opponent, against an ordinary human, it was devastating. Suddenly, the youth felt his movements turning slow. No, they didn't just slow, they halted completely. Looking into Michael's cold, expressionless eyes, dread filled his heart. The weight of Michael's overwhelming bloodlust washed over him, paralyzing the youth. I'm going to die, he thought, terror clutching his heart. Fortunately for him, Michael had no intention of killing him. Yes, I'm a member of the Supers Association, and yes, I'm tasked with protecting the public. But understand this, you are not entitled to my help simply because the association has imposed this role on me. Be careful. I'm not as patient or forgiving as you might hope. Michael's true feelings surfaced at that moment. He despised how his growing strength as a supernatural was forcing him to understand some of the twisted words spoken by the seniors on the forum, and even the warped ideologies of demonic supernaturals. The Federation. It was nothing short of a tyrant. He was expected to risk everything, his life and the lives of his loved ones, putting himself in danger with no apparent reward, all for the Federation's cause. And if he refused, he would be branded a criminal. All because their power spanned across the entire realm, leaving no room for dissent. Michael didn't know much about the Federation, which seemed to regard itself as a kingdom with supernaturals as its subjects. But from what he had seen so far, his impression of it was far from favorable. Of course, this didn't mean Michael planned to go rogue. Doing so would bring him no benefits and would in fact cause more trouble. As tyrannical as the Federation was, it still offered advantages like the resources and protections he couldn't afford to ignore. This, and he also didn't dare to. Releasing the curse, Michael watched as the rude youth nearly collapsed face first to the ground, but his uncle caught him just in time. Michael spoke, his voice like ice as he delivered his final words. Be careful who you speak to, especially people like me. You never know when someone might have the patience of a dog, none at all. Surprisingly, Michael's neighbor didn't react to his use of power on the nephew. Instead, the man acted as though it were normal, helping the boy up before addressing Michael. Thank you for going easy on him, the man said with a smile that carried a deeper meaning. Michael felt a twinge of guilt. The man had just lost his brother, and now his nephew had been suppressed right in front of him, though the boy's rudeness had warranted it. As for whether this would bring trouble later, Michael didn't dwell on it. At most, the youth might try to stir up trouble, claiming Michael had abused his authority. If the Supers Association made an issue of it after everything he'd done to protect the public, it would only worsen his opinion of the Federation. Michael merely nodded at the man, ignoring the entitled nephew who, like so many other citizens, was blinded by a false sense of equality. Turning to the crowd, Michael raised his voice. "If you want to die, stay out here. More creatures will be coming through those cracks at any moment." The moment his words landed, the spectators, who had been in awe of Michael's earlier display of power when he conjured a magic circle with a mere hand gesture, snapped back to reality. Panic set in. Some rushed to more secure buildings, while others moved about indecisively. The most fearful were the seriously injured. Michael watched all of this. Initially, Michael didn't plan to get too involved, but knowing his aunt's eyes were likely on him now, he stepped up to take charge. Despite being one of the youngest present, Michael was undoubtedly the most powerful. After his recent show of strength, no one dared oppose him. However, his clear grasp of the situation soon earned him genuine respect. Aware that the next wave of monsters was only minutes away, Michael moved quickly to organize the crowd. He had his verdant wolf construct a dome-like shelter using thick, sturdy vines, directing people to take refuge inside. Compared to the fragile structures of the buildings around him, Michael trusted the durability of the vine dome far more. He also instructed the verdant wolf to wrap his apartment building in layers of vines, turning it into an armored fortress. After the initial chaos subsided, Michael noticed people peeking out from their windows in nearby buildings. He sent word around the community, asking those hiding if they wanted to join him in the shelter or remain in their apartments. To ensure safety, Michael deployed his undead to accompany the team spreading the message. He gave them specific instructions to handle any lurking monsters that might have been missed during the earlier skirmish. While some of the supernaturals assisting him could handle a few stray creatures, an overwhelming number could lead to unnecessary casualties, something Michael wanted to prevent. "Those, your people, who, are they?" The elderly man, who was the first person to speak with Michael after the initial wave, asked cautiously, each word carefully chosen. Michael found the effort mildly amusing, but couldn't also help feel a growing respect for the old man. Though Michael didn't know how cultivators aged, he suspected that this man was far older than he looked, and he already appeared ancient. "They're my people," Michael replied after a pause. He'd initially considered saying undead, but the term felt too loaded, especially for ordinary people whose first encounter with the supernatural might have been this very event. Michael wouldn't assume that the man's status as a knight meant he was well versed in the intricacies of the supernatural world. If it had been just his undead wolves and the blue ape, Michael wouldn't have hesitated to be honest. But the orcs complicated things. The female orcs, unarmored unlike their male counterparts, had humanoid appearance, and could almost pass for human aside from their greenish-gray skin and unusual hair. The male orcs, clad in heavy armor, looked imposing but not monstrous. Calling them undead might lead people to assume he had killed humans to raise them, a conclusion that wasn't hard for one to jump upon. The human mind was remarkable in its ability to twist facts to fit a narrative. Michael recalled how one of his friends back on Earth had broken up with his girlfriend over a misunderstanding. She accused him of cheating simply because he hadn't replied to her messages one night. The truth? He had fallen asleep. Though everyone knew the truth, the argument she presented made her perspective seem almost logical. They eventually reconciled and even married, but the incident left a lasting impression on Michael. Later, it came to light that she'd been tired of his friend's almost nonchalant attitude and wanted to test if he cared enough to fight for her. Women. Well, both sides had been toxic in their own rights. Michael saw that the old man was about to speak again, but knowing there wasn't much time left, he cut him off. "Those monsters will be coming here any minute now. Please, get inside." The old man hesitated for a moment, his wary gaze fixed on the sky before he finally nodded and retreated into one of the vine dome shelters Michael's undead had constructed. Inside the makeshift sanctuary, fear was palpable among the cramped and anxious survivors. To Michael's surprise, a significant portion of the community, 48 people, had chosen to place their trust in him. Despite the chaos and bloodshed, 48 people had opted to stay within the protective range of his undead. This was in stark contrast to the remaining survivors, who either stayed barricaded in their homes, convinced that they were safer there, or had other reasons that Michael didn't care to ponder. As expected, the supernaturals who had helped earlier had wisely decided to sit out the next round. Their senses, though less refined than Michael's, were still sharp enough to feel the rising tension in the air. The chaotic energy in the sky didn't need to announce itself for them to realize that what had nearly killed them earlier had merely been a prelude. In the end, Michael stood alone with his undead, surrounded by a community that was now a battlefield littered with blood, corpses, both human and monster, and the frightened whispers of those hoping for salvation. "It's going to break any minute now," Michael muttered, his sharp gaze locked on the cracks spreading through the sky. "Though I doubt the second wave will be anything but overwhelmingly strong, I can't afford to let my guard down. Monsters are flooding the city, and I doubt most areas have anyone capable enough to deal with them." The thought sent a shiver down his spine, conjuring grim images of the devastation outside the community gates. Perhaps beyond these community walls lay the true apocalypse. Taking a look around, Michael surveyed his surroundings for one last time. The vine domes stood firm, each sheltering at least 15 people. His apartment building, now sealed off completely, housed his family, guarded vigilantly by his undead. As for those still hiding in their homes, Michael was also prepared to protect them if possible. But if he couldn't, well, there wasn't much he could do. At least now, with fewer people in the open, he could fight with complete focus. "This chaos should be enough to help me level up a few times, right?" Michael thought, a glimmer of excitement crossing his eyes. He didn't even have time to open his status panel before the first round of monsters descended. Unlike before, these creatures didn't crash to their deaths or easily wound themselves upon impact. They were also unfamiliar to Michael, but all of them appeared to be of the same type. Rock Scorpion Level 12. Rank, Common. Rock Scorpion Level 14. Rank, Common. The Rock Scorpions were all Rank 1 creatures, typically requiring the power of a Rank 2 cultivator to handle. However, that was for cultivators. For Michael and his undead, these scorpions, despite their size, were little more than oversized targets. Bang! One of the male orcs wielding a Titan Wrath hammer launched the first attack, striking as soon as the monsters appeared. The hammer's shockwave effect bypassed the scorpion's thick exoskeleton, shattering its defense and killing it instantly. While the orc could have achieved a similar outcome with its strength alone, the hammer had significantly enhanced the damage. More notifications of monsters falling at the hands of his undead flashed before Michael's eyes, but he ignored them and instead chose to join the action himself. Though the scorpion's rocky defenses were formidable against regular supernaturals, they were no match for Michael. With the spear in hand, he fought precisely, dealing damage just as effectively as his undead, slicing through the monsters with deadly accuracy and reducing them to pieces. "A few more, and I'll be able to level up," Michael muttered under his breath, his eyes scanning for his next target. While Michael fought for experience points and ensured the safety of the people in his community, the rest of the city was engulfed in its own battles. Just as Michael had suspected, the entire city was embroiled in battle. It wasn't just the crack-spilling monsters that spread havoc, demonic supernaturals were also at work, though they avoided smaller places like Michael's community. Small numbers and a lack of strategic value made such areas unworthy of their attention. The truth was, if the Supers Association were the city's only line of defense against the cracks appearing in the sky, the city would have still survived, albeit at the cost of significant damage and heavy casualties. The association branches weren't weak. Each branch had its own share of powerful individuals capable of handling level 1 to level 3 dimensional cracks. Under normal circumstances, the first rounds of chaos could have been mitigated, and order would have been restored before things escalated further. Unfortunately, the demonic supernaturals were well aware of this and had no intention of making things that easy. They had the weaker cultivators blend in with the monsters to attack ordinary citizens and supernaturals affiliated with the Supers Association. Meanwhile, their stronger cultivators maintained a barrier cast over the entire woodstone city, preventing anyone from entering or leaving except themselves. The barrier not only sealed the city but also blocked communication and was heavily guarded by powerful demonic cultivators to prevent the Supers Association from destroying it and communicating with the outside world. The whole city was trapped in a prison. "Don't move, Brian. Our job here is just to check each other. If you move, I move," a man floating mid-air said with a faint smirk. His ability to hover in the air marked him as a rank 4 cultivator at least, a level just below the revered king rank. However, this man wasn't simply a rank 4 cultivator, he was a genuine king rank expert, a rank 5 cultivator, comparable to a rank 3 awakener. On the surface, that is. Though the two power systems were distinct, when standing at king's rank, a cultivator became untouchable for most awakeners below rank 3. At king's rank, cultivators could transcend realms without the aid of dimensional portals and even tap into the laws of the world, a feat that set them apart as true forces of nature. "If I were at king rank now, a monkey like you wouldn't have even dared to speak to me, you trash," the other man sneered, his voice laced with icy disdain. The speaker was Brian, a member of the Supers Association Michael was familiar with. Had Michael been there, he would have recognized the cold fury in Brian's eyes, a sharp contrast to his usually calm demeanor. "But you're not king rank, Brian." "I am," the floating man retorted with an air of superiority. Brian's lips curled into a sharp grin as his words cut through the man's arrogance. "Then fight me, if you dare, Peter." The hovering man, who was now recognized as Peter, said nothing, his smug expression faltered, replaced by a cautious frown. In the night cultivation system, the first step in the journey was to awaken a life seed, which marked the beginning of a mortal's evolution into something greater. A peak rank 1 cultivator could comfortably live for 100 years. A rank 2 knight, who had evolved their life seed once, could live for 150 years. At this stage, they could infuse mana into their body and manipulate it to perform battle arts. A rank 3 knight, with their life seed evolved twice, could live for 200 years. At this point, the mana contained within their life seed could be externalized and used to cast spells. While this was still inferior to traditional mages, it was a significant improvement in their abilities. A rank 4 knight, having evolved their life seed thrice, reached the peak of their supernatural organs potential, and could live for 300 years. They gained the ability to fly and could detonate their life seed temporarily to gain a terrifying boost in overall prowess. Beyond this, cultivation became exponentially challenging. A knight would need cultivation experience, a suitable cultivation method, talent, and comprehension to transform their life seed into a law seed. The strength of the comprehended law determined their power upon advancing to the king level, but also the difficulty of their breakthrough. For example, Brian was a half-step king-level cultivator who had comprehended a powerful law but had been unable to transform his life seed into a law seed. He had been stuck at this stage for 50 years, a time marked by betrayal. 50 years ago, the man standing before him, someone Brian once called a friend, betrayed him and the Federation, advancing to rank 5 while Brian remained stagnant. "What's the matter? Don't dare to attack." Brian taunted, his voice sharp, almost mocking. If Michael had been here to witness this, he would have been shocked beyond belief. Was this the same man who once seemed indifferent, as though even the end of the world wouldn't faze him, behaving like this? Peter's frown deepened, but he remained still, making no move. Though, on the surface, he was stronger than Brian, he knew, after 50 long years, that appearances could be deceiving. The law of eternal embers. That was Brian's law, the foundation of his fearsome power. From the countless battles they had fought in the past, Peter had come to understand a few critical things about it. This law was devastatingly powerful. The law of eternal embers was a profound and destructive fire-based law rooted in the principles of perpetual burning and undying flames. Unlike ordinary fire laws, it did not focus solely on raw destructive power but embodied the concept of persistence and regeneration through fire, making it a force of perpetual burning and undying flames, both creative and destructive. The flames conjured by this law never extinguished naturally, only the cultivator himself, or a higher-tier law, could snuff them out. These flames devoured not only physical objects but also pure energy, consuming everything it touched, and leaving nothing but ash in their wake. Worse still, Brian's techniques grew stronger the longer they were sustained. His flames became hotter, fiercer and more destructive over time. It was a terrifying law, one that elevated him to the strength of an ordinary rank 5 cultivator, despite being stuck at half-step king level. But it came at a price. The sheer power of the law was too much for Brian's body to contain, which explained why he looked older than he should. It had drained his lifespan, which would usually be far longer at his stage, and was eroded by the relentless toll of his law. Still, Peter knew one thing: if he didn't attack first, Brian wouldn't either. Brian was undeniably strong, Peter couldn't deny that, but not strong enough to hold him back if he was dead set on not fighting him. If he decided to destroy the city, nothing would be able to stop him. It was this certainty that had kept Peter confident for years, keeping the mad phoenix at bay. At least, that was what Peter believed, until he heard Brian's next words. There are 2 ways to advance to rank 5. Brian, who had been aggressive just moments ago, suddenly calmed down and spoke softly. His demeanor shifted into one Michael knew all too well. An eerie calmness. In the outermost reaches of the void, high above Woodstone, Brian hovered alongside Peter, his gaze fixed on the city below. Technically, Brian was still a rank 4 cultivator, and the barrier surrounding the city should have been enough to keep him out. Yet, it failed to do so. Not against someone with his level of power. Peter's frown deepened. He had no idea what Brian was getting to, but a sense of unease began to creep into his thoughts. To be honest, he'd rather face anyone else than this bastard. Unfortunately, by the time he realized the Mad Phoenix was here to guard against them, after the Federation had caught wind of their traces, it was far too late to change course. This operation was far too important to let his personal grievances interfere. Woodstone wasn't the only city under attack. Many others were already falling to their plan. This assault wasn't a spur-of-the-moment assault, it was the culmination of months of planning and coordination. Their objective was simple: reassert their group's prominence, recruit new members, and remind the world of an undeniable truth: supernaturals and ordinary mortals were not equals. They were kings. And as always, fear was their chosen weapon, the oldest trick in the book. The first way is to create your own law, and it can be shaped using the blueprint of others. This is the traditional path, the most stable one, Brian explained, his voice steady. The second way, he continued, his tone sharpening, is to use another's personal law, or rather, to devour another person's law seed. If the person is already dead, it's not an issue. But do you know what happens when you extract it from someone who's still alive? They die. Yes, they die. And I'm sure someone like you knows this all too well, considering it's exactly how you advanced. Peter's frown deepened as the weight of forgotten guilt stirred within him. Half a century ago, he and Brian were both hailed as 2 of the Federation's top geniuses, a reputation that masked the truth beneath. Peter had fought tooth and nail just to remain second to Brian. He had done everything in his power, cultivated relentlessly, and pushed himself to the limits in desperation to keep up. Yet, despite all his efforts, he barely managed to stay in the race. The only reason he could hold on was Brian's habit of diverting his focus to other pursuits. While this broadened Brian's overall strength, it also slowed his cultivation. And yet, despite all his efforts, Peter could never surpass him. But it wasn't Brian who drove him to the edge of despair. It was Brian's daughter, Isabella. She was the child of Brian and the woman Peter had loved, the woman who, in his eyes, had chosen someone better. If Peter and Brian were considered Federation geniuses, Isabella was in a league of her own. She was one of the rare holy children the realm could produce, a being with the potential of a god. Her talent was so overwhelming that it overshadowed the painful truth of her birth, that her existence had cost her mother's life. As much as Peter despised her, he couldn't deny the sheer enormity of her talent. She was a monster. At only 14 years old, Isabella had reached the half-step king rank, a feat achieved in just 4 years of cultivation. If Brian's talent had been a source of jealousy for Peter, Isabella's existence filled him with dread. She was a walking nightmare for him. He was consumed by envy and resentment. He admitted he shouldn't have felt this way, but the thought of a child, a 14-year-old born of his rival and the sacrifice of the woman he loved, soon surpassing him in cultivation made it unbearable. It was also around this time that Brian had begun approaching the comprehension of his law. So, Peter acted. He killed her. On the day Isabella was advancing, the demonic supernaturals attacked Brian's residence to disrupt her breakthrough. That was when Peter made his move. As one of the Federation's most prominent geniuses, the Federation had spared no effort in protecting Isabella during this critical moment. They fortified Brian's residence and deployed elite forces to defend against the demonic supernaturals. Yet, no one had expected the betrayal to come from within, and certainly not from Peter, someone who could almost be considered Isabella's half-father. To this day, Peter still dreamt of the look of disbelief on Isabella's face as his hand pierced her chest. "Uncle Peter." He could still hear her voice, soft and trembling, echoing in his mind, her last words before he detonated her body into nothingness. The only trace of her existence was the law seed he had taken, her law seed. A law she had comprehended but never had the chance to wield. The law of wailing shadows. It was a necromantic law, rooted in the remnants of death, fear, and sorrow. For a child he had always imagined to have lived like a princess in a fairy tale. For her to understand such darkness revealed that she, too, had a story, one no one would ever truly know. Unlike traditional necromantic powers that commanded legions of undead, this law thrived on subtlety and psychological manipulation. It turned the lingering energies of death into shadowy specters, intangible and insidious. These specters, born from the sorrow and regret of the dead, were harder to damage and devastating in mental warfare. It was a powerful law, one Peter had no right to wield with his original talent. Yet, it was his now. What puzzled Peter, however, was Brian's reaction in the years since. While Brian clearly despised and hated him, often hurling insults or outright attacking him when they crossed paths, he avoided speaking directly about Isabella. He had remained silent about the betrayal that had claimed his daughter's life. Until today. For some reason, Brian had chosen to confront him now. Brian's voice broke the silence. "Do you know, Peter, I initially didn't care about whatever you demonic supernaturals were up to. Even when I heard you were planning something big, it didn't matter to me. But then I heard traces of you being found in this little city." Peter's expression darkened, but he said nothing, continuing to listen as he wondered what his old friend was planning, all while staying alert to his surroundings. "So, I thought, why not pay my friend a visit, like always? But I couldn't come empty-handed, could I?" An unsettling unease crept into his heart. The moment Peter heard this, he understood why he had been feeling uneasy. It was clear that Brian was setting him up for something. Without hesitation, he tried to flee, but just as he attempted to leave the void and enter the outside world, he felt a barrier stop him, as though he had hit an invisible wall. "What have you done?" Peter's voice turned sharp with anger, his eyes turning pitch black, and black mist began to emanate from his body. On the other side, Brian now appeared like a human figure wrapped in blue flames, exuding an overwhelming presence. With an air of majesty and grace, he slowly raised an object the size of a tennis ball in his hand. It looked like an unremarkable stone symbol, but Peter recognized it instantly. The Voidlock sigil. "Bastard! How do you have his treasure?" Peter's eyes widened. A wild smile slowly spread across Brian's lips, yet his voice remained soft. "It's simple. The only value of a man who has lost everything is himself. And what does such a value mean to me when the one who took everything from me lives?" He answered his own question. "Nothing." Peter's heart sank as he glanced around. The space they floated in seemed unchanged, yet there was an undeniable shift in the air. The void, once vast and boundless, now felt constricted. "Do you really think your little tricks can hold me?" Peter sneered, though his voice lacked its usual confidence. The black mist around him surged, forming spectral figures that hissed and wailed, their cries echoing in the enclosed void. Brian chuckled, the sound devoid of humor. "Hold you? Oh, Peter, you misunderstand. This isn't a prison for you." His eyes burned with an intensity that made Peter flinch. "This is your grave." The temperature plummeted as Brian's aura exploded outward, the void trembling under the weight of his power. Flames, bright and unyielding, erupted around him, painting the dark expanse in hues of sky blue and deep blue. The embers danced with an eerie grace, their heat palpable even in the void. Peter's eyes widened. "He can't be serious." "You can't sustain the eternal embers for long," Peter snapped, though his voice wavered. "It'll kill you." Brian shrugged, his flames growing brighter. "Perhaps. But what makes you think I'll be the only one dying here?" Peter's mind raced. He had known Brian to be reckless, but this was madness. It really did fit his name, Mad Phoenix. "You're willing to throw your life away for revenge?" Brian's expression darkened, and for the first time, Peter saw the raw pain hidden beneath the calm facade. "This isn't just revenge, Peter. This is justice, for Isabella." The wailing shadows surged forward, but the eternal embers roared in response, consuming them before they could reach their target. The two forces clashed violently, the void trembling under the strain of their battle. Peter gritted his teeth, his confidence unraveling with each passing second. "You think you can kill me? You're nothing more than a half-step king. And yet here you are, running scared." Brian shot back, his flames intensifying. "Face it, Peter. You might have stolen her law, but you don't have the strength to wield it properly. You're nothing without her." Just as he finished speaking, Brian attacked directly with a law skill. Laws were the embodiment of nature's rules, the foundation upon which the world operated. To supernaturals, they were the key to understanding the world and becoming one with it. Law skills were techniques that demonstrated a supernatural's mastery and comprehension of their law. These skills could either be individually created or learned from the blueprint of another's understanding. Blaze of Devoural. The concept behind this law skill was simple yet terrifying. Fire not only burns, it consumes. While this idea was common among fire laws, it was uniquely extreme when tied to Brian's law of eternal embers. The fire summoned by Blaze of Devoural didn't merely scorch, it sought out and consumed any form of energy or material it encountered. Its principle revolved around the absorption of everything into the unyielding flame, leaving nothing but emptiness in its wake. A ball of concentrated blue flames appeared above Brian's hand, its heat so intense that the surrounding void seemed to ripple and twist. Without hesitation, he hurled it toward Peter. Peter, all too familiar with this devastating move, reacted instantly. His law of wailing shadow flared to life. With a sharp motion, he invoked a skill tied to his law. Phantom Abyss. The shadows around him surged, forming a massive whirlpool that sucked in the surrounding energy, including the advancing flames. The blue fire resisted fiercely, but the abyss grew deeper, darker, and more oppressive, dragging the flames into its depths. Had they been on the same level, Brian would have undoubtedly emerged victorious. However, the harsh reality was that he was still only a rank 4 cultivator. While his law of eternal embers granted him formidable advantages, his rank imposed significant limitations. Peter's law of wailing shadows wasn't inherently superior to Brian's law of eternal embers. However, Peter's rank as a higher-level cultivator gave his law an undeniable edge. For a moment, the void was silent and the two laws battled for supremacy. Then came an explosion of light and darkness as the blaze of Devoural met the heart of the phantom abyss. The resulting shockwave sent both men flying, each forced to stabilize themselves as the void trembled under the clash of their powers. Brian wiped the blood trickling from his lip, his eyes burning with determination. Again. Without hesitation, Brian launched another attack. For the first time since that fateful day, he had managed to corner his enemy. He was strong, Brian knew that, but he also knew his limitations. By the end of this battle, he could very well be the one to die, and he had accepted that outcome the moment he stepped into this small city. He was ready to give his life. Every day, he still dreamed of his late wife and daughter, their faces haunting him, their voices blaming him for failing to avenge his daughter's deaths. The reason he had sought godhood had been for his daughter, yet the closer he came to understanding nature, the more he realized how insignificant he truly was. As blows were exchanged, Brian's thoughts wandered to the boy he had met just days ago. At first, he hadn't cared much for the rude brat, but after selling those corpses to him, something changed. When the boy returned, he carried an aura Brian was all too familiar with. Death energy. It gave Brian conflicted feelings, but he didn't hate the boy. Aside from demonic supernaturals and creatures like demons, those who came into contact with death energy were very rare. Like his daughter. Though the boy seemed greedy and carried a certain ruthlessness, perhaps driven by an urgent goal, Brian couldn't help but be impressed by his rapid growth. It reminded him of her. Everything reminded him of her. He wondered what might have been if she were still alive. If she had managed to ascend to the rank of King Cultivator, what if she had awakened? What heights could she have reached? The thought gnawed at him, even as he fought with all his strength. Michael didn't know how much time had passed, but at some point, he found himself fighting level 3 monsters in the third wave. More monsters also began flooding into the community from outside, their numbers growing exponentially. Bone armor. If there was one thing Michael could say he loved about this chaotic mess, it was twofold. First, the experience points. Nothing could beat that. Michael wasn't even the one benefiting the most from the monstrous horde, it was his undead. Being at lower levels than him, they leveled up faster and, before long, had caught up to Michael's own level. Well, his previous level. Status window. Name, Michael Norman. Class, Adept Necromancer. Level, 17. EXP, 1,321 out of 39,867. All he knew was that he had leveled up twice. However, he hadn't even had time to properly check his status before rushing after the next group of monsters. And as for increasing his stats, Michael didn't see the point yet. The rank 3 monsters were level 20 at most, and even though he was technically lower leveled than them, he didn't feel the need to boost any of his stats. These creatures were simply too weak to warrant such action. If they'd all been rare rank monsters, then the situation might have been different. But, fortunately for him, they weren't. All it took was a single swipe of his spear to end them. If one slash wasn't enough, a second would be enough to balance the equation. The second thing Michael was happy about was his skills. At first, he had planned to rely solely on his spear, keeping things simple and straightforward. But during the second wave, when the level 2 sand scorpions were nearly eradicated, an idea struck him. Why not use the opportunity to raise the proficiency of his skills? It wasn't as if his skills were useless. Yes, Michael wasn't just going to milk these monsters for their experience points, he was going to squeeze out every drop of value they could offer through training. And that's exactly what he did. Since the passive skill, spearmanship, had been his most used skill, it naturally saw the most noticeable improvement. The more he fought, the sharper and deadlier his movements became. If not for the knowledge that people were probably dying every minute outside the community, Michael might have thought he was in some kind of heaven. Spearmanship, basic mastery, proficiency, 62.14%. A fundamental skill for wielders of the spear, spearmanship improves the user's control, balance, and precision with this versatile weapon. It focuses on the physical mechanics and practical understanding of spear handling, making it easier to execute basic techniques. Though Michael was pleased with the rapid increase in proficiency of his spearmanship skill, he couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Sometimes, this was the downside of the skill system, it made it difficult to discern what someone was genuinely talented at. For the average human, the skill system made every awakener look like a genius. This was why Michael found himself questioning things. At first, he had jokingly claimed he had great comprehension since he'd unlocked the skill simply by reading about it. But now, it seemed there was truth in his joke. Perhaps he really did possess extraordinary comprehension and talent in the way of the spear. Of course, he had considered other possibilities. Could it be the result of his increasing intelligence stat? That was plausible, but intelligence primarily affected one's ability to learn magic-related skills or knowledge. Then again, the enhanced cognitive abilities that came as a side effect of higher intelligence might also contribute to his progress. Another possibility was that the spear itself was simply an easier weapon to master, and the skill system made it even easier. Or perhaps it was a combination of all these factors working together. In the end, it didn't really matter. Regardless of the reason, he was getting stronger, and that was enough. Aside from the spearmanship, his other skills were also improving, well, with a few exceptions. Share senses was tricky to use in the midst of battle. Unfortunately, Michael couldn't act like a blind spearman with vision of two places at once while having to rely solely on his own senses to monitor his surroundings. For now, at least. As for skills like Undead Summoning and Undead Revival, they couldn't be used for obvious reasons. One skill, however, had recently stood out to Michael. Acid Shot Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 12.07%. Acid Shot allows the user to launch a corrosive projectile that melts through materials and deals continuous damage. Range, can be launched up to 5 meters. At first, Michael hadn't appreciated Acid Shot much. But now, he realized its potential. Unlike a chemically created solution, Acid Shot was fueled entirely by his mana that was not only 100 times greater than that of the average human but also exceptionally pure. With such high-quality mana as fuel, the corrosive effects of the skill were devastating. He'd proven this when he used it on a sand scorpion, a creature with good rock-like defenses. The acid melted through its carapace as though it were paper. Additionally, although the skill description stated it worked as a projectile, Michael discovered that when he manually manipulated it, he could create a continuous stream. This, of course, drained his mana significantly, but it added another layer of versatility to the skill. It was yet another reminder that the system often didn't reveal everything about the true potential of some things. And, Acid Shot wasn't the only skill with hidden depths. There was another skill Michael had grown fond of ever since it appeared. Bone Spear Intermediate Mastery, Proficiency, 19.2%. Bone Spear summons a sharp, ethereal spear made of bone to pierce through enemies. Travels up to 10 meters. Michael had always wondered why the range of this skill was so low despite being at Intermediate Mastery. That was, until he discovered its true nature. Not only was there no limit to the number of spears he could create, the only restriction being his mana, but the 10-meter range specified in the skill description simply referred to the area within which he could control the projectile's direction. To Michael, it felt like some kind of domain skill, which made it even cooler in his eyes. It quickly became his fastest method of clearing enemies in the midst of a crowd. However, the sheer computational power required to control a large number of spears at once was staggering. Once the number of projectiles reached a certain threshold, the mental strain became terrifying. Also at Intermediate Mastery, it gained proficiency points at an exceptionally slow rate. Then there was the Slow Curse skill, which Michael discovered could be applied to multiple targets simultaneously. The only trade-off was increased mana consumption and a shorter duration of the curse's effect. As for Bone Armor, Michael activated and deactivated it repeatedly, even deliberately allowing himself to get hit so he could heal the damaged sections and raise the skill's proficiency points. All of this drained a significant amount of his mana, but not enough to worry him or push him to allocate attribute points to his intelligence. However, amidst all this chaos, there was one skill Michael loved the most, aside from Bone Spear, and that was Corpse Explosion. Corpse Explosion, Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 8.7%. Corpse Explosion detonates the remains of a defeated enemy, causing a devastating area attack. Explosion Radius, 4 meters. The monsters emerging from the level 3 cracks were the same. Long-armed monkeys. Standing at least 2 meters tall, their short legs and arms as long as their bodies gave them an odd appearance. But to Michael, their limbs weren't their most attracting feature. What bothered him was the color of their fur. It was bright pink. For a moment, the entire scene felt surreal. Michael didn't mind the color pink, but it was simply too vibrant. Too colorful to say. It clashed harshly with the grim, battle-ridden environment. Grabbing one of the corpses of a long-armed monkey, Michael activated Corpse Explosion. The skill was mana-intensive, but its effects were devastating. According to Michael's observations, the skill allowed him to infuse mana into a corpse, forming intricate magic pathways that turned the body into a volatile container. By using the lingering energy within the corpse, combined with his own mana, he could create a deadly bomb. The power of the explosion depended on several factors: the strength of the corpse, the amount of mana used, and the size of the body. It had its limitations, but in situations like this, it was an incredibly effective weapon. Michael hurled the prepared corpse toward a group of long-armed monkeys charging at one of his undead. The corpse struck one of the monsters, and in a cold, emotionless tone, Michael commanded, "Explode!" Boom! The corpse detonated instantly, tearing apart the group of monkeys. 3 died on the spot, their bodies reduced to mangled remains, while a 4th, just slightly outside the 4-meter blast radius, was injured. In one move, Michael had eliminated 4 enemies with a single corpse. That was the sheer destructive power of Corpse Explosion. Of course, the damage depended on the mana he poured into the corpse and the quality of the body itself. The stronger the corpse, the more devastating the explosion, and the greater the mana cost. As for the word he spoke before the explosion, it wasn't necessary. The activation was tied purely to his will, but saying it aloud helped solidify the mental image, ensuring the corpse exploded exactly when he intended. Michael had one of his undead finish off the injured monster and didn't stop. He charged through several more, tossing explosive corpses now and then. He couldn't help but admire the effect. For the first time, he understood why Mira seemed so excited about blowing things up. It was art. Explosion is art. Each blast sent shockwaves through the air, scattering the monsters and leaving destruction in its wake. The satisfaction of seeing it all unfold was oddly fulfilling. Between the explosions, Michael had his undead handle any survivors, ensuring no monster was left standing. Amid the chaos, he pulled out his phone, glanced at it, and quickly put it back. No message. No signal. Something's definitely wrong, he muttered. This world was far more advanced than Earth, even if Woodstone City didn't fully reflect that. Regardless of how chaotic the current situation was, it shouldn't have been enough to bring down network service. So it could only mean one thing. The lack of signal on his phone wasn't a mistake. It was deliberate. It must be the work of the demonic supernaturals, Michael speculated. Just because he hadn't encountered any in his community didn't mean they weren't involved. In fact, they had already been participating in this mess from the very moment they summoned these cracks into the real world. Still, regardless of the broader situation, Michael's immediate task was to clear the monsters around him. Even so, he kept part of his focus on the bigger picture. He didn't particularly care about the Federation's reaction if something extreme was to happen, though he'd do his best to avoid antagonizing them. However, if a major event forced him to choose between the public and his family, his decision was clear. He'd choose his family. If possible, he'd also save parts of the public so his family could be included in the public he saved to reduce any complications. But when it came down to it, his family would always come first. As these thoughts churned through his mind, Michael continued casting his skills and killing monsters, unaware of what was unfolding in other parts of the city. In a location far from Michael's apartment, Mira and Lillian stood side by side with a group of other supernaturals. This was another community, much better maintained than Michael's. Even in its ruined state, it was clear this place had been a cut above before chaos descended. Compared to Michael's community, where elevators in tall buildings no longer functioned, this one at least had some semblance of modern convenience. Perhaps because of the better environment, there were more supernaturals here, and not just more, but stronger ones as well. While Lillian and Mira were among the powerful individuals in Michael's community, here, they weren't the strongest. The most powerful person in this area was an old cultivator who, as introductions revealed, was a retired soldier. Soldiers still existed in this world, but their role carried a unique meaning. With no internal wars within the Federation aside from conflicts with demonic supernaturals, soldiers were primarily needed for battles within dimensional cracks. And this wasn't just any soldier who had passed through a military academy, he was a cultivator. A late-stage rank 3 cultivator, no less. If Michael were present and aware of this fact, an old thought would undoubtedly resurface. Why are old people in the Federation so strong? One might wonder why Lillian was with Mira, given that they lived in different areas. For one, they had become the best of friends, brought together by their shared status as the only 2 females in their class to awaken and become awakeners. Lillian, like Michael, was an orphan, or at least she considered herself one. Lillian wasn't placed in an orphanage because her parents died but because she was abandoned as a baby, left on the doorstep of an orphanage. Unfortunately, the orphanage where she grew up was far from a safe haven for children. The caretakers were terrible. Lillian was a slow learner, and while most adults might have sighed in frustration, the ones in charge of the orphanage were much harsher. They berated her, insulted her, and even revealed the harsh truth of her abandonment in front of the other children. And children, as anyone should know, are capable of cruelty if left unchecked. Bullying became the least of Lillian's worries. Life took a turn for the better when she entered senior high school and was adopted by a kind old woman. Finally, she was able to leave the orphanage. At school, most of her peers barely noticed her existence, and the occasional teasing was harmless compared to the torment she had endured. Her time with the old woman, though brief, was a source of solace. Tragically, the woman passed away a year later, leaving Lillian alone once more. But by then, she had learned how to fend for herself. Using the phone the old woman had gifted her, she began writing short stories on various platforms, earning just enough to survive. Then everything changed on the day the system panel appeared before her. Unlike her peers, Lillian lacked any standout talent or unique ability as an awakener, or so it seemed at first glance. Yet, she adapted, as she always had, living alone and expecting little from the world. She never blamed anyone for her circumstances and never felt entitled to care or kindness. So, when Mira, the only person she could truly call a friend, called her, she didn't hesitate. And now, here she was, standing beside Mira, defending her community without hesitation or guilt that she left hers. It was the least she could do for one of the few people who treated her like an actual friend and a real person. Or at least, that's how Lillian saw it from her perspective, someone who claimed she didn't need anyone but desperately wanted and needed someone to talk to, someone who treated her normally. "Girl, do you have any of that paper?" The old cultivator turned toward Mira. Unlike Michael's community, this area was less destroyed, and the casualties were notably fewer. The presence of a rank 3 cultivator, along with 2 young awakeners, though not advanced to rank 1 yet but strong in their own right, played a significant role. Additionally, a few other supernaturals added to the defense. But the true reason for the community's relative safety lay with Mira. Mira had developed a way for even weaker supernaturals to fight more effectively, all thanks to the 2 coincidentally linked formulas she had unlocked at levels 5 and 10. Talismans. At level 5, Mira unlocked the Talisman Formula section, gaining her first 2 talisman-related formulas. While her initial formula, a potion for explosive effects, aligned with her natural talent for destruction, the 2 talismans she acquired were different. So, unfortunately, her talent didn't extend to enhancing them directly. However, their utility couldn't be denied. Feather-Light Talisman. Effect, increases speed by 20%. Duration, depends on the strength of the user. Usage, place on the body and infuse mana. Wind/Talisman. Effect, condenses the wind element in the air to launch a sharp attack. Usage, infuse mana into it. Talismans, much like magic scrolls, provided strategic advantages in combat. Despite not being explosive, the two talismans proved instrumental in bolstering the defense of the community, especially for those who lacked the raw power to fight monsters head-on. Mira pulled out a bundle of talisman papers. Knowing that the old cultivator was asking for the other supernaturals around and not for himself, since he was far too strong to need her talismans, Mira reluctantly handed them over to the few rank 2 cultivators around. Rank 1 cultivators, if they weren't mages, couldn't manipulate mana outside or even within themselves, even if it was little, until rank 2, so they couldn't use talisman. This was where magic scrolls had an edge, since ordinary people are able to use it, since one just needed to tear the one-time item. However, Mira still preferred talisman. For one, talismans, unlike magic scrolls, were reusable until the energy within their inscriptions was depleted. While magic scrolls were more potent and could seal stronger spells for longer periods, talismans were cheaper, easier to make, and more flexible in usage. Of course, this flexibility came with a drawback. Talismans had a shorter lifespan than magic scrolls. However, given the materials for talismans were far more common, Mira considered the trade-off more than worthwhile. Also, unlike her previous creation, the mushroom potion, which acted as an explosive but required rare and expensive materials, limiting how many she could make, Mira was quite fond of the talismans. While they weren't explosive like she preferred, their materials were cheaper, and the process to make them wasn't too difficult. Perhaps this was because she was an awakener with a crafting skill that boosted her success rate, making the process smoother. After the recent hunt with Michael, Mira had managed to buy enough materials, magic paper and ink, to create 20 talismans of each formula within a day. The best part? They were highly sellable, capable of earning her more than twice what she had spent on the materials. Initially, Mira had planned to sell the talismans to fund her creations, as her class seemed to demand a lot of resources. But chaos had descended, ruining her plans. Now, for the sake of protecting the community, she had to give away these talismans, ones she had worked so hard to create, for free. She didn't regret her decision. No one would have known she even had these talismans if she hadn't spoken up. Still, that didn't mean she didn't feel the sting of her loss. She felt it. A lot. At this time, the group protecting the community had just finished clearing the second wave. Some had died, and many were injured. Mira and Lillian, however, were reluctantly getting used to the sight. Well, maybe Mira was, but Lillian, at least in her usual state, still struggled. Yes, her usual state. Mira had noticed it ever since their hunt in the goblin world. Something Michael had also picked on a bit in the ape region. Lillian wasn't exactly a normal girl. On the surface, she seemed ordinary enough, clumsy, quiet, and unassuming. But the moment she drew her weapon and spilled blood, something changed. It was as though a suppressed lunatic was unleashed, one who grew visibly excited at the sight of blood and fought with an intensity that bordered on madness. Worse, Lillian wasn't just some reckless berserker, she was a highly skilled combatant, her class giving her a natural edge in battle. This transformation only occurred in the heat of a fight. Outside of combat, she reverted to the shy, clumsy girl Mira had first come to know. While this change freaked Mira out a little, she had come to accept it. What Mira didn't realize, though, was how others viewed her in turn. In their eyes, she wasn't much better than Lillian. During battle, Mira transformed into something entirely different, violent and wild. To outsiders, the two were a peculiar pair, an expressionless ice princess and a shy, sunny girl, in normal circumstances. But in the chaos of battle, they were both crazed warriors. After the second wave, the group cleared the surroundings a little and waited anxiously for the third wave. Mira glanced up at her apartment window. The light wasn't on, but she knew her mother was inside. Mira didn't know how her mother felt about all this, but she knew one thing: if she wanted to keep her safe, her place was outside, fighting, not hiding indoors. Still, Mira wasn't overly worried. She had left some means of protection for her mother, 2 pairs of mushroom potions. She felt uneasy in trusting her mom with something so volatile, especially since the potion only needed to be shaken violently to explode. However, since her mom was an ordinary person with no ability to manipulate mana and activate the talismans she had made, this was the best Mira could do. Despite her worries, Mira reassured herself that as long as no monster reached her mother, everything would be fine. Yet, alongside her worry, there was anger simmering beneath the surface. If there were people in Woodstone City who knew about the actions of the supernaturals and didn't feel anger, Lillian might be among them. But for Mira, and a few others like her, that indifference didn't exist. Just like Michael, Mira didn't care much about most people. But for the select few she did care about, her feelings ran deep. And now, the thought of some group of lunatics trying to take her mother away from her filled her with fury. The battle in the city raged on. More lives were lost. Some grew stronger amidst the chaos. Others lost everything they held dear. And a few, like Brian, found themselves at the most pivotal moments of their lives. Boom! Brian didn't know how long he'd been trading blows, but it felt like an eternity. At this point, his appearance had changed drastically. His hair was now snow white, not with the elegance of age, but the pallor of illness. His body had grown gaunt and pale, exuding a heavy sense of weakness despite the terrifying aura radiating from him. Also, his left arm was missing. Give up, cough, cough. In the void, Peter tried once more to persuade Brian to surrender, only to end up coughing blood. His face turned ashen. He knew his time was running out. If the battle dragged on any longer, he wouldn't survive. This was why he had never wanted to face the Mad Phoenix. Having a strong law was one thing, but having a law among the strongest was entirely different. Brian's law. The law of eternal embers. Peter had often called it the nemesis of nearly everything, even those of its kind. In the beginning, Peter had held the upper hand. As a rank 5 cultivator with a more complete law, his energy far exceeded Brian's. Though the law of eternal embers was a force that consumed anything and everything for energy, it functioned much like feeding a dog. No matter how much it could eat, there was always a limit, and it couldn't be fed its entire capacity all at once. Similarly, while the law of eternal embers could devour most things, it had its own constraints. Yet, countering it was even more challenging, as attempting to extinguish its flames with an overwhelming surge of law energy often backfired, turning the excess energy into fuel for its insatiable fire. However, even a rank 5 cultivator had his limits. Now, Peter was barely holding on. The only thing keeping him alive was the thin barrier of energy coating his body, shielding him from the flames. But it was a temporary measure. The law of eternal embers continued to feed on his energy, growing stronger with every passing moment. The void they were trapped in was in shambles, chaotic energy tearing through it, threatening to collapse at any moment. Yet Brian, holding a treasure that could have allowed him to escape, made no move to leave. One of them was going to die here. And Brian had already decided. The sea of blue flames swirled around him, their glow illuminating his gaunt figure as he spoke. His voice was deep and calm, unshaken by the chaos around him. Have you ever regretted killing Isabella in these past 50 years? Peter had initially been relieved seeing Brian finally open his mouth to speak. Ever since the first blow was thrown, not a single word had been exchanged between them. Seeing Brian turn to address him made Peter almost believe the Mad Phoenix wasn't as suicidal as he seemed. However, it was clear he thought too much. Or rather, thought too soon. What bullshit are you talking about? Peter finally snapped. He barely had any energy left, and he could feel the terrifying flames of the law of eternal embers closing in on him. Any moment now, if the flames touched his physical body, it would be over. The fear of death clawed at him, and the words he expected didn't come. Brian repeated his question. Have you ever regretted killing Isabella in these past 50 years? Though his voice was emotionless, there was something in the way he said it. If Peter had paid attention, he might have noticed how much this question meant to Brian. And it did. Brian didn't expect this to change the result of their battle, but he wanted to know. He wanted to know if Peter, the friend he had once trusted, laughed with, and shared everything with, still existed somewhere beneath the bitterness and hatred. Why the hell would I care about her? Why? Why? Why would I care about the daughter of the woman you stole from me? Why did Lyra choose you and not me? Why? Why has everything always gone your way? Why? Why are you so much better than me? Why? Why? Peter's voice cracked as the words tumbled out, his tears falling freely. Brian didn't respond. He stood there silently as every word hit him like a blade. He had suspected Peter's bitterness but hadn't realized just how deeply it ran. Memories flooded his mind. For the first time, Brian questioned himself. Had he really been a good friend? But that didn't matter anymore. Whatever Peter's reasons, whatever his bitterness, it didn't excuse Isabella's death. She was innocent. She hadn't deserved to die for her father's actions. Brian's grief and anger burned brighter than ever. He didn't wait for Peter's energy to be fully depleted. Blaze of devoural. No! Peter screamed, his voice full of despair. Goodbye, friend, Brian said softly. And then the flames consumed everything. At first, driven by the rage that had consumed him throughout the battle, Brian planned to slowly burn Peter to ashes if he emerged victorious. But in the end, he couldn't bring himself to do it, not to his old friend. Instead, he granted Peter a quick death. It might not have been painless, but it was swift. If reincarnation exists. I hope your next life treats you better, Brian murmured. His focus shifted elsewhere. Though he had erased Peter's existence from the world, Brian hadn't truly destroyed everything of his. Not completely. Well, in truth, what remained was never really Peter's to begin with. Isabella, Brian whispered, his gaze falling to the darkness swirling in his palm, a law seed. This small object carried a connection to two of the most important people in his heart. A law seed was an incredibly rare resource. With it, a peak rank 4 cultivator could immediately begin advancing toward rank 5, making it highly sought after. It could also be consumed by those who had comprehended a law but had yet to fuse it into their own seed, accelerating their progress. Even rank 5 cultivators coveted such seeds to speed their cultivation. But Brian had no intention of using it in the traditional sense. Not when it was the last tangible connection to his daughter. Clothing and material possessions decayed over time. They could be carefully preserved but their meaning could never compare to what this organ in his hand represented. With this, I've avenged you, Isabella. Lyra. I'm sorry. Peter, why? In the end, the ever-cold Brian broke down, tears spilling from his eyes. For the sake of vengeance, he had sacrificed everything. But in doing so, the bottleneck that had trapped him for so long began to loosen. Freed from the shackles of hatred, the once stagnant barrier to rank 5 cultivation started to dissolve. A terrifying aura emanated from Brian's body as his sobs subsided. I guess what remains now is to. His voice grew firm. Become a god. It was the goal he had promised to the 3 people who mattered most to him. For the first time in a long while, Brian felt that hunger for power reignite within him. He glanced down at the law seed in his hand. Perhaps, after reaching the godly realm, he could finally fulfill that. Determined, Brian sat cross-legged in the void, his expression resolute. King rank, emperor rank, demigod rank, and even that rank. My journey starts here. On the day countless lives were lost, a phoenix was reborn. One that would scorch everything in its path to achieve its goal. Outside the void, Michael surveyed his surroundings with a deep frown etched on his face. The steadily decreasing number of monsters made it clear that the level 3 cracks were beginning to close, but the devastation they left behind was undeniable. The battlefield was already overflowing with corpses, despite Michael's best efforts to manage the chaos in the little time he had. The sheer number and size of the fallen monsters had transformed the area into a grotesque landscape of death. Around the community, hills of scattered flesh and gore piled high. The fighting itself now took place atop heaps of bodies and rivers of blood. While Michael had not been affected by it and even benefited from the corpses surrounding him, the presence of so many corpses distracted him. It wasn't the sight of the corpses that disturbed Michael. It was the human corpses that caught his attention. Michael had never created a human undead before. For a brief moment, curiosity took hold of him. He wondered what the evolution of a human undead would look like. How would it be different from his usual creations? Would there be a distinction between a normal human corpse and that of a cultivator? The temptation to take a few bodies into his storage space flickered in his mind. No one would notice, after all. But as soon as the thought crossed his mind, Michael felt a jolt of shock. What was he thinking? He quickly corrected himself, but the sight of the corpses and the lingering greed gnawed at the edges of his resolve. For a fleeting moment, his thoughts drifted elsewhere. I wonder what the demonic supernaturals are doing now, and where they are. With the disappearance of the level 3 cracks, Michael leveled up to level 18. From the start of the chaos until now, Michael had leveled up 3 times. He wasn't sure how to feel about it. Should he be glad that he finally found an opportunity to level up as he wanted, or should he feel guilty about the circumstances that allowed it? For a moment, Michael felt a heavy weight in his chest. However, the feeling was fleeting, and a serious expression soon replaced it. Michael turned his gaze to the sky. The number of cracks had visibly reduced, and the sky was now clearer and easier to look at. But the clearer sky didn't ease Michael's mood. This time, it wasn't about greed or the dwindling number of monsters that would appear. No, it was the level of the monsters that concerned him now. Level 4 monsters. In the cultivation power system, every advancement after the 3rd rank was a significant leap, far more so than the ranks before it. Michael had only been a supernatural for a few days, so it was hard to claim he knew much. Still, thanks to his occasional browsing of the Supers Association forum, he understood more now than he had pre-awakening. While the specifics of advancing to rank 4 were still a mystery to him, he knew enough to recognize its significance. The leap from rank 3 to rank 4 was much harder than the previous advancements, which made sense given the massive power difference. For cultivators, rank 4 granted not just more power but also new abilities like the ability to fly, an extended lifespan, and greater limits. Michael wasn't fully aware of all the intricacies, but he understood one thing: the monsters now coming through the cracks were on a whole different level of strength. Rank 4 monsters corresponded to rank 2 monsters in the Awakener's grading system, which meant a rank 4 monster started at level 26. This was a level even Michael had to take seriously. Why wouldn't he? He wasn't remotely qualified to look down on such monsters. It was also said that the next rank of monsters in the cultivation system, rank 5, was even stronger. The forum posts he had read didn't reveal much, but Michael had every reason to believe that a rank 5 monster matched the strength of a rank 5 cultivator. What made things worse was the presence of a level 5 crack above the scattered level 4 cracks. At a glance, the level 5 crack looked similar in size to the other level 4 cracks. However, Michael knew it wasn't the same. He didn't understand the mechanisms behind the current situation, but the level 5 crack had seemed to remain dormant during the first 3 waves. Yet, the moment level 4 cracks became clear to the public, the level 5 crack, once emitting the same energy as a level 4 crack, began to widen, releasing chaotic energy that was entirely different from the others. Michael could see one such crack clearly and faintly sense the aura of 2 more. This did nothing to ease his growing tension. Though it seemed there wasn't a rank higher than level 5 in the current wave, it was important to remember one thing: as the rank of cracks increased, the number of monsters they released decreased. But it wasn't just one monster per crack. So, what would happen if more than one level 5 monster appeared in Woodstone City? Putting aside whether he had the ability to protect others, Michael wasn't even sure he'd survive. Level 5 monsters matched King rank cultivators, which happened to align with a rank 3 awakener. Michael wasn't entirely sure why the system worked this way, but he assumed there must be some truth to it. As an awakener himself, he could only imagine the strength of a rank 3 awakener. For a cultivator to be compared to that rank, and for a monster to match such power, only emphasized how terrifying such creatures would be. This was why Michael wore a grim expression. Unfortunately, the energy emitted by the level 5 cracks only became distinct after the level 3 cracks had disappeared. If Michael had been aware of a level 5 crack's presence from the beginning of the chaos, he would have chosen a different approach rather than simply standing guard over his community. Does the association have anyone who can handle a level 5 crack? He wondered aloud, though his expectations were low. He doubted the Federation lacked king rank cultivators altogether, but this wasn't the Federation, it was Woodstone City. A city that didn't even attract many supernaturals in the first place. Even if there was a king rank cultivator here, 1 or 2 wouldn't be enough. Michael's mind was in disarray. He couldn't understand how a level 5 crack could have appeared so suddenly. Though he had a theory. Perhaps these weren't actual level 5 cracks at the start. Perhaps, due to some unknown factor, level 4 cracks had mutated into level 5 cracks. Michael suspected this because, while the level 5 crack was tinted red and emanated chaotic energy, showing it was nearing a break, it didn't seem like it would erupt immediately. Even as an amateur in such matters, Michael was confident the crack wouldn't release its monsters for at least another 3 hours. With that small window, there was still time to make preparations. For now, he turned his attention back to the level 4 cracks. Those needed to be dealt with first. Since the situation demanded seriousness, Michael immediately stretched out his hands, summoning the 2 undead who had been left out of the previous waves. These 2 had missed out on the fun of clearing the earlier 3 waves, losing potential experience points in the process. However, had he brought them out from the start, it was hard to say who would have caused more destruction, the Undead brothers or the crack monsters. There was another reason Michael had held them back: the rest of his undead needed to remain close to their current levels, not just grow stronger. He hadn't forgotten his experiment with Prince. The stronger the undead before evolving, the stronger it became after evolution, at least in terms of levels. This was why, despite Lucky being of a higher race rank than Prince, they were both at the same level. Prince had evolved into a 3-star rare rank undead at a higher level, while Lucky had reached a similar rank at only level 11. The experiment with Prince had helped Michael figure out the best way to maximize the value of his undead's evolution, make them stronger before evolution to create even more powerful undead after. That was the formula. Unfortunately, Michael hadn't had much time in the past few days to dedicate to strengthening his undead. To make them stronger, they needed experience points, something Michael also didn't have an abundance of. However, that would change in the future, once he was no longer in constant rush mode and could devote time to other pursuits. Looking at Lucky and Prince, who were now standing before him, busy inspecting their appearances, a trace of worry flickered in Michael's eyes. The brothers were strong, no doubt, and had recovered from their battle with that corrupted creature in the ruins of his initial location in the land of origin. But they weren't yet back to their peak and still carried hidden injuries within their bodies. Setting aside the current crisis, it would already be a miracle if they emerged from this without worsening their injuries. Michael suspected that evolution might restore the undead to their peak state, essentially healing them, but it was only a suspicion, not something he could confirm. So, aside from ensuring they could fully exert their power, he also had to be cautious about preventing their hidden injuries from getting worse. Hopefully, the level 4 monsters aren't too strong, Michael muttered. The incoming monsters would be at least level 26, but their difficulty would heavily depend on their race rank. If they were 1-star rare rank creatures, Prince, who was a 3-star rare rank, and Lucky, now a 1-star extraordinary rank creature, would easily wipe them out. But if they matched Prince's race rank, the battle would become significantly harder. There was another issue. As poison-type creatures, Prince and Lucky excelled at crowd control with their poison and plant manipulation skills, which covered wide areas. However, their true strength lay in being deployed as solo units. Whether the battle would be easy like the previous 3 waves or turn into something far worse would soon be revealed. If the incoming monsters were all just 1-star rare rank creatures at level 26, Michael would crush them with raw strength. But if they were higher rank creatures with higher levels, he'd have no choice but to fight carefully, or escape. However, Michael wasn't given much time to plan or organize his thoughts. The moment he summoned Lucky and Prince, monsters began pouring out of the level 4 cracks. What the? Why is everything so different? In the previous 3 crack breaks, there had always been a period of rest before the next wave. But after the 3rd wave, the 4th one came almost immediately, leaving Michael wondering if something abnormal was happening, like the appearance of the level 5 crack. Whatever. Let's just get this done, Michael muttered, planting himself firmly in place. The full appearance of the monsters emerging from the level 4 cracks came into view. Are those griffins? The monsters emerging from the level 4 cracks truly caught Michael off guard. He had grown accustomed to crack monsters falling from the sky to the ground, allowing him and his group to immediately gang up on them for a quick first strike. This time, however, no monsters fell to the floor. Instead, the creatures that emerged were airborne. Eagle wings, sharp eagle claws, an eagle's head, and a lion's body with a tail. Michael's mind immediately jumped to 2 possibilities. The first was a chimera, a stitched-up abomination of a monster, and the second was a griffin, a creature often mentioned in fantasy stories both in this world and on Earth. Taking a closer look at the flying monsters, griffins seemed like the most fitting term to describe them. However, no matter what they were called, one thing remained certain: they were monsters. And monsters were creatures of destruction. The moment Michael spotted the monsters in the air, a grimace spread across his face. "Ugh, they can fly," he muttered, his tone laced with frustration. It hadn't even been a day since the exhausting battle against those winged gargoyles, and now, another airborne threat was upon him. The sight of these flying creatures did little to lift his spirits. But Michael barely had time to process his frustration before reality set in. Monsters emerging from cracks were bloodthirsty creatures of destruction. Their nature was simple: attack anything that wasn't their kind. Specifically, any being not created from negative energy became their target, even if it was another monster. This universal hostility became evident as soon as the griffins appeared. The level 4 cracks weren't directly over Michael's community, but they were high in the sky, looming above it. The moment the griffins spotted their targets, they dove toward them without hesitation. Michael wasn't their only target. Some griffins flew toward other locations, suggesting there were still survivors outside his community. But the largest group of griffins, numbering around 30, charged straight for him. The creatures weren't just reacting to Michael alone, they were drawn to the dense concentration of life within his community. Though a few individuals who had survived the previous waves by luck or Michael's protection remained scattered nearby, the griffins ignored them entirely, focusing instead on Michael and the largest cluster of life signs. Seeing the swarm of monsters heading directly for him made Michael's heart pound. The aura radiating from the griffins was strong, almost comparable to the winged gargoyles he had fought earlier. However, there was a key difference between the 2 groups of monsters. The gargoyles had been calculated, attacking from a distance, while these griffins, consumed by their corrupted minds, were reckless, choosing to charge straight into close combat. This suited Michael just fine. Attack! Michael didn't waste a second, his voice ringing out as he commanded his undead to engage the incoming horde. Though it seemed like Michael had been addressing all his undead, this couldn't be further from the truth. From the very beginning, his reliance had always been on Lucky and Prince. The others, while useful, couldn't compare to the sheer power of these two. Why is there a level 5 crack in the air? This thought raced through the minds of every supernatural in Woodstone City as they sensed the chaotic energy swirling above after the third wave. Even the demonic supernaturals, who were the cause of the entire situation in the first place, froze in shock. Immediately, the idea of retreating took root in the minds of all the demonic supernaturals. If there was one thing they valued more than power, it was their lives. To save themselves, they wouldn't hesitate to abandon their so-called partners without a second thought. As expected, the moment the demonic supernatural sensed the chaotic energy of the level 5 crack, they began to withdraw. This wasn't just because of the appearance of a higher-level crack, it was also because their original plan involved evacuating after the third wave. The monsters that would appear in the next wave were already at level 4, on par with the strongest individuals in Woodstone City. Every super association branch had a manager, and to qualify for that position, one needed at least a master rank cultivation level, the fourth realm in the cultivation system. In a backward outpost like Woodstone City, which was considered so even in the world of supernaturals, this level of power was considered the peak and sufficient enough. This was why the demonic supernaturals had believed the level 4 crack would be sufficient to destroy the city or, at the very least, cripple most of it. The plan was meticulous, unleashing chaos before the level 4 crack, which was supposed to be the grand finale. But why was a level 5 crack appearing now? The demonic supernaturals who had already started withdrawing felt fortunate for their foresight. As for their partners who were still embroiled in battle when the level 5 crack revealed itself, they didn't care. The plan to cause more chaos till the third wave had been executed successfully, and what happened to the rest was their problem. Or so they thought. Barely a few minutes later, the level 4 crack, which was supposed to take time to fully break, shattered instantly. Like Michael, every supernatural was caught off guard by the sudden escalation. Unfortunately, the monsters gave them no time to think. Chaos reigned as the creatures attacked indiscriminately. Two things became constant during this mayhem: more people, ordinary and supernatural alike, died, and for the first time in living memory, members of the Super Association and demonic supernaturals were forced to work together for survival. However, none of this had anything to do with Michael. Nor did it concern Mira and her companion Liliana. But it did involve someone else. Someone who had no idea that his recent battle had unleashed such chaotic energy into the area, causing nearby cracks to mutate. That someone was Brian. Brian sat cross-legged in mid-air within the dark void. The chaotic energy that had once scattered across the space during his battle with Peter had finally settled. There was no longer a trace of the blue flames caused by his law, as he had absorbed them to heal his injuries before attempting to advance. This was why Peter had referred to the law as a cursed one, not because it was truly cursed, but from another perspective. To most other master and king-ranked cultivators, this law was considered broken. It was also why the flames generated by the law, and the law itself, were often spoken of as the flames of a phoenix. Phoenixes were creatures of fire, famous for their ability to be reborn. Though not as mighty as the phoenixes described in ancient stories, Brian's law shared certain characteristics and traits, earning it the comparison. At the moment, a strange aura emanated from Brian's body. As he sat cross-legged in the dark void, his body radiated a strange aura, and a level of intensity grew around him. The law of eternal embers. It was a terrifying, destructive force, one rooted in both the principles of perpetual burning and the rebirth that came from fire. This law was not only about destruction, it was about eternal persistence, about something that never ceased, always burning and regenerating. As Brian focused, his understanding of his law deepened. He felt the flames within him flare with more ferocity, their heat intensifying, pushing him past the threshold he had long struggled with. Suddenly, a surge of power broke through his body, his cultivation level shifting. Brian's aura rippled and expanded outward. It was intense yet only continued to grow stronger slowly. Brian didn't know how much time he had spent in this state, but by the time he came out of it, he was a new man. So this is the realm of kings. Brian felt the power within him and couldn't help but be shocked. The energy coursing through his body was so strong that he thought it might be an illusion. But it was real. This was his power. Finally. After 50 long years, a king was born. However, the joy of reaching a new realm could be celebrated later. To avoid further complications, Brian had to quickly stabilize his realm before anything else. In that moment, Brian realized he had forgotten something important. The city he was meant to protect had already turned to ruins. Michael looked at his surroundings with a frown. He didn't know how much time had passed, but the last griffin in his location had fallen to Lucky's vines. Unfortunately, the destruction caused by the battle had nearly leveled the community. Though Michael made sure no one died, he couldn't guarantee that they had a home to return to. No. It wasn't only them. Michael turned to look outside the community, his sharp eyesight seeing more than an ordinary human could ever perceive. Above, the sky was still filled with flying monsters. Occasionally, Michael saw them drag a living person up into the air, only to drop them. With the destruction that had befallen Woodstone City, it was a wonder if anyone would have a home after this. Black Griffin Level 28. Rank, Rare. Black Griffin Level 27. Rank, Rare. Black Griffin Level 29. Rank, Rare. The griffins were indeed as powerful as the gargoyles, if not more so, but their almost senseless attacks made the battle more chaotic than the fight with the gargoyles back in the land of origin. On one side, it was against 2 monsters, and on the other, it was against 30. Even though the griffins were somewhat disorganized, they had strong combat abilities, and their numbers were overwhelming. They could also cast skills from a distance, making the battle far from easy. But Michael was somewhat satisfied because they didn't follow the gargoyle exact approach. In a way, the 3 away a lot of their advantage, which eventually led to their defeat. Unfortunately, the bodies of the griffins were quite large, and while he could manage to store 1 and perhaps squeeze 2, it still wasn't practical. However, Michael didn't care about practicality. Only the heavens knew how the association would react to the looming level 5 threat in the sky, but Michael wasn't about to wait and find out. The current threat wasn't over yet, as monsters were still roaming everywhere outside the community. At first, Michael had been unwilling to enter the land of origin, but now that Lucky and Prince were by his side, he took the risk. His purpose this time was simple: to turn this mysterious world into a storage space again. With quick strides, Michael began storing a portion of the monsters he had killed in the real world into the land of origin. He had leveled up 3 times now and was even close to reaching the next level thanks to his and his undead's efforts. At level 18, he had more contract slots, and there were a few interesting monsters he was keen on turning into undead. The sand scorpion. Though too colorful for his taste, the long-armed monkeys. And the one he was most excited about, the griffins, were all on his list. The hobgoblins were also not a bad choice, and they saved him an evolution point since to evolve a goblin into a hobgoblin would require this much cost. All of this was for his future slots. Unfortunately for the griffins, he would need to increase his intelligence stat to even have a chance at contracting a rank 2 creature. This would also be the first time he was contracting a strong undead, like traditional necromancers. If he managed to get out of the mess in the real world with no trouble, Michael decided that after trying out undead summoning on any griffin he managed to revive, regardless of the result, he would use his evolution points to evolve it and see what strength it would gain. One must note that if Michael successfully revived a griffin, as it was a rare rank creature, evolving it would raise it to a 3-star rare rank griffin, which could potentially reach level 42, close to rank 3. The strength of an undead before evolution would determine its strength after evolution, so as a creature already at rank 2, evolving it would only make it stronger, far stronger than Lucky and Prince. However, for now, he had other things to focus on. What do I do now? A frown appeared on Michael's face as he gazed at the fortified building where his family was staying. Just before he could make a decision, his phone, tightly secured in his pocket, vibrated. Without hesitation, Michael pulled it out. The network's back, he muttered, noticing the immediate signal. Thoughts of whether the demonic supernaturals had been dealt with crossed his mind, but when he read the email that had caused his phone to vibrate, his face shifted between a frown and doubt. It was essentially the same message the association had sent before the chaos, but now it had a very different tone. Urgent. Monsters are in the city. Demonic supernaturals are retreating. Every supernatural is mandated to protect the public. Non-compliance will result in severe punishment. Repeat, all Federation-affiliated supernaturals in Woodstone City must safeguard the public from immediate threats. Free use of abilities in public is permitted. Reinforcement will arrive soon. Reinforcement will arrive soon. May the will of Aurora live for 1,000,000 years. What made Michael frown was the fact that he was still mandated to protect the public, at the risk of putting himself in danger. The worst part? If he followed the Federation's orders, he knew he might have to leave his family behind. However, the message from the association wasn't entirely unpleasant. The demonic supernaturals are retreating. Michael was about to briefly ponder the reason when he remembered the cracks in the sky. Figures. No one would want to die. The thought of the demonic supernaturals leaving freely after all the chaos they caused made Michael frown deeper, but there was nothing he could do about the entire group. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. One piece of news did bring Michael some relief, the mention of reinforcements. If a strong supernatural being was coming here, even from another city, Michael didn't think it would take them long to arrive. Hopefully, they arrive fast and are strong enough, he muttered. Michael turned his gaze toward the cracks in the sky, focusing his senses on the 3 level 5 cracks. Although his senses were still amateur, he could tell they wouldn't open for at least another 2 hours, unless something unexpected happened. I'll do as the association says, but if the situation doesn't change in the next hour. Michael didn't finish his thought, but several plans were already swirling in his mind. One thing he knew for sure, the Federation hadn't made him loyal enough to sacrifice his life for their cause. Michael thought hard for a moment about his next move. With the monsters swarming outside the community, the decision to hunt felt natural. To him, they were all experience points waiting to be claimed. While he doubted he could reach the max level for rank 1 today, unless he somehow killed every monster in the city, Michael figured that taking down a large portion of the ones nearby should allow him to level up at least twice. That would put him just 5 levels away from level 25, the maximum for rank 1. Although the experience required to level up increased exponentially, even surpassing the total he had already gained to reach his current level, it was better than being 10 levels behind. Michael made up his mind quickly. I'll leave Lucky here to guard my mom. Prince and a few undead will follow me for speed and strength, while the rest stay behind with Lucky, he decided. Since the association wanted him to protect the public, he would, just not by playing the hero or rescuing people. Instead, he'd clean the streets of monsters. For the first time in both of his lives, Michael felt genuinely eager to do what could technically be called community service. Before leaving, Michael sent a message to his aunt, knowing the network was still up. Michael, the crisis is almost over, don't worry. Everything is fine. Call me immediately if something comes up. After sending the message, he switched his phone from vibrate to audible mode. No one in his family and the other people within his protection currently knew what was happening outside the fortifications he had built for them. While he could go in and give them a briefing, Michael was far too lazy to bother. They were safer within the defenses he had created, and that was enough. As for the supernaturals inside the dome, Michael figured they wouldn't want to leave its protection, so he couldn't care less about them. He also doubted this would cause trouble. No one was likely to sell themselves out, and the association wouldn't be foolish enough to punish someone who had actively helped keep the public safe at the start of the chaos like these men. They were also living beings. Despite their tendency to act like overlords, Michael believed the association understood that supernaturals were also people with emotions. Push them too far, and they might end up siding with the demonic forces instead. In the end, things were just as Michael expected. and even less complicated than he had imagined. The association wanted the public protected but didn't expect supernaturals to sacrifice themselves for the cause. Their basic requirement was compliance with the command. How many lives were actually saved? That was left to fate. As long as the whole city wasn't wiped out. Before moving out of the community, Michael finally armed himself, unlike what he had been unable to do at the start of the chaos. Under the protection of Lucky and Prince, he wore the size-fitting armor he had bought for his undead, along with his spear. Though advancing had brought great changes to Michael, physically it only made him a little taller with paler skin. Compared to his orcs, he still looked small, but the armor fitted him properly. Michael did a little move around and his flexibility wasn't affected. Great! Michael was once again happy with his purchase. Finally, for the last step, Michael turned to inspect his status after so many level ups. His stats had increased, but they barely brought significant strength to him. However, overall, he was better than before the level up to level 16. Also, thanks to his race and class, he now had 18 more attribute points, together with his previous 30, making it 48 in total. Such an amount was enough to boost his strength in any kind, but Michael didn't touch it yet. If one wasn't about to advance, it was advisable to keep attribute points as one wouldn't know what situation they could be in the future where they needed a quick boost to a certain stat. However, this opinion was suggestive, as there were other awakeners who believed that immediate use of attribute points was better for their own valid reasons. Then there was the third group that didn't care and did whatever they liked with their attribute points. Michael didn't know which group he belonged to and didn't really care much about it. In the end, he did whatever he wanted to do with his attribute points, though he couldn't deny he liked to only use it when he felt the need to. Then there was his contract slots. It had increased by another 6. Seeing his contract slots, Michael couldn't help but feel it was little. Though he didn't know them, he really envied those that had 5 contract slots every level up due to their strong soul. Perhaps even these existences wouldn't desire to have a lot of undead, but for Michael, the number of undead he could have was more significant to him than other necromancers, who increased their numbers for either more flexibility, overall battle power, and so on. For Michael, it was because of the evolution points each head of undead provided him. If from the start, he was like those existences that could get 5 contract slots per level up, by now, he'd have at least 90 contract slots, which meant every day he'd be receiving at least 90 daily evolution points. At this point, he didn't even need to spend money on looking for items that would give him evolution points and just rely on his daily points and accumulate them. There must be some treasure out there in the world that can increase the soul talent of a person. If I can get my hands on one. Michael couldn't help but imagine a future where a random stone thrown at his undead army could hit an extraordinary rank creature. The future was exciting to look forward to. However, that future was still far off for Michael. At least, the future where he commanded a large number of extraordinary rank undead. Or even another idea he had once entertained. If other professionals could control undead like necromancers, albeit with many restrictions, didn't that mean he could potentially do the same in another field? Perhaps even tame beasts like beast tamers, though with added limitations. Michael didn't know the exact mechanics of the beast tamer class, but he knew it also relied on a contract slot system. While not as numerous as the slots available to necromancers, it functioned similarly. If he could somehow acquire the method to tame a beast like beast tamers did, would that finally allow him to evolve a creature that wasn't an undead? It was an exciting thought, but once again, it was a future beyond the reach of the current Michael. After doing what he needed to and issuing a simple command for Lucky and the other undead, basically to kill every monster in sight without straying too far from the apartment where his family was, Michael prepared to leave his community. Michael had stationed Lucky around his apartment as an added safeguard. The team he took with him was small, consisting of Prince, Lily, an undead verdant wolf, a male orc, and a female orc shaman who also controlled fire. Michael had deliberately left the water element shaman behind to guard the community. He had observed her fighting before. She was strong, but unlike Lily and the fire element shaman, the water shaman, even as an undead that had recently awakened intelligence, understood not to rely too much on her magic. This wasn't to say the water element was weak. No, Michael had seen its destructive potential the first time she used it. She had created a massive flood of water, but not only did it fail to deal significant damage, it also ended up affecting the other undead nearby. Until she could cast proper skills with her water magic, the full potential of her abilities would remain unrealized. The same issue extended to Lily and the fire element shaman. While they could still cause significant damage even with reduced ranges, their true power would only manifest when they could learn and wield magical skills. Unfortunately, all the female shamans under Michael were essentially blank slates. Their only ability was basic elemental control. To acquire magical skills, Michael figured they'd have to learn them on their own. However, being connected to an awakener provided them with a unique advantage, the ability to level up. Their skills were even classified in a way similar to those of awakeners. This was something neither the monsters in the real world nor in the land of origin had. From his experience with his undead using their skills, Michael believed it wouldn't take long for his shamans to develop into proper magician undead. After leaving his community, Michael was finally confronted with the scene of destruction he had imagined, but it was far worse than he had expected. Far in the distance, he could make out the broken remains of buildings that had once been familiar. The roads were filled with massive craters, likely caused by monsters crashing down from the sky. Scattered across the ground were the incomplete bodies of humans. The sight was gruesome. "Is this the apocalypse?" Michael muttered, his voice low. Perhaps to him, it was just another chaotic event, but for the ordinary people who had lived through it, this scene must have looked like something straight out of an apocalyptic movie. For a brief moment, Michael caught a glimpse of what the apocalypse over 200 years ago might have been like. That event had to have been even worse, even though strong monsters hadn't appeared in the beginning. After all, it had been the same for awakeners, the first of their kind hadn't emerged until the monsters grew stronger. Aside from the ruined environment he had once called home and the mangled bodies scattered around, there were also monsters roaming nearby. The moment they spotted him, they charged in his direction without hesitation. Michael didn't even need to move. The male undead orc stepped forward, its hammer raised, and sent a devastating strike at the leading monster. The long-armed monkey didn't stand a chance, it was obliterated, its body reduced to pieces in an instant. Behind the first monster came more of its kind, a rushing group of long-armed monkeys. Michael didn't need to issue a command. His undead still followed the last orders he had given them, clear any monster on sight. And that was exactly what they did. With the undead orc's attack as a signal, the rest of the undead joined in. Everyone aside from Michael and Prince charged forward. In mere moments, the monsters in front of Michael were annihilated. "Move out," Michael ordered. The undead, aside from Prince, vanished from his view. He had given them a simple instruction through their connection. This time while it was the same as before, it was more serious. "Clear all monsters within 300 meters of my location." This was the order Michael had given. This allowed Michael to farm experience points faster, even if each kill gave only a small amount. If his connection range with his undead were longer, even without using shared vision, he would have sent them farther. "Now, Prince, it's time to carry your daddy," Michael said with a smile. "All you've got to do is capture every monster we encounter and hold them for me to kill. Just like we did in the Goblin world, okay?" As Michael continued to exploit his undead in the most efficient way to grow stronger, the Federation, now free from dealing with the demonic supernaturals, scrambled to restore stability to the ruined city. However, they could only do their best. Woodstone City, though considered backward, was still a large city with a population of at least 2 million. The demonic supernaturals had caused cracks to spread throughout the entire city, and the weakest level 1 cracks alone numbered in the hundreds. Even though the supernaturals affiliated with the Supers Association tried their best to suppress the monsters, tens of thousands of them remained scattered across the city. To make matters worse, not only were there far more monsters than there were supernaturals, but many of the monsters were also significantly stronger. When the cracks first appeared in the sky, it wasn't just the ordinary public who were alarmed. The ones most on edge were the supernaturals, especially those familiar with cracks. Immediately, both branches of the Supers Association in Woodstone City contacted each other to discuss the matter. However, just as the news about the situation being linked to demonic supernaturals was confirmed, thanks in part to Michael's efforts, their communication was abruptly cut off due to a lack of signal. Given the advanced technology of the current age, the sudden loss of network signals made little sense. However, it didn't take a genius to figure out what was happening. The situation was clearly orchestrated by the demonic supernaturals. As for why the demonic supernaturals would want to cut off the Supers Association's ability to communicate with the outside world, the answer was painfully obvious. The chaotic energy that was blanketing the sky made it clear, they wanted to isolate the city. From the few level 4 cracks they could sense, the two strongest people in Woodstone City, aside from Brian, knew this wasn't a matter they or their branch could handle alone. They needed reinforcements. Unfortunately, that was precisely what the demonic supernaturals were determined to prevent. With no way to rely on technology to call for help, the two master-rank cultivators, a knight and a mage, each with the ability to fly, set out to leave the city. They didn't get far. Their path was intercepted by several rank 4 demonic cultivators. The battle that ensued was fierce, and the two masters would have fallen if not for the other strong members of their association branch rushing to back them up in time. Even then, it became evident that the demonic supernaturals were well prepared for this confrontation. The constant reinforcements from the demonic side proved their intent. They were more than ready for this fight. As for summoning the next strongest person in Woodstone City, it became clear why the strongest of the demonic supernaturals hadn't also personally joined the fray. They were keeping the city's own strongest defender occupied. Helpless, the Supers Association could only continue to fight. Eventually, the appearance of a level 5 crack shifted the tide of the battle. The demonic supernaturals, having accomplished their goals, began to retreat. But just as the supernaturals thought the ordeal was over, the griffins that soared in the sky had other ideas. These winged beasts weren't about to let anyone escape so easily, and another battle erupted, this time between humans and monsters instead of humans and demonic cultivators. Meanwhile, in the Supers Association branch Michael was familiar with, Deputy Manager Leo stood with an irritated expression as he questioned a trembling staff member before him. "What are the other cities saying?" They what? Deputy Manager Leo's patience was nearing its end, but the staff member's next words hit him like a bucket of cold water. "Sir, I've contacted the two cities closest to us, but they're also facing similar challenges." "So, what you're trying to say is, cracks have appeared in their areas as well?" "Yes, sir. However, there doesn't seem to be any sign of a level 5 crack on their side. We're doomed." Deputy Manager Leo didn't bother hiding his despair as he muttered those words aloud, uncaring that someone was standing right next to him. For the first time in as long as he could remember, the late-stage rank 3 knight felt fear once more. What he didn't say aloud was that, even though the other cities didn't have a level 5 crack on their side, they were likely just as doomed as Woodstone City. Their overall strength wasn't significantly better, after all. With several level 4 cracks in their regions, if reinforcements from nearby cities didn't arrive soon, it was uncertain how much they could save of their own territories. However, Deputy Manager Leo had his own immediate concerns to focus on. Though retired from the battlefield, Leo wasn't someone who lost his composure easily. Old habits died hard. And it wasn't as if all hope was lost. So what if there was a level 5 crack, or even more than one? They had someone with a similar level of power in Woodstone City. It was cruel to rely on one individual to handle such a daunting situation, but Deputy Manager Leo couldn't think of a better alternative at the moment. Besides, the cracks didn't seem like they were going to break open immediately, so technically, they still had time to request aid. King-rank cultivators weren't easy to mobilize, and in the current situation, they would need more than just one or two. Still, Leo clung to hope, praying for a miracle. If they could get word to the Federation in time without encountering further obstacles, a king-rank expert who could traverse realms wouldn't take long to arrive. With that sliver of hope in mind, Deputy Manager Leo prepared himself. He was about to instruct the staff in front of him to contact some key individuals, while also considering if there was a way to reach that man, someone far stronger than his rank suggested, when he heard a familiar voice beside him. Before he could react, his surroundings were engulfed in blue flames, coating everything within sight. "Brief me on everything that's happened," the voice commanded. "Master Brian." No, this energy." Michael stared at his panel with a smile tugging at his lips. He tried his best to suppress any sense of satisfaction from the chaos around him, but the joy of leveling up was impossible to ignore. Level 20. This was Michael's current level. In just a few hours, he had surged from level 15 to level 20. No, that wasn't even the full story, he had only recently advanced to rank 1. If he accounted for that, he had essentially jumped from level 10 to 20 in a matter of hours. However, Michael knew his rapid growth was likely nearing its peak. 200,000 experience points to level up to 21, he muttered, his brow furrowing slightly. He wasn't certain he could manage another level. Not because the city lacked monsters to hunt, but because his self-imposed time limit was almost up. Any minute now, he would be forced to make a decision. However, these thoughts were interrupted as the sky above suddenly brightened. When Michael had initially awakened, even before the moment itself, his thoughts were filled with how his awakening would be a life-changing event for him. He didn't know how it would happen, but he believed it should enable him and his family to live a better life. Thoughts of supreme power weren't his primary intention back then. He had them, but they weren't his main focus, he considered them a natural goal to strive for. That changed when he saw that video on the forum. That demigod. Michael knew that figure hadn't gone all out, yet a single attack from them was enough to bring a 100-meter monster crashing to the ground. A 100 meters? What kind of power concept was that? It was impossible for him to quantify. That sight made him vow that day to grow just as strong as that figure. When he first leveled up and felt the drastic surge of strength, that resolve only deepened. Then came the discovery of his talent ability, which strengthened his desire to grow even more. And now? Michael looked up at the sight in the sky. High above was a figure emitting a brilliant blue light, like a flame cutting through the darkness. The energy radiating from the figure matched the ominous energy of level 5 cracks teetering on the edge of breaking. However, that wasn't what stunned Michael. What truly shook him, making his heart race, whether from excitement or fear, he couldn't tell, was the sheer display of power from the figure in the sky. Michael watched as blue spheres of flame rained down from the heavens. Every monster they touched disintegrated into ash. Within each of those small, radiant flames, Michael could sense a power so overwhelming it could obliterate him in an instant. The feeling dwarfed anything Lucky could emit or even the terror of that corrupted monster he had faced in the abandoned ruin in the land of origin. What kind of power is this? Who is that being? Michael could only stare in awe. Unfortunately, the blazing light from the figure and the great distance between them made it impossible to identify who they were. Then, silence fell. The blue light vanished as abruptly as it had appeared. In the wake of the figure's departure were only the ashes of every monster, scattered by the wind. For the first time in his life, Michael had witnessed a power capable of leveling entire cities. For the first time, he felt truly insignificant. Just as he stood there, stunned, his phone's ringtone jolted him back to reality. Slightly dazed, Michael shook off his shock and retrieved his phone, only to find a message from the association. Thanks to the early reinforcement of a king-rank expert, the immediate danger in the city has been cleared. However, there's still a possibility of stray monsters. Supernaturals are urged to remain vigilant and eliminate any threats. Please also be cautious of demonic supernaturals that might have survived the king-rank expert's attack. Protect the public and rest assured, more reinforcements are on their way. That was a king-rank cultivator. Michael wondered aloud, still in shock over what he had just witnessed. So strong, he murmured. As an awakener, Michael understood the potential of his kind. At rank 1, nearing its peak, Michael believed he could already match most commander rank cultivators. Imagine that, a rank 1 awakener equaling a rank 3 cultivator. The gap between the two paths was clear. The only rank he felt beyond his current reach was master rank cultivators at rank 4. However, he was confident that would change when he advanced to rank 2 as an awakener. Even so, a small part of him had assumed that once he approached the peak of rank 2, dealing with a king rank cultivator might not be impossible. Now he realized just how cocky he'd become, despite his repeated warnings to himself to remain cautious. He didn't know if advancing to rank 2 would offer more than a significant stat boost, but if it followed the same pattern as his previous breakthrough to rank 1, he could understand why king rank cultivators were equated with rank 3 awakeners. The power to level cities in an instant. Michael couldn't imagine himself doing the same at rank 2. As he was now, he could destroy a city single-handedly, but only if he had time and wasn't interrupted by other supernaturals. Yet the figure in the sky had just eradicated multiple rank 1 to rank 4 creatures while simultaneously avoiding harm to ordinary humans and buildings, and all in an instant. And they were clearly holding back. This was evident from the reports of the possibility of stray monsters and demonic supernaturals still lurking. Michael also knew how ominous his own energy was. If that figure targeted demonic beings based solely on their energy, he'd be dead by now. Even some of his undead, despite their monstrous appearances and the death energy radiating from them, remained untouched. It was clear that the figure wasn't going all out. If they had truly wanted to bring down the entire city, Michael had no doubt they could have done so effortlessly. Maybe I don't need to reach rank 3 as an awakener to achieve something similar, Michael thought suddenly. Maybe if my skill mastery reaches a high enough level, I could do the same. Michael wasn't sure, though. For one, the range of his undead skills hadn't expanded much, even as their mastery level increased. Whatever. I haven't even reached the max level at rank 1 to be thinking this far ahead. Finally recovering from his earlier shock, Michael took a deep breath. Knowing that the immediate danger had subsided, he turned with his undead in tow and began the journey back to his community, where he had left his family. Along the way, Michael began contemplating his next steps. According to the message from the association, reinforcements, possibly more figures like the one he had just witnessed, were on their way. If there were others with that level of power, then it seemed plausible that the current chaos could be brought under control. However, Michael remained skeptical. Even if such figures could handle rank 5 monsters, who were likely on the same level as them, the battles wouldn't end quickly. And battles of that scale wouldn't just be prolonged, they would inevitably create shockwaves capable of implicating countless others in the crossfire. In the end, Michael decided not to head back home. After gathering his nearby undead and dismissing them into the netherworld, he made his way to the Supers Association. The 3 looming level 5 cracks in the sky didn't seem likely to erupt anytime soon, so Michael wanted to use this brief window to gather as much information as possible before making his next move. Currently, the only person in the entire city who might have the answers he sought was Brian. From the threatening aura Michael could vaguely sense from Brian, even after his own advancement, and from the fact that during his last call with the association, the staff mentioned needing someone of higher authority and heading to Brian, it was clear to Michael that Brian wasn't just a regular figure within the Supers Association. Perhaps even within the Federation as a whole, Brian's position was far from ordinary. Michael decided to try his luck and see if he could learn more about the current situation. There were a lot of things he wanted to understand if time allowed. The status of the demonic supernaturals, the association's plans for handling the level 5 cracks, and details about the demon remains the demonic cultivators had used before the chaos began. Though it was a stretch to call Brian an acquaintance, they were at least familiar with each other. Michael didn't think he'd be turned away outright. As he sped toward the association, Michael hoped nothing had happened to Brian and that he'd still be present there. Even while moving at high speed, Michael couldn't help but take in the destruction surrounding him. The city was in ruins. Ruins. That was all Michael could see, aside from the scattered bodies of both monsters and humans. Despite his growing numbness to such scenes, Michael found himself frowning. The demonic supernaturals had truly dealt a devastating blow to humanity this time. Michael couldn't help but wonder how the Federation would address the public after such widespread destruction. This level of devastation was far too massive to conceal. With the Federation already beginning to release information about supernaturals, a part of Michael suspected this event might force them to reveal even more. It didn't take long for Michael to arrive at the association. There was no fighting at the moment, but the area was bustling with activity. With his heightened senses, Michael could tell most of the people around were supernaturals. Some were tending to corpses and the injured, while others stood motionless or moved about in a daze. Only the heavens knew what was going through their minds. Michael spared them a quick glance before making his way into the association building alongside a group of rushing supernaturals. Interestingly, from snippets of conversation he overheard, Michael learned that if he'd been closer to the association during the earlier battle, he could have received a free weapon and some potions. Even now, injured supernaturals could apply for treatment, and the process didn't seem too difficult. Fortunately, Michael didn't need any of this. As for the free equipment he had missed, he figured it wasn't much of a loss. Accepting it would have meant he had chosen to be near the association instead of ensuring his family's safety. Besides, what kind of equipment could the association realistically hand out in bulk, considering the scarcity of magical items? Even now, the association still owed him 12 hammers and 13 sets of armor. At most, the free weapons and armor would probably be slightly better than the first spear he had used. Once inside, Michael scanned the counters, trying to spot a familiar face. Unfortunately, Grace was nowhere to be seen. Knowing she wasn't there, he strode toward the trade center, hoping Brian might be there. Though he wanted to move faster, the crowded building made any sudden movements risky. Running or flashing through the crowd could lead to accidental collisions, and there was no urgent reason to rush for such close distance. It didn't take long for Michael to reach the trade center, but as he had half expected, Brian wasn't there. Instead, an unfamiliar face stood behind the counter, addressing several people at once. Disappointment flickered across Michael's face as he frowned. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. "What are you looking for, boy?" Michael stiffened, alarmed by the sudden voice in his mind. Soon, he quickly calmed down when he recognized it. "Teacher Brian?" "Yes." What is this?" "Just a slightly advanced form of communication. This is only my second time using it, though. The first person I tried it on almost died. Seems like my control has improved this time." Michael froze, his good mood vanishing as a chill ran down his spine. Can you tell me where you are now? I have something I want to ask." "Sure. Leave the association building." "I'm outside. I sensed a familiar aura, so I knew you were here." "All right." Michael complied, heading out of the association building. As much as he wanted to yell at Brian to get his damned voice out of his mind, he held back. There were more important things to focus on. Once outside, Michael scanned the area but couldn't see any sign of Brian. "Teacher Brian," he called out mentally, trying to replicate the connection. Fortunately, the call seemed to work. "I'm coming," Brian replied, his tone casual. "Just testing to see if this method would work." Yes. Come here." Michael frowned at the cryptic response, his confusion growing. Before he could question it further, his surroundings shifted in an instant. One moment, he was standing outside the association. The next, he found himself high in the sky, the city far below him. A familiar voice spoke from behind him. "The ways of the King Realm are truly mysterious. To think that idiot couldn't even beat me with all this." Michael turned quickly, spotting Brian hovering casually in mid-air, exuding an intense aura of power. "What is it you want to ask me, boy?" Brian asked, his tone calm yet commanding. The King Realm. To cultivators, this marked the true beginning of transcending mortality. With a lifespan of 2,000 years, it was considered near immortality by ordinary humans. Even to supernaturals below this realm, such longevity was almost incomprehensible. Though no one had yet lived to the end of this lifespan, Aurora's supernatural history spanned barely 300 years, the knowledge brought by the Awakeners from the land of origin and the Federation's own research provided a clear understanding of its possibilities. Since the first King Realm cultivators appeared, some of those who resided in areas where time moved significantly faster relative to the real world were still alive and thriving. This realm was truly something one couldn't fully grasp without stepping into it. Even for someone as powerful and knowledgeable as Brian, its intricacies were vast. As one of the rare cultivators capable of comprehending a law, and not just any law, but a powerful one and also being able to use it well, Brian had always stood out. Before his ascension, he could wield his law with mastery that rivaled those a rank above him. But upon finally ascending, the difference was astonishing. The most immediate and significant change was the energy his law seed began generating. This wasn't mana, it was something far greater. Law energy. The very essence of the world. At least, that's how it felt to Brian. Before reaching the King Realm, Brian had fueled his law with his life force and mana. But mana, though powerful, was still a lesser refined energy compared to law energy. This was why his flames, though terrifying, could still be extinguished or resisted by true rank 5 cultivators. Their superiority wasn't necessarily in the strength of their laws but in the higher level at which those laws operated. Yet even with this disadvantage, Brian had always been an anomaly. His understanding and control over his law placed him in a league of his own. The technique he used to bring Michael into the sky was one that any seasoned rank 5 cultivator could employ, a skill that even the previous Brian had been capable of, though not as proficiently. Transportation through void nodes. Void nodes are naturally occurring points in space that connect the physical world to the vast, ethereal dimension known as the void. The void is a boundless, chaotic expanse existing between realms and dimensions, filled with immense energy but also extreme danger. Void nodes serve as gateways or focal points where the boundary between the physical realm and the void is thin. Void nodes was also the entrance one used to enter the void. These nodes act as anchors, making it possible to access the void for various purposes such as instantaneous travel or even crossing into other realms. True realm traveling required delving deeper into the void, a perilous endeavor for those lacking sufficient strength. For Brian, such feats were now second nature. Connecting a void node beside him to the one behind Michael, Brian teleported to the latter's position before bringing them both back in a single motion. It was a technique he could use before his advancement, but unlike the focus it once required, now it was almost instinctive, accomplished with little more than a thought. "What's this?" Michael stammered, his voice trembling as he tried to make sense of what had just happened. The world around him was unfamiliar, and for a moment, his mind went blank, forgetting the question he had meant to ask. It wasn't until he noticed that he seemed to be floating in the air, suspended high above the ground, that panic began to creep in. The dizzying height made his heart race. "Calm down," Brian said. "You're acting like you've never seen much of the world before." Michael wanted to retort. He wanted to say that, yes, he hadn't seen much of the world but managed to keep it to himself. In the end, Brian's remark managed to ground him. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself and forced his gaze downward. For the first time in his life, Michael saw the entirety of Woodstone in a single view. What should have been a majestic sight of a bustling city was instead a somber panorama of ruin. Fires raged in scattered pockets, plumes of smoke curling toward the sky. Entire sections of the city lay in rubble, and vast patches of ground glistened ominously with streaks of crimson. It took only a second glance for Michael to realize what the red was. Blood. Hovering above the devastation, Michael truly began to grasp the scale of what was happening. The view from this height revealed things that were impossible to discern from the ground. His senses, sharpened by his proximity to the sky, detected the chaotic energy emanating from the cracks below even more acutely now. Though they were directly above the cracks, they didn't appear much different than they had from the surface, at least at first glance. Yet, the oppressive feeling of instability was unmistakably stronger here. "Are you concerned about the cracks?" Brian finally spoke, breaking the heavy silence that had lingered between them. His voice was calm, almost casual, as always. However, Michael could hear a subtle difference this time. It had been there since Brian first spoke to him at the Supers Association, but now it was becoming more pronounced. Brian's indifference, it wasn't something Michael could easily put into words. It had always been there, but now it felt different. More natural, almost effortless. It wasn't as if Brian had been pretending before, but now the indifference seemed to carry an unshackled air, an aura of freedom that made it seem as though nothing could bind him. "Cultivators can fly?" Michael asked. "Yes," Brian replied. "Starting from master rank, we can fly through certain methods. Just like you awakeners, or, considering the time, maybe when you advance again." Michael wanted to ask more, but as usual, Brian cut to the chase. "You were looking for me?" he asked directly, his sharp gaze locking onto Michael. Though Michael felt a little frustrated at how Brian always forced the conversation to go at his own pace, there was also a sense of familiarity. Despite the changes, this was still the same Brian. Different, yet undeniably the same. "I want to ask of the association current thoughts on these cracks," Michael said. Since the other party preferred to get straight to the point, Michael, who also appreciated this direct style of conversation, immediately jumped to what was on his mind without any unnecessary detours. Though part of his mind was distracted by the fact that he was floating mid-air without assistance, Michael forced himself to stay calm. He could feel a strange mana signature all around him and could only assume it was Brian using one of his techniques to keep him afloat. While he spoke, thoughts of just how strong Brian might truly be lingered in his mind as he waited patiently for an answer. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait long. "We'll handle the cracks, don't worry," Brian said slowly and deliberately, pausing before continuing. "We've called for help from other associations to send more king-rank experts since they're the only ones capable of dealing with this. The request has been confirmed, so there's no need for you to worry. You won't be called to fight, not that you're capable of contributing much anyway." Michael's eyelid twitched. For a moment, he wondered if Brian was simply trying to reassure him or if he was subtly insulting him. Either way, he couldn't deny that the words brought some relief. However, Michael wasn't done yet. He still had a few doubts lingering in his mind. Fortunately, since Brian had answered his first question, it seemed he was willing to entertain a few more. And indeed, that turned out to be the case. "So, let's say reinforcements do arrive. Even then, when the monsters come out of the cracks, it might not be the monsters that destroy the city, it could very well be the shockwaves caused by those king-rank experts fighting them," Michael said calmly. Michael's mind flashed to the mysterious figure bathed in blue flames he'd seen earlier. If the monsters in the crack were as strong as that figure, who he believed could level the city with ease, then the city's survival seemed grim. The sky wasn't enough to protect those below, especially if the shockwaves from such clashes were as devastating as he imagined. "You don't have to worry about that," Brian interjected, reading Michael's thoughts. "If you could think of it, the association has naturally accounted for it already." Michael blinked, feeling the faint sting of what he suspected might be another subtle insult. However, Brian's indifferent expression showed no malice, as though what he had just said was entirely neutral. "Just because a crack is close to breaking doesn't mean it can't be stopped entirely, or at least delayed," Brian continued. Michael felt like he'd stumbled upon something profound. "Didn't you say before that nothing could stop a crack from appearing unless they were a god?" "I did," Brian confirmed. "And I stand by that. I've never heard of a king rank or even an emperor rank cultivator preventing a crack from appearing. But no one said you couldn't close it after it appears. Oh, you might think this is common sense since crack clearing is something you're familiar with, you've even cleared a few yourself, Brian began, his tone calm but deliberate. He gestured toward one of the cracks around them. But what I'm talking about here isn't normal cracks. I'm talking about cracks like this, ones close to breaking. Michael immediately caught on. If he wasn't mistaken, Brian was implying there was a way to deal with the monsters in these cracks before they emerged. A spark of realization flickered in Michael's mind. Cracks can still be entered even if they're close to breaking, Michael ventured. Yes, Brian confirmed. The issue isn't entering. The problem is the monsters inside. They aren't just more numerous than those in regular crack clears, they're also near the strength limit of the crack itself. However, since these cracks are somewhat artificially created, the monsters' numbers aren't overwhelming, and their strength is at the lower end of what this crack can handle. Hearing this explanation, the pieces finally fell into place for Michael. Without Brian needing to say more, he understood the association's plan, to deal with the cracks from the inside while minimizing the damage to the city below. Feeling slightly more at ease, Michael turned his attention to another curiosity. He hesitated, unsure if he should speak, but under Brian's gaze, he finally did. The scar on your face, it's gone. And not just that. Michael trailed off, glancing at Brian's hair, now jet black, and his youthful appearance. He wanted to ask when Brian had dyed his hair or why he seemed so much younger. Unfortunately, he didn't get the chance. All right, it's time for you to leave, Brian said abruptly, cutting him off. Some old fogies are already arriving. Old fogies? What do you mean? Before Michael could finish his sentence, he found himself standing in a dark alleyway. There was no sign of Brian anywhere. He really does things at his own pace, doesn't he? Michael muttered. There was something else Michael had noticed about Brian. The threatening aura Brian had always exuded seemed to have vanished. Back in midair, a man and a woman appeared before Brian. Both looked to be in their early 30s, but anyone familiar with them knew these two had centuries behind them. Being over 200 years old in Aurora didn't necessarily mean someone had lived through the start of the Dark Age. No. There were places in the universe where time moved faster. Take the void between realms, for example. In the worst cases, a day in Aurora could equate to 30 years for a powerful cultivator traveling through the void. Just as Michael and others had thought, if a powerful individual wanted to come to Woodstone City as reinforcement, it wouldn't take long, even if they were hundreds of miles away. The real issue was whether the situation would deteriorate beyond saving before reinforcements could arrive. Fortunately for Woodstone City, or perhaps unfortunately, considering the severity of their predicament, the reinforcements they needed were king-rank cultivators. With void nodes in place, the Federation's summons to these exalted beings brought swift responses. Even the furthest among them took mere minutes to arrive. Within moments of the first two king-rank cultivators appearing, 10 more joined them, surrounding Brian and the earlier pair. For a brief moment, the space around them trembled as terrifying auras clashed, warping the atmosphere with their sheer intensity. Among the 13 figures, only Brian appeared ordinary. As fellow king-rank cultivators, they could sense the immense power he contained, a power hidden beneath an unassuming exterior. However, for those weaker than him, such as Michael, it was impossible to detect. This wasn't because Brian had grown weaker. No, it was the opposite. Brian's strength had reached a level so far beyond Michael's comprehension that it no longer registered. Michael didn't delude himself into thinking he had grown stronger or that Brian's lack of threat indicated a change in their dynamic. He knew he was barely any different from when the chaos started. Brian had stopped him with minimal effort before, and there was no reason to believe that had changed. Now, however, the aura Brian exuded wasn't just intimidating, it was unfathomable. Slowly, Michael's subconscious sense of superiority as an awakener began to crumble. He realized there was so much he didn't understand about cultivators. They were formidable. Even though his confidence as an awakener remained, Michael had to admit cultivators were a force to be reckoned with. As for Brian, a growing suspicion nagged at Michael, a thought he didn't dare entertain fully but couldn't dismiss. Brian's changed appearance. His strange display of power. Michael couldn't help but wonder, was Brian the figure who had rained down blue flames to suppress the chaos engulfing the city? For some reason, Michael felt his guess wasn't far from the truth. To be honest, though he was indifferent to cultivating, the idea of it intrigued him at times. Unfortunately, cultivation could only boost his stats incrementally, and it was a long-term investment. As an awakener with no limits, Michael could no longer ignite a life seed, a prerequisite for cultivation. There was nothing he could do about it. He wasn't naturally talented. If he were, perhaps he'd be like Brian during his school years, a genius who managed to awaken a second class because he had ignited a life seed before awakening. Several king-rank cultivators eyed Brian, each with a mix of thoughts after seeing his appearance and sensing his aura. Some were curious. Some frowned. Some remained neutral. The Mad Phoenix. Even emperors had heard of him. Part of it was because some of these emperors had been from the same generation, during the past century. Congratulations, Mad Phoenix. Finally, someone in the crowd spoke. It was one of the older individuals, his voice filled with a sense of recognition. Brian immediately recognized him. Quiet Blade. One of the most renowned assassins in the Federation. No one knew how many times he had traveled through the void to assassinate powerful figures in other realms. His slightly graying appearance was a clear sign of his age. At least he was one of the oldest present, and his realm as a mid-stage king-rank knight reflected that a little. There were a few others of similar strength among the gathered, but none dared oppose Brian. Before his advancement, Brian had already shown signs of dominating the ranks of early-stage king-rank knights. Now, after advancing, it was clear that his strength had grown immeasurably. The Mad Phoenix. No one could still look at him with the perspective of an early king-rank knight. Even the faintest trace of his aura shattered that illusion. Such an evildoer. Though not everyone around Brian shared the same opinion, they all had one thought in common. When did he advance? The Mad Phoenix had been stuck at the brink of a breakthrough for years, teetering on the edge but never quite crossing the threshold. So, what had changed now? At least that much piqued their curiosity. With Quiet Blade taking the lead, those who were interested moved forward to Brian. Brian responded with varying levels of indifference and calmness, depending on how each approached him. However, while some congratulated him, others questioned him passively. How did the city end up like this? A woman's voice cut through the tension. It sounded like a question born out of concern, though it lacked warmth, her tone flat and emotionless. To everyone around, the true question was obvious. How did the city end up like this with you here? Brian slowly turned to look at the woman, their eyes locking. The weight of the gazes from his peers around him made Brian lose a bit of his earlier good mood. Speaking to that brat earlier had been much more pleasant. I fought the strong man from the other side, Brian said, his voice calm but carrying an edge. It was after that battle I advanced. Then I came across this situation and immediately offered my assistance. Immediately after speaking, an overwhelming aura erupted from Brian. The surrounding kings all stiffened, their expressions growing serious. The Federation sent us here for a reason, Brian continued, his voice now more commanding. It's better we get this over with so we can return to our respective places and call it a day, shall we? In that moment, it felt as though Brian stood at the very center of the world. No one spoke. Not because they were afraid to, though some certainly didn't dare to, but because voicing any opposition to what had just been said would effectively place them at odds with Brian, who had framed his actions as a bid to protect the city. In a situation like this, any dissent could easily be used against them later. No one wanted that, especially since this mission was of great importance, not necessarily because it was about saving lives. For lower-ranked supernaturals, it might seem puzzling why powerful cultivators, whose strength leveled cities and dried rivers, still adhered to the Federation's commands. The reason was simple. The Federation had what they wanted. The same cycle had repeated since the dawn of the supernatural era. Those who did good were rewarded. These rewards weren't always unattainable for high-level cultivators, but anything that could entice king-rank supernaturals and above was bound to be extraordinarily rare and difficult to acquire. The Federation system, however, streamlined the process. What would take years of personal effort could often be obtained through service. The powerful wanted resources and opportunities to ascend further, while the Federation desired loyalty and control. This mutual need formed a delicate balance, a circle of dependency that perpetuated itself until loyalty became second nature. Of course, stronger experts enjoyed greater freedom, but even they had their limits. For most of the gathered king ranks, aside from Brian, the reason they were here was simple. The Federation had promised treasures of extraordinary value in exchange for their aid. Resources far beyond what the early city's defenders like Michael would receive, even if they had fought with their lives on the line. This wasn't about altruism. It was about power and the price to claim more of it. What should we do now? We don't have much time. Quiet Blade interjected. Brian turned to him, his voice calm. There are two ways we can approach this. We can either divide ourselves into small groups to address each crack, or we can pool all our forces and attack each crack with overwhelming speed and strength. In my opinion, the second option is better. Not only is it safer, but it also ensures efficiency since we'll be striking with full force. If we divide our already limited numbers, we'll not only face monsters who are just as strong as us but also their overwhelming numbers. And let's not forget, even cracks that are close to breaking require a third of their force to be killed before we can safely move on. We don't know what's waiting on the other side of these cracks, so dividing could be dangerous. Brian finished and fell silent, letting his words sink in. Quiet Blade broke the silence again. Let's all go together. With our combined forces, even if we can't clear a crack in one go, taking down a third of its strength will delay its collapse. We can use that extra time to target other cracks, repeating the process. This method is both safe and efficient. Hearing Quiet Blade's reasoning, the gathered kings nodded in agreement. It's better we move together. Safety in numbers. And faster too. No one voiced a differing opinion. The logic was sound, and with their levels of power, unity only amplified their strength. With the decision made, the king-level cultivators wasted no time. After a few brief words exchanged among themselves, they flew toward the nearest crack. Without hesitation, they plunged into the crack, fully prepared to fight the moment they crossed over. Before heading home after his conversation with Brian, Michael made a detour to the Supers Association branch. The destruction from the recent chaos was still evident, but a semblance of organization had begun to return. Compared to the earlier pandemonium, the city was starting to show signs of recovery. At least starting to show one. With his sharp hearing, Michael caught the blaring of ambulance sirens in the distance, signaling that some hospitals were operational. The sound reminded him of Old Man Lou, the supervisor of the first crack he had ever entered. Michael wondered if the old man had survived the incident. A part of him hoped he had. Considering the unique environment surrounding the corrupted Goblin World crack, Michael suspected that if many of the medical facilities in that area remained intact, the crack itself would likely be thriving soon. The amount of negative energy in the ruined city was likely a feast for cracks of all kinds. In fact, Michael figured that every crack in Woodstone City was now enjoying the abundance of negative energy if nothing had happened to them. The reason Michael had come to the association instead of heading straight home was simple: Lily's injury. Taking her to a hospital might have been a good idea, but given the current state of the city, she wouldn't be a priority. Besides, Michael didn't favor the idea. Also, such a case was somewhat too light to go to an hospital for. As a supernatural, he knew there were better ways to treat injuries of her level, especially since Lily was just an ordinary human. His solution: buy a health potion. Michael recalled his first experience with a health potion. Embarrassingly, it had been on his very first day in the land of origin. The injury he'd used it on had been far worse than Lily's foot, and the potion had worked wonders. Michael was confident that not even half a bottle would be needed to relieve her pain. Unfortunately, due to the chaos in the city, Michael was only able to purchase 5 basic-grade health potions. Still, that was more than enough. He didn't need higher-grade potions since they wouldn't be used on himself or his undead. Potions didn't work on creatures like them in the first place. As he left the trade center, holding the potions in his hand, Michael realized he had been slow to act when it came to relieving Lily's pain. It was only after buying the potions that he remembered something he had forgotten entirely. When he first prepared to enter the land of origin, he had bought more than 1 health potion. 3, to be exact. After his first injury, Michael had rarely found himself in dire need of a potion, not even during his near-death situation. As a result, he still had 2 unused potions left. Whatever, Michael muttered to himself. I bought more potions originally to help others in the community who might need them. The more, the better. Despite his enhanced mental faculties and high-speed thought processing, Michael was still human. Just a very powerful one. The moment Michael stepped into his community, he summoned all his undead from the netherworld to join those he had left earlier in the real world when he had gone out to hunt for more experience points under the guise of helping the public. Surveying the ruined community, Michael issued orders to his undead. The orcs were tasked with packing up the scattered monster corpses while dividing the human ones into a separate pile. A select few undead were instructed to stay on guard with Prince and the Verdant Wolf, while Lucky remained in its position, coiled around his fortified apartment. Michael glanced up at the sky, his expression contemplative. A few seconds earlier, he had noticed a subtle shift in the chaotic energy swirling in the air. It felt less intense. At least, part of it did. Seems like reinforcements have arrived, he muttered to himself. Though there was some uncertainty in his voice, a large part of him believed this was the case. He still recalled his brief conversation with Brian in the sky. Before returning Michael to the surface, Brian had mentioned that reinforcements were on the way. Michael had no way of knowing who exactly these reinforcements were, but considering Brian's prowess, anybody taken seriously by him, Michael figured they were likely important figures. In the current situation, important figures almost certainly meant king-rank experts. Still, Michael's heart wasn't entirely at ease. While part of him had decided to stay in Woodstone City, another part remained vigilant and ready to act if the situation suddenly worsened. He still kept a mental timer, counting down as he waited for any significant changes from the cracks in the sky. If the situation turned for the worse, he would prioritize his survival rather than relying on the Federation's protection. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Michael instructed Lucky to loosen the vines wrapped around the entrance of his apartment, just enough for him to slip inside. He could have undone the entire fortification he had created around the building, but caution kept him from doing so. Michael doubted that any strong monsters had survived the rain of blue flames, nor did he believe any weaker monsters could bypass his undead guards to reach his apartment. However, monsters were not his main concern. It was the demonic supernaturals he was worried about. Compared to the possibility of a large number of monsters surviving, Michael was more inclined to believe that a significant number of demonic supernaturals had endured. If that figure from earlier truly had been Brian, and his words about not judging individuals solely based on their presence were sincere, it suggested that other demonic supernaturals might also be hiding in the city. Even if that figure hadn't been Brian, Michael doubted anyone who wasn't a demonic supernatural would resort to such indiscriminate slaughter. In any case, that individual's mere presence was a thorn in the side of the demonic supernaturals, one they couldn't do anything about. After all, with a king-rank expert in the city, the demonic supernaturals would need someone of equivalent power on their side to retaliate. And unless they had such an individual, Michael could only respect those bold enough to raise their heads. Michael didn't bother about the people in the vine domes for now. After entering his apartment, Michael mentally commanded Lucky to close the entrance outside again. Without delay, he headed straight to his apartment door. Knock, knock. No one answered. The entire building was eerily quiet. It had been silent even before Michael knocked, and the sound of his action seemed unusually loud against the stillness. Despite the lack of noise, Michael's sharp senses picked up faint movements inside the apartment. "It's me, Aunt Mia," Michael said, his voice calm. For a second, silence reigned on the other side of the door. Just as he was about to say more, or even command beginning, who was inside with his family, he heard hurried footsteps approaching. A moment later, the door clicked open, and a familiar face appeared. Aunt Mia. She didn't even hesitate to confirm his identity before opening the door, but Michael's eyes shifted to the towering giant standing silently behind her. Beginning stood in its position, its cold, watchful gaze focused on him. Despite knowing it was its master on the other side of the door through their connection, it hadn't moved from its last order to guard his family. Michael was quietly satisfied. The moment Aunt Mia's eyes landed on him, she didn't seem to notice the blood on his body or the lingering smell of battle. Instead, she began checking him over with trembling hands. "Are you injured anywhere? This isn't your blood, right?" Michael felt the tremor in her touch, and for the first time in a while, a concerned look broke through his otherwise calm expression. Gently, he caught her hands to stop her frantic movements. "Calm down, Aunt Mia. I'm not injured. This isn't even my blood," he said softly. For a moment, it seemed his words had the opposite effect. He felt her hands tremble even more. Sensing that continuing would only worsen her distress, Michael quickly changed the subject. "Are you okay, Aunt Mia? Nothing happened while I was gone, right? How's Lily?" His words seemed to help. Michael noticed her trembling ease slightly as she spoke. "Nothing happened. Lily fell asleep. And, oh, there were screams from the neighbors while you were gone. I think something must have happened." Perhaps reassured by his presence, Aunt Mia steadied herself as she finished speaking. But Michael's attention was caught on something else. A scream? Did I miss a monster that got inside? A scream? The first thought that came to Michael was that a monster might be in the building. Immediately, his expression became serious. Michael heightened his senses to their maximum, but he noticed nothing unusual. No. He did notice something. The scent of blood. It was coming from upstairs. "Where did you hear the scream from, Aunt Mia?" Michael asked, turning to look at his aunt. "Upstairs." She paused, her voice uncertain. But after a moment, she added, "It should be upstairs." The scream sounded like it came from the neighbors, the family Lily usually plays with. Michael recognized the family. He wasn't close to them personally, but he had seen them around the apartment building for years. Michael didn't mention the scent of blood he had picked up. It wouldn't do Aunt Mia any good to know. Instead, he said, "I'll check it out in a minute, Aunt Mia. Let me see Lily first." Aunt Mia nodded in a daze, not giving it much thought. By now, she was beginning to understand that this nephew of hers was very different from before. She didn't know what exactly had happened after he barricaded the building, but the few things he had done so far made it clear that his awakening had changed him. As for the scream, she had only mentioned it in passing because Michael had asked. When Michael entered the apartment, he found his cousin Lily sitting on the sofa in the living room. Unlike what Aunt Mia had told him outside, she was now awake. Lily was staring at the entrance with a mix of emotions on her face that only eased when she saw Michael walk in. "How's your leg feeling?" Michael asked softly as he approached Lily and bent down. It seemed Aunt Mia had bandaged her leg in his absence. Even through the light wrapping, Michael could see that her foot was swollen. It was surprising to think that someone could get such a bad sprain at home, but it wasn't unheard of. In both his lives, Michael had heard countless stories of people sustaining the worst injuries in their own homes. "Does it hurt much?" Michael asked, brushing his hand lightly against Lily's foot. "Ouch!" Lily grimaced in pain, unable to answer, though her reaction said enough. "Sorry. Just bear with it a little longer." Michael began loosening the bandage around Lily's sprained foot slowly and carefully. "What are you doing?" Aunt Mia finally asked. "I'm trying to relieve her pain," Michael replied simply. Aunt Mia's face twisted in confusion. It was clear she had no idea what Michael was about to do, but though questions burned in her mind, she kept them to herself. Ever since his awakening, she had been trying to deny how much had changed. It was all happening too fast. But it was obvious now. Michael was no longer the boy she knew. It wasn't that he had become a different person, but he had grown. He had spread his wings and was already soaring. She wasn't in a position to question him like she used to. Her boy was now a man of his own. Even so, concern lingered on Aunt Mia's face as she watched Michael carefully remove the last bit of bandage from Lily's swollen leg. Lily let out a sigh of relief as his hand left the swollen area, which hurt whenever there was pressure on it. After he finished removing the bandage, under the astonished eyes of his cousin and Aunt Mia, Michael brought out a health potion from his storage space. To the two people, who had only seen supernatural feats performed on the internet, and even then, mostly displays of immense strength, Michael's act of pulling something out of thin air left them in awe. Not paying attention to their expressions or reactions, Michael calmly unscrewed the cap of the health potion bottle and positioned it above the swollen area on Lily's foot. Neither Lily nor Aunt Mia asked what the liquid was, but the translucent green color made their hearts race. Still, the trust they had in Michael, from the years they had spent together and the fact that he had protected them during the chaos, even fighting against those terrifying monsters while others fell, gave them no reason to question him. Unlike the pain Lily expected to feel as the liquid made contact with her skin, she was met with a refreshing, soothing sensation instead. Under the amazed eyes of Aunt Mia and Lily, they watched as her skin absorbed the transparent green liquid. It washed over her body, and the swollen, red area around her foot began to visibly heal. When Michael saw the skin on her foot return to a healthy color, he stopped pouring the health potion and carefully replaced the bottle's cap. Just as he had expected, the potion had barely been used, less than a quarter of its contents had been consumed to treat Lily's injury. As for having Lily drink the potion, Michael saw no need. She wasn't in the same situation he had been in back in the land of origin. She only had external injuries. There was no reason to waste the potion on something that was already healed. "How do you feel?" Michael asked as he placed the health potion back into his storage space. Though in awe of everything that was happening, Lily was still able to formulate a response. "Gee, good. It's not paining anymore." As she spoke, she stood up on her feet, and truly, she felt no pain. Everything just felt like magic. Happy that she was no longer in pain, Michael turned to look at his aunt, who was staring at the scene in amazement, and spoke, bringing her out of her daze. Michael didn't ask Aunt Mia any complicated questions, just if she herself had also been injured anywhere. Thankfully, she wasn't, aside from being exhausted, which she didn't say, though Michael didn't need to hear it to know. Unfortunately, there wasn't much he could do about that. After saying a few more words to both his cousin and aunt and repeating his last command from before, Michael made his way outside of the apartment. It was finally time to deal with the issue his aunt had pointed out. The scream. As he made his way through the apartment building at a moderate pace, Michael's footsteps created faint echoes. With his sharp senses, he could feel the presence of people in some of the apartments. However, what they all had in common was the silence coming from the other side. The residents couldn't escape Michael's heightened senses, but from the way they all tried to suppress their presence as much as possible, Michael wondered for a moment if it had been like this when the cracks first appeared in Aurora. The apocalypse. To ordinary people, from their perspective, it truly felt like the end of the world at that moment. As Michael continued moving forward, he couldn't help but wonder what the future of the city would look like. How would the world react to this? Surely, the Federation couldn't keep such a massive incident hidden, right? If Michael had known that Woodstone City wasn't the only one under attack, he would have realized the true gravity of the current situation. Even if the government wanted to keep things under wraps, they wouldn't be able to. Even now, the news was already spreading. Soon, Michael reached the third floor of the apartment building. A moment later, he stood before a door. "It's heavy," Michael muttered, frowning slightly. Beyond the door, the scent of blood was stronger than it had been downstairs. Not only was it easier to sense, but there also seemed to be a lot of it. However, through his senses, he could detect something odd. Though he couldn't see through the door, he could tell there was a living being on the other side. The issue, however, was: there's no monster. There wasn't a monster beyond the door. It was amazing what heightened senses could achieve when pushed to a terrifying degree. At some point, one no longer needed eyes to see. Though he wouldn't call himself a master, Michael's days spent surrounded by monsters had subconsciously sharpened his ability to distinguish between monsters and humans based on their sense and breathing alone at close range. Humans gave off a unique scent, and so did monsters. Michael could hear the breathing of the other party behind the door. For one thing, a monster, at least a normal one, wouldn't suppress its breathing to avoid detection by a human, especially if it came from a crack. Such creatures were consumed by madness. It could only mean one thing. There was a human beyond the closed door. And it was someone who clearly didn't want to be discovered. Unfortunately for them, Michael was curious about the situation. Not only that, but he also needed to ensure that nothing strange was happening in the apartment building while his family was still inside. Knock knock. Michael rapped on the door, the sound echoing loudly through the quiet building. Beyond the door, he could sense the breathing of the person inside. Suppressed yet quickened. But no response came. Silence reigned once again. Knock knock. He knocked a second time, and like before, no answer came. Knock knock. Michael knocked a third time. Still, nothing. However, the other person's breathing seemed to steady slightly, as if they had calmed down. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Michael's lips. He felt a twinge of mischief after being ignored twice. Though he didn't know exactly what was happening beyond the door, he had a good idea based on the clues so far. Something bad had occurred, and it didn't seem to have an external cause. "You can hear me, right?" Michael finally spoke, his voice cutting through the stillness. Instantly, the person's breathing quickened again. "It's me, Michael. Your neighbor's nephew from downstairs," he introduced himself casually. The breathing on the other side of the door steadied slightly, but still, no words were exchanged. Michael's smile widened as his earlier suspicions solidified. "We heard screaming from here. Did something happen?" Bang! A loud noise, like something breaking, echoed from inside. "So, you're definitely in there," Michael said, his tone calm. "Can you please open the door so we can talk?" No response came, despite the obvious noise from within. That was the final straw for Michael. Something was definitely wrong. He could understand if someone was cautious. However, with the blood of scent coming from beyond the door when there was no apparent monster anywhere, something wasn't normal. If he was mistaken, he'd apologize and pay for any damages, but he couldn't ignore this any longer. He pressed his hand against the doorknob and pushed. A strained creak echoed as the lock resisted, but it didn't stand a chance against Michael, who barely used his strength. However, just as he was about to open the door, he felt another force pressing against it. "What are you doing? Is something the matter?" "I know you, boy. Are you trying to steal from me because I didn't answer?" Michael paused, his movements halting as the voice barked from the other side. The speaker's voice was loud, almost deliberately so. Michael's slight smile lingered as he replied calmly, "I'm sorry, sir. I was just concerned that something had happened." The voice belonged to a man, and his raised tone seemed like a signal. Sure enough, Michael's sharp senses picked up movement all around the floor. Moments later, a few doors creaked open, and several pairs of eyes fixed on him. Some were curious. Some were filled with fear. Some were wary. Some were cautious. And some were surprised. The neighbor's nephew on the second floor of the apartment building had awakened. It didn't take long for the news to spread. The world was a small place, after all. Michael wasn't the only one attending Woodstone Public High School No. 3, and as one of the rare individuals to awaken each year, his anonymity had quickly become a thing of the past. Even students from other schools knew about him, whether they had seen him in person or not. Some neighbors sighed at the family's newfound luck. Others envied them. A few were outright jealous. And some remained indifferent, adopting the mindset that Michael's awakening had nothing to do with them and simply continued with their lives. Regardless of their reactions, one thing everyone had in common was that Michael's name lingered in their minds. To ordinary people, becoming an awakener or cultivator symbolized taking a step closer to success. Most didn't understand the specifics, but after being told the same thing repeatedly since childhood, it became almost a traditional belief. For a brief moment, all eyes were on Michael's family. Yet, even after a few days, nothing seemed to change aside from the boy's sudden lack of presence, until now. Not many had seen Michael in action when the monsters started falling from the sky. Some witnessed it, but most quickly withdrew from any means of viewing the chaos outside. Once the building became fortified under Michael's hands, their awareness of the outside world diminished further. To the majority of people now looking at Michael, they had no idea this was the very person responsible for their survival and current safety. For the few who did know due to one reason or another, their emotions ranged from gratitude to disbelief. However, there was a reason none of them stepped forward. Michael's current appearance was terrifying. He was covered in blood, different shades and hues, but the smarter ones could tell it wasn't human blood. Combined with his identity as an awakener, most quickly assumed that he had been outside fighting monsters and somehow managed to make his way back into the building. But the person behind the door had no way of seeing Michael's current state. Like most of the people in the apartment building, they believed the eerie silence outside meant that everyone else was dead. They could still recall the sight of blood spilling everywhere when those monsters first appeared. Until Michael showed up, at least for those who were seeing him now, most believed no one could survive that carnage for long. Even now, those watching him assumed he was still alive simply because he had been inside the building. The person behind the door continued speaking. "Hey, why were you trying to break into my house? You're up to no good, right? You think that just because the government isn't responding now, you can do anything because you were lucky enough to awaken?" The man continued ranting, spewing accusations and a mix of other incoherent complaints. His words were met with silence. Not only from Michael but from everyone currently watching the scene unfold. Michael's cold gaze remained fixed on the door in front of him. The situation reminded him of what he had endured outside the apartment building. And once again, it was with someone tied to his neighbor. For a brief moment, Michael wondered if he might be doing too much. But he immediately dismissed the thought. Maybe it was an abuse of power, but if it concerned his family, Michael was more than willing to cross that line. Besides, curiosity gnawed at him now, something was definitely wrong here. Michael took a step back from the door and moved to the side wall of the apartment, stopping a short distance away. Under the confused gazes of the onlookers, Michael extended a hand toward the wall. His palm hovered just above the surface, not touching it. The eyes of his neighbors widened in disbelief. Acid shot. A green magic circle materialized between Michael's palm and the wall. A surge of white liquid shot out from the magic circle, striking the wall. Immediately, the wall began to melt under Michael's manual control of the skill. Within seconds, an opening appeared before him, the edges still sizzling from the acidic reaction. Unfazed, Michael stepped through the newly made entrance, utterly indifferent to what he had just done. Once inside, the scent of blood grew even stronger. A man, well advanced in age, came into Michael's view. He was a familiar face. However, the man who was usually easygoing, at least on the surface before, now wore a look of panic and disbelief. His hair was disheveled, and his body was drenched in sweat. He stood there in nothing but his underwear, his bare chest rising and falling rapidly. Michael barely spared him a glance before turning his attention to the other sight before him. In the sitting room, not far away, two bodies lay motionless. One was the man's wife, someone Michael had seen on occasion. The other was his daughter, someone far more familiar to Michael, Lily's friend, who had often visited their apartment. Now, these two people. They were dead. Worst. Their naked bodies lying on the floor hinted at a deeper, more sinister occurrence. He despised his wife. She, on the other hand, loved him deeply, a fact that sometimes stirred a flicker of guilt within him. But no matter how hard he tried to cultivate affection for her, he simply couldn't. He was a bad man, and he couldn't deny it. In his youth, driven by his lack of success and unwillingness to endure a poor life, he had seduced a lonely, sweet, and wealthy woman, a slightly chubby lady whose innocence made her an easy target. He married her, not for love, but for convenience. But years later, her business suffered a massive blow, nearly costing her everything. To make matters worse, she had been pregnant at the time. Though he'd always harbored disdain for her, it was during this period that his hatred grew deeper. He could only console himself with the thought that, at least, she had a hot body and a pretty face. Even then, she was nothing more than a means to satisfy his desires in his eyes. Not even the birth of their daughter could change that. He was incapable of loving her. It wasn't until years later he started to suspect that something was truly wrong with him. His young daughter. He found himself drawn to her. He knew it was bad. He knew it was wrong. But the thoughts that ran through his mind didn't stop appearing after the first time. At least all was good until the apocalypse happened. The monsters arrived, but fortunately, none reached them. However, the chaos outside was enough to terrify the family. As a father and husband, he should have taken the lead, providing security and reassurance for his family. But such thoughts didn't even cross his mind. Overwhelmed with fear, he ran to his room, intending to lock the door behind him. "Don't leave. Let's move the sofas to block the door," his wife pleaded, trying to stop him. It was apparent that she had taken on the responsibility of thinking for the family instead. Perhaps it was a natural instinct for someone who had long been forced to play the role of both mother and father in their household. The same reaction had been seen with Aunt Mia when the chaos began, only for Michael to take over and ensure better safety than a few sofas could provide. Unfortunately, her words didn't bring him to his senses or awaken any semblance of responsibility. Chaos and panic had stripped him of reason. In anger, he shoved his wife away. "Leave me." But while the sight of blood and monsters had filled him with fear, it seemed to have emboldened her. Refusing to let him abandon them, she held on firmly. "Don't leave." Before she could finish, he grabbed her head and slammed it into the wall. This wasn't the first time he had resorted to violence against her, but it was the first time fear had driven him to such extremes. The force he used was far greater than he intended. Worse, the section of the wall her head struck had sharp edges. Blood flowed. No. 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 Her fall was joined by a scream of fear from his daughter. Hearing her cry jolted him back to some semblance of awareness. The weight of his actions hit him like a brick. The civilized thoughts one might have in such a moment of horror filled his mind. Nobody could find out. Driven by panic, he turned toward his daughter, who had begun retreating in shock and fear. Bang! They fell to the floor, her small body pinned beneath his. "It wasn't on purpose. I didn't mean to do it. I swear I didn't mean to do it," he mumbled in broken sentences, his trembling hands covering her mouth to stifle her screams. But adrenaline can do strange things to a person. His body acted on instinct while his mind lagged behind. By the time he realized it, his daughter had stopped moving. He had suffocated her. In just a few short moments, for the first time in his life, he had taken not one but two lives. Panic consumed him. Then came the screams outside, jolting him from his spiraling thoughts. He moved to close the window. The scene outside was a nightmare brought to life, blood pooling on the streets, monsters roaming, people screaming, and the ominous red cracks in the sky splitting the heavens. "It's the end of the world," he whispered, trembling. Then he began to laugh, a hollow, broken sound. "Ha ha. It's the end of the world and I killed someone. I killed someone." The rapid series of events, the overwhelming guilt, and the terror of the apocalypse all conspired to shatter his mind. In his madness, he closed the window, locked the door, and collapsed onto the floor, tears streaming down his face. "It's the end. It's the end. It's the end." He kept repeating, his eyes fixed on the lifeless bodies of his daughter and wife. The nighttime setting and the fact that they were in their own home meant they were dressed in little clothing. As he gazed at his daughter's exposed skin and his wife's matured body, her head still bleeding, a maniacal smile spread across his face. "The world is going to end anyway. Even if the government steps in, they'll arrest me. They'll arrest me. Let me go all out then, Ha ha." Michael frowned at the sight, struggling to comprehend the scene before him. For one of the few times in his life, he failed to understand the thought process that led to an outcome. How could one do this to their family? He couldn't fathom it. Michael was rarely ever a hypocrite. He acknowledged that he had started to see things differently since his awakening, but he believed this change was a natural consequence of his newfound power. He knew he was starting to feel distant from his family, but he never thought it would lead to forgetting about them. At least, he didn't think he'd ever reach that extent. If anything, he felt distant in the sense that he no longer saw the need to be in close proximity to them. Separation was inevitable as he continued to grow, and it seemed it was his turn. But that didn't mean he'd forget his family. He had plans for them, establishing a business for his aunt and providing resources for his cousin to aid her cultivation. Awakening wasn't a guarantee, but success in cultivation could be influenced with capability. He envisioned making both his aunt and cousin successful supernaturals, allowing them to live as long as possible. This was a goal he had in mind, though he hadn't yet started implementing it. His life had only begun changing significantly for barely a week. To Michael, family was a way of life. Few things could compare to the importance of family, especially for him, where the two Michaels happened to value this relationship deeply, even sharing the same name. This couldn't help him understand what he was seeing in front of him. Instead, he felt angry. The man seemed to tremble in rage and fear. Michael could feel he was the cause of both, or at least a significant part of it. "You bastard." Slow curse, dot. The man's movements froze. He couldn't even widen his eyes in surprise. Michael's cold eyes looked at the beast in front of him. Though he felt anger towards the man, he didn't know what to do. To be honest, hunting monsters was an easier task. Michael stared at the motionless man in front of him as he recovered from his emotions. "The city is in chaos now. I don't know why you did this, nor do I care to know since I see no justifiable reason for it. Letting you off is impossible," Michael said slowly. What he didn't say was that it wasn't just him who didn't want to let the man go. His family didn't either. Michael didn't know why, but ever since his first encounter with demonic supernaturals, and the countless human deaths he had witnessed over the past few hours, his interaction with death had shifted. Something told him that if he had the means, he could revive something amazingly different from these corpses, not the corpses themselves but something else entirely. Unfortunately, he lacked the means. However, even without the ability to act, Michael could feel the presence of death around him. It almost seemed to speak. And right now, the two bodies in the room seemed to be screaming at him to punish the man in front of him. The daughter's body, in particular, radiated an ominous energy. It was the most potent, giving off an incredible sensation that Michael could extract something from her. Unfortunately, all he could do was feel, he couldn't act. Moments like this made Michael long for an opportunity to join an organization like an academy, where he could expand his knowledge base. An academy, an organization? Yes. In his free time, Michael had often pondered the purpose of an Awakener's Academy. He could see the logic in cultivators having academies, as their progress was steady and structured. But when it came to Awakeners, the concept of learning things in structured terms didn't quite sit right. Sure, knowledge was important. However, teaching a group of people who relied on a system of various advantages, while beneficial, didn't seem entirely necessary to Michael. That was when it hit him. Awakeners' academies were probably more like guilds, supernatural associations. Perhaps even cultivation academies operated the same way. Regardless of the details, Michael believed such organizations likely held a much deeper understanding of the supernatural world than anything he could find on forums. While couldn't help but feel he was missing out on something valuable, fate had its plans. For now, his attention was on the issue at hand. In the end, Michael realized that his options were limited. While there were many things he could do, few of them felt appropriate, especially since some of his thoughts might lead to complications later. However, just as Michael had said earlier, he couldn't simply let the man go. Only after a few seconds of thought did Michael figure out what to do. Under the horrified gaze of the man, Michael walked closer and grabbed his hand. Slow Curse was still active. When manually controlled, the skill had no cooldown, but the mana consumption increased, and the control became less refined. One upside, though, was that proficiency points increased faster. This will hurt, but you should be able to manage it. Crack. Michael didn't let the man process his words before breaking his right arm. Sweat poured from the man's pores, but under the effects of Slow Curse, he couldn't even scream. Michael didn't stop there. He helped the man lie flat and continued. Crack. 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 I think that's okay, Michael muttered, uncertain, as he looked at the man on the ground. His limbs were twisted at strange angles. The man had fallen unconscious from the pain, but under the effect of a Slow Curse, his eyes remained wide open. Michael didn't feel disgusted by the sight. To him he felt the cause of it was because he figured it was because he knew this wouldn't be a difficult issue to resolve with the technology of this world. At the very least, this would stop the man from escaping. When he was done, Michael released his skill's effect. Then he turned to look at the bodies in the sitting room. After restraining the man, Michael immediately felt a shift in the death energy radiating from the two corpses. The daughter's ominous energy felt calmer now, and the mother's did too, though hers felt sad. To anyone else, perhaps even another awakened, the situation might have seemed creepy, but to Michael, it was simply intriguing. Can they see me? He wondered. The thought felt absurd since there were no signs of life from the two, but his senses didn't seem to be wrong. Ghosts? The idea felt far-fetched, but given the supernatural phenomena of this world, the existence of ghosts seemed almost normal compared to gods. After pondering for a moment, Michael entered one of the rooms in the apartment, which turned out to be the couple's bedroom. He grabbed a bedsheet and returned to the living room, where he used it to cover the bodies of the mother and daughter. Again, Michael felt a shift in the death energy. It grew even calmer. Michael paused, then spoke aloud. You two can rest now. He'll pay for what he's done. I promise. He'd just been following his instincts, but what happened next completely surprised him. You have brought peace to a common level 1 lingering ghost. You've gained 15 experience points. You have brought peace to a common level 1 lingering ghost. You've gained 13 experience points. Michael was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the panel in front of him. He had known from the start that the situation was strange. Based on his limited experience, death energy was something that accumulated over time. A freshly deceased corpse would have some, but it wouldn't be as intense as that of a corpse that had been decaying for a year. This was already odd about the two corpses, but for them to develop into ghosts was something he hadn't expected, let alone gaining experience points from them. Immediately, Michael turned to carefully sense the energy in the air. After advancing to rank 1, it was easy for him to sense the mana around him. Usually, it was peaceful, making one feel whole yet overwhelmed due to how it covered everything. However, as Michael focused, he noticed a distinct change almost immediately. The mana in the air felt chaotic. It also felt somewhat familiar to him. After thinking about it for a while, he figured out why it felt familiar. For a moment, it felt like he was standing at the entrance of a crack. The lesser version. Did the cracks do more than just unleash monsters across the city? Michael wondered. He felt it shouldn't be surprising. If cracks that filled with chaotic energy that covered the whole city, pouring out monsters, were the only destruction they caused, it would feel somewhat of a win. However, knowing that the mana in the air now felt very close to a crack, it made him think that if this was from a crack, weird things might start emerging soon if left untreated. It's not up to me to think about. If anything happens, let the association deal with it. Despite his thoughts, Michael couldn't shake the sense of urgency. Without wasting time, he left the room through the hole in the wall he'd created earlier. Outside, some of his neighbors were peeking from their doors. Michael ignored them and made his way to the stairs. The moment his foot stepped on the first stair, his figure vanished in a small gust of wind. Seeing that Michael was no longer in sight, the neighbors hesitated to approach and check inside the apartment. They had, just like Aunt Mia, heard the scream from the building. The sound was even more apparent to them since they lived on the same floor, fueling their curiosity. They were also scared, as the voice of the man who had been speaking in a darker tone had suddenly gone silent, leading to several thoughts. In the end, a few men nodded at each other and decided to check the apartment together. They needed to know what was happening in their building during these strange times, or they wouldn't feel safe. A few brave women joined them as well. A few seconds later, a chorus of curses and the scream of a goat being slaughtered and beaten at the same time echoed through the building. Michael didn't immediately return to his apartment. He went out of the building itself. After a few seconds of looking at the sky, he let out a sigh of relief. King-rank cultivators are really something. He couldn't stop himself from expressing his relief. The 3 level 5 cracks in the air, though still present, emitted far less chaotic energy than before. Before, they would have likely collapsed within an hour, but now, before Michael's eyes, the cracks appeared less red. They still existed, but it seemed like they were on the verge of breaking rather than already in the process. So cracks can indeed be stopped, though it seems more like a reversal. Michael took in the new knowledge. In any case, it didn't look like the cracks were going to break anytime soon, nor did it seem like they'd be disappearing soon. At least, for now, there was no need to worry about his family's safety. That's what Michael thought at first, until a new thought crossed his mind. There should still be demonic supernaturals in the city, right? Now that he no longer felt an urgent need to protect his family, especially with Lucky and the others by their side, Michael began to entertain different thoughts. His mind wandered, and a familiar greed resurfaced. He was still shocked by the thought even now, but something within him told him it wasn't wrong. Michael wanted a human corpse, but he couldn't bring himself to touch an ordinary human's body, even though they were more than enough in front of him. He wanted one that didn't challenge his sense of morals, one he could still recognize as acceptable. And somehow, he didn't really include demonic supernaturals in that category. For a moment, thoughts of how a human undead might evolve filled his mind. After a short internal struggle, he finally gave up. No, it wasn't the thought he gave up on. It was the hesitation. I'm not even sure I'll be able to do that to a fellow human, but stealing a demonic supernatural's corpse isn't bad, right? That's what Michael decided. He knew what he would have to do if he encountered a living demonic supernatural, but when it came to acquiring the body of one that was already dead, he didn't feel as guilty. In fact, the thought of it didn't make him feel guilty at all. In the end, Michael summoned 2 orcs who were assisting with the cleanup of the community. With their armor on, if one didn't see their face or skin, they would appear as tall figures clad in black armor. Michael gave them a quick glance. Both were at high levels, level 18, to be exact. This wasn't just the highest level among his undead who had killed the monsters that fell from the cracks, it was also about the level range across his undead. The weakest undead, in terms of level, was level 16, a huge improvement compared to before the chaos, when they had all been at level 11. After a brief look, Michael decided to call Prince over. He then dismissed Prince to the netherworld and began making his way out of the community. Though he had initially planned to go alone, he changed his mind, realizing he might need more assistance in terms of numbers or strength. Prince, with his appearance, could easily be mistaken for a monster. If a strong person were to attack, thinking it was an escaped monster or he a demonic cultivator, things could turn dangerous. That's why Michael had sent Prince to the netherworld for the time being. With the 2 male undead orcs by his side, Michael set out in search of a corpse to steal. Stealing a corpse should be easy. Michael hoped he wouldn't run into the group of people who had put that thought in his mind while conveniently ignoring the fact he was responsible for his own thoughts. Well, perhaps stealing a corpse from a graveyard wouldn't be too difficult, especially for a supernatural. However, his target was the body of a demonic supernatural. Unfortunately, the ones who had attacked were far from his community. It seemed like none of them had been willing to die in an unknown corner. In the bustling city where they had been most active, Michael found a pile of corpses stacked together. They all emitted a death energy different from regular supernaturals, an ominous aura. Michael wasn't greedy, he just wanted a few. However, there was a problem. Apparently, in the time he had spent after returning from the association, they had already gathered most of the corpses. He wasn't sure why, but even the bodies of non-demonic supernaturals were missing. Not that he wanted one, but it was still odd. Now, Michael had 2 options. Search harder for demonic supernatural corpses or hunt down the living ones. The latter was tricky. Some might have fled the city after the rain of blue flames, either because they were caught in it or because they ran in fear. Of course, he could also try stealing one of the gathered bodies under the watchful eyes of the supernaturals guarding them, but in his opinion, it wasn't worth the risk. Still, it was too early to give up. If, after all the death that had occurred in the city, he couldn't collect a single human corpse, Michael felt he'd be back to the days of being a fake necromancer. As he continued searching, a thought crossed his mind. Would it be possible to buy a human corpse from the association? For some reason, he had a feeling that it was very possible. While searching, Michael subconsciously reduced his standards a bit when he realized that getting a demonic supernatural body might be difficult. He figured that if he encountered another odd situation like the one in his apartment, he might have to do another cleanup if he had the will to go through it to the end. Looking at the drones in the sky that appeared at some point, which showed that even the remnants of the city officials wanted to suppress the chaos more, Michael knew he had to hurry. In a distance somewhat far away from Michael's location, in what happened to be a family building, a duplex, 4 individuals sat in a slightly dim room lit by a candle. The current situation in the sitting room was odd. The 4 rough-looking individuals were scattered around the living room, seemingly anxious about something, while being totally unbothered about the scene in the middle of the sitting room. The sight of 2 young couples with their necks slightly twisted in an odd angle lay before them. It was obvious who the real owners of the apartment were and who the intruders were. But as power had changed hands, and with no lives left, the 2 couples had no way to complain. One of the men in the room, who had been sitting on a sofa close to the corpses, let out a sigh and turned to look at the corpses with a slightly regretful expression. "Don't you think we should have had fun with them before killing them?" The man spoke softly, but with the power of the other men in the room, it wasn't hard to hear his voice. Hearing his words, no one refuted them. "It's indeed a shame, but we have our lives to worry about now," one of the 4 rough-looking men said. Another among the 4 spoke next. "That's true, but with how the situation is now, shouldn't we have had a little fun since we might not even come out of this alive? It's not like the bodies aren't fresh, so you can still do whatever you want," the last man spoke. The one before him then replied as he walked closer to the corpse of the man in the couple. "A body will do, but I would have loved to feel his struggle, even if we would still have had to destroy his vocal cords." This and that would have been great to see his expression when he was being. He trailed off into laughter as the others didn't pay attention to him, lost in their own thoughts, as the sound of grunts filled the room. From the way they interacted, it was obvious they were familiar with each other. At least, compared to the two cultivators Michael had met at the hotel, these four interacted closely because they were. The four also possessed some power among ordinary people, as they were all at the breaking point of becoming official cultivators. It was also partly due to this reason they joined the dark side. How did the demonic side fill their numbers while staying in the dark alley for years? Through breeding. Partly, but no. They filled their numbers with people from the Federation. Even demonic supernaturals had normal lives they lived if they chose to, and some were even advised to live normally. These four were included in this group. The four were originally a small group of extreme drug dealers. Yes, even in another world, lawlessness was a thing, and so was the police. Just because there was magic and technology in this world didn't mean there was no way to commit crimes. It might not be the ones that happened commonly on Earth, but Aurora had its own types. The police here weren't called police but public officers. What differentiated the tasks they performed were the departments within the system. Departments like traffic control and so on. They were also needed in this world. After all, one couldn't expect a supernatural to be in charge of petty tasks or crimes. That was overkill. The demonic side mainly used two methods to increase their ranks: persuasion and threats. For this four-man group, it had been a bit of both. There was a saying, even in the other world, that one shouldn't provoke a stranger because you'll never know what they're going through. The four-man group had experienced the cause and effect of this saying on the day their life started to change. It was supposed to be a usual quick harassment on a lady in a corner. However, they messed with the wrong woman. Initially, they had been a group of 5 rather than 4, but the first one who had done the most to the woman had been the first to die. Though she had later reversed the outcome by using them as a tool for pleasure, the experience they had with her was one filled with fear. It was also the day they had turned into her underlings, and they started to know the real state of the world around them. At first, they had been forced into working for that powerful woman, but under the allure of her words that she could grant them resources for greater power, they had willingly chosen to join her cause to satiate their hunger for power. After agreeing, they received the method by which they could get their power easily. It was one that shocked them but also one that fitted them extremely well in their line of business, using the blood of living things, preferably intelligent beings, as a cultivation resource to get stronger. In barely 2 weeks after getting the method, they were now close to becoming a rank 1 cultivator. According to the words of that woman, after advancing, they'd get stronger power and live a better life. However, if they wanted more opportunities to get stronger and advance more levels, they could make grand contributions. And she said the opportunity to contribute was coming soon. All they had to do was follow the crowd after the signal. The signal? Oh yes, they did see it. However, did they join after finding out what it was? No, they didn't. They tried and almost died before managing to enter this building to hide after using ordinary people as cover to defend or bind time in their escapes in the eyes of the association supernaturals. Fortunately, they didn't have the time to focus on them, so they were able to escape. However, even if they weren't the smartest around, they knew they couldn't come outside boldly like ordinary citizens and disguise. If they got caught, they were done for. Unfortunately, the city was on high alert now, even with the lingering chaos, so they couldn't risk it. Eventually, one of the men couldn't hold it anymore and spoke. It was around this time that one of them had just finished his business. "Do you think we should look for that woman?" the man said. "That bitch?" "At first, I thought we were special, but looking at those monsters with people capable of fighting them, it's obvious she wanted to use us as cannon fodder. We're not even sure she's still alive after that fire wipeout." Another man said, trembling at his last sentence. He didn't believe there was anyone in the city who wouldn't have been shocked by what they saw. Though they had hidden in the building throughout and were lucky not to have been affected, it wasn't as if they hadn't paid attention to the world outside. Hearing the man's words, the whole space was silent for a while, until the one who had just finished his business with the male body of the dead couple spoke in a laid-back tone. In the end, we'll still have to leave here. If not, it would only get worse. Right now, though, it's risky to move out, but it's also the best time before things really get peaceful. By then, escaping outside of the city would be impossible. When the man spoke, it was like he was talking about taking a walk in the park. It was evident that he had chosen to accept his fate. Silence reigned for a while before another spoke. He's right. Staying passive is not going to help us, so let's just risk it. However, before moving, I'm going to have some short fun, brothers, haha. You fucking bastard. Let me join you. Wish one was still newly fresh. Evidently, this group was worse than the one in Michael's apartment, however, they all remained in the same category. At least, if Michael was to categorize them. They were good materials to create an undead. Michael didn't really know whether to say he was unlucky due to his intentions, but even after expanding his search, he still didn't see a single demonic corpse to steal. Rather, what littered the area was the corpses of monsters. It was a little ironic that these were things Michael would have killed for in the past, but though they still made his mouth water, they currently appeared to be less valuable at the moment. At some point, he started to seriously ponder about stealing a corpse under the eyes of the supernaturals around. Maybe if he was careful enough, they wouldn't even notice. He could also wait to see if he could buy one in the future, but asking about that question now at a sensitive time didn't seem like the right thing to do. Also, if he actually waited for something he wasn't even sure about, he could actually miss an actual corpse. In the end, Michael just decided to keep on searching. He didn't know why, but the chaotic energy from the cracks became increasingly stabilized, so he was no longer in a hurry. And just like that, Michael continued searching until he came into a relatively complete but very quiet community. Not thinking much about it, Michael continued his search until he was just about to pass a building when he sensed something that made him pause. A smile formed on his face. Finally. Just as Brian had said, judging someone based on their aura was a risky thing to do. Michael understood this better than anyone, after all, he was a necromancer. Though he didn't think his aura would be outright repulsive to other supernaturals with keen senses, he figured it would stand out a bit. However, it probably wouldn't be too conspicuous since he hadn't involved himself in the kind of filthy practices a certain group indulged in. Still, whether it was due to his class or simply a natural progression of strength, Michael had developed an acute sensitivity to certain energies. He could now distinguish between a regular supernatural and a demonic one, at least, as long as they weren't using aura concealment techniques and were not far stronger than him. Otherwise, his senses would be useless. This time, Michael was certain he had finally caught a fish. However, whether it was a big one or not remained to be seen. The community was eerily quiet, its ruins scattered with monster and human corpses, though in noticeably lower numbers than in other places he had visited. It seemed that any survivors had already been transported elsewhere. Yet, as he passed a particular building, Michael felt a surge of ominous negative energy. What was strange, however, was that while his senses clearly detected the presence of such energy, he couldn't pick up any signs of life. Such impressive concealment. That was the only thought that crossed his mind. Unfortunately for the hidden individual, some energies coating them weren't as easy to suppress. Their cries. Michael wasn't sure he should call them that. He could hear them. At the very least, this suggested that the other party wasn't strong enough to completely erase everything from Michael's perception. Even so, Michael wasn't about to take any chances. As for whether there was a living person behind that wall. At that moment, the thought didn't even cross his mind. However, it seemed that the moment Michael paused, the other party had noticed. However, it seemed they weren't willing to take any chances. Just as Michael got ready to summon Prince, while also wanting to order the 2 male orc undead by his side to get ready, the wall of the building he had his eyes on burst open. Immediately a figure in black appeared right on the street and started running. Slow curse. Michael's mind reacted immediately, and he cast a skill on the figure. The feedback he felt immediately allowed him to know that he had underestimated a bit. The demonic supernatural. This one. It was a powerful one. Just as a slow curse struggled to hold the fugitive, Michael was already casting another spell. Undead summoning. Immediately, a huge magic circle appeared in front of him, and the figure of a wolf started emerging from it at a rapid speed. At the same time, Michael mentally commanded the two orcs beside him to rush at the figure. All this happened in a flash, yet the figure was also able to react. Michael watched as they cast a spell even while semi-motionless. A magic circle appeared right beneath their feet, and an earth dome formed against them. Bang! The two hammer-wielding orcs sent a string of attacks at the dome, causing dust to fly everywhere. Suddenly, Michael's expression twitched. Come back! As he screamed the command while sending it to the two orcs mentally, Michael watched as two magic circles appeared in mid-air above the dome, and two huge fire spears shot out from them. Unfortunately, the orcs had just started retreating when the fire spears appeared in front of them. Fortunately, their instincts kicked in, and their bodies moved to strike their hammers at the fire spears. Boom! An explosion echoed as the two undead flew past Michael due to the shockwave. In a matter of 2 seconds, a few blows had already been exchanged, and from them, Michael immediately realized that he had encountered not only a strong opponent but one with good battle experience. However, Michael didn't give up or retreat immediately. He might be lacking in experience, but not in firepower. Whoa! Prince, who had already emerged from the netherworld, wasted no time in attacking immediately. Thick vines erupted from the ground and charged at the earth dome ahead when it suddenly broke off, revealing the figure in black and a huge red magic circle in front of them. Michael didn't need to know what it was. He sensed a huge threat from it, and that was enough. Leaving Prince to deal with the situation however he liked, Michael immediately dashed away from the place. And just as he had expected, the magic circle was indeed bad news. A wide stream of hot flames appeared from the magic circle, charging at Prince, who immediately set up a vine wall around itself. Unfortunately, plants just happened to be the worst counter for fire. It only fueled the flames more. However, it still did its work of stopping the flames. Unfortunately, the magic circle didn't seem to be a stagnant one. For the first time, Michael was able to see what a cultivator could do if they went all out in a residential space in a fight. It was destructive. In just a few seconds, flames filled the whole area. One could only imagine how it would have been if people had actually been around. Perhaps there were some in fact not this were not within Michael and his opponent current considerations. The moment the magic on the magic circle ran out was the moment Michael was able to strike back. Well, not him exactly, but his undead. At this point, Michael realized that it was a mage he was up against. Really, the firepower that they could output was a lot. No wonder they were even considered rare in the class classification system. Even in the cultivator power system, Michael hadn't met a lot of mages. However, while powerful, Michael knew that mages had one great weakness. Their physique. It was weak. Just as the magic circle that caused the stream of fire disappeared and another one started to appear, the shadow of Prince appeared right behind the mage, and with a claw, it sent the mage flying. Bang! 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 The mage flew through multiple buildings in a flash. Not willing to give their opponent a moment's rest, Michael and his undead chased after the figure. A moment later, they found the mage trying to get up from the ground with their body trembling a lot. Obviously, Michael wasn't going to allow this to happen. With a mental command, he ordered Prince to strike again. On the roof of a building, Michael also made a move. However, it seemed that while his actions were right, they had still given the mage enough time. 2 magic circles appeared around the mage. Strangely, the 2 weren't directed at Prince's flashing figure, with one directed at Michael's location. Shit! Michael didn't even think about it and immediately dashed to another location. Unfortunately, Though the mage had managed in stopping Michael from casting a spell, it was too much to think a single attack spell could hold Prince in place. Bang! Out of sight from Michael's eyes, who due to his haste had blasted himself into a building, Prince with its huge claw slammed the body of the mage to the ground. With the body of the mage, a crater formed on the ground. However, the mage still had a bit of life in them. It was evident from the event that even as a mage, though they had the weakest physique among most professions, they were still strong and had great vitality. However, all these had no business to do with Prince. Wasting no time, Prince gave another claw attack. Bang! The crater in the ground got a bit deeper. Bang! Yet another attack. Bang! Yet another attack to the mage on the ground. Just as it was about to deliver another attack to finally end the life of the mage, a sudden scream echoed. Stop! Prince's attack halted immediately. From a certain building, Michael shot up and charged at the mage's body on the ground. Finally close, a spear materialized in his hand, and without hesitation, he struck down. You have killed A. Michael didn't even turn to look at the notifications that appeared nor reflect on what he had just done and immediately placed the body in his storage space. Dismissing all his undead, he immediately charged out of the location. A few seconds later, a few figures appeared in the sky. One might imagine that a battle between figures akin to gods in the eyes of ordinary humans would be a long and devastating clash. Devastating? Yes. Long. Only if both sides were evenly matched. In a fight where power was unequal from the very start, even a god could fall in an instant. Of course, the force capable of erasing such a being in the blink of an eye had to be just as terrifying. Had the battle between the mage and Michael been a one-on-one duel, Michael would have lost easily. Battle experience. A vast arsenal of spells. Michael had none of these, at least, not compared to that mage. However, a one-on-one fight was never an option for Michael. He was a necromancer. I think this is far enough, Michael muttered, scanning his surroundings. It was another ruined community, much like the rest of the city. Through his senses, he picked up faint signs of life around. The association had likely done what they could hear before moving on, for now. But for Michael, this place was far enough. Sitting atop a rooftop, he took a deep breath, calming himself. Cultivators are strong, he mused. In spellcasting, at least, that mage had been far ahead of him. But Michael didn't feel discouraged. He had only been a supernatural for barely a week. Now that he thought about it, he had come far. And fast. Just when he thought he was moving too slowly. His gaze swept over the ruins around him. So many things have happened in just a few days. A strange emotion stirred within him, but he pushed it aside. He had gotten what he wanted. Now, it was time to return to his community before someone else arrived first and they ran into trouble with his undead, or vice versa. As for the result of his battle with the mage, that could wait. As for taking a human life for the first time, Michael didn't even think about it. Maybe it was because he had already killed too much in a short span, today and in the past few days. Maybe he had grown numb to it. Or maybe he was just coping. Only Michael would know. But just as he was about to leave, he felt movement from within the building beneath him. 4 people. That's a lot. Lucky people. Michael merely thought to himself, but just as he was about to move, he paused. A faint wail seemed to whisper to him. Slowly, Michael lowered himself on the building below, his expressionless eyes flashing for a brief moment. A second later, an eerie butterfly appeared beside him, fluttering around as a mist began to rise. Undead Phantom Morpho LV2. Illusory Mirage, Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 6.7%. Creates multiple shimmering duplicates of itself to confuse enemies. At Basic Mastery, the illusions move erratically but fade upon contact, making it harder for foes to pinpoint the real creature. Missed? No. The power of illusion slowly enveloped the building beneath Michael. In the apartment building, the four men who had initially started with corpses to themselves prepared to move out. As for how things ended up that way, they couldn't quite tell. All they knew was that something within them had urged them to act, whispering that what they were doing was right, pleasurable, even. It wasn't that they hadn't done it before, but never in a situation as serious as this, yet they felt an irresistible urge to unearth even deeper desires. Even now, the urge to cause more chaos simmered within them, but the pressing need to escape the city forced them to suppress their bloodlust. If Michael knew about this, he would attribute it to the cracks. As he had suspected, if the only thing the cracks did was release monsters, then in a certain way, it wasn't the worst possible outcome. Unfortunately, from the ghosts he had encountered, it was clear that something even stranger was happening in the city. Being influenced by the chaotic energy in the air seemed very plausible. When did the fog appear? One of the men cautiously opened the entrance door, only to be met with a thick, swirling mist that obscured almost everything beyond. The others behind him also noticed the change, their expressions turning serious. "Close the door," one of them stated as another moved toward a window to check outside. Huh? Was this window always open? He briefly wondered but quickly dismissed the thought. Just like the scene at the entrance, the outside was shrouded in fog. "Is something weird happening again?" the man muttered worriedly, unaware of the glowing green eyes that had appeared behind him. Wait. The fog is getting inside. He noticed the mist creeping in through the gaps and immediately shut the window, but it made no difference, the fog only grew denser. Just as he turned to speak, his body suddenly stiffened. Confusion flashed across his face as he struggled to move. Then, he felt a cold hand wrap around his neck. A moment later, his neck snapped. As his vision darkened, the last thing he heard was a voice, deep and enigmatic, yet strangely youthful. "Trash alive. You'll make an excellent undead." Michael stared at the lifeless body in his grip, his expression unreadable. Now that he had a moment to reflect, he finally thought about his actions. Yet, even as he did, he felt nothing. No guilt. No hesitation. If anything, he felt a little excited. Such fragility. It gave him an intoxicating sense of power. However, Michael didn't allow himself to get lost in the feeling. Old Man Lou and Teacher Brian were right. Killing a lot in a short span really messes you up. He understood the gravity of it. But understanding didn't mean he could change what had happened, at least, not right now. That it wasn't as if he was killing for the sake of it. "Who are you?" Michael heard a voice behind him and turned, letting the body in his grasp drop to the floor. He had snuck into the building to uncover what was happening without revealing his identity, just in case he was wrong. But he wasn't. The moment he struck down his target, he was ready to face the remaining three. Michael didn't answer the question. He sighed and vanished from his spot. The reason Michael left immediately after defeating the mage was that he knew there was a chance the battle would draw the attention of the association members. He didn't think he'd be in trouble for fighting a demonic supernatural, but he doubted he'd be allowed to take the corpse himself. What he didn't know was that, shortly after he left, two figures appeared mid-air at the battle site. Rank 4 cultivators. The two arrivals were both men. They scanned the surroundings before one of them spoke. "There are multiple energy signatures here. It's chaotic, but the dominant ones are fire and wood. Should we track the lingering traces? I can sense dark energy as well, though faint. There's no need to waste time. The demonic supernaturals wouldn't dare cause too much havoc. Though I don't know why one fought here, it's not our concern. Our priority is restoring order to the city. If we don't do something about the chaotic energy in time, things will only spiral further." Agreed. With that, the two men ended their discussion. Rather than chase after a fleeing demonic supernatural, it was far more important to stabilize the situation. If their negligence led to a disaster requiring a king-rank expert's intervention, there would be nothing they could do, even as some of the strongest cultivators below the king level in Woodstone City. Having made their decision, they immediately flew off in another direction. Of course, things would have been different had they seen Michael, but they didn't care enough to track down a vague trail. Back at Michael's location, moments later. Unlike when he had used slow curse on the first man, Michael didn't bother doing the same for the remaining three. All were given swift deaths, a single, precise strike to the back of the neck. After finishing off the last one, Michael paused briefly before storing the 4 bodies in his storage space, recalling his undead phantom morpho as well. Though he felt a moment of unexpected discomfort, it quickly faded, replaced by growing excitement. Initially, he had worried that due to the Supers Association intervening, preventing him from obtaining a demonic supernatural's corpse, he'd return home empty-handed. Yet not only had he secured the body of a strong supernatural, he had also acquired 4 ordinary corpses. Michael was quite satisfied with the outcome. Of course, he wished he could revive one immediately and begin the process of evolving it, but he wasn't in the right situation to indulge in such desires. The city was still unstable, and he had a community to protect. Besides, though physically unharmed, he was mentally exhausted. Some proper rest wouldn't be a bad idea. Just as he was about to leave, a series of notifications appeared before him, a familiar sight. You have brought peace to a common level 3 lingering ghost. You have gained 33 experience points. You have brought peace to a common level 4 lingering ghost. You have gained 38 experience points. Michael didn't need to think twice to understand which ghosts he had helped pass on. His gaze shifted to the couple's bodies on the ground. After a moment of contemplation, he walked through the house and retrieved a blanket. Just as he had done for the mother and daughter back in his apartment, Michael covered the couple's bodies as well. Unlike before, this didn't cause a further drop in negative energy, it had already been diminishing from the moment the ghosts had been put to rest. Necromancer. Necromancy, there's still a lot I don't understand, he muttered. But that was fine. Michael loved that he had things to look forward to. Whatever. Let's get back home. With that, he stepped out of the building, greeted by a slightly brighter atmosphere. After a long night of fighting, it seemed the sun was finally preparing to rise over this ruined city. As Michael flashed from his spot, moments later, high in the sky, a group of people emerged from the crack. Though they tried to contain it, their aura still leaked, causing the space around them to tremble. It was evident who these people were, the king-rank cultivators sent to resolve the level 5 cracks in Woodstone City. However, these supposedly dignified figures looked like a mess. Setting aside their strange armor and weapons, most were drenched in blood, some from the monsters they had battled within the cracks, and some their own. One had even lost an arm, yet his expression remained indifferent, as if such an injury was trivial. Among them, only a few remained relatively unscathed, aside from exhaustion. One was Quiet Blade. The other, both an expected and unexpected presence, was Brian, the newly ascended king-rank cultivator, the Mad Phoenix. Though he was grouped alongside Quiet Blade, it wasn't due to lack of contribution he was unscratched. On the contrary, he had shown faint signs of matching the strongest among them. The gazes directed at him were now more serious, caution, respect, and something else. Yet, Brian himself seemed unconcerned with their stares. Sensing the crack he had just exited and those still remaining, he spoke. We've cleared a third of each crack twice. Though we're close to completely clearing these artificial cracks, we have to admit we're in no condition to continue, unless we're ready to lose one or more of our own. The other kings remained silent, but their expressions showed agreement. Right on cue, Quiet Blade added. A lot is bound to change after this, but for now, let's return and rest. With the cracks in their current state, we can afford to delay clearing them. The king-rank cultivators retreated to recover wherever they could. As they had decided, it wasn't too late to resume clearing the cracks since the immediate danger had been dealt with. They could afford to take their time. Pushing themselves beyond their limits now would only increase the risk of death, a risk none of them were willing to take. No matter how precious the rewards were, they weren't worth the centuries of life they still had ahead of them. One by one, the king rank cultivators left. Brian also flashed back to the Supers Association, but instead of making his presence known, he teleported straight into the office of the people in charge. At that moment, the branch manager of the Supers Association and deputy manager Leo were deep in discussion about the current state of the city. The situation isn't looking good. Deputy manager Leo stated grimly. The branch manager, a mid-rank rank 4 knight, and Leo, a late-stage rank 3 knight, were among the most powerful figures in Woodstone City, especially now, after the chaos had claimed even some of the city's strongest defenders. Though not the most powerful, Deputy Manager Leo's organizational skills were unmatched. There were stronger individuals who could take his position, but very few who could handle it as efficiently as he did. And while Aurora was a world where strength reigned supreme, talent and leadership couldn't be ignored. And Leo was far from weak. Just tell me how bad it is, the branch manager sighed, rubbing his temples in exhaustion. And sit down, will you? Watching you stand there is making me dizzy. Leo hesitated. He wasn't used to sitting in front of his superiors. But after a brief moment of consideration, he took the seat opposite the manager. Even for him, the night's events had been exhausting. Just as Deputy Manager Leo was about to speak, a figure suddenly appeared in the office, startling both him and the branch manager. Their instincts kicked in immediately, but before they could react, an overwhelming pressure crashed down on them. Their bodies refused to move. A suffocating weight bore down on their shoulders, leaving them frozen in place, sweat trickling down their backs as they stared in awe. You two should relax. I'm just here to talk, Brian said calmly, withdrawing the oppressive force he had released. Sorry about that, by the way. It's okay, Your Honor, the branch manager quickly responded, forcing a polite smile. Deputy Manager Leo nodded stiffly in agreement. Starting from the 4th rank of cultivation, the master rank, cultivators were given titles of respect. Back when Brian was still a master rank cultivator, he had been addressed as Master Brian, a sign of both recognition and respect. Now that he had stepped into the king rank, he was referred to as Your Honor. At Emperor rank, he would be called Your Highness. And at demigod rank, he would earn the title of Lord. At a certain point, even the Federation, which had tried its best not to create a strength-based hierarchy, had to acknowledge the inevitable reality. Power alone dictated status. Seeing that Deputy Manager Leo was about to stand up and offer his seat, Brian immediately spoke to stop him. There's no need for you to stand up, he said. Just tell me the current state of the city. Deputy Manager Leo didn't like the idea of sitting while the other party stood, but he could tell from Brian's tone that his words were absolute. Respecting the decision, he did not argue. However, he also chose not to sit. Instead, he remained standing to address Brian. Seeing this, the branch manager, who had originally planned to remain seated, felt uncomfortable. In the end, he stood as well. Brian noticed their actions but couldn't be bothered to care about them. His focus was on the report. The city is in a dire state, Deputy Manager Leo began. The population has dropped by a staggering 45%, and it's estimated to decline even further due to the lack of proper medical care. Fortunately, the branch manager of the other branch can perform healing arts, but her spells are only rank 1. After fighting for so long, she is reaching her limit. However, based on estimates, she can still save around 20% of the expected casualties. He paused for a moment, allowing his words to sink in. Then, he continued. The next issue, one just as concerning as the cracks in the sky, is the chaotic energy spreading through the city. Due to its influence, people are becoming more prone to negative actions. Those who engage in violence or crime feel an even stronger urge to continue. So far, it hasn't affected supernaturals, but its presence still causes serious issues. While the energy is gradually dissipating, thanks to Your Honor and the other king-rank cultivators, it still lingers, and we fear it may breed something unnatural. Leo took another breath before delivering the next grim report. We've also lost a significant number of supernaturals. Based on our data, and additional reports from the other branch, we've lost at least half of the registered supernaturals. Most of the casualties are rank 2 elite cultivators and below. We've also lost a few commander rank supernaturals. Master rank casualties are minimal. Leo's voice grew heavier. Also, due to the reversal of the level 5 cracks, they are now permanent. Unlike before, when these cracks would eventually disappear, they are now as stable as natural cracks. This means they will never disappear. Because of this, we may have no choice but to evacuate the entire city. It's one thing to have cracks hidden away, but it's another to see them every day, looming over us. And beyond that, the city itself is simply too damaged to remain livable. There was a reason why cracks were usually sealed within specialized containers. Unfortunately, level 5 cracks had already surpassed what most containers could handle. Though the cracks wouldn't break now, or for a very long time, for several reasons, this level of crack weren't exactly the best places to live near for ordinary humans. And that was just from the perspective of supernaturals. Only the surviving government officials truly understood how devastating the situation was for the general public as a whole. Brian and the branch manager continued listening to Deputy Manager Leo's report, which seemed to contain more bad news than good. After he finished, silence filled the room for a moment. Brian finally spoke. "We've done what we could and can only do what we can. As for the city's evacuation, that isn't something that can happen in a day or two, so there's no point in overthinking it. I'll find someone capable of completely isolating the cracks. If the method is strong enough, evacuation may not be necessary, but that's for the city government to decide. In the meantime, investigate any clues regarding the demon's involvement in this." The fact that similar incidents occurred in other cities, though rarely as severe as ours, marks the first time in a long while that a top race has directly attacked our realm. Brian sighed. "I'm exhausted. We'll talk later." With that, he disappeared, leaving the two managers in silence. A few seconds later, Deputy Manager Leo couldn't hold back his thoughts. "Branch Manager, do you think we're heading into another race war? Has it ever ended?" "Ah, that's true. I understand what you mean, though," the branch manager continued. "This is one of the few times in a long while that a top race has openly, well though indirectly, attacked us. If war truly breaks out against a race of this level, it will be nothing like the battles we've fought before with weaker races." Deputy Manager Leo remained silent, absorbing the weight of his superior's words. The branch manager finally sighed. "In the grand scheme of things, only the strongest decide the fate of a realm." "True," Leo agreed. Back in his community, Michael summoned his undead back into the real world, reinforcing the forces he had left behind to continue clearing the area. He then freed the people sheltered inside the vine domes he had created for their protection. Afterward, he handed the potions he had brought to his neighbor, the one with the rude nephew, so they could be used to heal the injured and provide some relief from the pain. Though the man was a supernatural, Michael still took the time to explain how to use the health potions properly, detailing their potency and effects. Fortunately, no one had died. That meant Michael never had to find out whether he would have felt guilty for not acting sooner. After all, he should have done this before leaving the community again for the second time, right after resolving the issue in his apartment building and with that neighbor. Now, a semblance of peace and order filled the blood-soaked streets. With his sharp hearing, Michael occasionally picked up the sound of sobs from various people, regardless of age or gender, but since they weren't his family, he didn't care. With his mind at ease, he finally took the time to bathe and clean himself. By the time he was done, dawn had arrived, and daylight had brightened the city outside. Changing into a set of clothes that felt noticeably tighter on him, Michael sat on the chair in his room and pulled up the notifications, the ones he had received after killing his first supernatural and the 4 humans. However, something about the notifications seemed strange. There were no stars. "You have killed a level 25 Aurora human mage. You have gained 2,855 EXP. You killed 5 levels higher than your own, earning a 6x experience multiplier. You have gained 17,130 EXP. You have killed a level 9 Aurora human knight apprentice. Times 4. You have gained EXP. There were no stars. Additionally, a title appeared beside the human's name, as if it was used to differentiate a race. Michael wasn't unfamiliar with the concept of races, but looking at the notification before him, it seemed that the humans here weren't just a singular group but rather a distinct branch, categorized separately despite being human. He immediately had the urge to test Undead Revival on one of the corpses but forced himself to stay calm. Why didn't humans have stars? What did that mean for his talent? What conditions needed to be met for a being to receive no stars? Did the absence of stars signify that humans in this realm had no potential limit, that as long as they had the opportunity, they could continue advancing indefinitely? Michael briefly considered whether this was the same for other races, but since he hadn't encountered one yet, the thought was short-lived. Things are getting interesting, The word slipped out before he realized it, excitement bubbling to the surface as he got lost in thought. He quickly composed himself, dismissing the panels in front of him. Now, he needed to decide what to do next. First and foremost, his family. Now that his mind was clearer, a chill ran down his spine. Had he not awakened, had he not taken leveling up and evolving his undead seriously, he could have lost his family. He could have lost his own life. He had been lucky to have enough strength, but this incident made him crave even more power. It also made him realize how vulnerable his family was. As much as he wanted to avoid the thought, his mind moved too fast to ignore the reality. There were things beyond his control. Something tragic could happen to his family, and no matter what, he wouldn't be able to blame himself. Yet deep down, he knew he still would. That was why he wanted to give his family power. The fastest way would be to use his talent on them, but that would require them to die first. Michael froze at the thought. How did that idea even cross my mind? Shaking his head, he considered other options. One thing was certain, he no longer wanted to live in Woodstone City. This incident was the perfect excuse to leave. Before he awakened, Michael had always wanted to see more of the world beyond what was shown on the internet, the hologram technology, the hover cars, the wonders of civilization. Woodstone City was too backward to showcase the true potential of this world. There had to be other cities with higher-level cracks and stronger supernatural branches. Some could provide him with more opportunities to gain experience points and other interesting corpses, while others could offer better security, even if their protection was meant for the general public rather than him or his family. At the very least, there had to be cities better than Woodstone. Then there was the possibility of making his family stronger. It might be difficult for Aunt Mia to step onto the supernatural path at her age, but Lily still had plenty of time. Even if she had terrible cultivation talent, just like Michael himself had before his awakening, with enough resources, she could be force-fed, drug-enhanced, and turned into a prodigy. Michael planned to make this a reality. There was no guarantee that anyone could awaken, or at least, no method Michael was currently aware of, but he firmly believed that with the right conditions, it was possible to forcefully push someone to the point of igniting a life seed. If the circumstances were ideal, it could work. As for the possibility that Aunt Mia might not be able to light a life seed even with ample resources, several thoughts ran through Michael's mind. For one, since he wanted her to live a long life, he would have to find methods to prolong it. The idea that such things didn't exist never even crossed his mind. If demigods, beings more powerful than that mysterious figure in blue who had cleared the city's crisis in an instant, existed, and if supernaturals themselves could already live for extended periods, then Michael had every reason to believe that there were even greater resources out there in the universe, resources that could extend the lifespan of ordinary humans. Of course, they would likely be incredibly difficult to acquire. Then there was another idea he personally liked, reserving a contract slot for his family and filling it with powerful undead that could change their size. For now, though, these were just ideas. He had other matters to take care of first. A moment later, Michael reached for his phone and reread the message the association had sent him just before he entered the bathroom. Thanks to his efforts in preserving the building, the water system was still intact. The crisis in the city has calmed down, but supernaturals are still encouraged to remain cautious and stay aware of their surroundings. If you notice anything unusual that needs reporting or encounter a situation you can't handle, please reach out to us. Additionally, for the next 3 days, the association will be purchasing the corpses of defeated monsters at 3 times the market price as compensation for your service. More rewards are still being considered. Thank you all for your support. May the will of Aurora prevail for 1,000,000 years. Michael's gaze lingered on the last sentence. May the will of Aurora prevail for 1,000,000 years. Even now, he felt a strange sensation whenever he read those words. But after seeing them repeatedly, he was beginning to think they weren't just a simple motto. Will. May the will of Aurora prevail for 1,000,000 years. Will of Aurora. Was that the key part of the phrase? Michael wasn't sure, nor did he dwell on it too much. But after seeing it again, right after noticing how the system panel addressed the bodies in his storage space, it made him pause and think just a little deeper. Michael skimmed through the first few paragraphs of the message, already familiar with most of the content. However, one particular section made him smile. For a moment, he could almost see millions grinning at him. For the next 3 days, the association will be purchasing the corpses of defeated monsters at 3 times the market price as compensation for your service. Michael couldn't even count how many corpses he and his undead had killed, but it was definitely in the thousands, perhaps close to 2,000 or even slightly above. And the best part? Some of those corpses came from monsters in higher-level cracks, meaning even greater profits. No, even if all the cracks had been low-level, tripling the standard price per corpse still made this an incredibly lucrative opportunity. Of course, stronger corpses from higher-level cracks would fetch even more, and Michael was more than happy with his haul. This method is actually quite good. It ensures the association directly compensates those who truly fought, rather than mistakenly rewarding some supernatural who just claims to have protected the public. Naturally, there were still plenty of loopholes that could be exploited depending on how the association handled things, but overall, Michael saw this as a decent way to address the issue of rewarding supernaturals. The fact that additional rewards might still be given later on made him feel slightly less resentful toward the Federation. Only slightly. However, in the end, if the benefits were good enough, even a terrible parent could be loved. Feeling refreshed, Michael exchanged a few words with his family before heading out of his apartment. His goal? To retrieve the corpses he had accumulated outside the community. Even mosquito meat is still meat, and I happen to like meat. With the help of 2 strong undead orcs, Michael got to work again, though the process ended up dirtying his fresh outfit once more. Hours passed, and most people had begun to accept and adapt to the situation. In fact, some, especially teenagers, were already back on their phones. However, they weren't scrolling through reels or watching entertainment. Everything they were doing was still related to the crisis. After reconnecting with the outside world, the residents of Woodstone City discovered that the situation was far more serious than they had initially thought. Their city hadn't been the only one that had gone through an apocalyptic event. Supernaturals within Woodstone City, along with its general populace, soon learned the shocking truth: 20 cities across Aurora had suffered the same catastrophe. One thought ran through the minds of most people. What was happening in the Federation? Unfortunately, no officials had come forward to address the situation. Instead, the world was left to rely on the words, thoughts, and speculations of various news channels, local networks being the most prominent, as well as commentary from celebrities. Michael only learned about this after accidentally eavesdropping on a conversation. The news shocked him, but he quickly calmed himself. At the end of the day, whether it was in the land of origin or the real world, he needed one thing: strength. To put it simply, strength was almost everything. No. Strength was everything. Absorbed in their tasks, a few hours unknowingly passed. Before Michael realized it, more people had already entered his community. Some were survivors from other areas, assessing the city's damage. Others were workers sent to wash the blood off buildings and streets. And then there were the supernaturals, freely using their powers in broad daylight under the watchful eyes of ordinary people. Well, Michael himself had used his powers more than once during this time. It suddenly felt like the hidden society the Federation had worked so hard to build for the supernatural world had collapsed in an instant. Now, the world was more aware of the supernatural than ever before. Michael frowned as a few cameras flashed past him. Some belonged to local news crews, while others were just regular people taking photos and videos with their phones. Regardless of their identity, their goal was the same, to share what they had captured. However, it wasn't Michael they were focused on. Their attention was on his undead. Michael, who had been unable to send them back to the netherworld before the camera harassment began, had no choice but to call them his summons whenever questioned. Fortunately, his two largest undead, Lucky and Prince, hadn't been seen by the public. Otherwise, he would have faced even more questions. For a brief moment, Michael felt he understood what celebrities went through. The worst part? He wasn't even in a crowd. Unfortunately, he still couldn't dismiss his undead. They still had work to do, helping him load his claimed corpses into the hover trucks belonging to the Supernatural Association. It was Michael's first time seeing one in person. With a staff member handling communication and negotiations, Michael, who wasn't interested in haggling, established a pleasant relationship with him. The man even used his connections to prioritize transporting Michael's loot ahead of others. Because of this, Michael missed the opportunity to return to the land of origin and fill his open contract slots before the daily evolution point refresh. In the end, he still gained 40 evolution points, bringing his total to 71. If he chose to accumulate and save his points, he could evolve one of his undead into a 1-star extraordinary rank creature. But that was something to consider later. For now, Michael happily sent off the association staff and checked his account balance. $15,354,526. He was rich again. Wait, that wasn't right. He still had $2 million before the transaction, so technically, he had already been rich? Michael felt conflicted. The moment he got his hands on something he really needed, he knew he'd be back to his broke days in no time. Shaking his head, he glanced around once more, conveniently ignoring the cameras pointed at him. Just as he was about to head back to his apartment, something caught his eye. Michael frowned. Some creeps were taking pictures of his clueless female orcs. Creeps. Under the astonished eyes of the public, Michael and his female orcs vanished into thin air. The latter because he had summoned them back to the netherworld, and the former because he had bolted straight for his apartment. Back at home, the scent of freshly cooked food filled the air. With his sharp hearing, Michael could pick up the whispers of his aunt and cousin. Thinking for a moment, a smile crept onto his face. No one knows what can happen, so. $15,354,526. Michael checked his account balance. To be honest, it should have been more, but the taxes had been insane. Very, very crazy. Michael conveniently ignored it, just like he had done for his previous big income. Apparently, taxes weren't a thing for any transaction under 10 million if related to the association, but once you went over that, it seemed like you also paid for unknown, owed corpses too. Soon. $14,354,526. With a mischievous smile, Michael wondered what his family's reaction would be when they found out what he had just done. However, he had barely stepped into his room when he heard a scream. Wait, no. 2 screams. Michael. I need some money, brother Michael. I'm too broke. Ha 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 ha. Watching the two rush into his room, Michael burst out laughing. This was exactly what he wanted to see. Not perfect. But a happy and healthy family. In the end, after chasing down Aunt Mia, who once again thought he was sending too much, and Lily, who had somehow instantly recovered from her depression and started listing everything they needed, Michael found himself exhausted. He still didn't understand why he needed to buy a bag of all things, but after all the fuss, he decided to take a short break. That short break quickly turned into a deep sleep. By the time Michael woke up, it was already getting dark. The body is really amazing, Michael muttered in frustration. Despite his strength, he couldn't even control a little sleep. Especially when he hadn't overexerted himself in the morning's battle. Whatever. I feel more refreshed now. As he stood up, he could sense his family and Undead's presence in the apartment, all moving around in the same area. Curious, he used share senses with his Undead to see what was happening. Immediately, Michael was taken aback. His Undead. His Undead was cleaning. And not just cleaning, but doing it extremely well. Beginning's movements were trained. Precise. A little unsettled, not because he disliked it, but because it was so unexpected, Michael cancelled share senses. With how much time Beginning has spent in the real world doing various tasks, it's probably one of my smartest Undead now, right? It seemed possible. But after a moment, Michael shook the thought away. Since he himself felt the need to refresh, he decided to do just that. As the water ran in the bathroom, several thoughts about what he was about to do next in the next few hours crossed his mind. But first, he wanted to talk to his family about moving out. He didn't think they'd refuse. You want us to move? Aunt Mia repeated what Michael had just told her. She was about to instinctively refuse, questions like why forming in her mind, when she suddenly paused. Though she hadn't left the house, preferring to stay indoors, which seemed to satisfy Michael, she had still seen what lay outside. The view from their apartment windows, the news, and the internet all painted the same picture: chaos. In a way, this place no longer seemed livable. How would the supermarket function when it wasn't even in proper shape? How was Lily supposed to go to school? Though the holidays were approaching, from what Aunt Mia had seen, the city's restoration, if it even happened, would take months, if not longer. And even then, it was unlikely to return to how it was just yesterday. Thinking about it this way, moving out actually made sense. Michael watched his aunt deep in thought but didn't interrupt. If she had immediately spoken against his idea, it would have led to a debate. But her silence meant she was seriously considering it. Michael knew this much about her after years of living together. Of course, just because she was thinking it over didn't mean she had agreed. But that didn't change anything for him. If she objected, he was ready to switch into debate mode. To give his family a better life and ensure their safety, Michael didn't mind spending time, even half the night, convincing her. And he knew Aunt Mia well enough to expect that if she disagreed, she would argue her point logically, not just reject the idea outright. Fortunately, it didn't come to that. Her next words brought a smile to Michael's face. Maybe moving out really isn't a bad idea, she admitted before adding, but where would we even move to? Michael had an answer. There was no specific answer. I don't know yet. Aunt Mia gasped slightly at his response, but before she could comment, Michael spoke first. But I'll find one, don't worry, Aunt Mia. What I have in mind is a place that can provide better security for you guys and more. By the time Michael finished speaking, a determined expression had taken over his face, and his aura grew serious. Aunt Mia's words caught in her throat. A moment later, she sighed. It was just as she thought. Her boy was growing up. Though he didn't say much, a part of her feared that maybe she and her daughter were holding him back. A part of her wanted to tell him that he didn't have to worry so much about them and should focus on himself. But she couldn't. She knew that as they grew, both Michael and even her own daughter would eventually go their separate ways. But she didn't want to be the one to push him away. She still wanted their presence. So, for now, she said nothing. In any case, I trust you. She trusted Michael. He had always been an intelligent and reliable boy. Michael's serious expression softened slightly at Aunt Mia's words. He didn't show it outwardly, but inside, he felt really good. Ignoring his cousin, who was hiding behind her bedroom door eavesdropping, Michael stood up from the sofa opposite Aunt Mia and spoke. "I'll get it done, Ma. Just give me a little time. But in the meantime, we should start preparing. Also, for the next few days, use her for the house." As he spoke, Michael stretched out his hand. A greenish-black summoning circle appeared in the center of the room, and a figure emerged from it. "Ah!" Aunt Mia let out a startled cry at the sudden appearance but managed to calm herself quickly. Click. Squeak. The sound of a door opening followed. Lily burst out of her room, only to freeze in shock at the big sister now standing in the room. Aunt Mia shot an angry glare at Michael, who scratched his cheek in mild embarrassment. Though he had done something similar before, summoning that big guy to help clean the house, back then, everything was happening too quickly. The chaos from the cracks had numbed their ability to react properly. Now that things were calmer, her reaction was only natural. However, the sudden appearance of the undead wasn't the only thing that surprised Aunt Mia. "She's quite pretty. Can she speak?" Aunt Mia asked hesitantly. According to her nephew, these strange beings were all his summons and were extremely strong. But this was the first time she had seen one that wasn't intimidating, if she ignored the height. "Not yet." Michael replied in an odd tone. To be honest, he wasn't sure if his undead would ever be able to speak. But who knew what was possible in this world? He didn't deny the possibility. In fact, he even hoped that such a reality would one day manifest. "Okay, go and rest. I'll use her." Aunt Mia felt a little odd saying this, as the being in front of her felt almost human, aside from the white eyes and gray skin. Michael nodded. He figured that since keeping his undead active seemed to gradually increase their intelligence, there was no harm in letting his aunt make better use of them when they were idle. In fact, all of his summonable undead were currently outside, still guarding the apartment building and the community. Seeing that everything was fine, Michael turned to head into his room, only for his cousin to call out to him just as he was about to enter. As for Lily, Michael's respect for her had only grown. Despite everything, she was still able to stay active. Even after learning the truth about her friend on the upstairs floor, when the officers came to arrest the animal responsible, she still tried her best not to sink into sadness. Michael didn't know what he could do for her, but he was glad she was holding on. "What do you want?" Michael asked, turning to look at his cousin. "That big guy has a name, right? Beginning, I believe." "Yes." "What's her name?" Lily asked, gesturing toward the female orc in the sitting room. Michael paused for a moment before a wide smile appeared on his face. "Lily. Her name is Lily, Lily." Thinking about what happened a few seconds ago made Michael smile again. Finally, his bad joke actually became a good one for him. Aunt Mia's twitching eyelids at the revelation only made it better. After having fun, Michael calmed himself down and turned to the best issue at hand. The land of origin. Before the event with the demonic cultivators, Michael, who had just discovered civilization, wanted to head there after performing several rounds of undead summoning on his undead. From then, he would decide whether or not to evolve the ones the skill had successfully affected. Commander Necromancer, Specialist Necromancer, and Horde Necromancer. Michael identified himself as the last one since the more undead he had, the more beneficial it was for him, literally. But he also knew that due to his talent, he could be whatever necromancer type he wanted. Commander Necromancers focused on commanding a smaller group of high-tier undead, valuing the strength and potential of each individual. This path prioritized quality over quantity. Their weakness was their limited numbers, and their strength was their high-quality undead. Though they would eventually have more summons as they leveled up, in a power-matched event, they would only have a few undead to use. However, this was of little concern to Michael. With his talent, he did not need to focus on specific undead for certain situations. All his undead could potentially be excellent at all times. This meant that Michael could not only be a commander necromancer, but he could also be a horde necromancer at the same time, creating a rare hybrid. It could even extend to specialist necromancers, who focused on specific types of undead, such as mages, tanks, or assassins, to create powerful synergies within their forces. With his talent, Michael could do it all, as long as he had enough evolution points. That was the main requirement, and unfortunately, it wasn't easy to fulfill. I'll still check out that place I saw in the land of origin after I'm done with everything. It should still be nighttime, so it's only better. After making his decision, Michael had one last thing to do. Undead summoning. Following the appearance of a magic circle, a towering orc shaman emerged from it. It was the female orc that could manipulate water. Perhaps it was because of the recent chaos, but Michael did not feel too safe leaving his body exposed in the real world when his consciousness was in the land of origin. Even Lily, whom he had summoned, had been given a command to obey his aunt, and to protect the apartment and the people in it alongside beginning. The female orc in front of Michael now was his personal protection for his real-life body while his consciousness was in the land of origin. Hopefully, her protection wouldn't be needed in the end. Relaxed and calm, Michael laid on his bed and connected his consciousness with his body in the land of origin. A moment later, in the dark night, a pair of green eyes opened. "I'm back," Michael muttered as he stretched his body. The fresh air of the forest rushed past his face immediately. Once again, Michael felt that limitless sensation of extreme freedom he always seemed to have in the land of origin. With his senses spread out, he felt the presence of his other undead and walked out of the cave, where he was met with corpses. They belonged to the ones he had killed from the cracks, which he planned to revive soon. There were some pretty interesting ones Michael was very optimistic about, and he looked forward to adding them to his undead army. But for now, he had something else in mind to focus on, even if there was a griffin corpse not too far away. Before doing anything else, Michael released Lucky and Prince from the netherworld and had them stay around his cave dwelling. Then, he used Share Senses on multiple undead to get a better understanding of his surroundings. Fortunately, nothing had changed much, aside from the smell coming off the corpses, which was still unable to mask the fresh, earthy scent of the forest, oddly blending at times. Of course, it could also mean that Michael's body, having stayed close to these corpses, whether there was a consciousness controlling it or not, had simply gotten used to the smell, as it was a living thing itself. After confirming that his surroundings were more or less the same as before he left and were safe, Michael excitedly brought something out from his storage space and placed it in front of him. It was yet another corpse. But different from the ones around him. It was the corpse of a human. One of his first. Michael was excited for so many reasons. At first, it had just been an extreme curiosity about what a human undead would look like and how it would evolve. Then, it became about what its evolution could be, seeing as it didn't have star ratings. Eventually, it turned into an experiment, one that could determine what he himself or any other person would be like if, by some chance, he could evolve such thing in the future. Talents worked in different ways. Some could be used beyond their common features, and some even evolved or advanced to say. It had only been a few days, and Michael barely knew anything about his talent. All he knew was that as long as something was connected to his soul, he could use it. So, was there a reason his body, being the container of his soul, wasn't part of the things he could evolve? And could his talent itself grow stronger than it already was? Michael didn't know the answer to any of these questions. For the latter, he figured it might be best to simply accumulate evolution points and see if a change would happen. However, all of that was for the future him to handle and figure out. For the current Michael, there was only one thing on his mind. Human Knight Apprentice. A human knight apprentice from the Aurora realm. It had no visible race rank or star rating. The description that appeared when Michael used Detect on a corpse for the first time was also quite interesting. Aurora realm. I wonder what the other realms look like. Is there an elven realm? A dragon realm filled with dragons? Heavens, I wonder how they look like Anne. Michael stopped himself from saying it aloud. But deep inside, he couldn't help but wonder, what would the evolution forms of races he hadn't even seen yet look like? The thought was a little dark, since, due to his subconscious reasoning that only dead creatures could be evolved, he had imagined these races he hadn't even seen yet as corpses. Michael shook the thought out of his head and immediately used Undead Revival on the corpse in front of him. As a rank 1 necromancer, far stronger than the corpse could ever be, it only took a single try to turn it into an undead. Fortunately, it worked on the first attempt. Nothing was ever guaranteed, of course, but his rank gave him a high success rate. This was also why Michael hadn't tried reviving the level 25 human mage corpse he had. Due to its strength, the chance of failure was much higher. Still, he was glad he had been able to find 4 more human corpses. It increased his chances of having at least one human undead. After the revival, Michael commanded the undead to stand up and examined its appearance. The rough-looking man now appeared much paler, his once lively eyes now completely white, but overall, he still looked very human. It made sense, he was originally a human, unlike Beginning and Lily, who were orcs evolved from goblins. After a quick glance at the undead human before him, Michael turned his focus to his main goal. However, the moment he checked his talent section to evolve the undead, he was stunned by what he saw. I can't evolve it. Michael frowned. He had expected something unusual to happen, considering there were no star ratings or other indicators, but he had assumed it would just cost more evolution points. Yet instead, he was met with insufficient evolution points. 71 evolution points aren't enough to evolve it. Then how many do I need? Michael didn't believe it was simply because humans were an inherently formidable race. At least, he had never thought of himself as formidable before awakening, and the undead in front of him didn't seem any stronger than he had been back then. Still, he wasn't one to jump to conclusions. Michael proceeded to revive the other 3 human corpses, only to end up in the same situation. Unless he wanted to assume that all 4 just happened to be special cases, it had to be because of their race. But even then, he didn't believe this was because humans were uniquely powerful. There had to be another explanation, something similar to how evolving through stars and ranks required 5 times the previous amount of evolution points. In the end, there was nothing he could do for now. Michael decided to wait and accumulate more evolution points to see if anything changed. Yes, he was willing to be patient, at least until he had enough to evolve an extraordinary creature. If he still couldn't evolve his human undead then, he would just evolve Prince instead, pushing the beast not only to its peak but beyond it, into a higher rank altogether. 2 days at most, and I'll have my answer. At level 20 from level 15, Michael had gained 10 open slots for contracts. Now, having used 4, he only had 6 left. One was reserved for the Griffin, and another for the undead human mage. The remaining 4 would be divided among other undead materials he had in mind. For one, he wanted to reserve a spot for the sand scorpion and a long-armed monkey. That left only 2 more open slots, which he could use however he liked. Since he already had specific targets in mind, Michael immediately began attempting to contract them with the limited corpses he had at hand. Of course, he didn't start with the difficult ones, the Griffin and the human mage, due to their strength and the limited number of corpses, especially in the latter's case. If worse came to worst, he could try buying a few monster corpses from the association, but he wasn't sure if human corpses were something they even sold. Perhaps if they knew his class, they might consider it. Maybe they'd even be willing to sell one after some deliberation. But that was all speculation. If it were up to him, Michael didn't want to go to the association out of desperation. If he ever sought out the association for a corpse, it would be because he was simply trying his luck, not because he was forced to. He also didn't want to risk losing the almost rank 2 corpse he had. Michael had a strong suspicion that if he managed to turn that corpse into an undead, it would stay with him for a very, very long time. With these thoughts running through his head, Michael turned his focus back to the corpses in front of him. Under the illumination of the bright full moon, shrouded by the dark of the night, he began his attempt at contracting a long-armed monkey and a sand scorpion. In the real world, Deputy Manager Leo and the branch manager sat with their hands on their heads, rubbing their foreheads as if trying to suppress a terrible headache. "So, you're saying all the previous cracks in the entire city have disappeared?" The branch manager asked again, his tone heavy with disbelief. "Yes," Leo confirmed. "The news came about 10 minutes ago. That's why I'm here now." The branch manager exhaled sharply. "I suppose this should be expected. You rarely find different cracks side by side. There's no infinite spot for negative energy, after all. Even after appearing, negative energy isn't needed anymore. They just help speed up the regeneration process." He leaned back, his fingers tapping the desk. "We have 3 level 5 cracks above this city now. If anything," he muttered, "now that I think about it, it would actually be surprising if nothing happened to the previous cracks." Though he understood the reasoning, it didn't make him feel any better. These cracks, they were the livelihood of the Supers Association branches in the city. Their workers, their funding, and the trade of the materials extracted from the cracks, they all depended on them. And now, they were all gone. "Damn those bastards," Deputy Manager Leo muttered, his ever-composed demeanor cracking as he let out a rare curse. There were many who suffered in the recent chaos, but there were also those who benefited, the Awakeners. If any group grew stronger the fastest due to the chaos, it was them. However, a significant number also fell during the chaos due to their lack of initial strength. After all, not every Awakener was as power and money hungry as Michael, Mira, and Lillian that started hunting monsters early on. These 3, however, had grown considerably stronger thanks to the chaos. There was no need to mention Michael, his growth was relentless, increasing by the moment. As for Mira and Lillian, both had managed to advance to rank 1 during the chaos. However, their quest completion results were far less impressive than Michael's. They had done the bare minimum to advance, which meant they reaped fewer benefits. Even so, reaching rank 1 made them significantly stronger compared to when they were still unranked. Thanks to the cracks, they had also leveled up a few times, though they were still far from reaching Michael's current height of level 20, both were still level 15, his previous level. "He has new undead." Myra's voice broke the silence as she stood behind Lillian, who was calmly watching the local news on her phone. On the screen, a familiar face appeared, Michael. He looked slightly dirty, but completely unharmed. The news had spent minutes interviewing the survivors Michael had protected, before turning to question Michael himself and his unique summons. Watching how Michael barely responded made Mira sneer. "He truly isn't one to talk, huh?" She hadn't forgotten. That man had completely ignored her message, and was still ignoring it now. She had sent him another message after the chaos settled, yet he hadn't replied. Annoyed, she debated whether she should just block his number. Yet, despite her frustration, she found herself feeling relieved that he was okay. "I saw his undead carrying a griffin onto one of those hover trucks from the association." Lillian's sudden words made Mira turn to her. "Do you think he's the one who killed it?" Though she already knew the likely answer, she still asked. "Most likely," Lillian replied without hesitation. "It shouldn't have been anyone else, and those griffins even move in groups, he was the only one defending his community." A brief silence followed. From everything they had seen, it was obvious, Michael was strong. Extremely strong. And only getting stronger. Last time, he could easily handle rank 1 monsters. Now, he was dealing with rank 2 monsters. His growth was evident. And frighteningly fast. Both girls assumed his strength and rapid progression were due to an opportunity he received in the land of origin. But regardless of whether that was true or not, one thing remained clear. Their classmate was becoming terrifyingly powerful. Even Mira, who had once been confident in her own special class and talent, now found herself doubting. "How can I get the recipe for a bigger bomb? Contracting the long-armed monkey and sand scorpions went smoothly for Michael. Since he was already familiar with their skills after fighting them, he wasn't particularly excited about contracting them, though he was still satisfied with the result. When it came time to evolve them, however, that was when he expected to feel truly excited. The good news was that, thanks to their high levels, once they evolved into 1-star rare rank, they would likely approach max level, and after reaching 3-star rare rank, they should surely enter rank 2. With that done, Michael turned his eyes toward the two biggest prizes in the room. The Griffin and the Human Mage. Between the two, Michael ultimately chose to start with the Human Mage. Though powerful, the Mage was still, at the end of the day, a rank 1 creature. From what he had seen of Brian's ability to fly and the fact that level 4 creatures seemed to be rank 2, Michael began to notice a pattern. Level 4 appeared to be a turning point in the cultivation system. A level 25 cultivator was probably just a peak rank 1 being, and stepping into the master rank likely made them a true rank 2 being in the eyes of an awakener. Michael also recalled Brian's words about rank 2 awakeners gaining the ability to fly. However, he had sensed uncertainty in Brian's tone, so he wasn't entirely convinced. Still, the possibility excited him. Regardless of whether it was true or not, Michael felt that rank 2 must be an important milestone for awakeners as well. Perhaps, at higher ranks, the power difference and unique abilities granted by each rank became even more pronounced. There had to be a reason why Awakener Academies only accepted rank 2 students. It could only mean there was something special about that rank. But whatever it was, that level was still far from him. Setting aside those thoughts, Michael focused on the task at hand. He was about to attempt Undead Revival on the dead human mage. His mana reserves were still high, so he didn't increase it outright. In any case, he had more mana than the human mage had when alive. With that in mind, Michael immediately got to work. After taking a deep breath to calm his nerves, he began. Undead Revival. Immediately, Michael felt a massive surge of mana being drawn from his mana pool, far more than he had ever experienced with any of the monsters he had revived before. Well, it made sense. This human mage was the strongest undead material he had ever attempted to revive. Unfortunately, and somewhat expectedly, Michael failed. His heart pounded rapidly at the realization that he only had one of this corpse. But after a brief moment of panic, he managed to calm himself down again. Again. Undead Revival. Michael didn't know why fate loved to play tricks on him, but he succeeded. Barely, on the last attempt, and it wasn't even because of mana. He almost lost to chance. However, since he had succeeded in the end, Michael was quite happy. Aurora Human, Disciple Rank Mage Level 25, Max. Name, None. EXP, 563,345 out of 1,021,752. Skills, Earth Dome, Intermediate Mastery, Fire Spear, Intermediate Mastery, Fire Jet, Intermediate Mastery, Earth Wall, Intermediate Mastery, Earth Spike, Intermediate Mastery, Fireball, Intermediate Mastery. Master, Michael Norman. Michael was momentarily blinded by the panel. The first thing he noticed was the sheer range of skills the human mage possessed. Though none had reached advanced mastery, there was a wide array of intermediate and basic mastery spells. Should I say, as expected of a commander rank mage? It was an undeniable fact. The spell models used in the Aurora cultivation system were likely more advanced than the skills most awakeners, at least the new ones, wielded. After all, an awakener didn't need to study magic to grow stronger. Their skills naturally progressed alongside their mana, evolving in quality over time. But this was a brute force method. Magic circles. They were the formulas that structured spells, the foundation of true magic. And those formulas? They had advanced versions. A rank 1 mage in Aurora's system could use rank 1 fireball spell and so could a rank 2 mage, but even with precise manual control, there were still limitations. However, with greater knowledge, one could modify the spell model, the magic circle, to cast the same fireball spell but in a far more powerful form. Awakeners could do this too. In truth, the skills Michael had were all basic versions. If he could learn how to modify them, his system panel would automatically update them, allowing him to cast both the old and new versions at will. It was like upgrading a framework. The more knowledge he accumulated and the stronger he became, the more he began to understand the fundamental differences between awakeners and cultivators. Cultivators were incredibly powerful, and in some ways, they felt like supernaturals operating under heavier restrictions, as if their lives were set on hard mode compared to awakeners. Ironically, that very limitation was also their greatest strength. But one thing puzzled Michael. Disciple rank. He felt as though he had stumbled upon a hidden truth about his own world. To be honest, there were many things that confused him about the cultivation system of the real world and the awakening system, but he had always assumed the answer was simple: Aurora's supernaturals had customized their power system. After the recent chaos, Michael was even more convinced. In fact, the cultivation system of Aurora and the Awakener system were strikingly similar, except the former had more divisions. Why did level 4 cracks start spawning rank 2 monsters? Why were master rank cultivators considered rank 2? The common factor was clear: both had significant power upgrades and uniqueness once they reached level 4. Levels 1 to 3 seemed to correspond to rank 1 in the Awakener system, while everything beyond level 4 better aligned with the higher ranks of Awakeners. Did this mean that rank 1 to rank 3 cultivators weren't actually weak, but only seemed so because they had been divided into separate tiers when they were supposed to be grouped together as a single realm? And did this also mean that level 1 to 3 cracks were merely rank 1 cracks that had been further divided to match the cultivation system? Instead of calling them separate cracks, wouldn't it make more sense to label them as low, mid, and high rank 1 cracks? Michael felt like he was onto something, but regardless, he wasn't in the land of origin to ponder history. It seems that while there's no race rank, this undead still follows the rank system, though with fewer restrictions. He narrowed his eyes. Does this mean it can be leveled up infinitely? Michael's eyes widened in shock at the thought, but he quickly forced himself to calm down. Is this what it means to have no race rank? Or is this what it truly means to be a race? The human corpses he had obtained today had opened up an entirely new avenue of thought for him. Michael turned to look at the undead mage. Its tattered robes were dirty and damaged, its pale skin marred with battle scars. Yet, despite everything, not even the prince's last beating, nothing had managed to cripple it. As Michael stared at the corpse, which looked eerily similar to a living human if you took away its white eyes, a sudden thought struck him. Who am I? Michael asked the undead, his heart pounding in his chest. This was different. Unlike monsters, the mage had once been an intelligent being before it died. Would it remember anything? Could it still speak? Though its body was dead, the energy responsible for its reanimation also sustained it. Michael's heartbeat quickened. Then, suddenly, through their connection, he felt a wave of confusion from the undead. The corpse tilted its head. And as Michael felt its gaze settle on him, a chill ran down his spine. That's a lot of movement for a question, Michael muttered, his tone serious. In this situation, it translated to the uniqueness of his new undead. Then, under Michael's widened eyes. Master. You are my master. Yes, you are my master. The voice was dry and raspy, but unmistakably real. Michael's body trembled slightly. Just moments ago, in the real world, he had wished for an undead that could communicate. He just never expected to get one this soon. Michael didn't know how to react at first, but just as he was starting to wrap his head around the situation, a sudden thought entered his mind. He immediately turned to look at the 4 human undead not far from him. These 4 had been the ones who committed terrible acts against a couple before hiding in their house to avoid being caught by the association, only to end up in Michael's hands. They were humans just like this one. The only difference is that they're much weaker, so. Michael looked thoughtfully at the 4 human undead. After a quick consideration, he sent them the same mental message as before. Who am I? A second passed. Then another. Soon, several reactions appeared. Michael felt waves of confusion through their connection before each undead finally responded. Master. My lord. Master. Daddy. Michael's smile grew wider with each response, until the last one. His face darkened. Who's your daddy? Michael barked at the certain undead. What he hadn't expected, however, was an actual response. You, Daddy. Michael's expression darkened even further. He wanted to say more, but he forced himself to calm down. Once he did, he reflected on what had just happened. They all seem to have independent thought, but their knowledge is shattered, he noted. From the way they spoke, haltingly at first, then more fluidly later, it was clear that their memories were fragmented. The fact that they each addressed him differently further supported this. Still, under the influence of their shared connection, they all recognized him as their master, regardless of the title they chose. Unfortunately, I can't evolve any of you, Michael muttered regretfully. He checked again, but none of the 5 human undead had any evolution options available. At least, not right now. Michael studied the 5 carefully. He usually didn't name his undead unless they could enter the netherworld, but looking at how normal these human undead appeared, several ideas surfaced in his mind. If they had something to cover their eyes, like glasses, they could walk in public during broad daylight. Their human size also made them easy to transport between realms. If a purpose arises, these 5 could be useful both in the land of origin and in real life, Michael thought. Compared to his other undead, who either had odd appearances or were still developing their intelligence, these ones seemed more adaptable and picked up information quickly. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Michael set the human undead aside and turned toward his next objective. A griffin. After so long, though ironically, he hadn't even been a supernatural for a full week, it was finally time to have a flying undead. With what he had in hand, Michael hoped he'd be lucky with Undead Revival at this time. But first. After quite some time, it was finally time to check his progress. Status. Name, Michael Norman. Class, Adept Necromancer. Level, 20. EXP, 76,718 out of 134,551. Strength, 31.92. Agility, 43.66. Constitution, 33.22. Intelligence, 115.0. Attribute points, 60. Skills, Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, Share Senses, Spearmanship, Acid Shot, Bone Spear, Slow Curse, Bone Armor, Corpse Explosion. Talent, Infinite Evolution. Class Skill, Contract Slot, 47 out of 50. Gift, Mark of Origin. Michael's stats hadn't improved by much. As he grew stronger and his stats increased, the boosts from his class and race felt smaller in comparison. Of course, even a single point now could be equivalent to 10 points when he had first awakened, so they weren't useless. If anything, his growth was now more steady rather than explosive. This was why, at a certain point, when leveling up became harder, attribute points became one of the most precious resources for an awakener. Even most of the most balanced stat build enthusiasts eventually had to abandon that path if they wanted true strength. In the end, stats became a serious issue for all awakeners. This was also why dying in the land of origin was painful, even though it wasn't a real death. Even someone like Michael, who was still among the weaker awakeners with lesser stats than the strongest, dying and losing 10% of his stats permanently would be a devastating blow. Since the body in the land of origin synced with the real-world body, dying meant losing strength in both. However, all of this was only beginning to be relevant to Michael. For now, when he looked at his stats, he was simply satisfied. At level 20, Michael had 50 contract slots, and after contracting all the human corpses, an impulsive decision that ironically turned out well, he had only 3 slots left. Now, Michael wanted to use one of those slots to contract a black griffin. But considering it was a rank 2 creature, likely far stronger than him in raw stats, this wouldn't be easy. The mana required to attempt even a single contract was a major concern. This was why he called up his status panel. It was finally time to use his attribute points. Michael glanced at his most important stat as a mage. Intelligence, 115.0. Attribute points, 60. I only need 5 points to reach 120 intelligence, which gives me a chance to gain a skill. For every 20-point increase in a major stat, depending on the class, there was a chance to gain a new skill. However, even though the probability was as high as 50%, it didn't guarantee a skill every 40-point increase. Take Michael, for example. Most of his skills came as rewards from his advancement quests or were ones he actively learned. The number of skills he had gained purely from increasing intelligence was surprisingly low. Unfortunately, he was even more unlucky when it came to the rare chance of gaining a skill from other stats that weren't a major focus for his class. Since intelligence would get the largest share of his points anyway, spending 5 right away didn't seem like a bad idea. Without hesitation, he made the adjustment. Intelligence, 120.0. Attribute points, 55. As always, Michael waited for a while to see if a new notification would appear. He wasn't very optimistic, but the next moment, when another panel appeared in his view, a happy smile formed on his face. Your mana is overflowing. You have gained the skill, Blind Curse. Another curse skill. Michael was surprised. More than surprised, he was happy. Finally, it seemed like Lady Luck had decided to smile on him. Without hesitation, he checked the skill's description. Based on his understanding of his other curse-type skill, if this one was anything like that IME, he already had a good idea of what it could do. Blind Curse, Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 0.5%. Blind Curse reduces the target's vision, impairing their ability to perceive their surroundings. Duration, 8 seconds. It's just as I thought, Michael muttered, a slight smile forming at the edge of his lips. Against an opponent of similar power, this skill, like the slow version of its series, had its limitations. However, even the little it could do was enough in a high-stakes battle. Michael hadn't tested it yet, but he believed that if he used both of his curse skills simultaneously on a single enemy, their combined effects might result in a qualitative change. Even if that change lasted only for a moment, at his current level, a single second could decide the outcome of a fight. I wonder if I'll get more curse skills in the future, he thought hopefully before shifting his focus back to his stats. After increasing his intelligence, he immediately felt the change. His mana pool expanded, increasing his overall mana capacity, though there was no improvement in quality. Looking at the 55 attribute points he still had left, Michael considered his next distribution carefully. For a mage, the importance of agility was closely linked to intelligence. Not only was it his second highest stat, but he also enjoyed the speed, reaction time, and flexibility it granted, especially since it made wielding his spear easier and more effective. With that in mind, he allocated 5 points to agility, bringing it up to 47. To avoid losing control over his body from previous experiences, he didn't add all 5 at once. Instead, he did it gradually, adjusting to the increasing changes. The method wasn't perfect, but it had its merits. After moving his limbs for a short while, he quickly regained full control over his body. With 10 attribute points spent, he now had 50 remaining. Michael didn't hesitate and added more into intelligence. The previous 5 points were too little to significantly boost his mana pool enough to revive a rank 2 creature. Although he didn't know exactly how much mana he needed, he was certain it would be a lot. The possibility of failure and having to restart the revival process also meant he needed enough mana to attempt it at least twice in a row. Right now he wasn't quite confident he could do all 3 tries on a corpse. With this thought in mind, Michael went all out, adding 30 points to his intelligence stat. Like before, he did it gradually, this time in larger increments, starting with 5 points, then 4, then 6, and so on. A little while later, he was done. His intelligence stat now stood at 150, an amount nearly 150 times that of an average human, at least in raw numbers. But more importantly, the quality of his intelligence was much higher than any normal person's. It wasn't just a quantitative increase but a qualitative one. Feeling the abundance of mana surging through his body, Michael couldn't help but smile. The feeling of getting stronger was intoxicating. He turned his gaze toward the last 20 attribute points he had left. After a brief moment of consideration, he decided to keep them. He could have gone all out and added 10 more points to push his intelligence to 160, but he didn't. His current mana felt enough. Michael also didn't want to admit that part of the reason was his reluctance to face another failed chance at gaining a skill. Just when he thought Lady Luck was finally smiling at him, after hitting 140 intelligence and waiting second after second for another notification, he realized he had been too hopeful. Lady Luck wasn't smiling at him today. She had only pitied him for a brief moment before forgetting about him entirely. This should be enough to try Undead Revival 3 times in a row, right? Michael wasn't entirely confident about reviving one of the 3 black griffin corpses in front of him, and rightfully so. However, having 3 corpses meant 3 chances to finally gain a flying undead. He just hoped he wasn't too unlucky. His heart pounded with anxiety. Taking a moment to calm himself, lest his emotions affect the revival process, Michael steadied his breath. After finally settling down, he locked eyes on the massive black griffin corpse in front of him. Without hesitation, he activated Undead Revival. The moment he did, an alarming amount of mana surged out of his body. So much? Michael was shocked at how quickly his mana was being drained. The rate at which his mana was being consumed by the skill was something the revival process of the commander rank human mage he revived a while ago couldn't even compare to. Though he had been alarmed back then, it wasn't as significant as it was now. However, fortunately, he had more mana now. Judging by how things were going, it seemed like he could even attempt more than 1 corpse and still have enough left to make a few tries on another griffin corpse, even if he failed. Of course, Michael wasn't hoping to fail, but as expected, not everything always went as one wished. Rank 2 creatures are truly something, Michael muttered bitterly as he stared at the lifeless black griffin corpse in front of him. As expected, he had failed his first attempt. No surprise there, ironically. However, this was only the first. And with more mana still left in his mana pool, Michael immediately went for his second attempt. As he activated the skill, a thought crossed his mind. What if his 2 undead-related skills had advanced spell models? Aside from rituals that boosted success rates, this method also didn't seem too bad. Michael concentrated on what he was doing. As more mana drained from him and it seemed like he was about to lose another attempt at successfully reviving this rank 2 flying unit. It succeeded. Yes. Michael couldn't help but clench his fists in excitement as he saw his contracted slot number increase from 47 to 48. Checking his panel wasn't even necessary. Due to the new connection he could now feel with the black griffin that stood before him, shaking its body, Michael didn't need a system notification to tell him he had succeeded. It was right in front of his eyes. Still buzzing with excitement, Michael then went to check out the status of his new undead. Black Griffin LV 27. Rank, Rare. Name, None. EXP, 799, 345 thirds, 448, 414. Skills, Wind Manipulation, Intermediate Mastery, Wind/Intermediate Mastery, Air Spike, Intermediate Mastery, Air Bullet, Intermediate Mastery. Master, Michael Norman. Though he hadn't had access to the status of the Griffin before it became his undead, Michael, who had already fought with more than one of them more than once in the real world, felt the status was familiar. The Black Griffin, though it had a less impressive skill set than his level 25 human mage, was undoubtedly stronger. All its skills, too, were at intermediate mastery. Unlike his female orc shamans that also had an elemental manipulation skill, the Black Griffin actually complemented its main skill with elemental skills, rather than just throwing the element around. After calming down, Michael's eyes shined as he stared at the flying undead. A question he had surprisingly not thought about before popped up on his mind. It being dead, does that take away its flying ability, right? To be honest, Michael felt this wasn't likely, but he couldn't help but think about it. Fly. He immediately commanded the Black Griffin mentally. Though they were in a forest, it wasn't one dense with trees and had quite a few open areas around that could even comfortably accommodate the huge bodies of the griffin like the one in front of him. The moment Michael gave his command, the undead in front of him did not hesitate. It crouched down and added strength to its 4 limbs. After doing so, it gave itself a powerful jump and threw itself out of the coverage of the surrounding trees. Under Michael's intense gaze, he watched as the undead griffin spread out its wings and flapped them, creating a gust of wind, and shot up to the sky. It twirled around in the sky for a moment before coming to fly above Michael's location. It was in the air. It flew. It didn't fall. Michael's calm heart once again started beating fast. Just a few days ago, he had fantasized about having a flying undead, and to think he got one so soon. Haha. A sudden thought appeared in Michael's mind. This undead. The Black Griffin flying above him. He wanted to ride it. Undead. For most people, the immediate response to such a term was evil. Darkness. Unclean. Michael had been no different before he became a necromancer. A part of him had once thought he'd be stuck with rotting, foul-smelling corpses and brittle skeletons. Fortunately, that wasn't the case. His undead weren't decaying husks that looked like they'd fall apart at any moment. To be honest, all of them exuded a certain kind of strange beauty. Like the Black Griffin soaring through the sky now. Under the moonlight, it looked exceptionally picturesque. I must have been too close to nothing but corpses these past few days to think like this, Michael muttered. And it wasn't like he was wrong. If there was one thing he had been far too familiar with this past week, it was dead bodies. Hundreds upon hundreds. Until they reached thousands. If his pre-awakening mindset had remained the same despite everything he had witnessed in such a short amount of time, that would have been the real surprise. Since he had already decided to ride the undead griffin, Michael wasted no time. Adding strength to his legs, he launched himself forward. His first step took him onto a tree branch. Using it as a foothold, he propelled himself again, soaring toward the highest branch of another tree. And with one final push, Michael burst out of the dense forest canopy and into the night sky, where he landed gracefully on the griffin's back. The body of the undead griffin was massive. Even with his tall frame, Michael felt small on its back. Since this was his first time riding a flying creature, it took him a few seconds to adapt to the up and down movement of the griffin's flight. However, once he did, Michael no longer hesitated. He gripped the griffin's neck area tightly with both hands and gave it a mental command. Fly up. The moment the griffin received the command, it reacted instantly. It dashed straight into the night sky. The speed was incredible. Michael was caught off guard as everything below blurred past him in an instant. Before he knew it, he and his undead had already soared above the clouds. Stop here, Michael commanded, and the griffin obeyed immediately. Michael wasn't a genius in science, but he still knew a few things. The higher the altitude, the thinner the oxygen. And right now, above the clouds, it should be nearly non-existent. At first, Michael thought he would be affected. He was about to order his undead to descend immediately. Then he paused. He took a breath. He felt nothing. Not in the sense that he was suffocating, but rather. He didn't feel the need to breathe at all. A realization dawned on him. I guess it's to be expected. I'm not exactly an ordinary human anymore. If someone with more than 30 times the constitution of a normal human still had the same limitations, then the supernatural world would be nothing but a scam. Since he could breathe just fine, or rather, didn't need to breathe at all, Michael was in no hurry to descend. As for his undead, it was a dead being. Oxygen was irrelevant. And even if it had been alive, at this level, it likely wouldn't have been affected either. Now that he was high above the ground, Michael could see much farther than he ever could from the surface. This world is huge. Honestly, he would have thought the same even if he were still on Earth. At a certain point, everything just looked endlessly vast. But what truly caught his attention were the traces of civilization in the distance. Beyond the walled gathering near where he had left his undead, he could now see even more settlements. Clearly, he was no longer outside of civilization. He was heading deeper into it. Michael recalled something and turned to look behind him. In the direction he was looking, far in the distance, lay the ruins that had served as his initial arrival point in the land of origin. Due to the vast distance, he couldn't see anything, but he knew the direction was right. A thought came to Michael. For a moment, he considered flying there. But just as quickly as the thought appeared, it vanished. It seems I might have gotten myself a heart demon. Michael called it that because it felt like the perfect term for his situation, rather than PTSD. There were 2 times Michael had felt the presence of death since he became an awakener. And surprisingly, both had been in the land of origin. The first was his very first battle. The second was his encounter with the corrupted being in the Black Tower. The latter had left a much deeper impact. Because unlike the first, even his system had warned him that he would truly die. Several system panels, which were usually calm blue, had turned blood red, signaling imminent death. That incident had left a mark on Michael. And it wasn't until now that he realized. What he thought he had moved past was merely forgotten. Perhaps this was his way of coping. Then again, it had only been a day since the incident. If he had truly been unaffected, that would have been remarkable. But the fact that he wasn't. It simply meant he wasn't that mentally strong. Still. It doesn't matter if I have to do it scared. I will do it. For personal reasons, Michael knew he would have to face that monster one day. Unfortunately, he was too weak right now. But not for long. At first, he hadn't been sure if that corrupted monster was truly a rank 2 creature. But after witnessing the strength of a king-rank cultivator in the real world, who was said to be comparable to a rank 3 awakener, Michael was now certain. That monster was rank 2. What he didn't know was how strong it was within that rank. But in the end, that didn't matter. Because Michael had never stopped growing stronger. And he had no intention of slowing down now.